There we go. Welcome to Keto 11 on 11.
I'm Rachel.
And I'm Joe.
And we are two crazy ketos.
And if you're new to our channel, welcome. Here on Two Crazy Ketos, we do different things like recipe videos and we do product reviews. We talk about various keto topics, and every Monday we go live on Keto Beyond the Couch because life exists beyond the couch.
You can find us in different social media platforms like Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter.
And we have a website, which is twocrazyketos.com, and that's where you're going to find all of our different recipes. Now, we do upload at least 5 new videos every single week, so make sure you subscribe to our channel.
And don't forget to hit the little bell icon, and that way, every single time it's Veterans Day, you'll be alerted to it. Happy Veterans Day to everybody. We're not going to be perfect today.
We started out with the mic off. I was so diligent to make sure the mic is not on during videos, and I forgot to turn it on.
Let that be the worst thing that happens today. But we are here. We are present, and we are showing up to let veterans know and their families know that we appreciate their service, that we see them, and that we want to take this day to honor them.
Yep.
And we think that that's really important.
So this is our number 1.
Yay! All right, so now I have been told I get unlimited confetti.
You have?
Today.
When?
Unlimited.
It smells like gunpowder.
Unlimited.
Okay.
Unlimited excitement over this today.
Okay, so welcome to 11 on 11. If you are new here,
we're glad you're here.
11 on 11 is something that we started a couple of years ago to honor veterans. And we really wanted to talk a little bit about why we do this. First of all, we just want to say, yes, happy Veterans Day. We're here to honor everybody who served. And we wanted to talk about why we have this. And this actually started a couple of years ago. We were in Omaha,
Yeah.
And we met a man named Jay Miralles. And Jay Miralles watched his immigrant parents work hard to support their family, their actions, their life lessons. They shaped who he was today. He learned firsthand how his parents' work ethic allowed him to move from a basement in the avenues to a middle-class suburb. Jay enlisted in the Air Force at the age of 17, and his love for the country grew rapidly, and he realized many things people take for granted. His deployment to places such as Alaska, Germany, and Saudi Arabia, and more, shaped his perspective on how the world is connected. He remained in the Air Force for 10 years, and now he lives in Omaha, Nebraska, with his wife Becky and his 4 kids, Aubrey, Jade, Jordan, and Mason.
And we did include, and Becky also has like the link to Jay's book, Let's Go, which is a fantastic book. We actually met Jay through the Hard to Kill Summit in Omaha, Nebraska. And be sure that you're staying tuned to lowcarbevents.com because they're going to have next year's dates posted very, very soon. But it was at this Omaha summit that we learned about a passion project of Jay's, and that is the 50-mile march.
So the 50-mile march, the mission is to empower veterans facing mental health challenges and homelessness by fostering a community of hope and relentless support. And basically, they have a big project that they're working towards.
Yeah, this is Operation Home Base. It's going to cost more than $3 million for them to basically have like a community center with housing that's expandable, that is available to veterans who could utilize those services. So every single year, they march 50 miles to raise money for this event, and you can participate in that should you want to join. The applications for 2024 are actually open right now. They do not have the Keto Orlando Summit at the same time as the 50-mile march anymore.
Too much work.
It's too much work to do them both together. So they separate it. So it's going to be taking place in August. This is not a fun run. This is not a walk. So
No.
there is, for safety purposes, a qualifying process that they determine who can participate in it. But anybody can give to it.
Yep. So what ended up happening is we learned about it and we were like, oh, that's so cool. But it was too late for us to find out. And then we were on our flight home from Omaha that year, and we happened to see a movie called The Girl Who Wore Freedom.
Yes, what a powerful
And this movie was amazing.
It really, really was. You could see there was the little girl, now an older woman, who is still holding the dress, holding the dress that she wore in that first initial picture. And just to jot down some things, The Girl Who Wore Freedom, it actually introduces viewers to residents of Normandy, France, who were children during World War II. They recount their unique relationships with the Allied forces who liberated Normandy on June 6, 1944. The journey from occupation to liberation to acceptance and forgiveness to gratitude and pride is explored through interviews with French survivors and American veterans. Normandy itself is now a living war museum with shrapnel on the beaches, bullet holes in its walls, and blood staining its church pews. Those who were there have vowed never to forget the lessons of World War II and to pass down the value of freedom to their children and their children's children.
And what was really amazing to us is that to this day, like on Sundays after church, all of the families go over there and they go to the cemetery and take care of the graves of the American soldiers who freed them. And it got us to thinking that like they care more about our veterans than a lot of people in the United States. So we were on the flight and we were like, listen, here's the thing. There's no way we can participate in this walk.
Yeah.
But we can do something. And that spawned 11 on 11.
Yeah, and it's a very empowering thing. And what has blessed us so much, when we were just willing to do something, we saw you guys were willing to do something too. And that's why we're here today, to give a reason to be together. And I was so empowered. I was talking to Sarah G yesterday as I was asking her, man, be thinking of us tomorrow as we're getting started. She's like, hey, I just want you to let you know, You knew you couldn't walk 50 miles. So you said to yourself, what can I do? I can do an 11-hour live stream to raise funds for the Wounded Warrior Project. Rachel, I can't do an 11-hour live stream, but you know what I can do? I DoorDash on the side as like a side second job. Al and I, my husband and I, we're gonna DoorDash for 11 hours while this live stream is going on, and whatever we raise by DoorDashing for 11 hours, we're gonna give that to this fundraising event. So everybody can do something, which is such a powerful, powerful thing.
Yeah, so today you can do something.
Yes.
Today you can donate to 11 on 11. So there are links down below in the chat or in the description box. There is a QR code up here on the corner that'll be off and on throughout the day. Our moderators will continuously post links in there, and we're asking you, please donate. We have a goal of $10,000.
That's a lofty
which is
goal.
What last year we raised $15,000.
Yeah.
We did $10,000 through here, and then we had done another $5,000 in super chats. And we'd like to exceed it, but I also don't want to get really bummed when I don't hit my goal. So I'd love us to just exceed the goal, raise $10,000 plus super chats to let you guys know if you super chat, we will donate the money from super chat minus the fee that YouTube takes.
And that is a very important point. So somebody asked yesterday, and I'm glad they did, how much does Tiltify take when we donate? Because of course, I'm like a lot of people, I want to know that as much money is going to the warriors themselves, right? To the wounded warriors. And so Tiltify actually takes less than 5%. Basically, it is a transaction fee, like if you're using a credit card and the business has to pay like a fee for you to utilize that. That is what it's going to take, less than 5%. So I always am like, man, I want to find a veteran myself and hand it, like direct hand to them what I'd like to give. But here it is, 11 days into November, and guess what? I have not personally yet found a veteran to hand it to directly. So you know what? I am going to utilize this fundraising platform to be able to make sure that the giving happens. Because what I don't want to do is let this opportunity pass to meet the needs of our wounded warriors.
Yeah, so we actually started doing this. We decided that we wanted to support wounded warriors. Throughout the day, we're going to play some videos about warriors. I know that there are lots of veterans organizations out there.
Absolutely.
This is the one that we chose. It's not that it's better than other ones, but we really felt passionate about this. And so we want to talk a little bit about is who are veterans?
Yeah, because really today is an opportunity for us to have some education, like to answer, some questions. And I think that it would be really nice if children that are walking in and out and maybe overhear this live stream, that they might be able to learn something, right? We've got a lot of kids, they're, elementary age, and maybe they don't know about Veterans Day. And here's an opportunity for us to talk together. Now, I think that we should attach something fun to this, Joe.
Okay.
So since we talked about how the idea for this began at the Omaha Summit.
Not this question. We're going to do the next question.
Right, the next question. Then we're going to have some prizes attached to some of these trivia questions.
Yes.
Okay. So first of all, and our first giveaway is going to be a signed copy of Hard to Kill from Dr. Jamie Seaman, Dr. Fit and Fabulous herself, who actually with Jay puts on the Hard to Kill Summit in Nebraska. Okay, so who are veterans? All right, a veteran is defined by federal law as any person who served for any length of time in any military service branch. That's the definition of a veteran, and that is who we are honoring today.
So you keep going. I'm setting up the giveaway.
Okay.
Keep
So
talking.
I say Jujube says, I know this is for our veterans, but I just adore you guys being live all day. I know that must be very stressful, but thank you. If I could, if there was smell-o-vision right now, you guys would be knocked out of this live stream because there has been so much nervous sweat, and I know we're keto. Normally, we don't stink. I mean, I'm not like shouting out like, you know what I mean? We're so great. We don't even smell. We are above BO. Usually you don't have a terrible odor with keto. That's just kind of like one of the side great things about keto. However, the nervous concentrated energy has like, we have just been like stinking, and this entire room I've been like trying to freshen up this room because like we reek, reek.
Okay, you ready?
Yes.
We're gonna put a question up. I've got Nightbot set up. If I can get it over, move to the other side.
Okay.
So throughout the day, we've got a lot of giveaways. I want to say
Shout out to
we have like
companies.
over 150 giveaways.
We have a lot
of giveaways. A lot of giveaways. And so the giveaways, here's the thing, is you're gonna have to be here.
Yeah.
So I know that people can't be here all day, but there's giveaways through every hour. We have sponsors of different hours who've given us things to give away. And there are going to be various ways. We're going to randomly draw somebody who's active in the chat, or it's going to be a trivia question. And the way the trivia question is going to work is we're going to ask a question, and then the first person who types it correctly in the chat is the person who will win. And if you win, you're going to send your information, your shipping information to Joe at 2 Crazy Ketos. How about we just do this? 11 on 11.
Yeah.
At 11 on 11 at 2crazyketos.com. It's easier that way, and this way I can keep it separated. So you're gonna email 11 on 11 at 2crazyketos.com if you win. You can only win once in the day.
That's right.
Okay?
Okay.
Ready?
Yes.
So here is the first trivia question.
The question is,
How many branches are in the United States military?
We're just looking for a number.
You got to type a number.
Got to type a number in.
So let's keep going down through the chat while we're waiting for people to answer that. And we are going to ask you guys, please share this stream. Share the stream, please.
Yes.
Because the more people that see it, the more you're active, the more veterans that we're going to help, the more impact that we could make. Okay, let's see.
I'm looking for it. Is it Sabrina Cagle?
Sabrina
Cagle.
The answer is 6.
Yes.
So there is the Air Force, the Army, the Coast Guard, the Marine Corps, the Navy, the Space Force. Each branch of the military has its own purpose, carrying out its mission on land, water, or in the air.
Yeah, that was definitely, I threw one at you because Space Force is the newest one. In fact, it's been over, I believe, 70 years since there has been a new branch of the military, but they are now an official branch of the U.S. military. So congratulations to Sabrina Cagle, who is going to be getting her signed copy of the Hard to Kill book by Dr. Seaman. Just send your information, Sabrina, to 11 on 11 at 2crazyketos.com.
Now, throughout the day, we're also going to be honoring veterans of our subscribers. We asked you guys, please send in stories about your family members, and so that will be happening throughout the day. We have a couple each hour, and like I said, we also will be sharing videos, and we wanted to start off, this is going to be the 3rd year we're using this video.
Yes.
And it was just a very, very impactful video. And before we do that, though, I wanted to talk a little bit about what your donation does for wounded warriors. So your impact, $5,000 provides 2 warriors with personalized career resources to help them reach their highest ambitions to find meaningful employment. Donations can provide, like $14 will provide a safe voice on the telephone for a warrior in need. $38 provides a consultation with a claims specialist to help warriors obtain military benefits. $70 provides a session with a career counselor for 2 warriors. And $150 can provide a 1-hour session of mental health treatment for 1 warrior.
As we know, services like these, they're free to the warrior, but they are not freely provided. In order to keep the lights on, in order to have the highest level of professionals in their place to help, to benefit, it costs money. It
Yep.
just absolutely costs money to do these things. And I'm so thankful for all of the individual needs that are met through this overarching umbrella of Wounded Warrior Project. So every little bit matters. It counts. And I was looking yesterday, so excited for Juju B. She was on the news yesterday as part of a veterans group and families of veterans group, because she lives in the Washington, D.C. metro area. And one resource that is a service project for veterans is helping families who are new to this area, who are veterans family. You're new to DC, you don't know how to use the metro system. This is a very new thing, and the metro system is very useful in that area. It's a singular group that's just helping families get used to the metro system.
Yep.
Right? So there's very specific needs that people have. And I love the fact that it can be individualistic when we serve organizations like this.
Okay, let's go ahead and play that one video that I really want to play. We have it labeled as Victory.
December 7th, 1941, a date which will live in infamy.
Freedom and fear are at war. The advance of human freedom, the great achievement of our time and the great hope of every time, now depends on us. Our nation, will lift a dark thread of violence from our people and our future. We will not tire, we will not falter, and we will not fail.
It is made up of men and women who raise our food, patrol our streets, man our mines and factories, teach our children, keep our homes, and heal us when we're sick. Professionals, industrialists, shopkeepers, clerks, cabbies, and truck drivers. They are, in short, we the people.
This great nation will endure as it has endured, will revive and will prosper. So first of all, let me assert my firm belief that the only thing we have to fear is fear itself.
Let every nation know, whether it wishes us well or ill, that we shall pay any price, bear any burden, meet any hardship, support any friend, oppose any foe, to assure the survival and the success of liberty.
It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
We will never compromise our principles and standards. We will never give away our freedom. We will never abandon our belief in God.
We've always needed God from the very beginning of this nation. But today we need him especially. We're facing a new kind of enemy. We're involved in a new kind of warfare, and we need the help of the Spirit of God.
And so, my fellow Americans, ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country.
We, as Americans, have the capacity now, as we've had in the past, to do whatever needs to be done to preserve this last and greatest bastion of freedom.
As we've been assured, neither death, nor life, nor angels, nor principalities, nor powers, nor things present, nor things to come, nor height, nor depth can separate us from God's love. May he bless the souls of the departed. May he comfort our own. And may he always guide our country. God bless America.
I love that video.
I love that video so much. Credit for that goes to Sherry Watkins, I believe, who shared that video with us. Such a blessing, such a good reminder. And year after year, it grows nearer and dearer to our heart. You know, like last year, this time, we did not have a granddaughter. And this year we do. And it's like, as much as I was thankful for the freedom that we get to enjoy here in America last year and for the sacrifice of our veterans last year, there's one more human person that is so precious to me that was born into freedom.
Yeah.
Because of the sacrifice of so many. So if you've already picked up a tissue today, you're in good company, because I'm going to probably cry through this entire 11 hours. And you know what? That is okay.
We were crying preparing for it.
We were crying preparing for it. And part of our tears was this deep desire of our heart to convey that thanks. To convey. How do you say thank you that I woke up to freedom this morning? How do you say that properly? It's always going to be inadequate. It's never going to fulfill wholly that deep gratitude that we know that we owe our freedom to their great sacrifice. So,
okay, so
we're going to cry.
Jesse G, thank you very much
Jessie.
for the $9.99 super chat. She said, I donated through the link, but I also want to recognize our family's veterans who have all passed away. World War II, Joseph Grubb, Enos Wise in Vietnam, Richard Grubb. Rest in peace and thank you for your
Thank
service.
you. And Jesse, thank you so much for your family's commitment to America and to serving us. And we owe you and your family a debt of gratitude.
Now, let's start off with one of our just honoring veterans of subscribers, and we've got to start off with a personal one.
All
We're going to start off
right.
with Rachel's father and
Grandfather. Okay, so to the left, that handsome, tall drink of water getting into an airplane is my grandfather, Pasco Tillett Mansfield. I called him Pa. He was a mechanic in World War II and was assigned to the airfield in Arcadia, Florida. He worked on keeping the airplanes flying so airmen could train locally. British soldiers came there to train as well. The other two pictures are of my father, Richard Stephen Warren. He enlisted in the Army at the age of 19 and graduated from Officers Candidate School. He served with the 1st Air Cavalry and was a first lieutenant ultimately in Vietnam. He was awarded the Bronze Star with V Cluster for directing fire and giving cover to his men during a battle. As part of that Bronze Star, this was what was connected to it. For heroism in connection with military operations against a hostile force, 2nd Lieutenant at that time, Warren, distinguished himself by heroism in action on the 19th of June, 1967, while serving as a platoon leader with Company B, 2nd Battalion, 5th Cavalry during a search and destroy mission near Thuan Dad, Republic of Vietnam, when his unit came under heavy enemy fire from well-fortified and concealed bunkers. 3 men were wounded and lay in an open field midway between friendly and enemy positions. Completely disregarding the hostile automatic weapons fire, Lieutenant Warren led his platoon to a position near the wounded and placed a heavy volume of covering fire on the enemy, enabling medical aid men to reach their fallen comrades. Lieutenant Warren continually exposed himself to the enemy fire as he moved from position to position, providing encouragement to his men and ensuring that medical attention was given to the wounded. Lieutenant Warren's display of personal bravery and devotion to duty is in keeping with the highest traditions of the military service and reflects great credit upon himself, his unit, and the United States Army. As his daughter, you bet I'm proud. You bet I'm proud. My uncles, Daddy's brothers, John Lawler and Howard Daniel, also served in Vietnam. Uncle John was killed in battle. I was privileged to find his name on the Vietnam Memorial and take time to honor him. Uncle Howard became a master sergeant in the Army before retiring, and actually Uncle Howard passed away earlier this year, but I am very thankful for his service.
So throughout the day, we're going to have different stories like that about subscriber veterans. We're also going to have a few guests on. We have another question, only this question is not going to be the other book.
Okay.
What I want to do is we have a company that, I mean, listen, all of the companies went above and beyond.
Above
But,
and beyond.
A few months ago, we did a review of a cookie.
Yes. Now, yeah, and they're actually going to be the sole sponsor
Later on.
But
this company came through.
They did. Clean Keto. KLEANKETO. We don't make any money off of them. I reached out to them. They are a veteran-owned company. And this gentleman came back and was like, I am going to be in that kitchen pumping out 200 cookies for this event.
So their cookies are very, very clean, very low in total carbs.
Crazy
we absolutely
amazing.
love them. I can't keep them in the house because
No.
I can't not eat them.
Amazing.
They're very, very good. One of the cleanest and honestly, I think best tasting cookies that I've ever seen come from a company in the keto space. And so they basically decided to donate, what is it, 20?
We're going 40 giveaways.
40 giveaways.
40 giveaways. There's going to be 5 cookies in each bundle.
And how much is that worth?
Their ultimate thing, it's more than $1,200 that he's contributing to this.
More than
cookies.
In cookies.
In cookies.
So we're going to give away one of them right now.
Right
I hope
now.
you're going to keep...
I did. Did you see? How? Now, this is one of those times where my OCD, that's so OCD at CDO.
I've got slides and she's got papers.
I've got
of the
papers because I don't
slides.
even trust the slides. We need a backup on the backup system.
Okay, you ready?
Yes.
So here is the question. The way we're going to do this is what we're gonna do is instead of the first person, because hey, listen, I'm slow in the chat and I would
Yeah.
never win. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're going to ask the question. You're gonna type the answer in the chat. We're gonna give you guys a couple minutes, and then we're gonna have Nightbot randomly pick from everybody who gets it right.
Right.
Okay.
Yes. Okay.
So wait, before you do that, let me...
And if you could, Becky, go ahead and drop in the link for Clean Keto, Clean Keto, so we make sure we honor them during this time. Because again, we're going to dedicate an entire hour, to them as the sponsor, official sponsors. We really want to honor these sponsors of the giveaways because they've sacrificed to be here, to be a part of this, and they're showing that they believe in our veterans. So we want to give full honor to them.
Wait, we can't use this question for the person. You can't have an exact answer. Do you have another? Do you have a trivia question?
I do. Let me grab one. All right. Okay.
It's got to be a simple answer.
It is. So there is a sport. There is a sport that is, I did not think that this would be the first, you know what, I'm going to skip that one. I'm going to go to the next one. Okay. Americans ate about blank pounds of turkey per person in 2021, spread over the entire year. An average of 1 pound of that was consumed on Thanksgiving Day. So how many pounds of turkey per person do you think people eat in a year? How many pounds of turkey per person does the average American eat in an entire year?
Okay.
All right. Do you have the answer?
So I have the answer. You're gonna don't spell it out. You're gonna put it in
as a number.
Put it as a number.
Okay.
And you're gonna put and we're gonna let that roll.
How many?
So put that in the chat. How many people do you think? How many pounds does an American eat of turkey per year?
No. Yeah. Right.
Per year.
Per
right?
person. 1 person per year. How many pounds of turkey do you think?
So while we're doing that, we're going to wait for the answer. This was the question we had. What is the difference between Veterans Day and Memorial Day?
Because there is a difference,
yes.
right?
And some people confuse them.
Well, and then some people can be very hurt by not knowing the difference when people don't acknowledge the difference between these. So we want to clarify that today. So the difference between Veterans Day and Memorial Day is Veterans Day celebrates the service of all U.S. military veterans, while Memorial Day is a day of remembering the men and women who have passed away while they were serving. So we would honor my Uncle John during Memorial Day because of that. So there is a difference. So today we are honoring all veterans, everyone who has served, past or present, which is really a blessing, and why we celebrate. There's almost in Memorial Day there is like a grieving that goes kind of more with that. Right today we want to let living veterans know we see them, we honor their service, and we're really thankful for them.
Okay, let's read some of these chats up here.
Yeah, let's do that.
Matt Franklin, I just deleted it.
Good job.
But he basically said thank you.
We're going to be interviewing Matt and Sarah because they are a veteran family in the next hour. So stay tuned for that. Okay,
so Remy wants to know, what do I think is better for keto? Daylight savings time or standard time? I don't think either one is better for keto. I think not having a time change period is better for health. Bottom line. It has nothing to do with keto. Listen, keto is the healthiest way to eat, or one of the healthiest way to eat, in my personal opinion. It is part of the proper human diet, remember. And before anybody jumps in and says, well, carnivore is better than keto, carnivore is keto. Okay, so we'll put that out there. But as far as daylight savings time or standard time, my personal opinion is it's just not having a time change is better for our health. If you look at the statistics of suicides, car accidents, people being late for work, depression, all of those things Look at the statistics for the 1 to 2 weeks following time changes. It is staggering.
Yes, it is.
It's time to get rid of the time change. Everybody, please email, call, write to your representatives, and let's get rid of it. I don't care which one we do. I don't care if we go to daylight savings time or we go to standard time. I know there's arguments for both. But we need to stop the time change. You just have, I mean, and I'm not usually super affected by it. I was affected by it this week.
I definitely was.
It was weird.
Caleb
was just weird.
Super jacked up. And he said that, going even to work in the morning, he was like, that there was a notable increase even in jaywalking. Mm-hmm. Like it was frightening driving to work because he works, at a special needs with special needs kids at a school. And so he's up early in the morning and he was going to school and he was like, it was like nothing I have seen yet in this school year. It was frightening. You have to be very, very careful because everybody's a little bit, affected by it, whether it's a driver or a pedestrian.
And it happens more obviously in the spring than in the fall. But to me, it really doesn't matter. I don't think that whichever one we go to, somebody's going to be upset.
Of course.
Okay?
Yeah.
But ultimately, our bodies will adjust to it. And, you have arguments like, well, I want to wake up in the sun. I don't want to, I want to have more daylight in the evening.
We'll get used to it if you pick one.
I don't like the sun at 5:30 a.m. because I'm not going to bed until like 11, 12 o'clock. And so it's waking me up even earlier. And my body gets up with the sun. So whatever time that sun gets up, that's when I'm getting up.
It's interesting you said that because Michelle said it has really impacted Peyton this week. Like her sleep schedule, she's like, what the heck is going on?
Cheryl said thanks to all of our veterans,
yes,
past, present, and future, and huge thanks to the families who sacrificed so much.
True. I'm so glad that we are going to get to talk to Matt and Sarah because there is a veteran family. You have the husband, going and like serving, but the family is behind to hold down the fort, right?
Debbie Oliver said, thank you for doing this. Your sacrifice of time for this does not go unnoticed. We are a military family and it means more than you know. Father in Navy, son is in the Army, uncle in the Marines, cousin in the Air Force.
Thank you, Debbie. Thank you so much to your family.
Okay, Kathy wants to know, are we going to be able to watch parts of this that we missed today at a later time? Yes, it'll be 11 hours.
Right.
But it will be there. Also, to let you guys know, we will, if the stream goes down on internet for some reason, we're asking you all pray for our internet. I've done everything I can do. We've got Comcast with a backup of Starlink and then a backup of a T-Mobile hotspot. So if we have to, we can grab my laptop that's sitting over there, pull it over here. But if for some reason the whole thing goes down and we have to turn it off, there'll be a backup where it'll say 2KK 11 on 11 backup, and you'll just jump over to that stream.
Ready to pick the winner?
No, not yet.
A little bit
I want to
more?
read a couple more of these
All
first.
right, now, don't forget, the question is, Americans eat about how many pounds of turkey per person in a year?
Matt said, thank you for sharing that video. It made me cry. If I could do it all over again, I would enlist again right now.
Wow. Matt, thank you.
And then Lori said, I don't have PayPal. Is there another way to donate on Tiltify? You can use a credit card. You don't have to have PayPal. They're just using, I think, PayPal.
Right.
But you don't have to have PayPal. Okay, you ready?
Yes.
Okay, let me go get that screen. And pull it over here.
Pull it over.
You ready?
I'm ready.
Okay.
Let's see. Dun, 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 dun. Tracy Bentley. Yes, Tracy. The number is 15. I was actually surprised. 15 pounds of turkey on average. So maybe you're like, I didn't eat 15 pounds of turkey this year. That's the average. So somebody is eating several turkeys on your behalf, if you did not realize that already. So, Tracy, you have won a set of clean keto cookies. So make sure that you send your shipping information to 11 on 11 at 2krazyketos.com.
And make sure you put in there what you want.
Yes, that would help.
Rachel's got a list, but we're going to have like
Immensely.
150 to 200 winners. So please put in there hey, this is Tracy. I won the clean keto. And we'll go from there. Kathy, thank you very much for the $20 super chat. So can I give a shout out to military spouses who support our military spouses, deal with so many things, and I see every one of you.
Yes, absolutely. It was so funny because my watch says you can't do that, but absolutely you can do that. We love shouting out families. Thank you so much for that. Because yeah, the veterans are not doing this on their own. There's a whole family back at home. I remember, I was talking to my mom about, my parents, they really fell in love writing to one another because they actually met because my uncle and my father worked at Winn-Dixie together. They were, he was a bag boy, my father was, and my uncle was like the assistant manager of the grocery store. So they worked together, and when Daddy was going off to war, he asked, his friend, my Uncle Jerry, would you write to me? And so Jerry was like, I'll write to you and I'll have my sister write to you. And it's funny because that was really a service, right? Like it was just a nice thing to do. Like here's somebody that's going to be away from home serving our country. So yeah, sure, I'll be a pen pal and my sister will be a pen pal and I'm here. If you like me, it's because of a simple act of service got it all started. So thankful for that. And my mom was saying, the entire time he was gone, she was on her knees praying. There's the worry. There is, waiting for them to come home. And there's just so much like that goes with what's going on back home as people are serving our country.
Okay, let's go ahead and play another video, a video from a wounded warrior.
Since 2009, Wounded Warrior Project has conducted the annual Warrior Survey to uncover the most pressing needs of the warriors we serve and act upon them. The data informs all Wounded Warrior Project programs, services, and initiatives. It also guides our advocacy efforts, influencing legislation that impacts veterans and their families. The 2022 Annual Warrior Survey findings represent over 165,000 warriors who are registered with Wounded Warrior Project. These are some of their stories.
The symptoms of PTSD are, in a roundabout way, broad. And yes, I did feel like I was drowning every single day going out. Now the drowning went into quicksand and I couldn't get out. When I realized I need help was the day I almost took my own life.
Mental health issues continue to be leading challenges for warriors. 76% reported PTSD, 76% reported anxiety, and 74% reported depression. And over 1 in 4 have had suicidal thoughts in the past 12 months. Of those warriors, 72% reported having them in the past 2 weeks.
I had to first say, hey, my name is Christopher J. Hoff and I need help. That's the hardest sentence I ever had to say in my life. But once I said it, the doors opened for me and I'm here.
I did get medically evacuated out of Iraq to get some surgeries and stuff done to correct some of those injuries. Coming back after getting out of the military and dealing with pain on a daily basis isn't ideal. It is sometimes debilitating. It kind of puts you in a mood sometimes where like, I don't feel like getting up in the morning. I don't feel like getting out of bed.
76% reported moderate or severe pain, and 50% who reported pain say they're only a little or not at all effective in managing it. Pain, mental health challenges, and many other factors can contribute to poor sleep. 80% of warriors reported sleep issues, making it the #1 health issue reported by warriors. The survey found that sleep quality is the greatest predictor of good quality of life among warriors, highlighting the importance of this issue.
Way back, I developed a model for myself, for my life, was that I don't adapt to life, I make life adapt to me. Meaning that no matter how I feel, I want to get up and focus on more positive than negative.
Trying to get a job back in the civilian community away from the military base, I think I was very unprepared for the issues that I faced. If my employers 20 years ago would have been more receptive to understanding how to work with veterans, then maybe my children wouldn't have had that experience. Then I wouldn't have been poor living in Section 8 housing after I served my country with my 2 children.
Although the warrior unemployment rate has fallen since 2021, it is still higher than other populations. Financial strain has risen since 2021, with 64% of warriors reporting that they did not have enough money to make ends meet in the past 12 months. Increased cost of goods was the top source of financial strain reported.
I think veterans bring this sense of duty to what they're doing, no matter where they're working, no matter what they're doing. We're an asset to the nation when we serve, so we're an asset to companies when we serve.
I was in the U.S. Army from 1999 until 2014. Coming home, everybody expected me to be the same person, and I just wasn't. Sometimes we tend to isolate because we don't have to, pretend to be something that we're just not wanting to be at that present moment.
Many warriors struggle to find connection and camaraderie again after service. 78% reported that they feel isolated, and 66% reported being lonely. The survey found that social support is associated with lower rates of suicidal ideation, highlighting the importance of peer connection.
I think it's important to connect with other warriors because it helps bring down some of the anxiety and depression, because you're around individuals who, although they may not have the same experiences and jobs as you had in the military, they understand. They can relate.
These statistics are more than just numbers. They represent the hardships faced by wounded warriors every day. We share their stories to ensure their voice never falls silent, and to urge those who can make a difference to do what's right. Download the full report at annualwarriorsurvey.com.
I'm waiting for you to talk.
I want to make sure that we're back on. You can actually hear us.
You got to look right here.
Oh, okay. Well,
it's hard. We have 5 screens.
There's a lot going on. But can we just check in? We are about to transition soon in just 8 minutes into our second hour, and we are at $817.11 for the Wounded Warrior Project. If
awesome.
that don't light your fire, your wood's wet.
Yeah.
So to speak, right?
I did want to, there were some chats here. Jesse want to know, is there a link to share on Facebook for donations? I might have people that will donate through a shareable link.
Yes.
Down below in the description.
The Tiltify.
There's a very simple link. You can just send them that link. And that'll actually bring it right to Tiltify with Wounded Warriors. I think the stream is even currently appearing on there. So
yeah,
they can possibly check in. Let's go ahead and pick up one of these subscriber stories. This is actually the first one. It's not really a subscriber story, and this is something I knew about, but Jujubee actually reminded me of it.
So beautiful.
So we just wanted to put this up here. This is the missing man table.
So if you have never seen or heard of this before, it's at every military event and very sombering, but thought you might appreciate including it on 11 on 11. Thank you, Juliana. We definitely are. This table was actually set at our Chick-fil-A, if my memory serves me correctly, in Texas near Fort Bliss for their military appreciation family dinner. It also may have been at a military ball. Each item on the missing man table represents the emotions and feelings reserved for those who did not come home. The ceremony symbolizes that they are with us here in spirit. All Americans should never forget the brave men and women who answered our nation's call to serve and fought for our freedom with honor. The symbolism of the missing man table. The table is round to show our everlasting concern for our missing men. The cloth is white, symbolizing the purity of their motives when answering the call to serve. This single red rose displayed in a vase reminds us of the lives of these Americans and their loved ones and friends who keep the faith while seeking answers. The red ribbon symbolizes our continued determination to account for our missing. A slice of lemon reminds us of their bitter fate, captured and missing in a foreign land. A pinch of salt symbolizes the tears of our missing and their families who long for answers after decades of uncertainty. The lighted candle reflects our hope for their return, alive or dead. The Bible represents the strength gained through faith to sustain us and those lost from our country, founded as one nation under God. The glass is inverted, symbolizing their inability to share a toast. The chair is empty, the seat that remains unclaimed at the table. And that's hard. And I'm very sorry that if there is an unclaimed seat at your table today, please know that our hearts are with you, our prayers are with you, and we are hurt about that. We grieve with you, we mourn with you, and you are not alone on this Veterans Day. We have noticed that this seat is empty.
Indiana Nurse, thank you very much for the $20 super sticker.
Thank you.
Which was a pair of characters sliding on the floor on his knees saying goal.
Goal!
And Stacy, thank you very much for the $2 super chat. Said truck stop diners are giving veterans a free meal today.
Which is wonderful. And actually, look at your local restaurants. We're going to be talking about that more as we get closer to the lunch hour today. But there are a lot of businesses that, serve veterans, like have special deals, like even Lowe's. It's like if you're a veteran and you're looking to buy a new appliance for your house, like who knew? There's lots of veteran services and deals today. So make sure that your local community partner is doing that. Like for instance, I learned that Publix today is paying 10% of groceries for a veteran that's buying groceries today, but you need to make sure, check in with your local store or your local restaurant to just make sure before you go that they are honoring those deals from the company.
Stacy said our truck stop does the same table here in California.
How wonderful. What an honor, right?
Yeah.
Like that, it's okay for us to take a moment to just be reverent.
Debbie said we have the missing men tables at many of our restaurants and other places around town.
Wow.
Okay, I have to go pee. Sorry, but it's going to be 11 hours.
Full disclosure.
So we're going to play a video that really sums up why we do this, but it's only 1 minute long. So
you better race to the back.
Be ready.
Transitioning from being a Marine to a civilian was very hard. I lost my purpose. I lost the drive that I had. That is a very dark and lonely place to be. It took me surrendering to myself to get the help that I needed. At my very first Wounded Warrior Project event, I met Ray Pizarro. He told me you need to have the courage to forgive yourself for the things you've done in the past. I got it tattooed on my hand. One night, my depression kept telling me, you can end this. And just before I was about to pull the trigger, I looked down at my hand, and that's what saved my life that night. That was the beginning of my incredible journey with the Wounded Warrior Project.
Wow. I am impressed. And washed hands.
And I washed my hands.
Washed hands. Got it done. Oh my goodness.
I need my urinal bottle.
I do not know. We don't. We do not.
I've been asking for that for years. She
and
says no.
and still no. Still no. 100% of the time, still no.
Let's see.
We are just 1 minute away. I'm getting my blow thing ready. Y'all, we have gotten just about through the entire first hour. The first hour, Joe.
Yep.
And we're going to be able to check in with Tiltify and see like where we at.
Yep.
I remember the very first, this is the third annual Veterans Day live stream. The first one, our goal for that live stream was $1,000, and we thought it was impossible.
Yeah.
Impossible. How crazy, how nutty that we would ask of our community, can we get together, hang out for 11 hours, and donate to veterans' causes? Is anybody gonna feel like donating to this? And y'all showed up and showed off. It was amazing. And this year, we bringing it. We are bringing it. Y'all are bringing it in a brand new way. It is 10 o'clock officially, yo.
Yep.
10 o'clock. We are here. We are here. I am so stinking excited. So I get to blow. Right?
You're a child.
And wait, we got to celebrate this right with a little pop. Are you ready?
Okay.
Ready?
That's not as you shot me in the eye.
Sorry.
No more of those.
So excited. No, unlimited. Unlimited, actually.
We are at $2,028
Y'all!
plus whatever the super chats
This
are.
is
We have
awesome.
$52 in super chats.
You guys are amazing. And actually, wow, we just got a contribution of $100. Like this, Joe, this deserves an extra celebration. When it's this big, when it is this exciting, we got to step it up a notch as far as excitement and celebration. So we're excited. We are celebrating today. I see we just got a $100 donation from the giveaway sponsor of the hour.
Yes.
Right?
So the giveaway sponsor of the hour is
Keto Brains. Keto Brains. And I did put their giveaway to the side of you because Keto Brains, talk about showing up. Amazing. We were on
this thing is awesome.
We're in triple B&E right now. I am crying. I have Keto Brains sitting there waiting next to my coffee maker like it is waiting for the 16th of November. Like it's just calling to me. Okay, Keto Brains.
Let's talk about Keto Brains real quick because we do have Sarah and Matt in the wing.
They are going to be giving away a 30-serving bag of Keto Brains plus the Keto Brains Zoop Zoop. Am I saying that right? It's a Zoop Zoop.
This thing is super powerful, and you don't need batteries. It's
powerful.
It's got a battery built in. It's like charged by USB.
So why do we love Keto Brains? Why?
Clarity, focus on demand, no jitters, no crash. It's delicious, and it's easy to use.
Made easier to use with the Zoop Zoop because it is like dust. Honestly, it mixed well on its own even without the Zoop Zoop.
Yeah. So it has lion's mane, which is a mushroom that studies have shown that can actually support your brain health by stimulating production of two important compounds, nerve growth factor and brain-derived neurotrophic factor. NGF and BDNF are proteins that stimulate the production of new cells and strengthen existing ones.
Yes, they do.
So it also has alpha GPC.
Alpha GPC is a boosting molecule. I'm not even going to try to attempt to say that word because it'll just be like not right. Alpha GPC makes quick work of increasing the release of neurotransmitters, which facilitate learning and memory. And this is what has really blessed me about it. Alpha GPC also has some not so subtle effects on muscle function as well.
It also has L-theanine, which is an amino acid found in green tea. It crosses the blood-brain barrier, increasing GABA. L-theanine also has been shown to trigger the release of alpha waves, which enhance relaxation, focus, and creativity. L-theanine is fantastic in that it works to relax without being sedating.
And then obviously last but not least, MCT, got to shout it out. Medium chain triglycerides are types of fatty acids containing 6 to 12 carbons. Because of their shorter chain length, they are rapidly broken down and absorbed into the body. Unlike longer chain fatty acids, MCTs go straight to the liver where they can be used as instant energy source or turned into ketones.
So now Keto Brains is also honoring our veterans. And so they're having a 20% discount for veterans. All you have to do is fill out the verification form on their website, which is ketobrains.com.
Actually, they're giving away two of these. Two of these bags. So it's not just one, it's two.
Oh, two
So
bags.
we're going to have two winners. One's getting a Zoop Zoop, and one is going to be getting the bag of the nootropic, which is, it is awesome. Like, every single day. People say, like, what do you miss when you're on Triple B and E? This is what I miss the most. I'm going to tell you. This is the thing that is getting incorporated back the first.
Okay, so we have Matt and Sarah, but I wanted to just say every hour we want to talk a little bit about one of our branches of the military. Right now we want to focus on the Air Force.
Yes, and
on September 18th, 1947, the Department of the Air Force was created under the National Security Act of 1947. The signs of a future Air Force started some 40 years before. In 1907, the U.S. Army Signal Corps formed an aeronautical division originally focused on balloons and dirigibles. The Signal Corps purchased their first heavier-than-air flying machine from the Wright brothers in 1909. The responsibility of the Air Force is to execute military operations in the air.
So just some fun facts. Members are called airmen. The reserves are called the Air Force Reserve and the Air National Guard, and their Special Forces Division is called Special Warfare. So just some interesting facts about the Air Force. We love the Air Force.
John, thank you very much for the 1999 super sticker.
you.
Super stickers don't celebrate for some reason.
Well, I can see it up there.
I know, but it's a pair.
Definitely a pair.
Character looking at himself in the mirror saying, "Thanks for being you," with hearts popping out of his eyes.
I love it.
Okay. So we have a couple of guests on. They're actually subscribers.
Yes, they are.
Absolutely love them. They live here in Florida. Actually, Sarah's helping arrange the Friendsgiving next week.
So there's actually going to be in Claremont, there's going to be the first Central Florida Ketos Friendsgiving. You want to check out lowcarbevents.com for all of the information if you'd be interested in attending that event.
Okay, so we're going to have Sarah and Matt on, and we wanted to talk a little bit real quick just to give you their stories. We're going to start off with Matt's story. Where's your papers?
Yes, I have my papers right over here. So, Matt Franklin, we had to do a deep dive, he says, to find any pictures. I know we were horrible at taking pictures and have lost many of them in all of our moves. Here are a few pictures that we could find. The older man in the photo is Sarah's dad, Fred, who was in the Army. But here you go. You see Navy man Matt Franklin. Look how young he is. He's a baby. You were a baby, sir.
And then Sarah also does things for veterans called the Paw Pals for Service Veterans.
Yes,
she's one of the founding members of Paw Pals for Service Veterans.
Paw Pals for Service Veterans provides a service dog and the required training to a disabled service veteran for free. That's what this particular organization provides. Their goal is to give back to those who protected and served, whose disabilities would benefit from a service dog so that they can live as normal of a life as possible.
And here's some pictures.
This is an awesome organization in itself, right? Like, that is what we are celebrating. But can we stop for a minute and look at Sarah's transformation? She looks absolutely incredible, but you know what? Her service dog, Piper, never knew the difference. Always saw that Sarah was incredible from the get-go. But we're glad that now we know Sarah as well as Piper.
So we're going to bring them on. Hopefully this works.
Yes.
Because, I tested everything yesterday. It worked, and this morning it didn't. So hopefully
it's going to work.
Hey, guys.
Good morning.
Can you hear us? We're going to go wide. Yep. There we go.
Yes. Like, when you anticipate, this is going to be a hot mess of crazy, and it works. That's so awesome. We're so glad to see you. Thank you guys for your service.
You got to look over here.
Thanks for having us.
So, Matt, tell us a little bit about your service in the military.
Yeah, what caused you to want to join?
Well, in 1989, I was graduating high school, and my parents, unfortunately, could afford to put one of us through college. It was a little late in the year for me, so I said, send my sister, and I'll join the military. Signed up for the Navy and never looked back.
Wow.
And the funny thing is, my sister was the one who could go to college. She ended up joining the Navy as well.
So Navy family all the way. And what
Absolutely.
was your position in the Navy?
I was an electrician, And my last two ships, I actually worked on the equipment that launches and lands aircraft on aircraft carriers.
Wow, that is amazing. And how many different countries did you get to visit during your service?
Wow. Probably somewhere in the range of between 15 and 20.
Wow. Wow. And did that represent a lot of moves for the family?
We only did what? Four moves. Because we didn't meet until I had been in 8 years already. So
Wow. And
all the
and
moves were after that.
what was your total length of service before you retired?
20 years. 20
Wow.
years and 16 days.
So Matt is in the service and you are back home. You actually have two beautiful daughters. What was home life like while Matt was away, Sarah?
It was me being a stay-at-home mom because it was a full-time job, knowing that I needed to be that consistent piece for my children while he was gone. We had lots of tears, lots of late nights, especially when the girls were tiny, because they didn't understand why dad was going to be gone for big blocks of time. I think that one of the hardest times for our family was right after 2001, 9/11, because he that day was on a ship. And he sent an email before they locked communication down saying, I may not be back. He was supposed to be coming home 2 days after that. And he was one of the first carriers to deploy. It was my first deployment. Madison was 2.5. Emma was like maybe 6 months old. And it was my first deployment. So it was school of hard knocks for sure. But we made it through it, and I wouldn't change it for the world.
That was what was so incredible because we were recently, if you didn't know, both Matt and Sarah work for Disney. And they were so generous as to allow us to come and spend the day with them and share the experience of Disney together. And they were talking about it's so amazing when people make these great sacrifices for our nation. They will share it like it's so matter of fact. Like your life completely just changed on a dime. Like you are, baking the cake, so to speak, for his welcome home dinner, and now you're like, all of a sudden everything has changed, and I don't know when Matt will return.
Right.
And the family does have to adjust. What were some of the things that you did to rally yourself and to cheer yourself during this time when you're trying to put on this brave face for Matt?
I did a lot of praying. That was really the only thing that got me through it all, was just my faith and lots of prayer. I also remember if I had a bad day, even though I wanted to talk to him about it, I didn't, because he had so much more on his plate. So I presented the front of, we're good at home, I've got it. And if I was falling apart, I was calling somebody else saying, hey, I need some support, I need some, whatever, so that he didn't have to hear about it and stress out about us at home too. So he was able to just accept that I had everything under control and home life was good. So he didn't have to worry about us. He could just focus on the job he had to do.
And how did you, Matt, I know when we were watching everything unfold on 9/11, we were petrified, but in the safety of our homes. And here you are, going back out. What is going through your mind, and how do you muster the courage as you're serving to be like, okay, let's go? How did you find courage to keep moving forward?
The thing is, you really don't have to muster it. It's already in you. You just, when it happened, our commanding officer came across our announcing system and said, we're under attack. And everybody ran to a television, and we were watching, and we knew we were going to go to war. And fortunately, we pulled in to San Diego a week after it happened. And we were supposed to leave in January of 2002. And they came to all of us in October and said, we're leaving in 1 month and we don't know when we'll be back.
Wow.
So take some vacation, get things in order. We leave in a month.
Wow. Wow. That is
And
incredible.
we didn't have a choice. We didn't have there was no, well, I don't know if I want to or what. It was just, this is what we are here to do. Let's go.
And how long were you gone for?
It was about a little over 9 months.
Oh my goodness.
And at one point I spent 106 days without seeing landfall.
Oh my gracious. Yeah. Because again, I really appreciate you sharing just the details of this, because it's like when it's just a big package, like, thank you so much for serving. And like, we understand that there was a chunk of your life that was set aside for us as a nation. And we thank you for that investment. But it's hearing the days. It's hearing the stories of like what was going on, what were the age of your children, and like what was your thought? Because this is real stories. This isn't a movie that you can't change. Like you're saying, this isn't go back to bed and put the covers over your head and say like, this is a lot to have to process, and like, I can't process this right now. Like, you have to just go.
Yeah.
And Sarah is home having to just raise these children. And that was so incredible. Also incredible is your service did not end when you were out of the military, but you actually have helped to found an organization that continues to serve the veteran community. Could you tell us a little bit about that, Sarah? Like, where did that begin?
So that started with me when I went back to school, and I attended university, and our satellite campus was on the military base. So all my classmates had been in the military and served. I met one of my best friends there, and one of our class assignments was to come up with a project to give back. That's what this organization started as. It kind of snowballed, and before we knew it, there was 4 of us in it. It's 3 veterans, and I'm the only wife. We are all service dog handlers, and the organization is named after all of our service animals. You've got Piper, Padme, Zulu, and Sinbad. Some of our service animals, I think all of our service animals are now retired and we're working on second versions. But it was just an amazing process to do this and give back to our local community. We're located in Jacksonville, North Carolina, which is, of course, home of Camp Lejeune. So we're super excited to be able to give back in whatever way we can.
We are very excited. You're actually going to be training a new service dog very soon, Ghost, an Australian Shepherd that's going to be joining the Two Crazy Ketos family. We're so looking forward. Like, Ghost does not even know how loved he already is, right?
Oh, yeah.
Can you share a little bit about like how many hours goes into creating a service dog, building up a service animal like this for a veteran?
It starts pretty much from day one when you bring home your puppy, which is why we are the only program that works with giving you an actual puppy, because service members do better when they can create that bond from puppyhood. So we start with basic obedience. You're looking at a process of about 2 years. Sometimes it can be longer, and it's spending at least about an hour a day, just lots and lots of training, lots and lots of time going out. I know when I was training Piper, I was working closely with our trainer that we have in our organization, and we would go out at least once a week for at least an hour doing public access and all that kind of stuff. So it was a long process, but it can be a very enjoyable one too.
Obviously, they're super cute.
So with your organization, do you guys, do the puppies stay with the new owner and then you go over there and train them? Is that how you do it? Because I know for me, we've talked about this in the past, is that I have so much respect for people who can spend 1 or 2 years training these animals for people and then handing them away. Because, I mean, it takes a special person to be able to do that, to know that this dog is going to serve a greater purpose that is higher than the love that I've gotten for it. Because there's no way you can't not get attached to that animal.
Yeah.
Yep. So that's one of the beauties of our program is they do get that puppy from puppyhood. Our organization ultimately is the owner because we retain rights just because the puppies have been donated to us. But they, of course, the veterans become responsible for it. It helps, again, create that bond so where they can learn to have that bond and that love for that animal from a young age. Because sometimes when you get a service dog at 2 years old, it's still an amazing experience, but it takes a while to build that bond. And sometimes some service dog teams, they don't get that bond that you want. So that's why we wanted to do something a little bit differently than other organizations and start you with a puppy.
Wow, that's incredible.
So you got to tell us a little bit, how did you end up at Disney?
I'll do this one. Before we moved to Florida, I was a dispatcher for 911 in North Carolina. And it's always been talked between us that one day we're going to work at Disney. And I was at work one day and Sarah sent me a link to a job fair for Disney security. And I said, "What's this for?" She goes, "Try it." I mean, the worst you can say is no, never mind, I don't want it, or whatever. So I applied, did the computer exam that night. The next morning, I did a psych test for them and had my phone interview. And from start to finish, it was about 18 hours. I was like, "Yeah, I'm hired on. I have a job at Disney."
Now, you were not living in Florida at this time, right?
No, we were in North Carolina.
Living in a different state in North Carolina and just said, I'm going to apply for Disney.
We're all in.
No idea of, where, if you get this job, what you're going to do, where you're going to move to.
Yeah, we had no clue.
It was a joke.
Kind of like how Two Crazy Ketos started.
Right, but it is so incredible. And then Sarah, you applied as well, to be like, okay, well, if both of us have a job, then we'll know, let's move forward with this. And you actually, it was back-to-back jobs together.
Yep. Within a week of him having his job, I was hired on as Disney for merchandise, and I was part of the opening team for Star Wars Galaxy's Edge, where I've been ever since.
Oh my gosh, that's incredible. Now, while we're talking about jobs, share with us, Matt, because we don't understand the transition back to civilian life. So you had life before the military, and then you have life after the military. And you have all of these skills that you've gained in the military. You know, you're wiser, you're ready to serve in a civilian capacity. What was that transition like? What were some of the unique obstacles that veterans face as they return home?
I think the hardest transition when it comes to our job training and such is some of the veterans, their job skills don't transfer over. I mean, how do you transfer over? I was a tank driver.
Right.
You know, you don't see too many tanks rolling down I-4. You know, some jobs like mine, being an electrician, can transfer over if the opportunities are available.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, it was just start off with what you can get and build from there. And in all honesty, don't be afraid to take the grocery store cashier job.
Mm-hmm.
Take it. It may lead to bigger things. You just don't know.
All right.
That is such a good and positive perspective. And do you feel that like how does your past service help you to do what you do right now? Like, how do you think that it makes you like the right person for the job that you have right now?
The good thing is in my job being security at Disney, a lot of us are either prior military, law enforcement, those kind of backgrounds. And we're all basically no nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
You need that kind of background to do any kind of security job, you know, while still being magical because it is Disney.
Right.
But it's just part of your background coming out of the military that you have no nonsense.
Yeah.
You know, there's times for fun and there's times for being serious.
And I will say that just knowing Matt and having the privilege of knowing this couple and getting to know them and become friends, there is such a precious balance of calmness and joy. Like that it's like you do feel at ease with both of these people. And I'm so thankful for whatever has brought you into our life. And in this case, it happens to be we met because of keto. And if you have not subscribed to Sarah's Joyful Journey on YouTube, you're doing yourself a discredit because she got her Christmas tree up alone was worth like the watch to just see like, and I wish that it was that fast. That process happens that fast, right? Like
We'll
you
do
just
it one day.
put it on a time delay and it will just happen. And it looks so gorgeous. But you bring so much joy truly to the space, and you're perfectly paired with Matt, who also is a joyful, joy-giving, life-giving person. Can you tell us a little bit about how you guys came to keto as a couple? Because, you know, this is a keto channel, and I'm thankful for the opportunity to blend these worlds together today.
Go ahead.
Well, I came to keto when I had been diagnosed for the second or third time with type 2 diabetes. And I had kicked it before, and I knew that I could kick it again. And keto was the choice that I made. And I realized at that point that it wasn't, you're just on it for a little while and you go back. That doesn't work. It is a lifestyle, and I was finally ready to make that shift. Well, I do all the cooking in the house. I do all the grocery shopping in the house. He didn't have much choice if he wanted to eat.
Nope.
That's the way to do it.
You eat what mama cooks for you.
Before we let you guys go, tell us a little bit about your Friendsgiving next week. Why are you guys even having a meetup? Like, what caused you guys to want to start having like Central Florida meetups and Friendsgivings? And
it's all about community. It's getting to know others in your community, creating those friendships, creating those bonds. Because once you have it, those are your go-to people who you can say, hey, I'm struggling today. I just need to talk about it. And you have that support system in place. It's a great way to just have that fellowship in a safe way, and knowing that everything that's available to eat is safe for you to eat, and there's no stress. You don't have to worry about it, and you can just get together, have a great time with other like-minded individuals.
And if it wasn't for the meetup that you guys hosted last year at the barbecue place here in Orlando, we wouldn't know you guys, and we almost didn't come. Come.
It's funny because
I feel sad for a second, like just taking a moment to think that we might not have known each other, like crushes my soul, because you guys have become like so near and dear to our hearts that
I keep messaging Matt pictures of my Voron.
I'm so thankful that you took that step, and like maybe that is a message for people who are watching. Like, if you have an opportunity for community in your local area, take that. Take it. If it's a veterans group that's meeting, if it is a keto group that's meeting, like, don't miss that opportunity, because you don't know your very best friends that you're going to treasure forever in the future. You're going to meet them by being willing to step out.
And it's funny because when we started Two Crazy Ketos, like, it was, like we said, it was kind of like a little, like, joke, like, hey, let's do this, because what else are we going to do as our kids get older? And then when we decided to focus on community, never did I imagine that it would turn into what we see today.
Yeah.
That you would have like these offshoots of like different meetups everywhere, and it's just like you said, it's amazing because you have these good friends. And I look at, if I go down the list in my phone of who are my go-to people to talk to whether I'm struggling with something or I want to share good news, they're all people from within the keto space that I met in the keto. They're not people who were friends and I got them to go keto. They're people that we met within the keto space. Like I said, I'm in the middle of building a 3D printer. So as I started building it, I sent pictures of it and like, oh my gosh, pray for me, because this is going to take like 200 hours if none of the prints fail. To build, and it was to Matt, to Chris Miller, and to Chris Bear.
Yeah.
Like all three people I met with in keto space, and like I don't have other friends who understand me, but my keto community gets it.
Yeah, and I'm just so grateful for you guys and thankful. And do yourself a favor, everybody that's watching. Go subscribe to their YouTube channel. You want to see Sarah's journey to wellness, and Matt is along with her for the ride. I love watching their cooking videos. They're incredible. They're an incredible couple. If you live anywhere near Florida, that Claremont area where they have the meetups, I encourage you, I urge you to participate, to get into community. Sarah is in Mighty Networks, like Matt is in Mighty Networks. They're very active in chats. Like, you want to get to know these precious people. And Matt and Sarah, thank you so much for your service and for being willing to come on for this live stream today. We really do appreciate you.
Thank you for having us, and thank you for what you're doing for veterans today, because it really does mean a lot.
Thank you.
Have a good day, guys.
You too. Love you.
Love you.
Wow.
I honestly could dedicate like 11 straight hours to just telling you how much I love Matt and Sarah. Like, they're just like the most incredible people, generous people, and I just enjoy being around them. And so I think it's very important to surround yourself with positive people who encourage you not just to pursue this way of eating, but also to pursue positivity, right? That encourage you. Like, there'll be a couple days, and sometimes Sarah will just message me and just say like, "Hey, I hope you're having a great day. Just thinking about you." Yep. And that has nothing to do with beef or butter or bacon and eggs. It's just genuine friendship, and that is what can be found within this community, and we're thankful for it.
Let's highlight another subscriber's family member.
Yes.
We're going to highlight Debbie Graves' family.
Yes, look at these handsome gentlemen. She says, "Hi, Joe and Rachel attached our photos of both my grandfathers and my dad. My mom's stepfather, top right, was in France in World War II. My paternal grandfather, top left, was commander of a Coast Guard cutter in World War II. And the bottom picture is of my dad when he was in Korea. I've been told the picture of my dad looks a bit like Tom Brady." You are right, Debbie. "They all made it home safely to their families, and I loved them all and cherish their memories. Thanks so much for all you do, Debbie G." You are so right. That gentleman looks like Tom Brady.
Look a little bit like Tom Brady.
Super handsome. No wonder you're gorgeous, because hello, like, oh my gosh.
Let's check in real quick.
Blessed jeans.
We are at $2,520. 9 minutes and 27 seconds remaining.
Wow, you guys. We are so close. I cannot believe.
So, Greg Givlin, we need to give a little celebrate. You got a big celebrate thing over there?
I do.
The top donation, Greg Givlin gave $1,111.
Oh my goodness. That does. Like, we got to shout that out. My gracious.
Oh, and 11 cents.
And 11 cents. I love it so much. Thank you so much for what you're doing. And wow, this is incredible. You like that?
Really?
Well, here's the thing. I understand that this is a holiday icon, but here's the thing. This live stream is a great way to get ourselves positioned to observe the holidays the way that we desire to, which is at peace, surrounded with community, being grateful for what we have, being thankful, being mindful of the moment. So we're really excited that we're here together.
Are you ready for a giveaway?
I'm so ready for a giveaway. So again, we have 2 giveaways. One is
we're going to do one for a question right now.
One is going to be for a question, and the winner of this giveaway is going to get a bag of Keto Brains sent out. Also, any giveaways that are mailed from this house are getting a special little, literally, token of thanks from Joe Stauffer, and that is in the form of this. Can you tell everybody what this is, sir?
This is...
I feel like something the Little Rascals would produce.
It is... I can't really get it to focus. It is a 3D printed coin for Aldi.
Are you kidding? So you know how like if you go to Aldi, you need a quarter, but sometimes you're like, dang it,
Just
I don't.
put it on your keychain. I put
You
a little
put it
hole
on your-
and a Too Crazy Ketos
You
logo
can
on
shove this thing right into the thing at Aldi's, and it releases the chain, and so you don't have to have
And
a quarter.
before anybody says anything, we are not stealing.
No.
Because
Borrowing.
And
Well,
I got news for you. I want that more than my quarter.
I want this back.
I want it more than my quarter.
Yes, it is a thingy. Yes, Jujubee says this Aldi coin thingy. This
Yes.
is an Aldi coin
It's
thingy.
an Aldi coin
It
thingy.
is an ACT. That's the official scientific name is the Aldi coin thingy.
Marty said the audio is delayed. Try refreshing your browser and going in and back out. Okay, you ready?
Okay, yes.
Okay. You need to give me the answer so that I can put it in the Nightbot.
Okay, so here is the answer right there.
Okay.
I'm gonna have you like you write it first, and then we'll do the giveaway.
I got to make sure I spell it right.
Yeah.
It is not. It is case. What the answer is gonna be case insensitive, but you got to spell it right.
Yeah, you got to spell it right. That's gonna be the hardest part of this.
Okay, you ready?
Yes. Okay. So the question is.
And this is, we're going to do the same thing.
Yes.
We're going to ask a question, type your answer into the chat. We'll wait a couple minutes.
I am going to ask Becky to please post in the chat the link for Keto Brains. We want to honor this precious sponsor who has given for this 11 on 11 live stream. And Keto Brains, first, I have to say this. Keto Brains is not new to honoring veterans. In fact, if you go to their website, they have a 20% off discount for veterans 365 days a year. All you need to do is you have to fill out a verification form on their website, which is ketobrains.com. That's going to get you 20% off if you're a veteran.
Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay.
By
what name was Veterans Day originally known?
The OG name.
What is the original name of Veterans Day? Do not, when somebody puts the answer up,
I'm not gonna be like,
you can't say anything.
No, because
you got to give people a chance. So we're going to wait about 5 minutes, and then we'll have Nightbot randomly pick from whoever got it right. Let's do some of this chat because we're like so behind on the chat.
And you do need to do 2 giveaways. Just
I know that. We'll do another one.
This is the first one.
Okay, so Kathy wants to know, did I miss the answer to the turkey question? The
Yes.
answer was 15 pounds. The average American eats 15 pounds of turkey.
I have
year.
a feeling that on Thanksgiving, I probably eat about 15 pounds of food in general. It's not necessarily turkey, but it is 15 pounds of food nonetheless.
Joanna said, I always thought I felt ill after Thanksgiving because I ate too much. Turns out it was the turkey. Switched to ham and no more upset tummy.
Wow.
Now, here's a funny thing about
That's
turkey.
interesting.
So you hear this thing from people that like, oh, turkey makes you go sleepy. The reason you get tired after
Tryptophan
is because of tryptophan. Guess what? It isn't the turkey. It's not the tryptophan. There's actually not that much tryptophan in turkey.
Right.
What causes people to get sleepy and groggy and go to sleep is the carbs.
Carbohydrates. So if you're like, hey.
They're having carb crash.
And that always, it bummed me out. Honestly, I can remember.
I like turkey.
Well, I mean, I like it okay. Like, I can handle it on
love
Thanksgiving.
white meat turkey. I can get it all year long. I would act. We used to buy them.
We used to buy them.
I'm not a big
lot.
turkey leg fan. Are you guys turkey leg fans? Like, Anthony loves turkey legs. I am not a turkey leg fan.
What is
too chewy?
And selling more smoked turkey legs already ready to grab and go at grocery. Would complain and say like, I want a turkey leg when we would go to Disney World. But,
I need to do that once.
But I mean, and we've got it for me and you've got it for the kids. But yeah, you usually would opt out.
I've never had the turkey leg at Disney, and it's the cleanest food you can buy at Disney.
Yeah, it's really good. I mean, it's delicious, but it is like chewy. I don't know how your teeth would handle it.
Well, my new teeth might help. It only cost me $30.
High five on the new teeth.
Yeah.
Good job.
So, okay.
Yes.
Mama Bear Lynette said,
Hi,
I
Lynette.
guarantee you my annual turkey consumption for the past 4.5 years
has been zero. Like,
That's kind of funny.
if I'm in charge of the Thanksgiving dinner, it will be zilcho. So clearly somebody else has eaten your turkey share.
Glitter Coast
Oh, it's Gloria.
said, good morning, guys.
Good morning.
I come from a military family, and my boys were both in Desert Storm, and with God's grace came home safely. You are so right about the difference in this.
Wow, Gloria, I miss your face, young lady. I love you so much. How is your your house renovation going on? That's what I want to know.
From last hour, Kathy said, I adore Clean Keto. I've been ordering from them for once a month since you reviewed them. They have one that tastes like a Snickers.
They
do.
are amazing. I actually purchased cookies that was like my mom's dessert gift for her birthday this year. And like, you know, I want my mama to get the best of the best of the best. So,
Yep.
right? Like, you know, she consumes keto brains and she has clean keto cookies. So.
Stacy said Petro Iron Skillet restaurants nationwide are giving veterans a free meal today, so let veteran truck drivers know.
Oh, that's nice.
Thank you very much for sharing that. Yvonne said, thank you for all you do for the veterans. Hubby is retired Army disabled vet, and our younger son just got out of the Army.
Yvonne, thank you so much for your family and for their service. Gloria, thank you so much.
Well, Gloria
for your
said,
sons.
my oldest son was in the Army, frontline doing communications. My youngest was a Marine doing evacuations in deserts.
Wow. Wow. That is amazing.
Matt said, veteran suicide rates are far too high. I agree. We need to do everything we can to help our vets dealing with PTSD and other issues.
So important for us to bring awareness to that.
Let's go ahead and play a story from a wounded warrior.
My name is Dan Miller. I served 29 years in the United States Marine Corps, both active and reserve. When I was at my lowest point, I was sitting in my car on the side of the road in my head. I felt I had failed as a Marine because I couldn't bring all my brothers home. I happened to look down and there was a brochure sitting in my passenger seat from Wounded Warrior Project, and there was an individual in there that was missing both of his legs, and he hadn't given up. Wounded Warrior Project had given him a new life, and I started thinking, if he didn't give up, why should I? I put the gun down knowing that my life was going to change. And since that day, Wounded Warrior Project has been there in every way, shape, or form for me. They literally saved my life.
You ready?
I am totally ready. Are you ready to get this giveaway done?
Well, let's tell the winner what the answer is first. Ready?
Yes.
So, where is it? There it is.
Yes, Armistice Day, sometimes also referred to as Remembrance Day. In 1954, Congress passed a bill that President Eisenhower signed proclaiming November 11th as Veterans Day. But Armistice Day was the original answer. So let's find out.
Did anybody get it right?
I saw a lot of people got it right, but let's see who won.
Okay, you ready?
Yes.
Cheryl Burt.
Cheryl Burt. Let me write down that name before it goes off. Cheryl Burt. Congratulations. You have won Beauty in the Morning. That's what you've won. Okay, this is the greatest stuff ever. We're going to be sending it to you along with your Aldi thingy. Okay, we'll get you a fresh one. That is, so you need to send your shipping information to 11on11 at 2krazyketos.com, and we will ship that right out to you. But Cheryl's not the only winner of the hour. We're going to have another winner that's going to get this bag and also a Joop Joop. You ready for that?
Yep. Well, we're not going to do that right now. What we are going to do, though, is since people are participating in the chat, we're going to go over and we're going to give away another packet.
Oh, okay. Let's do that. I'm going to flip over.
Ready? Just
Yes.
Randomly, people who are participating in the chat.
Randomly getting rewarded for participation.
Ready?
Yes.
The winner is
Goomba Lord. Congratulations. You just won 5 cookies from Clean
Now
Keto.
it comes in a box, right?
It's gorgeous.
It's like if you don't want them, give them away.
Give
for
them to me.
Christmas. Well, yeah, give them to me.
Yes.
But they come in such a pretty box. It's a great present. Like we said, we actually got a whole bunch of them for Rachel's mom.
They're like an artwork.
And gave them to her for her birthday.
They'd be amazing to give out as like Thanksgiving like placeholders. Remember that one year where it got like stickers on like and put it and everybody got like a favor? That was a huge win.
Okay, you ready?
Yes.
Let's go back into some more chat.
All right.
Joanna said my ex's uncle died in Europe in an air accident during World War II. Friendly fire. He was 23.
Oh my goodness, what a tragedy.
Yeah, mommy said, military families serve as well. Thank you for your service and sacrifices as well.
Yes, absolutely.
Adam said, temptation around not so good foods throughout the holidays feel like a creeper. Thank goodness for Primal Kitchen ketchup on my scrambled eggs. It truly satisfies my sweet tooth. I love Primal Kitchen ketchup.
Absolutely.
And that's why we are affiliates of them. We actually have a discount link for it down below. But I really like their ketchup. I really like their salad. Like if you like Thousand Island dressing, if you miss like Reuben's and Rachel's, they were my favorites.
I actually liked Rachel. If you're gonna have something named after you, like, well, I mean, not named after me,
I
but
really
shares my
miss
name.
them. And when Primal Kitchen came out with their Thousand Island dressing, I was like, finally, I can have the guts of a Reuben or the guts of a Rachel.
That sounds so appetizing. Can I gush just one moment about Keto Brains, Joe? Because I'm telling you, I first found out about Keto Brains. Number one, I found out because they did a partnership with Keto Brick. And they had the nootropic Keto Brick, which was, I'm not sure if we have one back there, Joe. I can see you looking for it. But
that was the last Keto Brick I ate before beef, butter, bacon, and eggs.
It's absolutely delicious. So I was like, okay, tasty. That's good, tasty.
Yep.
But
then somebody sent us a bag.
Somebody sent us a bag. A subscriber sent us a bag. Like, you probably, I want to try this, Rachel. And I did. I tried it for 30 days because here's the thing. It was promising clarity. It was promising focus. And it paired well with a hot beverage, and I enjoy coffee. So every single morning, I wake up at 5 o'clock and I do study time for about 2 hours. And it is challenging. It's like you establish the discipline up front. So I decided I'm getting up at 5 a.m. If I don't, the day gets away from me and I don't get my 2 hours of studying in. So I committed to doing it, but it was hard. It was really hard getting focused, and I suffer with ADHD. And so with keto, you do get more brain function and clarity, but it can be like a hamster wheel that goes nowhere. Like, you're awake, like you're super awake, but you can't focus that clarity. You can't focus that brain energy, and that's frustrating because you're trying to keep your mind on a task, but you can't focus your energy. So for 30 days, I tried Keto Brains in my coffee and found it to make an incredible difference. And what was funny to me was it was past the Best By date when they gave it to me. When I started using it, it was past the Best By date. So I wanted to make sure it wasn't just a placebo effect, but that it actually worked before I even shared that I was using it with anybody. So by the time we actually met the brother and sister that represent Keto Brains, I was already like so in and no turning back. So one coffee every single day, with the exception of when we're on a triple B&E challenge, has Keto Brains with it, and it makes a difference. And let me tell you, I've been hurting without it. I'm not gonna lie. Like, it is the one thing that in this challenge, this present 32-day challenge that we're in, I've grieved the loss of it during this challenge.
Okay, so Andy said, how wonderful, my brother had a cat. This was regarding to Sarah and Matt. For companionship, and also fed feral and unhoused cats around the area. He walked around with a backpack full of cat food.
Wow.
Hard on his limited disability income. And it's funny because your dad did that.
Yes,
but
he
your
did.
dad did it with ducks.
Yes, he did. It was this internal need and that to care.
When he passed, I remember we went out to his trunk and there was a giant
bucket
of bird food, and he would feed the birds and the ducks.
And so my mom asked him one time, what is that motivation? Like, why do you feel the need to stop and feed birds? And he was like, well, it goes back to that Bible passage where the Lord takes care of the sparrow, but he needs people like me to do it. He uses people like me to be that channel of help for those who need it. And that's what you're doing today. When you participate in the 11 on 11 live stream and you're contributing to this Wounded Warriors fundraising jacked, you're helping people you will never meet, probably. You will
Yeah.
never know the personal impact that you are making. You're just doing it because you're like, you know what? Use me.
Well, let's
Let
show
me
some of
be
that.
a help.
So let's show some of that. So the numbers speak for themselves because not every warrior can. With the support of our community, we give a voice to those in need and empower our warriors to begin their journey to recovery. Every day, 58 warriors and family members sign up to receive critical support for services provided by Wounded Warrior Project. 76% of warriors indicated moderate to severe pain that interferes with activities of enjoyment of life. 76% of warriors self-reported experiencing post-traumatic stress disorder and a result of their service. And more than 1 in 4 warriors have suicidal thoughts in the past 12 months. For every $500 raised, at least 3 warriors can receive a mental health session.
This is important. This is powerful. Like when we talked with Matt and Sarah about specifics.
Right.
What was a specific thing that was going through your mind, during 9/11? Like what was happening on the home front? What were the actual ages of your children? Like these are specifics. And Wounded Warrior Project is able to meet the specific needs of warriors. And that is what's so incredible.
How about this? Wounded Warrior Project has brought over 8,883 warriors together through a shared love of video gaming.
We are not the only people who are streaming to serve. But I think it's funny that we're the geriatric
We're the geriatric
streamers.
ones. So Wounded Warrior does this thing this whole week. It's called Stream Week.
Right.
And so they ask basically video gamers.
Yeah, which we are not.
Which do you want to stream?
Does Mario Kart
Well, you
count?
stream and raise money for Wounded Warriors. And we didn't even know, they didn't approach us.
No.
We had come up with this idea of doing an 11-on-11 live stream.
Right.
And so we started researching, like, where do we want to raise funds for? And we decided on Wounded Warriors, and then when I contacted them, they were like, oh, we have this thing called Stream Week. And we're like, well, we're not video gamers.
Right.
But we'll join in.
Do you mind if we're old? Is there an age limit?
Last
on
year,
this?
the Two Crazy Ketos family raised more money than any other streamer participating in Stream Week.
So this single stream that you are a part of now last year raised the most of all the whippersnappers in the space.
Yes, and some of them did it for a whole week. We do it for one day.
We do it for one day. So
we got some super chats.
We got to give it out to the Two Crazy Ketos family. Y'all are showing up and showing out today.
Susan, thank you very much for the $50 super
Wow.
chat. So thank you for helping us be better human beings.
Wow, Susan. Thank you. What a nice thing to
And
say.
Denise's mom, thanks for
Woohoo!
the $49.99 super chat, which now I can't get it displayed, but we're still going to give it a celebrate.
Yes,
Said
let's do that.
thank you to all of our vets and my Uncle Don, Army, cousin Steve, Marines, cousin Dave, Navy, and remembrance of Paul's grandfather, Petty Officer, First Class, World War II vet on the Pensacola, Robert Anderson. Happy birthday to my daughter, Trinity, and my
No,
uncle,
don't
Raymond.
boop that because we gonna sing
Oh, okay.
to Trinity and Uncle Waymond. You ready?
Okay.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Trinity and Uncle Waymond. Happy birthday to you and many more. So many more.
So Adam's got a good question. Are our parents still around? If so, how? So both of us have lost our dads. My father passed away in 2003 from brain cancer. And it's funny, we talk about the benefits of keto on brain health. And I will never, ever forget the day that my mom had called me that my dad was sick. Because a year prior, my mom had colon cancer. And my mother was actually an oncologist. That was her career. And so she called me. It was November 2002, 2 days before his birthday. And she called me and said, something's wrong with Daddy. And I'm like, what happened? And she's like, he got off the train because he would take the train to work. He worked in Queens. And he got off the train and he walked almost 2 miles in the wrong direction. And finally asked the police officer, said he was lost. And I just remember at that moment thinking, well, it's one of two things. It's brain cancer or it's Alzheimer's. And I prayed to God that it was brain cancer because I knew so many people who either suffered from Alzheimer's or family members suffered from Alzheimer's, and I didn't want our family to have to go through that, and I didn't want him to have to go through that. And he ended up passing away within 3 months from diagnosis to death. And I think now of like, could keto have helped him over the years, like as far as brain health? Because he had it for a long time and nobody knew, because when we look back now, there were signs that something was there.
Well, and my father passed away from a widowmaker heart attack. We knew that he was unhealthy in his eating because he was morbidly obese. So there was that indicator. You know, years ago when we thought that the key to proper health and nutrition was to eat a lot of carbs and very little fat, you know, he still looked very heavy. And so we were hoping that we would have more time. We thought that, okay, even if he has a heart attack, we'll get that ride to the hospital where we all decide to do life differently. We did not get that ride to the hospital. He passed. He just passed away. And I know absolutely that keto would have changed things, that keto would have helped, and it has become our mission to hopefully help to preserve the life of other people's parents if we can spread the word about this way of eating.
Okay, we only got 4 minutes left, so let's put up this question.
Yes. What is the name of the treaty? Oh, well, you've got the award. You already have the answer. But
sorry, hit the wrong one.
That's okay. What is the name of the treaty that marked the official end of World War I? It was, in fact, the Treaty of Versailles, which was signed on June 28th, 1919, 7 months after fighting had ended in the Palace of Versailles in
Well, what we'll
France.
do is we will just do a random draw.
Okay, that'll work.
Ready?
I was going to say I have other things.
Well, because we only have 3 minutes left.
This one is for the Joop Joop.
The Joop Joop
and the bag of keto brains.
You ready?
Yes.
Eligible winners. Why not?
Do you have
active user?
Do you have a keyword in there that maybe it is? Yep, you still have a keyword. Maybe if
no,
you just
and I'm going by active users.
Oh, okay.
Active user.
Let's roll that beautiful bean footage.
Ready?
Yeah.
No eligible winners.
Okay. So we'll try again. Let's do it really quick with a...
we have to just let it roll. So we're gonna go 3 more minutes. So we can go back. So real quick, put that off to the side. So my mom is still around. She is 85.
No, she's 83 years old.
No.
She was born in...
It's 2003. She's 85. And she was born in 84. 1939 she was born.
We'll split the difference.
I
just know that she is exactly 10 years older than
my mom is doing very well. We're hoping we can get up there to see her in the spring. And she doesn't eat keto, but she does grow mostly her own vegetables, doesn't really eat a lot of processed food, and loves keto chow.
Right.
Her doctor actually wanted her to have some kind of a meal replacement shake and was recommending Ensure. And
she knew that was garbage.
No, here you go.
Right.
Take this. And so she absolutely loves keto chow. And then obviously we all know Rachel's mom has just had incredible luck.
Full-blown keto.
Okay, you ready? Or not
yes.
luck, but okay, we're going to go back over to where did Nightbot go? You ready?
Yes. Let's see if we can pick up a winner now. Dun, 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 dun. Lisa M. Boy, you just won it, girl. Lisa M. You need to send your shipping information to 11on11 at twocrazyketos.com and let us know that you won the industrial size bag of keto brains and the Joop Joop.
So we do want to say thank you very much to Keto Brains. We absolutely love them. If you want to get some Keto Brains, there is a link along with the discount code down below. But again, we really appreciate all of the companies for stepping up, for providing giveaways that we can kind of do during the 11 on 11. Yes, it is not about giveaways. I know none of you are here for giveaways, but the fact that it makes it fun and we can do this kind of stuff as we're going along. let's go ahead and check in real quick up there.
Whoa!
As we have 1 minute left in the hour.
I love it.
2,700. Not yet.
Not
and
yet.
Don't shoot me in the eye.
I won't. I'll go this way.
$2,765.
You guys, this is by hour 2, the completion of hour 2. This is absolutely incredible. Do us a favor. Will you go and shout out our sponsor of the hour, Keto Brains, on your media network? Let them know. Send them a message on Instagram. Purchase the product. That you appreciate them for supporting this live stream and our nation's veterans.
Yeah, so let's see. Robin said both my dad and my uncle were in our Marines, both served in Vietnam, with my uncle doing 3 tours. So grateful they both came back.
How precious. Thank you,
got 10
Robin.
seconds left in the hour.
I'm so excited.
You ready?
Yes.
5,
4, 3, 2, 1. Yay! We are in hour number 3.
Nothing appeared on camera.
Nothing appeared on camera, but it was awesome. We will wave the flag of excitement. We are so stinking excited. We are in hour number 3, people.
So this third hour is actually going to be sponsored by Clean Keto.
Yes.
So we talked a little bit about Clean Keto and what are they giving away? They're giving away 200 cookies.
They're giving away just a small little sampling, right? 200 cookies. Can you imagine baking 200 cookies for the holiday season? Like that's a lot.
And I forgot to even mention that here's the thing is the cookies are individually wrapped.
And when
it's
gorgeous.
And they last forever. Listen, I don't know what Rachel and I have arguments all the time about Best By dates. Rachel's like, pass the Best By date, throw it out. And I'm like, it's a Best By date, not an expiration date. Only one thing in the United States has an actual expiration date. That is baby formula, if you didn't know that. Everything else is suggested Best By dates. And here's the thing. I can tell you from personal experience, whatever the Best By date is on those cookies, they last far superior, far past that, because we've had them. And
they freeze well, too.
They freeze really well.
Yeah.
But we put them in our refrigerator, and we were eating them for like 6 months. And
yeah.
They were as good 6 months in. You're probably not going to be that good.
Right. We tried to be disciplined.
I hid them. That's the only reason some of them sat around that long.
That's right.
But they're super fresh all the time. And so
every
really
bite,
good.
Every single bite has like if it's chocolate chip, like if it's a chocolate chip cookie, every single bite is like full of it.
And I strongly
chips.
recommend the bars and then the different like chocolate chip cookies.
Well, and this is what's going to blow your mind. I mean, you'll see the card of it, but they actually have pies this year. Oh my gosh.
You didn't tell me that.
Can you even imagine? Okay. I mean, my brain is going to explode.
Okay. So Clean Keto's giving away 5 cookies for 40 winners.
And I even ask the gentleman, do you want me to kind of like have bigger batches together?
Because they're mailing them to you.
They're mailing them.
So they're not just eating the cost of the cookies, they're eating the cost of the shipping.
The shipping is crippling, right? This is a lot. It's going to cost them like $1,200 to do this giveaway. So I was like, do you want me to just combine it? And they're like, no, we are going to celebrate all day long. We want it to be in abundance because that's our thanks. This is how we feel in our heart, how much we thank.
So why do we love Clean Keto? Because they're delicious.
Okay, so look at that. That gives you a little bird's eye view of how thick and amazing they are. Because sometimes you get like a keto cookie is like a flat pancake.
Yeah,
it's like trying its best.
They remind me of my grandma.
They're chunky.
So why do we love them? Clean ingredients. Here's the peanut butter chocolate chip. Is almond flour, coconut flour, egg, ghee, unsweetened chocolate, unsweetened peanut butter, xylitol, monk fruit extract, salt, and vanilla beans.
You're seeing that right. 6 total carbs. Go check out some of the cookies that you could just grab and go at the gas station and tell me how many total carbs are in that. Yep. It ain't 6. I know that. There you go.
Seasonal pies.
Ooh.
I want keto maple pecan pie.
Seriously. Keto pumpkin. Oh, it looks like Amazon has come.
All right, let me check that. here you go. You can read the Army.
So you just bumped the table, so hopefully we didn't shift anything. Okay, so a little bit of information, background on the Army. The official establishment of the U.S. Army was June 14th, 1775, more than a year before the Declaration of Independence. Since then, the U.S. Army has played a vital role in the growth and development of the American nation, drawing on both long-standing militia traditions and recently introduced professional standards. It won the new republic's independence in an arduous 8-year struggle against Great Britain. At times, the Army provided the lone symbol of nationhood around which patriots rallied. The responsibility of the Army is to conduct combat missions on the ground. Their members are called soldiers. Reserves are the Army Reserve and National Guard, and their special forces are the Green Berets. I remember watching that movie years ago. That was with John Wayne, the Green Berets.
Okay, let's jump right into the first question because we have a lot to give away.
Yes,
we're not
let's
going
do
to give away all, by the way. We're spreading the 40 out the day.
Right.
Okay? So here is the first question.
Ready? Yes. Where is the tomb of the unknown soldier? So you're gonna write the name of this.
You're gonna write the answer.
You're gonna write the answer into this.
So you're gonna write it in.
It's going to be a 3-word answer. So I'm gonna have you.
Oh, you're gonna. Okay, so that's. Okay.
Go ahead and put that in. I gave you a little fun fact. I'm assuming that a lot of people know the answer to this.
Right.
Yeah. Wait, is that spelled right?
Yes.
Okay, because I saw a little correction. You know how they're like, oh, you can send this out if you want, but we're gonna underline it like you don't know how to spell it.
Gwen, thank you very much for the $50 super chat. Said Air Force brat and vets.
Yes.
Both Pop and brother served 33 plus and 20 years respectively.
Wow. Thank you so much for your family's contribution and service to our nation.
Steph said, I'm just arriving. How happy I decided, checked in on your channel
Yay!
today. Love your clothing choices. I'm going to share your live stream on Facebook.
Thank you so much. Yes.
Please share this
Please
stream.
share this. So we've got links below to the fundraising page, to the live stream itself. That is something great. If you can't even donate today and you're like, how could I serve if I can't give? You can share on all your social media platforms. This live stream, the fundraising platform, that is so helpful. I can't even express to you.
I just want to make sure I didn't miss a super chat.
Because that's the thing.
$50 one.
And we will, the chat, I don't think feeds into our Tiltify. So that, we will add that on at the end of the night.
So whatever we have, I can tell you, so far it's $271 in chat revenue. In addition, we do donate all of the ad revenue off of this video.
We will personally contribute that.
We put all that in as well.
No dollar.
The reason that we don't make the stream while we're doing the stream, we don't make it a actual for charity is because there was no way to tie it into Wounded Warriors. I tried, and so what we just decided to do is we donated, including paying taxes on all of it. We donate all of that. Last year, we had an issue we had these warrior stories, and we got copyright striked for the music,
the background
that's in
sound,
them, and then we had to fight it, which they did, by the way, release it. So this year, I went through over the last 2 days and painstakingly took every one of these videos and uploaded them into our channel to see, does it hit a copyright?
Right.
And then made sure, and if one hit a copyright,
which they did,
we didn't either didn't use it, or B, I put music around it so that it would not be copyrighted. Because what's getting copyrighted is the music. I'm using all of these videos with permission from the Wounded Warrior Foundation. But, they have the music service they already had the copyright stuff. So I had to get rid of the copyrighted music.
We want you to know our commitment is also, in addition to our personal donation, we will, every dollar that you put into a super chat, it's going to this fundraiser.
Right.
So that we will make sure that is honored.
Robin said, both my bio dad and my uncle were our Marines. both served in Vietnam, with my uncle doing 3 tours. So grateful they both came back.
Yes. Thank you,
Karen
Robin.
said, my father was in the Korean conflict. He just turned 90 this October. Thanks, guys, for all you do.
Thank you so much. Wow. How wonderful to live to be 90. We're going to be talking later today about some of our older veterans, even some that reached to super centurion like levels. Amazing.
Okay, so let's do a family member.
Yeah.
Well,
did you read that one from Karen? She said that her father was in the Korean, or was that still from the
I
original
read
thing?
it.
Yes.
I believe. You ready?
Yeah. Who's the person we're going to be honoring?
You should have them in order.
Yeah.
Scott.
Da, 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 da. It wasn't. You had a video ahead of it.
Okay, well, I gotta pee.
What was that,
so
Joe?
I gotta pee, so we're gonna read Scott's first.
Okay.
Go ahead.
You're not going to pee while we read Scott's, right?
Will you go ahead and read it?
So this is coming in from Christine Peters. Thank you so much. Christine says, my husband, Scott Peters, is a 20-year retired Navy veteran. Go Navy! His sacrifice, honesty, hardworking nature, kindness, and love makes him my hero every day. Thank you, Rachel and Joe, for your love, kindness, and commitment to your family, friends, and keto community. Well, thank you so much to the Peters family for the opportunity to shout out your very handsome veteran. I love that.
Okay, can I go pee now?
You can, but not before we share the fact that the video you're about to see is given to us by Marie Campos. This is all about her uncle.
On the airplanes, they have a signal that comes out so that the gunners on the ships, or the ships, not the gunners, but the radio control people and the radar control people can know if it's a friendly ship or not. Sometimes the airplane IF, or identification thing, got shot out or wasn't working, and a plane would come in without that. And as our fighter planes were returning, a Jap plane came in. Of course, he had no signal, and so he wasn't identified as a Jap plane, and so it wasn't noticed, but he was following our fighter planes in. In the meantime, down below, I was all suited up with everything that my emergency rescue gear and survival gear, and I started down from the ready room down to the hangar deck where my plane was located. I usually went down ahead of time to check on my plane and see how the things were going. And I started down the ladder stairs down to the hangar deck, and I was told to stop and go back.
Was it a voice or was it?
A voice in my head. I would have swore it was outside, but it must have been in my head.
It was inside your head.
I stopped, and I couldn't figure out how come I'd ought to do that. I'm all ready, got my gun, my knife, everything that I need. I'm ready to go. But I went back and unlocked the hatch and stepped inside the ready room. The other guys were in there waiting for the fighter planes to land, and I thought, what am I doing here? I'm all ready. There's no use of me standing here. So I opened up and started back down the steps again to the ladder. And again, I was told to stop. and I couldn't, no reason for me to stop. And then it felt like I was stopped. And then about that time, the 40-millimeter guns started firing, the anti-aircraft guns. We had quite a number of them along the sides of the ship, in different locations. 40 millimeters were made in Switzerland. They're Bofors. They were in sets of 4 guns on a table thigh. And they would go boom, 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 boom. And then they were shooting quite a ways away. And I turned around and started for the catwalk outside of the ship. It'd be back up by the hangar deck, or not the hangar deck, back where the ready room was. There was a hatch there you could do outside, a double curtain, so light wouldn't show out at night. And I started back up the stairs, and then the 20 millimeters guns went off. 20 millimeter guns are when something's very close, within a mile or so, and you need to knock it down. And they started firing, and then I knew something is, probably a Jap plane is either right out close or not. And I started up and was about to the hatch going outside, and there was a thud, and the ship shook a bit. And I kept going, and as I went out onto the catwalk, then there was some pieces of plank flying out in the air, and I saw one sailor going this way. And then I knew we'd been hit. A bomb Jap plane that came in, I dropped a 500-pound bomb, and it came in and went through the deck, through the hangar deck, down into the galley, down below, and exploded.
Oh.
And that knocked out the damage control center of the ship, or that was all controlled. And as it went through a torpedo plane's wings, it released the gasoline that was there to go out on the hangar deck, flow down the hole, and start fires down below. So we had a big fire on the hangar deck, and down below was fire. We were on, and anyway, then the smoke started getting real bad. And I had gone back and told the guys in the ready room that we were hit. And they started coming out too, and we got out on the catwalk outside, and pretty soon the smoke was really bad. And Chuck and I decided we would go forward of the front part of the airplane carrier, because we were still going forward in the water. The screws were still churning, and we had been going about 30 miles an hour with the battle group, and so it had several miles to go before it coasted to a stop. And we started for the front part of the ship, but it got so smoky we couldn't see anymore. Couldn't see where we were at, really thick. So we turned around and felt our way back to the opening and decided we'd go over to the other side of the ship. There was a catwalk across the back of the flight deck up above. Down below is where a lot of bombs and torpedoes and stuff were stored, and after magazine. And so we started across on the catwalk, and there was fire down in the hangar deck, and all of a sudden there was a puffy explosion down there, and there was a ball of fire came up towards us. I was behind Chuck. We were scooped down trying to get below the smoke level, and it went up like this. I didn't get hit, but burned Chuck's hair and burned his face and his hands. But I didn't get burned.
You didn't get burned at all. Oh.
And then we turned around and came back, and I lost track of Chuck then. I didn't know where he went. But I went back, and then I went down the back ladder, down past the shower rooms, down a couple of decks to the opening on the back of the aft part of the ship. There was a 5-inch gun mounted back there in emergency. And that was on the fantail, and I went back there. And by that time, the order had been given to all unnecessary personnel to abandon ship. Otherwise, we'd just get in the way of everything, and we couldn't see where we were going, most of them. And so sailors were dropping into the water and diving off or jumping off the flight deck and hangar deck. and I was down there. It was still fairly clear that low below and behind the ship. And so I went over, and there were some rungs welded on the back of the ship that went part way down to the water, and so I went down them, or as far as the steps went, and then I dropped into the water and turned 90 degrees from the ship and swam away so I wouldn't get pulled under by the turning undertow there. And so there I was in the water, and there was it went. My ship was still moving through the water, and the smoke boiling out of it. Of course, you don't worry about what you're going to do then. You got 100 and some miles to swim to the Philippines, or 6,000-7,000 to go home.
Oh,
And
what an experience.
anyway,
You're out there for
the ship kept burning. They couldn't get the fire out. They sent in a ship to help try and fight the fire, and it got its radar screen up on the top, and stuff caught onto the flight deck and bent stuff out of shape. They had to pull out away from it because they were getting damaged, and they sent in the destroyer Birmingham to pull in on the other side of the ship to help fight fire. And they were right up close, practically nose to nose or side to side to the Princeton. And they thought they had at last succeeded in getting all the fire out. The unnecessary firefighting crews from the Birmingham were all sitting out and standing out watching it burn, and the ship was right alongside the Princeton. And the after magazine that I mentioned before, back by the back of the hangar deck, exploded. A little fire got back there, and it blew the back end of the ship off.
Oh.
And the shrapnel killed over 100 kids on the Birmingham who were watching with shrapnel coming through. Lots of them wounded.
Yeah.
A number of the ones that were still on the Princeton were killed. Of the firefighting crews are wounded.
Tremendous.
Oh yeah, it was terrible.
You're sitting out there in the water.
I'm out in the water.
Unbelievable.
Well, I was out swimming, and of course, at that time I was a good swimmer and in good physical condition, so I wasn't worried about swimming. I had a Mayweather vest. When I got in the water, I pulled it. The one side didn't work, but the other side did, but it was floating. There was a tube I could have unscrewed and loosened, but I didn't need it at that time. I was swimming away from it, and it was on down the way, and you go up in the air, and then you see a ways, and then you go down in a swell, and you don't see anything. I went down in the swell, and on the other side of the swell, I saw my home in Blackfoot. Just as plain as could be. I knew then I'd get home okay. I'd be all right. So,
what a testimony, brother. You knew that the Lord had spoken and wanted you out of that spot?
I later knew why, but right then I didn't. Anyway, so I kept swimming, and in a little bit I ran across a black kid hanging on to a piece of drift something. Wasn't holding him up very high in the water, but he had a hold of something. He wasn't sinking, and he was yelling and screaming and crying that he couldn't swim. So I swam over to him and did the old scout swim thing that I had learned in a scout book. I'd never practiced before. You turn around and get your arm under, so they can't get a hold of you. If they get a hold of you, they'll try to climb up on you, and you'll go down and they'll kill you. So I swung him around and hooked onto him, and he was still wiggling. I was trying to calm him down. And I said, if you try to sink me under, I'll kill you. I had my .38 right here, loaded. I could have done it. And I suppose if he had tried to pull me under, I would have done it.
Wow. Wow.
It didn't occur to me that it was right or wrong. I would have just killed him if I'd have done it.
Unbelievable.
But I didn't. I pulled my .38 out. Let it go.
Let it go.
So then I kept swimming. And then I saw a cork raft with a bunch of people hanging onto it. When I was up in one of the top parts of the swell, cork raft is a big cork thing wrapped with canvas, and it has a netting across the bottom. And you can put dozens of fellows hanging on the sides or some of them on the inside. And there are lots of fellows hanging on the sides and some inside. So I swam over to the cork raft, turned the skid over to some on the raft, and I figured there's enough fellows in the raft, they don't need one more, and I can swim all right. Swimming again, where do I go? I don't know, I was just swimming. And then a little ways off, in one of the times up, I saw one of the whale boats or captain's gigs coming in through the water, picking up sailors. It came from the Princeton, not from the Princeton, but the destroyer Gatling. And it was picking up sailors out of the water and loading them in, and it was coming in my direction, so I swam towards it. When it got to me, they reached down and pulled me over. When they got their boat loaded, we went back to the Gatling, and they had a netting over the side, landing net, and so we climbed up the netting, and the fellows pulled you on board. And so I was out of the water then and safe. And I was on the Gatling, and they decided the person in charge decided that Birmingham had been badly damaged, and they had to pull back, and the man in charge decided to sink the Princeton rather than leave it as a token for the Japs to claim. So they sent the Irwin cruiser in to torpedo it, and the first torpedo went zipping through the top of the water. It didn't run right. It should have been under the water, but it was going through the top. Before it got to the Princeton, it made a U-turn and turned around and started coming back toward the ships.
Oh.
Boy, you should have seen all the destroyers, cruisers, full speed ahead, with a big rooster tail out behind them, gun in the water. Fortunately, didn't hit anybody on the way back. But then they fired again, and this one went true and right, and it hit the front magazine, and a big explosion, and black clouds went up. When the black clouds drifted up, there was nothing there. Princeton was gone.
Wow.
I know that video was long, but it was so good. I could not stop crying the first time I watched it.
We have time to listen. We have time to listen today. You know, sometimes stories do take a long time to unfold and to share, but I think it's important for us to pause for a moment, to not be in a rush today, and to actually faithfully honor these stories of our nation's veterans.
You want to pick the winner?
Let's pick a winner.
Ready?
Yeah.
Robin
F., congratulations for winning a set of 5 clean keto cookies. Please send your shipping information to 11on11 at 2krazyketos.com.
Okay, did you want to do something? I was going to put something else.
I did. I was actually going to go ahead and share so that people have time to look this up for our next giveaway of a set of cookies. I've got an interesting question. It's going to take a little research on your end, all right? So, on November 18th, there's going to be a Wisconsin November meetup happening. And I would like you to tell me where is it happening? In order to do that, you are going to have to check lowcarbevents.com to find out where is the Wisconsin November meetup going to be.
Let's go ahead and check in real quick on where we're at.
Yes.
$2,985.33
Wow.
plus $281 in chat.
Well, my question is, can we get past the $3,000? Can we get to $3,000 within hour number 3? We're
That would be
close.
awesome.
We're very close, but let's see.
Let's hit some of this chat because we haven't had chat. for a
Yeah.
while. Teresa wanted to know, what is Reuben's Law? So Reuben is actually a sandwich, and it's corned beef. It was corned beef, sauerkraut, and then you would put Thousand Island dressing and Swiss cheese on rye bread.
Right.
Obviously, we don't do the bread, but we can have the
guts.
from it. And it was one of my favorite sandwiches. Lynette said, well done, Two Crazy Ketos, serving the geriatric crowd proudly for more than 4 years.
Thank you, Lynette.
Adam said,
Love
my
it.
father passed away, a dialysis patient in 2020.
Oh, my
It was the beginning
goodness.
of the chaos of the pandemic. He decided to stop doing treatments. He survived 2 weeks without dialysis.
That is actually amazing.
And Joyce said, I wish I knew about keto before my dad passed from diabetes and cancer.
Yes.
Synergy said, my brother has had a brain tumor for over 10 years. He follows a keto diet to prevent it from growing.
How incredible, and what a source of hope for others. Thank you so much for sharing that.
Stacy said, family, please go to your different platforms and bring awareness to this live stream. Bring your family and friends to the stream.
Wow, thank you,
so
Stacy.
Rihanna said, thank you for both for all you do. My dad was in the Navy when he died. I was 9.
Wow.
His dad was also in the Navy. My mom's dad was in World War II as an MP in the Marines. Thanks to all who have served and are serving.
Brianna, thank you so much for your family service.
Penny said, I would love to send some of those cookies to my son-in-law who is in the Marines. How about let's do this?
Yeah.
One of them is going to go there.
Okay, so
Penny, I want you to do me a favor and send us an email at 11on11 at twocrazyketos.com.
Because we're going to send them to your son.
With your son-in-law's name.
Yep.
And we're going to, so one of the 40 boxes is going to go to your son-in-law in the Marines. So
Boom.
Send us his address and we're going to go there saying thank you for serving.
And just, okay, so again, these sponsors have been absolutely incredible. Keto Brains has taken it to the next level. If you're interested in purchasing Keto Brains, we just saw an email because they sent this email out to all of the people on their email list, which is, how incredible is that? What a blessing they are to share this live stream with others. But Keto Brains is offering 20% off site-wide during this day in honor of Veterans Day. So until the conclusion of today, 20% off anything on Keto Brains. So check out their website,
Rihanna
ketobrains.com.
sent a $10 super chat. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you so much.
I didn't even know that.
What a cute little doggy.
Michelle said,
hey, Michelle.
We did the winner, right? Yeah.
Yes, we did.
So she said, I used to live in Roslyn, Virginia, right next to the
Wow.
Arlington National Cemetery overlooking Iwo Jima Memorial.
How beautiful. It's really a beautiful place. If you've never had the privilege of getting to visit Arlington National Cemetery, I highly recommend it. It really is just such a beautiful, beautiful place of
Lori
honor.
said my Amazon delivered as Joe's dead. Mine was actually FedEx. But
That doesn't
don't worry,
weird you out.
Amazon will be here later. Don't worry. They're here every day.
But it's like, is everybody ringing the doorbell at the same time?
Jujubee said, just made lunch reservations with my soldier for Fogo de Chao. 50% off for service
I am
members.
telling you, and we're going to talk about this later, but yeah, if you're making lunch plans, Texas de Brazil, Fogo de Chao, Rodizio, all offering free meals for veterans. That it don't get no more keto. We talk about Brazilian steakhouses all the time. Call your local Brazilian steakhouse if you are a veteran or part of a veteran family and ask if they're having a special deal, if they're honoring that in your local area, because hello, Jujubee's gonna be having a delicious lunch today.
Okay, so don't forget, if you haven't done so, go over, find out where is the Wisconsin meetup. You don't need to put the address. You're just going to put the 3 words of where it is.
Yes.
Becca said, my husband is a type 2 diabetic. He tried keto for about 3 months and it had a good effect. He's just not willing to give up bread.
It is challenging.
And it is hard.
It is hard.
And I know that at some point, all we can do is make the recommendation, say this is
Right.
what's going to help you, but they ultimately have to make the decision. And we were
Yeah.
talking with somebody yesterday, a couple days ago, and somebody whose father is very ill from severe diabetes and high blood sugar. And I'm like, this is what he needs to do. He needs to eat meat and vegetables and just green vegetables. He can't have any fruit, any pasta, any starch, anything like that. He's been in the hospital twice for diabetic issues. And ultimately, it comes down to, if you want to live, this is what you're going to have to do.
But it's
and
hard.
it's going to have to be a lifestyle
And-
decision,
and-
but it's hard.
And they have to want it for them.
They have to want it for them.
Yeah.
There's nothing we can...
That's challenging.
Okay, let's go ahead and honor another family member.
Let's do that.
Okay, so we're going to go to LaRonda.
LaRonda Payton, thank you so much for sharing a shout out of your favorite veteran. So this is only a few, but the only pictures I had time to get together. This is my dad, Bobby Poole. He served in the United States Marine Corps from October 1954 to October 1958. He passed away on December 15th, 2019 at the age of 84. After he left the Marines, he was a dairy farmer. He worked hard every day milking the cows and farming the land. Somewhere around 1974, he sold all the cattle and worked for other local dairy farmers milking. He also worked with his father's son operating a dozer clearing land for a local paper mill, West Vaco. He was a man of many talents. I like to think I got my gifts from him. I was a jack of all trades and master of none, as they say. Even though I am a woman, I've worked in maintenance in a factory and done numerous other jobs. I am currently a rural mail carrier of just over 17 years. Well, thank you for your service, LaRonda. One thing I told my dad I learned from him was to strive to be a responsible, respectful, respectable, dependable adult. He seemed shocked when I told him that. He never had to do a thing to teach me that. I learned it from by watching his life. I always had nothing but the utmost respect for him and the fighters and other allies in the air and on the ground. Thank you so much for sharing this. And, you know, that's the thing. I feel the same way. You've perfectly and succinctly put it. Like, we've learned from our veterans what it means to be responsible, respectful, respectable, and dependable, right? And they haven't had to say a word. They've lived that testimony.
Right.
Wow, thank you so much, LaRonda.
Well, you want to go pick the winner?
Yes, let's pick a winner.
Ready?
Dun, 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 dun.
Well, the answer, by the way, is Buffalo Wild Wings.
Buffalo Wild Wings is where
And
they're
let's
having
see,
it.
We're going to go randomly from people who put the right answer.
Cindy
DeManchi.
Congratulations, Cindy. You are getting a box of clean keto cookies, and they're going to be super uber delicious. And we are looking forward to the Wisconsin November meetup. If you are interested, it's going to be November 18th from 3 to 5 o'clock. It is in Wisconsin. It's going to be at Buffalo Wild Wings. And you need to let Sarah G know. You can find her in Mighty Networks if you are planning to attend. I saw that she is actually might be offering some samples of keto butterbeer.
Oh.
How exciting would that be?
I want keto butterbeer.
I know.
right now.
Not today.
I can't have it.
Hey, friends.
Connie said the VA clinic and hospital system is shameful. I work for a hospital that treats VA patients from the local VA hospital, and the process to get an approval is ridiculous. Our vets deserve better. I agree 100%.
Yes, absolutely.
I've got another question.
Okay.
Okay? You
Yes.
ready? This one's easy.
Okay.
Everybody should be able to get this one because we talk about it constantly.
Is this for another win?
This is for another win.
Okay.
Ready? You're going to put this in the chat. You got to spell out the whole word. You can't just put an abbreviation.
Okay.
What state or where is the 2025 low carb cruise going to?
Oh, that's a good one. I mean, you can look on lowcarbevents.com and find that information out.
Yes.
In fact, I can tell you that it's going to be setting sail from. Oh, actually, I didn't write it down.
It's in June.
It's in June.
It's in June.
But it's in 2025.
And it's one of the best times of the year to actually go there.
So exciting.
Where is the 2025 low carb cruise going?
Put it in the chat.
I can tell you this. We're going. I already got my cabin.
Honey, I am missing this one.
We are on an ocean view balcony. And we are going
Can we talk
in
about
2025.
Can we talk about this clean keto envelope? Like
Okay.
their envelope to just be like, oh hey, here's just packing information. Looks like, I mean, it's beautiful. Everything they do is like a work of art, but I wanted to share some information from them. So let's see. Okay, so they're gonna be rolling out some holiday items. Here's a little bit about Clean Keto. They're a family-owned business. They actually have a storefront bakery in Orange, California. So if you live in Orange, California, check out Clean Keto Bakery. Our shop carries exclusively keto and diabetic safe treats only. How powerful is that? Think about that. Like maybe you have gone to a local bakery and you found one thing that was for you that was like keto or gluten-free, but you had to like wade through all of the things and say no to all of the other things. You don't have that problem if you're going into the Clean Keto Bakery because it's only keto and diabetic safe products. Our keto-friendly low-carb products are handmade from scratch with high-quality ingredients. Not only are they sugar-free, they're also starch-free, grain-free, and soy-free. They're a certified gluten-free kitchen which avoids cross-contamination for gluten-sensitive customers. And we were talking to Jerry and Patty on the cruise this past year, and she was talking about like how hard it is as someone who has like celiac to have to go someplace and people are like, well, it's gluten-free and you're like, safe kitchen, or am I gonna like have cross-contamination issues? Like it can make going out to dinner be a very uncomfortable event because you're so worried. But here is a certified gluten-free kitchen. There are no additives, no chemicals or artificial flavoring in their ingredients, and all products are made with high-quality natural ingredients. Nutritional facts are on the back of each and every one of their packages, even though it's homemade, to better assist you on your keto journey. So check out cleanketo.com. We're really super thankful for their generous support of this live stream. They've got some different cheesecakes and flavors coming up, like mango, key lime.
Oh, I want, whoa, back up. Key lime cheesecake.
No, wait for this one. Churro
key lime
cheesecake.
Key lime.
Sounds really good to me right now. Cinnabon cake.
Okay.
But keto.
Okay.
Cinnabon, okay? Small, they have pumpkin pies, because they have small ones. You can have, like, bring a family size, but they have small ones. Well, if you don't want to share. Okay. Because that indicates, I'm not sharing this. This is all for me. Tiramisu.
Okay, now we're talking.
Tres leches, carrot cake. That's,
oh, wow.
I almost have to, like, watch out for you. But, like, tres leches, bring it. I am all about it. But amazing company.
Sabrina said, what an amazing story. Talking about Marie's uncle.
Yes.
I'm sure there are thousands of others like it we will never hear. So touching to hear him share his. Yeah, my mom, when I was growing up, she had a patient named Larry he was on the Indianapolis, and he told his story to me one day, and it's just like, even like, you know, when you're 19, 20 years old and you're hearing those stories, it's heart-wrenching.
Yeah.
Joyce said, my uncle served, but he kept his story to himself. We will never know what he went through.
And I think
you talked about that with your dad, too.
Definitely. We did not talk about those things. I mean, it was a lot. I know for a fact that he actually lost his best friend to a shoe shine, like a bomb. And Daddy had just walked away for a moment. And that could have been him, easily. Yeah. And you don't want to talk about that. Like, he didn't want to talk about that.
Sarah said, being a vet isn't always voluntary. We have to remember those who were drafted as well.
Yes,
absolutely. Laura said, I love that you were sending a box of cookies to a U.S. Marine. Their birthday was yesterday.
Oh, wow. How nice. How nice.
Penny said, well, thanks so much for the gift from my son-in-law. I will send you the email when I get back from the gym. Thank you for your service.
Thank you for your family. And please let them know that we appreciate them. Truly, truly.
You want to go pick the winner?
Pick a winner.
Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
First of all, where is it going?
Going to Alaska, baby. We going to Alaska.
You are so excited about it. Rachel's like, I don't care what this costs. And I'm like, we got to pay for it,
You're
baby.
like,
and we got to fly to Seattle, too.
I was like, if something happens with your teeth, I am going without your teeth.
And also, like, I looked up, like, the flights to Seattle from Florida, they all get in at like 9 or 10 o'clock at night. So we can't even go the day before. We have to go like 2 days before. So like
no regrets.
We got
I've
fly
never
to
been to-
Seattle, hotels.
I have never been to Seattle. So if you're in Seattle, I can't wait to see you, but it's going to be in 2025.
Okay, you ready?
Yes.
The winner is
Elle! Yay! Oh my gosh, how awesome. So Elle, make sure that you information with your shipping information to 11on11 at 2krazyketos.com. Congratulations.
We're going to do another question. You ready?
Yeah.
What does the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month
Now,
signify?
this is not going to be for the win because there's too much that you would have to answer, but it is very significant in our nation's history. And here it is. On November 11th, 1918, at 11 a.m. in France, German forces formally agreed to a ceasefire, thereby ending World War I. So why do you have 11/11? Why is that Veterans Day? Here you go. Now you know why. I thought that was really cool.
One. Do we have another trivia question?
I do have another trivia question. And this is going to
be a single, it's got to be a, like a 1 or 2
this
word answer.
is going to require you to go back to lowcarbevents.com. I want you guys to be able to get into community. And that is, there is going to be a special conference that will take place between May 31st and June 2nd of 2024. Next year, it's going to be May 31st to June 2nd, 2024. I'm going to give you a little extra event. It's going to be in Austin, Texas. I need to know what is the new and improved name of this particular conference. That's going to be it. And it is going to be not a 3-digit number, but it is going to be a 3-word answer.
Let's go ahead and play just a 2-minute warrior story.
I grew up in some hard and unaccommodating situations, and I just did not want to continue to live that life. The Army was actually the best thing that happened to me. So yes, it was the escape that I was looking for. You know, I served a stellar in the United States Army, achieved the highest position, Command Sergeant Major. When we lost a hero, we call them ramp ceremonies, and that's where they're getting ready to load the aircraft to come back to the United States to be with their family, to lay them at rest. We never missed a ceremony. It's just difficult sometimes. You know, I can still see, some of the faces, but they die for our country. They die for our protection, for our freedom. So I never take that for granted. I will never forget. When I was around my soldiers, you got to stay strong. You got to, I'm pushing them. You got to do this. We got to keep going. Just all of those motivational words. But I was not using them for myself personally, So again, smiling on the outside, but suffering on the inside. So I get in my car and I'm driving because I was going to drive my car off a bridge because I knew that I could not swim. But I did not want to leave a legacy of suicide for my son. So instead of driving to horror, I drove to help. I ended up at the Fort Belvoir mental health counter and said, I need help. And actually, that's how I was introduced to Wounded Warrior Project. It was so many people rooting for me, and none of these people knew me, and they were rooting for me, and I just I couldn't. I had to keep digging myself out of the mud with the help of others. And I feel a lot lighter each day. Now, sometimes some people don't know that I'm a veteran, and they are surprised to know that I, a woman, have served, and that gives me an opportunity as a teaching moment. One word. I love sharing my story because life does not give you second chances, but it will give you a fresh start to make an impact on others so that you can live a wonderful life.
We're back and better than ever.
Sabrina said, we're going. So excited to set out on our first cruise ever.
Oh, wow. This is a doozy, right? You're like, if we're going to go big or go home. Andy says.
Andy said, I've never been to Seattle either.
Oh,
so I
good.
can't wait to experience with you.
Me either. That's going to be fun.
I'm excited about it.
Yeah. So are you ready to do another giveaway?
Yes, I have another one. You've got the answer. We've already. Are you
Yep.
going to choose it already?
Yes, let's
You ready?
do it. Yeah.
So obviously the answer is. Well, I don't want that. There we go. The answer is
Hack Your Health.
Hack Your Health.
Hack Your Health is it. Let's see who won. It's going to be Sonia. All right. Congratulations, Sonia. Don't move it yet, mister. I want to make sure I get that last name correct. Okay. So, Sonia, send your shipping information to 11on11@2crazyketos.com, and we will make sure you get 5 delicious cookies from Clean Keto. Now, since we talked about Hack Your Health, I want to make sure that I make this announcement because they asked me to, and that is the 3-day general attendee ticket. If you're interested in going to Hack Your Health next year, we will not be attending because we will be on the low-carb cruise that is happening at the same exact time. So if you're not cruising with us, and we hope you are, but if you're not cruising with us, consider going to the Hack Your Health by KetoCon 2024 next year. It's going to be May 31st through June 2nd in Austin, Texas. The 3-day general attendee ticket will increase from $199, that's where it's at right now, to $249 on December 1st. So if you're interested in going, make sure you go ahead and buy your tickets. If you use the code 2crazyketos, you're going to get $50 off your ticket. Now, we make no money when we give you a coupon code for any conference around the country. It's not for us to get any money. It's for you to have a discount for the conference. So I don't want you to apply a $50 coupon so that you get it back from $249 to $199. I want you to get even more value by getting the $50 off the $199 price. So if you're interested in going to Hack Your Health, go ahead and buy your tickets now and use the code 2crazyketos so you save $50.
Eileen wants to know, is booking for Alaska open? I sent my $100 a while ago, but I haven't heard anything. She sent out emails. You might want to check your spam or just message Debbie. Email Debbie Hubbs. But yes, you can go and reserve your cabin. You have to pay another $400 to actually get your cabin. I know, I can tell you where we're at. We're on the 12th deck. We're on the 12th deck.
Is that that's not the Lido?
No. Yeah, we're on the 12th deck.
Okay.
That's the deck we're on. You don't want to go on deck 13, by the way. Just
Why
saying.
is that?
Because the deck above it is the pool.
Is it noisier?
They move chairs around in the morning.
So it may wake you up.
And it may wake you up.
I will tell you
what. There's a party going on. You always want to be one deck below that. You can go to Royal Caribbean's website and look up the deck plans and see what's above you. You don't want to be below a nightclub.
No.
Right?
No. And if you are in a Bugs Bunny cartoon, you don't want to be above below an anvil.
Yeah.
That's look up.
Now, I will tell you
piano.
this. I got a little bit of a sticker shock when I saw the price of the low carb cruise.
But you're going to Alaska.
But we're going to Alaska. And I will tell you this, Debbie did a phenomenal job at getting a price because I know this.
Because you can see what it's supposed to be.
Because I'm a travel agent.
Yeah.
And I went onto the booking site for Royal Caribbean. They have a back-end booking site for travel agents. And I can tell you that the price for you to go on that cruise, if you go book that cruise right now, is significantly less than what she paid. Because I was like, hey, I could go book that cruise for myself and get commission myself. And I can't get, even with my commission for booking my own cruise, it's still not as good as the deal that Debbie arranged for the cruise.
So you know what? I don't want to know the deal she made or what she had to sacrifice to get us the price that she did. We're just going to take the price and we're going to say thank you.
And you know what she said to me? Because I was like, yes, we want to go.
Heck yeah.
And what she said to me is Royal Caribbean is we can't handle this group. It's too big.
Well,
and
I thought it meant because we're too rowdy.
No, and she was like, we went back and forth and they finally they made it work. So
Thank you.
Like I'm super excited about
This
it.
is definitely by fan request.
And it's honestly got some good protocols because it's not one of the mega ships. Like
Right.
people think like I want to go on a mega ship, not to Alaska.
No,
You
I
don't.
was looking myself. There's quite a few.
Yeah, no.
Quite a few ports.
Yes, but the thing is when the smaller ships have a purpose. And the purpose is they can get into ports that larger ships can't get into. You know, like you even look at like Icon of the Seas coming out in January. It's going to Miami. Why? Not a lot of ports can handle that ship. So when you get these smaller ships, it's still a nice ship. It's the Rhapsody of the Seas, but it can get into ports that other ships can't get into, which means you don't have to deal with as many people and you see cool things. So I'm excited to go on one of the smaller ships. Like, do you need water slides? You're going to Alaska. Who's going to go on a water slide when there's polar bears and whales and...
I'm going to be looking at the polar bears. I like how you said smaller things have a purpose. We're a smaller channel. We're just two people. There's a small group here.
Yeah.
But we have a purpose today, and that is to honor our veterans. That's what we're doing today. If you're thinking, like, what can I do? I'm just one person. You can do a lot, especially if we all join forces together to serve those who have served us.
And Chris put up the prices, and I do want to say that the prices, like the obstructed balconies and stuff like that, here's the thing. If you look it up, you can actually look up and see like much obstruction. If you go on the Royal Caribbean's website and you can put in it, it'll tell you like how much obstruction there is. But it's still like it's like almost $1,000 cheaper for an obstructed view balcony. So
I think that's funny where you're like, how obstructed are we talking?
Yeah, because sometimes they'll put obstructed, but it's like, if there's any obstruction at all, you get it at an obstructed price.
Oh, like it's this much obstruction.
Like it could be only a 10% obstruct. Like there's a pipe on the side.
It's not like me standing.
Sometimes you're looking at a lifeboat.
It's not like me standing in front of our furniture-style television while my mom is trying to watch TV and I'm a child. It's not that level of obstruction.
Andy said, "What's the usual low-carb participant? Are you talking about speakers?" She doesn't know who the speakers are yet.
Yeah.
I know that there's not going to be as many speakers as like this year because there's only 2 C days instead of 3 C days. Because again, lots of ports of call,
which is awesome.
But if for those of you who don't know, the way the low carb cruise works is it's not the ship with nothing but low carb people. We're a small group or a large group within a lot of people on the ship. So, for example, like we went last year, Oasis of the Seas, which I think has like 6,000 passengers, and we had like 300 people who are low carb.
Right.
You don't have to be low carb to go on it.
No.
Becky wants to know, is that per person or per cabin? That's the cabin. You don't have to be low carb to go on it. They will have regular food that's not low carb, but they do go above and beyond for us. The only thing is, Debbie says, don't like hassle, like at the dining table and stuff.
Yeah.
Don't hassle them. You can make, they will quickly learn. Like by the end of the first stage, they know, like, hey, they don't
bring
want
the bread here.
You know, but they will make some accommodations, but it's better, like, if your dinner comes with, like, potatoes, either ask for dump potatoes, don't ask for subs, just get more, because you can have more than one entree, and then you have... We love the buffet. The buffet to us was where it's at.
That was my fave.
And Rachel went on her first low carb cruise. 2023 was Rachel's first cruise.
Ever.
Are you ready for this? She's so addicted to cruising. We now have 6 cruises planned between now and Low Carb Cruise 2025.
Am I a little bit obsessed with cruising now? Yes, I am.
Right?
It was super fun.
Now, we're also blessed to live in Florida where you have all of these ports, and we're 15 minutes from Port Everglades, we're 40 minutes from Port Miami, and you can get out for 3 or 4 days. We've got the low carb cruise, or rather the 2 Crazy Ketos getaway cruise coming in January. We're going to have another one next year.
How excited are you about that?
So, yeah. But that's basically what we do is you have the cruise. When we're at C days, there's conferences. And then that's where you have people like Dr. Barry or us or Chris Bear and,
Dr.
Nurse
Boz.
Cindy, Dr. Boz, whoever the speakers are for the cruise. give their talks and stuff. And they're normally done by about 3 o'clock or so, and then you can kind of go off. We do dinner together. Everybody gets to eat dinner together. And then you can enjoy all of whatever shows and that kind of stuff.
It's super fun.
On the thing. Okay.
We're getting very close to, do you see this?
We have to do another one.
Hour number 4.
I know. So we have to go do this giveaway,
Hour
right?
number 4. I wonder if you can use the same answer because people were correct. You want to do another one with that same answer? The Hack Your Health answer? Can you roll it a second time? You need a new trivia question?
Oh, you want to do another one?
Yeah, like just roll it with the same
I
answer
don't know
because
if
people
it will-
contributed.
No, it
won't do it?
It only has like 24 eligible because it goes by time.
Okay.
Too.
So
Let's
have...
just do a random giveaway.
Okay, do it.
Wait.
I'm rolling with you, sir. As you can tell, everybody, it's a bumpy ride.
You ready?
It's a bumpy ride. Yes.
Just random giveaway.
Random.
Cat Whisper.
Cat Whisper. All right. So go ahead. Congratulations. You won 5 clean keto cookies. And please send your shipping information to 11on11@twocrazyketos.com. Congratulations. We've got a couple more. Let's see. We've got 1 minute. Let's do one more. One more random because we've got a lot to fill. We've only given away 8 of these.
Denise.
You know who you are. Denise, congratulations. Send us a message to 11on11@twocrazyketos.com with your shipping information.
So we do want to say thank you very much
Yes.
to Clean Keto for sponsoring this hour.
You guys have been absolutely incredible, and the blessing continues from them because we're going to continue giving away more of the clean keto cookies all throughout today's live stream.
Ready?
Yes, you ready? Are we to it yet?
Hour number 4.
Ooh, it is here. You ready? I'm gonna do it this way.
Don't hit my camera.
Let me see. Oh, okay. Well, at least it actually showed that something happened.
Let's go ahead and
We're here.
check where we're at.
Hour number 4.
$3,185.
Wow, you guys did it. We got to $3,000 during hour number 3.
That's awesome.
How free? Can I high five?
High five.
That high five's for you. It's not even for Joe. Joe is taking it like for you right now. One more. This for them. That is amazing.
Okay,
you guys are
so
amazing.
the sponsor of this month,
Dun,
or this
dun, dun,
hour,
this hour
is Element.
Element, and I actually put one of those things like right next to you. What a facilitator. What
You
a
are
facilitator.
Awesome. So, Element is giving away a variety pack to 3 lucky winners.
3 winners. So we've got 3 winners this hour, more so
And
because
more cookies.
more cookies to give away. But 3 winners from Element. And let's talk a little bit about Element. Why do we love them?
It contains 1,000 milligrams of sodium, 200 milligrams of potassium, 60 milligrams of magnesium, and 0 sugar.
Why is that important?
Well, a low-carb diet keeps insulin low, which consequently makes your kidneys excrete sodium in an increased rate.
Yes, I do.
Each stick pack of Element contains 200 milligrams of potassium, which is 1/5 of Element's sodium content, 1 gram. This 5-to-1 sodium-potassium ratio is important, and here's why. The sodium-potassium pump is life-sustaining protein pump in our neuron cell membranes. For every 3 sodium ions releases, it takes 2 potassium ions, a process which enables from everything from muscle contraction to neuronal firing. To help our pump function optimally, our total sodium potassium intake should reflect this 3-to-2 ratio. Because athletes, low carbers, and intermittent fasters alike incur greater sodium losses, and because minimally processed foods are naturally low in sodium, sodium tends to be the bigger issue. To account for this, Element was intentionally formulated with a 5-to-1 sodium to potassium ratio. It puts us in a better position to hit the 3-to-2 sodium pump ratio. And I was going to just say, this is why people say, like,
I can't go keto because, like, I have to have low sodium.
No.
And if you're eating
you
a lot
need
of
sodium.
Yeah.
You need sodium.
You do.
So, like, go read the book, The Salt Folks. But people ask, like, there is a popular YouTuber who has an electrolyte, and it's only potassium.
Right.
And it's a lot of potassium. And they're like, what do you think? I'm like, I don't use it. I don't use it. I don't recommend using it because it's too much potassium with not enough sodium.
Yeah.
Right? It's like, yes, you're going to salt your food, but again, see 3-to-2 ratio. You're making it a little bit more difficult.
So before we move on from this, though, let's talk about magnesium, because that's an issue too. We talked about sodium, we talked about potassium. Magnesium is a crucial mineral. It aids in energy production, DNA repair, muscle synthesis, and restful sleep. Yet up to 30% of the population may be deficient in magnesium. We certainly were. This is likely why we see positive effects from magnesium supplementation on sleep, strength, anxiety, and depression. Anthropological evidence suggests that our ancestors consumed about 600 milligrams of magnesium per day. Between 400 and 600 milligrams is a reasonable target for optimal health, and there's no downside to shooting for the upper end of that range.
Okay, and then the latest news, by the way, from them.
Yes! How happy are you? Why do they choose to do what I've asked them to do when we're on Triple B and E and can't enjoy the fact that chocolate caramel is now permanent flavor, able to be ordered in the boxes? And honestly, we say it all the time, the Insider Bundle is the cheapest way to buy it, right?
Yes, so the best way to buy it, use the link down below. You're going to get a free sample pack, and then what you want to do is, they don't do discount codes.
Right.
Okay? Now, we are not sponsored by Element. Element doesn't want to sponsor us.
That's okay. They're sponsoring the Veterans Day live stream. That is okay.
Live stream.
That is perfect.
So, Element doesn't do coupon codes. Instead, they do the sample packs that come with your order. The way you get the best price with Element is to buy 4 boxes, because then it's buy 3 and get 1 free. And that's going to be your best deal. Otherwise, you end up paying a lot more money per stick. So what you want to do is do that. And I will say this, I don't know if they've announced what flavors, but they are going to have a chocolate bundle.
Yes, they are.
And I will tell you, the chocolate bundle is not the same as last year. But I don't know if they've publicly announced it. So I can't tell you I don't want to tell you what's in there, because I don't know if they've publicly announced it or not.
Yeah. So we want to give away one of these right now. Let's go ahead and do that. And I have a cool trivia question. Do not show our next slide yet, because I want to give people enough time to use this. But we're going to be talking Coast Guard next with our next slide. And so my question is for trivia, answer in the chat. What is the name for if you're in the reserves and you belong to the Coast Guard? Okay, what's the name of them? So every military branch has a, if they have a reserves option, there's a name for that. So what would you be in? So, okay, so that's the thing. It's a 3-word answer for everybody joining.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and highlight a family member.
Yes, let's do that.
Ready?
Yeah.
So this is Felicia Richards.
Look at this beautiful couple. My grandfather, John Jenkins, served in the Navy for 20 years. Shortly after joining, while in training at Whiting Field, he went to church on Navy Day, a Sunday where each family would invite one of the young military guys home after church for a home-cooked meal. And my grandmother saw him from the choir loft and told her mother to hurry over and ask that young man to come home with them before anyone else could. How cute is that? After he served overseas in Italy, they decided to get married, and he went on to serve all over during his 20-year military career. California, the Philippines, Guam, Virginia, among many others. He was a wonderful person, and nothing was more important to him than his family. We lost him 3 years ago, and I still miss him every day. Thank you for everyone who served and is currently serving, and thank you both for doing these streams each year to show our appreciation to our veterans. Thanks so much, Felicia. What a beautiful couple. And don't you love hearing these love stories of how these couples got together? You never know. I mean, that was an act of kindness, right? Inviting him over for dinner. That was really nice for them to, invite him over. But you never know. One act of kindness could result in a family legacy. How awesome is that? Thank you so much, Felicia.
So if you are just joining us, Anthony's back.
Hi, Anthony. Could you let the dog out, please?
If you are just joining us, welcome to 11 on 11, an 11-hour live stream to raise awareness for veterans issues and Money Foundation wanted to show you a couple of cool statistics. Every day, 58 injured veterans and family members sign up to receive critical services and support from the Wounded Warrior Project. Since 2015, nearly 372,000 hours of life-changing mental health care have been provided to warriors and family members through the Warrior Care. Now, so $14 can provide a safe voice on the telephone for a warrior in need. $38 can provide a consultation with a claims specialist to help a warrior obtain military benefits. $70 can provide a session with a career counselor for 2 warriors. And $150 can provide a 1-hour session of mental health treatment for 1 warrior.
It makes a difference. It makes a difference in the lives of so many.
Okay.
You ready for me to give a little trivia? Okay, so the answer to our question.
Do you want to just read it? And
Yeah.
And then you can.
Yeah, you're going to find out what the answer is.
I know, but
it's
I'm
right
I'm
there.
looking for where it is.
There
I'm
it
out
is.
of order. There we go.
So the history of the Coast Guard. The U.S. Coast Guard goes back to the United States Revenue Cutter Service, which was founded on August 4th, 1790 as part of the U.S. Treasury Department of the Treasury. The Revenue Cutter Service and the United States Life Saving Service were merged to become the Coast Guard on January 28th, 1915. The responsibility of the Coast Guard is to enforce laws at sea, secure waterways, and lead search and rescue missions. Members are known as Coast Guardsmen. Reserves are the Coast Guard Reserve. Special Forces is the Maritime Security Response Team, and we thank them. So yeah, so the answer was the Coast Guard Reserve, and let's see who's getting a sample pack of elements. All the flavors in it.
Did you have it as reserve or reserves?
It was reserve. Yeah, with no S.
Okay.
Dun 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 dun.
What?
Did it roll it?
It says there's no eligible winners.
Did they maybe say reserves? You want to put an S in it? We'll give it to them. Let's do it.
No, it's because we changed the spelling on it.
Okay, so we'll give another.
We're gonna give it
another question. You want to do? Why don't we do a random then? Want to do that?
No,
because we
won't
give it away.
Wait, because it all says 0 eligible now.
Okay, so we'll give it another minute.
Let's gonna go ahead and refresh this.
Okay. Well, we can, while you're waiting for that, go over, because we're getting into that lunchtime, and like Jujubee was making some reservations at a local Brazilian steakhouse because they were having a veteran deal. I don't know if you're able to put up this.
Okay, I gotta do one. Do this
okay, I'll wait for you.
What are you looking for?
The restaurants are having specials to honor veterans today. Thank you. So here's just a few. Your local area may have so many more, but I really wanted to praise these restaurants that were willing to do things for our veterans. So Applebee's, Beef O'Brady's, you see BJ's Restaurant. That's not the big box store. There's actually a restaurant that's called BJ's Restaurant. Bob Evans, even Hooters. Hooters is giving away stuff today. Chicken wings will work. Chicken wings for the win. They do sell naked wings over at Hooters, which now that sounds funny when I say it, right? Logan's Roadhouse, Mission Barbecue is a great, we were able to eat there when we were in Baltimore this year. That was the first time I've ever been to a Mission Barbecue. It was delicious. Texas Roadhouse, IHOP, Joe's Crab Shack, Dickey's Barbecue. So there's lots of different places that are offering a veterans deal, but make sure you're checking in with your local restaurant to make sure before you go that they're actually honoring what the corporate company is doing. So like, for instance, I know for a fact that like Hurricane Grill and Wings, sometimes it's owned as like a franchise and sometimes it's owned corporately. So you got to make sure that, you know, they're honoring that deal. There is also other Veterans Day deals going on. If you visit va.gov, you're going to find out, like, and here's just a few. Publix is having 10% off groceries today. There's a slide for this if you want to throw that up. Crocs is offering 25% off. Goodyear Auto Service Centers are having free car care for vets, including like tire alignment, oil changes. Meineke is also offering a free basic oil change. And some of these that provide services, they just need you to sign up for the deal before a certain date. Some of them I saw were showing a grace period of up to like the 14th of this month. So just if you are a veteran, make sure that like you check again your local Sports Clips, Tractor Supply to see, hey, I understand Great Clips is supposed to be giving a free haircut to veterans today. Are you honoring that deal? And before you go, but lots of Veterans Day deals, so to check them out. Worth a look.
I fixed it, and the winner is
Dun, 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 dun.
Alexandria Pereira.
Okay, so let me write that name. Congratulations, Alexandria, and let me spell the last name. Don't forget, send your shipping information to 11on11 at twocrazyketos.com so we can make sure that you get hydrated. You may right now be deficient in your electrolytes, and we can change that. LMNT can change that by sending you some electrolytes.
Let's do another cookies.
Let's do it.
Ready? Just random cookies.
Random cookies. How do you like them cookies?
Sarah!
Wow! Congratulations. And she's a baker too. I mean, that woman can cook, yo. In fact, you were talking about like Reuben's and Rachel's, and I was thinking about that all week because I think you were making like a bake, she was making like a Reuben casserole.
Right.
And with basically just the guts of a Reuben sandwich. And I was like, oh, that sounds really good. We need that. I need that in my life. So congratulations, Sarah's joyful journey. Make sure that you send your shipping information to 11on11 at twocrazyketos.com for some cookies.
Chat. My dad, Drake Beeler, was 4F due to a broken elbow when he was 5. He was a fire warden here at home. He wasn't a veteran, but he served proudly.
Wow.
He had 3 brothers who served in various military branches.
Franny, thank you so much, and for your family's service to our country. We appreciate you.
Carol said my husband's brother was Special Forces and didn't saw so much, including Black Hawk Down.
Wow.
He doesn't talk about it either.
And you know what? I'm so glad for this opportunity for us to also share that as a family, because as family members, that can be hard on us. You know, we do want to ask those questions, but we have to be respectful, you know, of but at least when we come together, extended family that have wanted to ask questions but not been able to, or maybe we all share a commonness that we had fathers that didn't share, that were closed up in some way. And it was hard as the child to not be able to ask all the questions that we wanted to ask. At least I know I'm not the only kid, that there were other people who went through the same thing I did. You know,
Right.
that they were curious and they wanted to know more, and they just were not able to learn more.
Becky said my dad was a Marine in World War II. He served in the Pacific Front. He was actually one of the Marines in Iwo Jima.
Wow. Thank you, Becky, so much for your family service. That's incredible.
Matt said for cruises, the Navy gave me more cruises.
Right.
Than I knew what
He's
to do
probably
with.
like, you know what? Whatever land travel that you would like to see, like, let's do the land travel thing.
Let's see. Sonia said, is it 11on11 at 2 Crazy Ketos or
Numbers.
11? The numbers.
Numbers.
11 on 11
on
at 2
11.
Crazy Ketos.
Yep.
So, yep, the number.
Yeah.
Matt said the answer is the question.
Oh,
of who let
that's
the dog out.
awesome.
It's
Okay.
Anthony.
That's excellent. That is an excellent joke. I love it.
Getting past all the answers. Let's see. Sandra said it's great that so many restaurants are giving back to veterans.
I love that. And, you know, it's good to like get out, to have a reason, like, hey, there's a free meal. I mean, this is a nice thing for just families. If it's been a while and, you know, you're a veteran family, a military family, and you're like, you know what, let's just go out and get to like go together and just have a fun time, have a joyful time today. I love that there's so many restaurants that can help make that happen in an affordable way, right? Like that is just such a blessing. But make sure, because hey, maybe you're shopping for the holidays, Christmas, Hanukkah, and you're like, okay, well, we need to get an appliance, or we need to make a big purchase. It may be like you can get a better deal through a veterans offer, which would be really awesome.
Mama Cat said, my husband never gets veterans deals because he never asks. The same with my dad. They just don't get that their service counts.
Yes, definitely.
Lori said, my grandfather was in World War II. He came home, got rid of his uniforms, and never talked about what he went through. At his funeral in 2000, many old men showed up just to salute him one last time.
Well, and it does. It breaks your heart. I remember when, even just going through the ceremony, I just was so honored and so grateful to see members from the military come and honor my father at his funeral. It really, thank you. If you are somebody that participates in that at veteran funerals, and you help to provide closure for those families like you did for our family, and just that one last token of honor and respect, it means so much more than you could ever possibly imagine. And if you've contributed time to do that and participate, that it's cherished. That flag that is folded and encased, that is probably one of the greatest treasures that my family has. And it's definitely put in a place of honor, as it should be, as we remember not just my dad's life, but his service to his country. So thank you for that, for all those people. Even when you're in ROTC, we have a lot of young people that do very honoring things. They're participating in Veterans Day, parades, and they're going and visiting veterans. And I remember one of the things that Caleb really enjoyed the most was opportunities to be a helper to a veteran who would be speaking in our local public school system. And he would ask, can I be their assistant, them to two places, help them meet their needs, get them water when they need it, or whatever I can do to be of service. Because he's again, how do you say thank you?
Right.
I am here because of your great leadership, and because you made it so. You made it so that I could be free. And thank you to all of the young people who are continuing to honor our veterans through things like that. That's really precious.
Let's go ahead and celebrate another subscriber.
Okay.
This is Kathy Hamilton's family.
Yay! Wow, what a beautiful family. Kathy Hamilton says, so many stories, and here's a brief description. My father-in-law, 30 years American Army soldier, went from enlisted to a W-4 warrant officer. He received a Purple Heart in Korea, just passed away in March 2023 at the age of 93. Wow. CW4 Frank D. Hamilton. We honor him today. Husband, 26 years Army soldier. He was an officer who was in Desert Storm, Iraq War, and the Bosnia War. Colonel Brian Hamilton, retired. Son, Army officer currently serving. Thank you so much for your family service. One of his ROTC friends went to Afghanistan and was seriously wounded, recovered at Walter Reed. The Semper Fi Fund is an amazing nonprofit which supports wounded soldiers and their family. They were amazing during this soldier's return to the U.S. and his recovery, and supporting his family during this difficult time. Don't feel comfortable sharing his name without permission, but I am honored to be able to shout out that Semper Fi Fund who helped this family. CPT Joshua Hamilton, son who is currently serving. The last photo is my husband Brian swearing in Josh into the U.S. Army. You can't see his face, but just behind Brian is General Milley. Wow, thanks for recognizing our veterans. Thank you so much. What an honor it must have been to be able to sign, swear in your son, but at the same time, there is a knowing that this precious child of yours is going to also be laying their life on the line. And that's hard. I mean, I know that there's probably a lot going through your husband's mind at that time. And thank you for sharing your family story.
Mama
Wow.
Cat said my dad was a Marine and served during the Cuban Missile Crisis.
Wow. Wow. Thank you.
Matt said you can just bring the cookies to our house and have dinner at home. Except for they have to mail them to us.
Yeah,
We don't have them.
He's cooking them as we speak.
Why can't? Okay, so Dawn said thank you to all the military personnel who served and gave of themselves.
Yeah.
The sacrifices that has given us our freedom and
Yes.
choices that we have. Let's go ahead and
Yes.
randomly pick a winner.
Yes, now this one is going to be for an LMNT.
Yep, ready?
Yes.
Mama Cat.
Oh, Mama Cat, congratulations. So you are going to send your shipping information to the number 11 on the number 11 at twocrazyketos.com. Congratulations.
Let's
I
go
love it.
ahead and play a veteran story.
That is awesome. Hi, I'm Chris. I watch Marvel and Wounded Warrior Project Make Me a Hero. My name is Christopher Gordon. I'm originally from New York City, but I live in Orlando, Florida now. What made me want to join the armed forces? I would say the final thing that really motivated me to want to join is, I remember this vividly. I went to watch a movie with my best friend here in the city, and at the time it was Denzel Washington and Courage Under Fire. Something just hit me. I saw him in his suit and I was like, I'm gonna do this. I saw great attributes, mostly the title of the movie, Courage Under Fire, and I really was fascinated with the job that he did, which was being a tank crewman, and that's what I ended up signing up to do. I would like to think I was pretty good at it. I would say the service has to my life a great deal. Of course, being injured, being a veteran, injured vet. The greatest part is I've received a lot of appreciation for my service from so many different people, so many different walks of life. Every time that somebody thanks me for that, it really hits home, and I'm really proud of it. And I feel like the sacrifices were worth it then. I got injured with my striker unit. We went out to survey a quarry and search for weapons and stuff like that near a mosque in Talafar, Iraq. When we completed the mission, we were consolidating and lining up to go back to our forward operating base. During that time, as my striker pulled into the line, a remote detonated improvised explosive device went off. All hell went loose from there. We started taking small arms fire. Pretty much were ambushed at that point. I find the inspiration and strength through other veterans, guys that I've served with myself. A lot of them are truly the heroes because they paid the ultimate sacrifice. I'd like to honor them with the way I live my life. I know if they were here, they'd do the same. If it was the other way around and I didn't make it and they made it, I'd like to make them proud. Wounded Warrior Project, been involved with them. They've been supporting me ever since I've been injured. I used to only do events with them, and they brought me out of my shell and took me soldier rides and different events. The goal of Wounded Warrior Project is to honor and empower veterans. They give back, they give so many programs to support veterans, not just physically injured, but also the mentally, dealing with PTSD and so many other things. They got so many programs to go out and participate in. Anytime another veteran reaches out, I can empathize with what they're going through, and I can help them with my own experience. And I'd like to think that's one of the biggest ways I can give back, just try to set the example the best I can. Huge Marvel fan. My all-time favorite Marvel character has got to be, bar none, Iron Man. I'm part Iron Man anyways. My favorite Marvel movie, I would say it's a tie between Black Panther and Endgame. Especially when it came to Black Panther, I really felt proud of that movie. Almost the entire cast is of African American descent, and it's such a wonderful job at the movie. You don't see that a lot. You don't see a lot of examples of that in a positive light. Really made me feel proud. I felt really excited when I got the call about Marvel's Make Me a Hero, because being with my nephew and my son and everyone, and we're big Marvel fans, so I thought it was really interesting and really cool. Definitely the physical characteristics would have to have muscles, of course. Some hair, I done lost my hair. Other than that, something like Iron Man, somewhere along that lines. I mean, I wouldn't want to replicate exactly him, but give that feel of like, you know, metallic, a silverish, black. He'd have to be able to fly. That's like the number one. Being, you know, strong, being able to lift stuff, and lasers shooting out from somewhere. He would swoop in right at the last second of any disaster that's going on and just save all the good folks that are around. That is awesome. Big time. No, it's just awesome. Like, I like around the neck, it's kind of like a turret on the tank or the striker. That is awesome. So talented. I couldn't even imagine a character looking like that. This leg differs from my actual leg. It reminds me of like the legs that they give for running. So I'd definitely be able to run in that. That's pretty cool. Thanks, Marvel and Wounded Warrior Project, for making me a hero.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, they're all heroes,
Matt
right?
said it best. As a fan of Marvel and comic books, this video is amazing.
I absolutely love that. Just so incredible. Huge comic book fan. Family in the comic book business. Like, I was so moved by this story.
Okay, I have a trivia question.
Okay.
Okay, so this is for all my dive people, but you
Okay.
can look it up. This is a very easy Google thing. Okay, but next Friday and Saturday, y'all pray for me. I have my IE, my instructor evaluation, where I get evaluated for being an instructor.
All right.
Okay.
So you're hoping to pass.
I have to pass the written test, which is what I'm most concerned about. Because
were you good in school?
No.
No.
I mean,
Test taking, was that challenging?
So I was good at I'm a hands-on learner.
Right.
Like, you were like, why are you building a 3D printer? Because I don't learn by reading. Give me a book on how these things work and
How do you learn?
I can't figure it out. Like, I'm constantly messaging Chris Bear, like, how do I do this? Because I don't learn by reading and stuff like that. I learn by doing. So if you give me this thing and say build it, I will now know everything about it. Like, how the gear, like, it's amazing what I've learned so far in the limited time that I've had putting it together. So I'm nervous about the written test, especially because there's questions on there that they're good to know, but really have not a lot to do with, like, they're things you can look up easily. It's not about keeping you safe and stuff like that. They're like weird science questions and things like that. But anyway, it's next week. So here is the question for, we're going to...
Element?
You want to do it? No.
Yeah.
We're going to do something better. We're going to do, you ready for this?
Yeah.
We're going to do 5 packs of the currently sold out butterscotch keto chow out of Rachel's personal stash, because we each have our stash.
5
packs of butterscotch keto chow.
What? Okay.
Ready?
Yes.
Ready? Here's what it is.
Wow.
It is a number.
Okay.
And you're going to put the number. You're not going to spell out the word.
So it's going to be a numerical answer.
Just the number. What is the deepest depth in imperial? None of this meters crap.
Okay.
Sorry.
Obviously, you got strong feelings
That's
about
where I'm
this.
getting screwed up, because I got to know bar and meters and, like, I know feet and PSI, you know?
Okay.
What is the deepest depth a recreational scuba diver
in feet
can
So
go to?
So it should be just a number. Don't say feet. Just say the number.
Just say the number. Okay?
Okay.
In feet. What is the deepest depth that a recreational scuba diver can go to? Okay?
Okay.
So you can Google it. You don't have to know it by heart. Rachel probably doesn't even know it.
Of course not. I'm not
And
trying
she's
to.
a scuba diver.
I know,
but she's never going to go to this
trust.
depth.
I was gonna say you ain't. I'm not going to need
Though
be aware
I
of
did
this
catch you
depth.
trying to go to 90 feet.
I did when we were in road time because I didn't. Our dive guide was just like, "Let's go, guys!"
Right.
You know,
but the deeper you go, the easier it is, and the more you feel your ears feel comfortable. Like
right.
I got to get you below 30 feet because then you feel great. It's just getting her to the 30 feet.
Okay, now do you have it set up to receive people?
It is.
Everything
is
is
ready.
in the.
So
in
you're
the-
going to put the number. What is the deepest depth
In
a
there.
recreational scuba diver can go to?
Okay.
Okay.
Ooh, you guys are fast on the money here. I love it. Okay.
Okay.
You gonna give it a minute?
Yeah, we're gonna give it a minute.
Okay.
Let's read some of this chat.
Yes, let's do that.
Exposing Darkness said, it's a shame that we have to raise funds. This should be a priority for our country to fund. I agree. Jennifer said, so proud of my nephew. As a rebellious youth, he was so often given multitudes of push-ups. After serving 24 years, I'm so proud of the gentleman he's become.
Wow.
He is such an inspiration.
Well, how wonderful, Jennifer. That is so fun. And yeah, it's interesting, like when you see it, like the focus channeled, right? Like that's so exciting.
Shauna said, part of this should be sponsored by Kleenex.
I know, I actually, because you know me, guys, usually I just got my roll of toilet paper, and that is like, because I'm a crier, like I have a tender heart, but I was like, I think that I really need something that's not gonna like fall apart on my face, like during this trip.
Randy said, to my 238 Marine Corps brothers that gave their life, they're all in Beirut. You are missed, but
Wow.
not forgot.
Wow. Randy, and thank you so much. Thank you so much for your service as well, sir.
Joy said, I never knew my uncle served until his funeral when they gave my aunt the flag and the gun salute.
Wow.
Carmen said, my dad was in Korean conflict, never talked about anything except for all of the mistakes in MASH.
Right. I'm sure that there's things. It's funny because my dad would notice things like that. He was very big into like military movies. He enjoyed military movies. Put in the chat, like, what are some of your favorite military movies? Like, what's a movie that you're gonna watch on Veterans Day, maybe later this evening? What's one of your favorite ones? But if he noticed something that was like basically conveying like how they did things in the Army and it was not correct, he'd be like, yeah, that's not it.
We were talking to Tasha and Caleb last night. You were talking about the Marine Corps.
Yeah.
And like, you know, what their mantra is.
Right.
Their
And creed.
It just made me remember one of my favorite movies, in Full Metal Jacket.
Yes, but it's a manipulation of that, like
yeah.
So it's like you've got to. That's why I think it is so important to find out like the truth, you know, and find out what's the reality.
Randy said, my 95-year-old neighbor got to cut the cake at the Marine Corps birthday celebration last night.
Wow, how precious! That must have been such a special moment for him.
So it's funny because Becky said Top Gun Maverick.
That was a good movie.
That is a great
They
movie.
did a great job with that.
So there is like my trivia question does tie into the military because one of my
How so, sports fan?
One of my favorite movies is about diving. It's a military movie. What is the name of the movie?
I could tell you the star. I could tell you it's Cuba Gooding Jr. is the star of that. What is the name of the movie?
So we're gonna use that as a question.
Oh, okay. It's coming.
Okay.
Put that underneath your hat.
Do you want to have the answer? But we're gonna give people a chance to look it up.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're gonna give
So,
the answer
we're gonna
for the Keto Chow giveaway.
Keto Chow giveaway.
5 packs of butterscotch Keto Chow coming from us, along with the Aldi quarter thingy
Yes,
that
the
we
Aldi
said.
quarter
The
thingy.
Aldi quarter
With the Two Crazy
thingy.
Ketos logo.
The very official AQT of the event, the Aldi quarter thingy.
Okay, ready?
Yes.
The answer is 130 feet.
130
And
feet.
the answer is Randy.
Wow! How awesome! Congratulations, Randy. Thank you so much for your service. Make sure that you send an email to 11on11@twocrazyketos.com and we will send that right out to you. Good job,
Alexandria
Randy.
is going to watch G.I. Jane.
That is a great movie too. Boy, she got like ripped. Like when she was doing like those push-ups on the beach, unbelievable. I'm like, okay, there's like hashtag arm goals right there. Absolutely amazing. Oh, are you ready to do this? So you're gonna.
So now going back to that. One of my favorite movies.
This one is going to be for the LMNT giveaway because we have one more of those.
Yes.
Okay.
It's one of my favorite movies. Stars Cuba Gooding Jr. and it is about a Navy diver. What is the name of that movie?
It is a good movie.
It's
been a minute since I've watched it too.
I own it.
Fantastic
I own it.
actor.
It's such a good movie.
Robert De Niro is in that
Robert
movie.
De Niro is amazing in that movie,
Really?
and Cuba Gooding Jr. is amazing in that movie.
Really amazing.
I love all of those movies. Like Rachel will come in and be like, because we don't really go to the movie theater. I do buy movies. I think we have like over 500 movies in our iTunes library.
Movies.
And I always look for like what's on sale for $4.99. But even if it just came out, like listen, movies come out on iTunes within like 3 weeks of hitting the movie theaters now, and it's like $20 to buy them.
But that's like one
That's
movie
cheaper
ticket.
than going to the movies, and then I can watch it over and over and over again. But I love all military movies, from like the USS Indianapolis to this particular movie. I mean, any movie like where we're celebrating like the Tuskegee Airmen, any of that kind of stuff. Like I love, those like Heartbreak Ridge.
Oh my gosh, and so Saving Private Ryan.
Saving Private Ryan.
Oh my gosh, there's so much. But I honestly have to prepare myself for it because it can be so moving that it's just like, wow, it's a lot, right?
Do we have another one to celebrate? Yes, we're going to celebrate. I don't think we have. I don't know if there's a story.
No, we don't have a story,
but
but this is Sarah
G's
G.
family.
Yeah, this is Sarah G. Look how cute she is and young over there. This is her brother and her family, her mom and dad, sharing about these are the veterans in her family. Sarah Gustafson, I can say, how thankful is Sarah Gustafson for her family and their service? How is she saying thank you? By giving back today, just like you are.
Yeah, for people who might be new, tell them what she's doing
so
today.
the coolest thing, so she had said to me, hey, you couldn't do the 50-mile march, so you did an 11-hour live stream because that's what you could do. I can't do an 11-hour live stream. So what I can do though is do my side job. She does a part-time job where she does door dashing. And she said, Al and I, her husband and her, are going to door dash for 11 hours. They're currently, hey guys, I'm going to say, because they're watching while they're door dashing today. And any money that they generate from that, they're going to be contributing to our fundraising event. So thank you so much, Sarah, for doing what you can do and inspiring other people to do what they can do. So awesome.
Okay, so I just got a message from Matt, because we're behind in the chat, that Randy would like to give the prize away to another veteran.
Okay, absolutely. So
how do we pick that?
Randy, do you have a veteran in mind? Like, could we mail it to you and you give it to maybe your 95-year-old neighbor? Would you be interested in doing that? Could I send it that way? If you want to, any address that you give us, we'll send it to.
Yeah.
How about that?
That's
So you give us, and just make sure that you put the name of the person, the first and last name of the person that you want us to send it to, and we will send it to that person.
Dawn said, both my husband and my son served in the Army. My husband as an officer, my son as a combat medic.
Wow. Thank you, Dawn, for your family's incredible service to our nation.
Carmen said, my dad joined the Marine Corps, lied about his age to get in. They kicked him out, and he enlisted a year later when he was legally able to do so.
Wow.
He loved the U.S. Marine Corps.
Oh, Carmen, thank you for sharing that. Does anybody else share a story similar to that? I've heard that more than once, where a family member has been like, they wanted so badly to serve the country that they actually lied on their application process in order to get in early. What amazing human beings. Amazing.
Miss Island Girl said, my great uncle would come visit when he was in the sauce. Mom would tell us to put on the record with bagpipes. He would relax, lay down, and go to sleep. Mom said it lets him relax after war.
Wow. Wow. My gracious.
Synergy said, my dad was in the Navy and served in World War II and Korea. He didn't talk about it. I've got a lot of relatives who are veterans, and none of them talk about it.
So, you know what? when we can see, like,
Randy wants us to send it to Carrie.
Carrie, okay.
Okay, so Carrie,
Will
do
do.
me a favor, send us your mailing address, and we will send that out.
And thank you
very
so much, Randy, for your generosity.
And thank you, Carrie, for your service.
Yes.
Okay. Do you want to, let's see, what do we got?
Well, let's remind people how much, because we're talking about how a simple act of service like this can be a blessing to so many. Let's just share a reminder of like what a donation of as little as $14 can do. This is what your donation can provide. $14 can provide a safe voice on the telephone for a warrior in need. This can mean the difference between life and death for somebody. And it's going to cost $14. I'm willing to invest $14 for someone to be able to get that phone call. $38 can provide a consultation with a claims specialist to help a warrior obtain military benefits, because this can be very confusing. There's a lot of red tape. $70 can provide a session with a career counselor for 2 warriors. That means 2 people getting the job that they need. We talked to Matt about like what happens next, like how do you get into civilian life? This will help. $150 can provide a 1-hour session of mental health treatment for 1 warrior.
So if you want to know what is the Wounded Warrior Project, it is a veteran service organization that is transforming the way America's injured veterans are empowered, employed, and engaged in the community. Since 2003, they have been tireless advocates for the nation's finest, improving the lives of over 500,000 warriors and their families. And then that was just something I pulled off of their website. Okay, let's go ahead and check and see where we're at.
Yeah. Wow, guys. Oh my goodness. Beth and Randy Siddell, $50. Thank you so much. To John W, $20. Lisa F, $50. And B-Dog, $100. I think we need to shake a little bit. This is pretty exciting. This is pretty amazing. We're at $3,355 here in the YouTube live stream. $281.90. We've definitely got something to shake about, something to rejoice about.
Yeah, Mama Cat said, can we please take a moment to appreciate military spouses? It's not for the faint of heart, and I feel isolating and heartbreaking.
Yes, it can. Yes.
Let's see. Kathy said, my Uncle Bobby was in Korea and Vietnam. One thing he did not teach, he did teach survival skills.
Wow.
His squad was the Black Lions.
How amazing. That is so good. I love seeing Carrie's thank you,
Robin
Randy.
said, my dad and his brother were in Europe, World War II. I served 8 years, Army veteran era. My brother, Air Force, his wife, Air Force, my ex, and 2 brothers, Army, Vietnam tours, all 20 plus years.
Wow. Thank you so much to your family, Robin, for your service to our country.
Lori said, I learned from Brian serving in the Navy that all those radar consoles do not really beep like in the movies.
I wonder that too. And even when you'd see things like, even in like Top Gun, or you'd see like different like dashboard things, like, is that really how it works? Because we didn't know, especially when you watch some of the really old military movies, I would wonder to myself, like, how do they run those things and pilot those ships and such? It's amazing.
Carmen said, my dad was in an extra in the sands of Iwo Jima.
Oh!
He said John Wayne was really down to earth and would sit and eat with them during breaks from filming.
How interesting.
That is cool.
Okay, so I am so glad to hear that, because I have always been a huge John Wayne fan. I'll have to post at some point a picture of my grandfather, because he could have been John Wayne's stunt double, and he always wore a cowboy hat. He was never without a cowboy hat. So it was like I've always been a big fan of John Wayne movies, especially The Quiet Man is one of my favorite movies of all times, because I'm watching it and thinking, I'm looking at my grandpa right now. McClintock, another great movie I love. But yeah, so it's good to hear hear that he was like a good guy. You know how sometimes they'll say like, oh, I don't know if you want to meet your celebrity crush because maybe they're not like as cool as you think they are. So good to know that he was a good guy.
B-Dog said my father lied about his age so he could enter the Marines. He was 17 back in 1940.
Wow, how amazing.
Synergy said my dad didn't lie about his age, but he missed his high school graduation because he enlisted.
Oh
I think that
my
happened a
goodness.
lot.
I think you're right. I really do. Wow. And you think about that, like, wait, like, that's a huge sacrifice right there. Like, you've put in that time. You think about that and like how precious it was for you to be walk across that stage and honor all of that hard work, 12 years, 13 years to get that high school diploma, to only be gone when it's time to walk the stage because you've enlisted and you're going to go serve your nation. Like, that's amazing.
You want to pick this winner?
Yeah.
Okay, what's the movie?
The movie is Men of Honor.
Men
of Honor. I did have to think about it a minute. Because, again, I could tell you, Cuba Gooding Journey. I could not tell you what his character name was. And I know he represents...
Brashear.
Okay. All right, Mr. Fan.
You ready?
Yes.
The winner is...
Dun, 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 dun.
Carrie Adams.
Congratulations, Carrie Adams. You have won an Element tea with every different flavor that they have in here. So send your shipping information to 11, the number 11, on 11, the number 11, at twocrazyketos.com, and we will make sure you get it.
Okay, so Mama Cat said my dad never talked about being a Marine, so I asked him about it. He literally got teary-eyed talking about his pride in completing his boot camp. I love that for him.
Wow. Wow.
Becca said my uncle wanted to fly in World War II so badly that before the U.S. joined the war, he went to England and flew for them until he could join the U.S. Air Force.
How amazing is that? Think about that, just commitment to what is right and what is good. Talk about somebody of honor. That is absolutely incredible that you're like, I'm not waiting for it to come to me.
Right.
I'm going to it. And we see that a lot where you're like, we're just going to wait until I'm the one that has to deal with something, right? In a lot of areas of life. But the fact that he pursued the fight because he thought it was a just cause, that is amazing. I know you must be so proud, Becca.
Kat said my ex-father-in-law had an opportunity to play professional baseball, but his parents wouldn't let him, so he lied about his age and he joined the Army in World War II.
Oh my gracious. That is amazing.
Randy said, I agree. Our military spouses is the glue that helps our men and women serve this country.
So true. And thank you to Sarah Franklin and to all of the people that are here today. Let us know in the chat, are you the spouse of a military veteran so that we can honor you as well?
Becca said my uncle never talked about his time in the war. It wasn't until my mother surreptitiously photocopied a draft of his book that we knew anything more than his letters home said. And we'll be giving away one of those books
Yes, we will.
Today. Let's do this.
Just to kind of show you, Becca was so generous and actually contributed a book. This is A Bailout Over Normandy. It's actually the story of her uncle. So we're going to be giving that away later today. But thank you so much, Becca, while you're here for just giving us that donation to share.
Let's play another survivor story.
So for a couple of months, I was in a tailspin. I was angry. I pushed my fiance away. I was alone, and I really wasn't looking forward to the next day. There was a dark moment when I thought about taking my own life. The day the phone rang, it was the Wounded Warrior Project, and they wanted to check on me to see if I was okay. And they were talking about a program called equine therapy. They asked me if I wanted to go talk to a horse, and I was like, okay, I got nothing better to do. Let's go do it. And by talking to the horse and telling him my story, well, I didn't have to keep on telling it to a different VA doctor. And it was a 10-week program. But the young lady who ran the barn wrote the Wounded Warrior Project and asked if I can stay because I needed an extra 10 weeks. And for 20 weeks, once a week, I would go out and just walk and talk to the horse. I'd walk and talk to him about some of the things I did in my second tour by putting heroes on a plane to come home. Probably stood about 105 fallen comrade ceremonies over there. And there's probably a day that doesn't go by when I see an American flag or something. My brain would go back, but just to see the flag draped over the coffin. So with the Wounded Warrior Project, when I'm around my brothers and sisters, it's okay. No one's gonna hurt me. I feel safe. I feel secure because they know what I went through. And they told me about a Warrior Care Network program called Home Base, which is a 2-week program that's done in Boston, where you would go, you would live in a hotel, but every day you get up and you would go to the clinic. So I talked it over with my wife, and she's like, why do you want to do this? And I explained to her that I'm not right. The children and you are starting to live under my scars of what I went through. And I realized when I was at the home base, I had put up so much camouflage that from going to that program to today, right here and now, I am a 10 times different person because of how the program is structured. It's a place where you're not judged. I was with 24 other soldiers, and by the third day, we gelled because all service members, we were all there for a purpose. And the staff there, they're non-judgmental. They're only there for one reason and one reason only, and that's for you. One of the things I did up there was I kept a journal. And sometimes I hate to say this, but sometimes when I feel sorry for myself, I'll go read the journal and realize what a schmuck I've been sometimes. And I believe all total, the 172 hours of therapy I got. So that accelerated the process of where I am now. I am in a better place by going to home base. Through the Warrior Care Network, I'm able to have a better handle on life. Through the Warrior Care Network, my family and I are able to see things on the same page. I get a call every 2 weeks, or once a month, I can go on a Zoom call with home base to check in. So the Warrior Care Network will follow up whatever program you do to make sure that, do you need more help? Does your family need more help? How can we help you? The Warrior Care Network believes that a tree is only strong as its weakest branch. So we formed a chat group to check on each other. We'll send out a message if someone's feeling bad. Hey, what's going on? My philosophy is I'll get in my car and I'll be there. Like the 82nd could be anywhere in the world in 18 hours. Well, so can I. The holidays came, we check on each other. We just, happy St. Patrick's Day, happy Easter, whatever holiday it is or whatever it is. We don't need an excuse to text each other, but we're always checking on each other. When a veteran starts burying his feelings, sooner or later their feelings are going to come out, and they may come out in something that's silly, that you don't want to. Maybe drinking, maybe drugs, maybe something you don't want to do. And by getting help and talking about it, they're going to come out the right way instead of the wrong way. It's a difference of my wife and children seeing it in me that all the time. There's different things that they taught us, the different meditation. There's different classes that I refer back to. The Wounded Warrior logo is that, hey, we'll carry you until you can carry yourself. Well, I truly believe most days that I can carry other warriors, and I do. If someone needs help, they should get help. It's not a sign of weakness. It's not. I didn't think I was salvageable, but I am. If I could be saved, then anyone could be saved.
Hello, welcome back.
Denise want to know which Denise.
Yeah, I was
won
reading
earlier.
that. It was the other Denise.
The other Denise.
The other Denise. Because it didn't have the last name with it. It would have had Denise Holmes if you won. But welcome, Denise. We're so glad that you're here. So good to see you. And I have another trivia question that I think is fun for the month of November. Are you ready for it?
Wait, I got to reset eligibility.
Okay,
go ahead.
Got it?
Yep.
Okay, so there are actually 3 towns in the United States that are named Turkey. So, hey, can't be more appropriate for
3
that.
towns in the United States named Turkey.
There are 3 towns in the United States named Turkey. One of them's named is in Louisiana. One of them is in North Carolina, and one of them is in this third state. So what you're gonna do, put in the state that you think is got a city in it named Turkey. You know, we would watch like The Simpsons, and Springfield is one of those that there's like a lot of Springfields across the United
Well, I
States.
grew
Like,
up
there's
in
a lot of
Long
them.
Beach, New York, and there's also a Long Beach, California.
Right. Well, and I know like Sabrina and Mark, they live in Kokomo, Indiana, but like I had never even known that. I never knew of Kokomo other than like the Beach Boys song, right? Way down in Kokomo. And she was like, I'm from Kokomo. And I'm like, oh, like, you know, like the Keys? And she was like, no. like Indiana.
So yeah, go ahead and put the state in there where it'll have Nightbot pick a winner. What we're gonna do is we're gonna
cookies.
We're gonna pick for a pack of clean keto cookies, and we're gonna pick the winner when we roll into the new hour.
Because it's nearly here.
We've
Can you
got
believe
3
it?
minutes left. Peach from Java. Oh wow! So my
Good to see
grandfather William Bailey was a Tuskegee Airman.
So proud.
of him.
How wonderful. That is neat. I know that Caleb said that he actually was an assistant to the last living Tuskegee Airman who was like going through the Broward County school system here and giving like talks and stuff. And he was like, so cool. It was like the coolest thing ever. Caleb was just like, this is the best job ever. Like, I love this. So yeah.
It's making me think of another movie like that, and I can't think of the name of the movie with Matthew Broderick from the Civil War.
North and South?
No, I can't remember the name. What was the name of that movie?
Who knows what
Somebody's
you're talking
gonna
about?
know the name of the movie.
Somebody's gonna know.
It's about the Civil War, starring Matthew Broderick.
Okay.
And it was about African American, the first like group that went and fought for the North.
Okay.
It was a really, really good movie, and I can't think of it right now.
Somebody needs to know.
Somebody's gonna know.
Somebody's gonna know.
I love all those military movies.
Glory.
There you go. See?
Way to
Well, you
go.
didn't
And
know.
it's them.
It's such a good movie.
So good.
Such a good movie.
That's
so let's
awesome.
go ahead and check where we're at while we get ready to roll into the new hour.
We're nearly into the next hour. There's $281.97 in chat revenue here on YouTube, and there is $3,435.33 in the fundraising platform. Let's shout out. Oh, go back because I got to call out some names. Kathleen D. Matt. I see a Matt's here. Tracy Bentley. Sherry. Thank you so much.
And if we don't read your name, we're sorry. It's just that we don't have that big screen.
When we see it. So we're getting
Chris
so close.
saving
One
Ferris
more minute.
Bueller.
Yeah, right. Ferris Bueller's Day Off.
So
We're
15
gonna count
seconds left
only
into the
15
next
seconds.
hour.
We're so close to 5. I can't flip it yet because it's not hour 5 yet, but we're so stinking close. Are you ready for it?
I'm going to bring up the hour 5 slide in a minute. There we go. We're in hour 5.
All right.
1 to 2 p.m. It is really 1 o'clock already?
This place, it's blowing by. Blowing. Are you ready? Are we at?
It
Yay!
is, yes. I said yes.
It goes so fast. I wonder if anybody even catches it as it like shoots out. Amazing.
Okay. So the sponsor for this hour
So excited.
is the Carnivore Bar.
And wait until you see like how appropriate this is as a giveaway for today. Let me tell you what they're giving away. They're giving away a box of carnivore bars. And when you find out what goes into the carnivore bar, you're gonna be like, yes, please. Let us know in the chat if you tried any of the carnivore bar, if you went to KetoCon this year.
They were at KetoCon.
They were at KetoCon. That's where we first came in contact with it. It's another reason to go to these conferences because of the fact that you get introduced to products that maybe you've never even heard of before. And this was one for us. The carnivore bar was like so freaking cool. Yeah.
This
All right.
is the zesty garlic.
So let me tell you what we love about the carnivore bar. There you go. So first of all, it is veteran created and owned, and we're going to be interviewing the creator and owner of Carnivore Bar, Philip Meese, today. He was a former combat medic in the U.S. Army, started the Carnivore Bar after coming home fat, sick, and depleted of nutrients from preservative-laden junk food in Afghanistan. He watched his fellow soldiers suffer the same consequences of neglect and poor battlefield nutrition. The carnivore bar provides a better option for troops and those who are in need of aid wherever they may be.
So if you don't know what this is, it's basically like pemmican.
Yes.
Which is what, like, Native Americans, that's how they would preserve meat. It is very labor intensive to make. Can you make it yourself? Yes. But it is very, very labor intensive. And what's cool is it's shelf stable.
Completely shelf stable.
And what are the ingredients? Grass-finished beef, grass-finished tallow, and then seasoning.
Oh, I'm so glad. Here, Philip is actually here in the chat and ready to join. I don't know if is there a link that you need to give to him?
Well, didn't you email him the link?
I thought that I did.
It should be in the email.
Yes.
That you got from, I can try to reset.
Yeah, try to reset. While you do, throw up this screen because we want to talk about, like, what else do we love about Carnivore Bar. Check out this ingredient list. This is amazing. So the salted, because there's different flavors of it, salted, this is the totality of the ingredients. Grass-finished beef, grass-finished tallow, and Redmond real salt. And this is why the process is so important, because if you don't do this right, you're working with tallow, you're not going to be able to make it shelf stable, right? So it's a very, very important process. The unsalted, the ingredients are just grass-finished beef and grass-finished tallow. That's it. Zesty garlic has grass-finished beef, grass-finished tallow, pluck organ seasoning. So it's just seasoning. Right now, Joe is on Triple B and E just like me, and we can eat this even on Triple B and E and seasoned with Redmond real salt. So obviously, we absolutely love it. Now, there's another screen that I have here. Yes, so another reason why we love the Carnivore Bar is it can be used as a meal replacement bar containing 400 to 420 calories of grass-fed, grass-finished superior meat from Joyce Farms. It's shelf-stable with no need for refrigeration. This is why it makes it like such a perfect product to use in the military, right? Just totally makes sense. Each bar weighs 2 ounces, containing approximately a half pound of dried beef. Talk about getting your protein in. More bang for your buck. I love this. It has the perfect combination of crunchy and creamy texture. And I found that to be true as well. It really is delicious, but it's not like it is a single note. You really enjoy the taste and the texture that works together.
So Philip, I don't know if you've got, did he join in here yet? There he is.
Yay!
Yes, here we go.
Here in present. Now, I will say
headphones.
that as we're getting our headphones on, serving veterans and honoring veterans, this is not new to Phil, okay? Yeah. So Philip actually, on their website, if you fill out a verification form, carnivorebar.com, I'm gonna ask Becky to go ahead and put that website into our chat. Every day of the year, they have a 20% discount off for veterans. So totally serving the veterans, not just one day a year, but 365 days a year. And we're so excited and privileged to be able to talk to Philip today about his service and also his thoughts behind this product.
Okay. Ready? There he is.
Hey.
Hello.
Hey, how are you doing, Philip?
I'm doing well. How about you guys?
Welcome.
Good. Thank you for joining us. And so let's start off as you obviously created Carnivore Bar because of your experience in the military. Tell us a little bit about your experience in the military, since we are celebrating veterans today.
Yeah, I mean, it's directly related to why I created the bar in the first place. I wanted healthy food for the battlefield. So I was in Afghanistan in 2011 and 2012. And, you know, I saw an awful lot more digestive issues than I did bullet wounds and shrapnel explosion injuries. And I just thought that was a travesty. I had this anecdotal experience of shipping jerky overseas and having it spoil. The heat contractions of the shipping container as it crosses the ocean pulled all the moisture out of the meat and soured the entire bag because, you know, it's just one of those harsh environments where real food is incredibly difficult to get to the front lines, and the food that gets there so laden with preservatives that you can't actually digest it because they don't stop working just because you put them on the inside of you. Your microbiome is how that breaks down. If they're not spoiling outside of you, it's not digesting inside of you. And so really with our food science, we just have a very unsophisticated like way of doing it. It's like, well, it has this mineral, has the vitamin. Yeah. Is it bioavailable? Yeah, it doesn't matter. Like, so at the pain point of my military experience, I was like, gosh, there's got to be a better way to do this.
Wow. So what branch of the military were you in?
I was in the Army. So I wanted to pick my job. And so I wanted to enter into the medical field because I, thought that would be really fulfilling and rewarding to learn combat medicine and to provide care on the battlefield, both in a clinical setting and, in the adventure outdoorsmanship stuff. I was a Boy Scout. And so first aid was always something I was drawn to. And I was like, I'm not sure I want to go in those other branches where, you get what they give you and your whole career is based on a question mark. That was intimidating me. So the Army said, we can promise you a job as long as you pass AIT, you get the job. And so combat medic was what I chose, and I couldn't have been happier with my choice. It was a very fulfilling job, or MOS. And, that just kind of set me into motion, rolled with the punches. And unfortunately, I got pretty sick in Afghanistan. And I tried to take that experience and roll it into something positive.
Tell us a little bit about what nutrition looks like on the battlefield, because definitely you were like, there's a need for what are they facing?
So there's a couple different phases. So if you're on base, so they'll throw up HESCOs, they'll throw up a big base, concrete berms, a motor pool, base defenses, cameras, lights in action, and a DFAC. So you're getting really, really effortful supply chains and high quality meals cooked by Army cooks. And they're doing their best. And there's contractors helping. Some are better than others, but you're getting adequate nutrition, and they know how to feed conventional forces on base. The problem lies when you go off base. So your day to day, and if you're in a COP or a smaller outpost, you don't necessarily have cooks assigned to your unit. You should, but you don't always. Like, you'd be going on a mission. The mission might last a few weeks, months. Ours basically lasted the year. We were sent all over the battle space because we were an anti-tank unit. The Taliban doesn't have any tanks. So we just do the random odd jobs that nobody else wants to do. So we did escort, fast transport escort, where we were security for these little missions of taking flatbed trucks of supplies from base to base to outpost. And so we got kind of farmed out and lost between the cracks. We had at one point a general come and visit us and say, oh my gosh, what is this unit? And they looked at our conditions and declared, after we had spent maybe, 3 solid months improving this area and like laying gravel and like building structures and putting up tents and all kinds of platforms for the tents to be out of the mud. And he said after that improvement, this was like the worst conditions in all of Afghanistan. And so it's like gold star that you unlock. We have the worst conditions in Afghanistan. Not that that's saying much. I mean, the locals have it much worse than us. But as far as support on the battlefield, we structure our whole organization to fight a conventional enemy. And then when we're in these asymmetric situations, you have all this kind of disorganized chaos. And so when we're faced with supporting our own food, we're giving like pallets and pallets of MREs. and UGREs, which are group MREs, which have all this very, very shelf stable, very, very preservative laden, high salt, but like the lowest government salt supplier, the lowest government vitamins. And it's nutrition by bureaucrat. So you're getting all the vitamins, but they're going through you. And worst case scenarios, they're going way too fast. So you're absorbing none of it, or they're going way too slow and there's no movement. So troops would come to me as like, hey doc, like I've got a problem. I haven't, I don't want to be too vulgar on your channel here, but
that's understandable. Yeah.
I haven't gone to the bathroom number 2 in 3 days. It's like, and I feel like I'm carrying rocks in my gut, and I have to go on a foot patrol. It's like, can you help me out? So I gave them a little red pill, DocuSate, so that helps them pass their preservative-laden impaction. And then they go out, they eat local food, they catch some kind of bug because they're tired of eating MREs. They're only eating the candy. They're throwing away the rest of the MRE, and then they have the other problem. So they have nothing but sugar, viruses, and bacteria mixed in with caffeine and cigarettes, and it's just a nutritional bouquet of terror. And they have too much motility. It's going too fast. And so they say, doc, I'm going out on patrol. I want a foot patrol. I can't stop. There could be bad people trying to hurt us. Like, it's not a good time to, be going to the bathroom every 15 minutes. So can you give me the little brown pill? So I'd give them a little pyramide to like slow things down so they could accomplish that day's mission and then move on. But we're using pharmaceutical intervention here. I mean, it's over-the-counter, pretty safe stuff, but the digestion is just wrecked. Like, the net effect is that these soldiers are getting weaker and weaker and weaker the entire time they're deployed. Some are getting fat, some are getting way too skinny. They're all getting less strong. They're all getting less resilient. They're all having sleeping problems. So it's like some are sleeping too much, some are not sleeping at all. It's like, we gotta figure out something to do better at nutrition, and it's a very challenging problem. But more pills is probably not the answer. And coming from the keto space, you guys know, like, changing what you eat can dramatically change how you feel.
Yeah. Can you give us an idea of like what kind of food is in those MREs?
So there's a little squeegee of peanut butter, which it tastes okay, but like it's an allergen, and that will definitely stop you up for good. There's the same exact shape little tube of cheese, same problem. Tastes okay, kind of like a hardened sludge variant of Velveeta. Right. Yeah, so it's a little firmer. And then there are really awkward tasting tortillas. There's some sloppy joes. There's vegetarian lasagna. There's an apple crisp bar. There's 2 pieces of gum, toilet paper, matches, a water heater that heats up these little Mylar cases. Like, the packaging is incredibly well designed. The nutrition is omitted. Like, they're not interested in nutrition. Their stated goal is to provide nostalgia, a taste of home. So in their mission statement, they want food that will survive being thrown off a back of a truck that you can that's light enough that you can carry down a rope from a helicopter, that is shelf stable 5 years, just good enough. Is you can have a hot meal that has some kind of vague semblance of nostalgia for home. So that they're treating it as kind of like a mental health adjunct rather than a food. And when it comes to the nutrition, it's just like an afterthought of scoops of mineral vitamins that are not high quality, not the right forms, not bioavailable, but they're certainly cheap. It's like the wrong emphasis here, because if you fed soldiers an appropriate diet in the field, you wouldn't need to pay so much aftercare in the pharmaceutical or the disability angle.
Wow.
Right.
Yes, thank you. I mean, right now, I honestly, as you're talking, because I mean, just it makes sense. Like, we want our veterans to have the best. Like, we want our soldiers to have the best. It makes sense, you know, to be like somebody that's in a remote place. You talk about comfort food. You would want the comfort of nutrition for our soldiers. Yeah. Like, I would want, if my boys are overseas, like, I would want them to have the very best. And I feel like I want to cry and I also want to scream. So I cannot even possibly imagine what was going through your mind when you get home and you're like, we got to do better. And when you think about like not leaving anyone behind, that is clearly still on your heart, that you're here and you can eat what you choose to. However, there are people who are being left behind if you don't come up with a new solution. And I appreciate you so much for not being content to leave things the way that they are and to problem solve until you figured out the carnivore bar, because you could have been like, well, beef jerky, I guess it just can't be done. We'll put it in the dream category one day. But you didn't stay there. You, in fact, reached back into an ancient preparation of food in order to make your dream come into fruition. Tell us where you came up with the idea of using like a pemmican type of procedure.
Well, I've always been fascinated by history, and I've always been fascinated by like technology, like especially technology we've forgotten. You know, that really interests me because there's the way we do it now that's cheap and effective, but it isn't necessarily the best way. There are always with technology trade-offs. And so you choose one way of doing things because you think that it's great, but nutritionally, you know, with the food pyramid and our overall culture, you know, our thesis is maybe we've made some missteps. Maybe 11 servings of carbohydrate on the bottom of this pyramid isn't really working out for all of us here. Maybe we need to have a little bit more fat on the bottom and then maybe a lot less carbohydrate, just to balance out how, you know, biology actually works. And so when we're looking back, I mean, one of the reasons that this is a cave drawing of our cow is it's from Lascaux, France. Lascaux, France is one of the most ancient forms of human art that we've ever found anywhere. And it's of this auroch cattle with the horns pointed in. You can see my cow up here. So
yes,
that's typical. But in the ancient times, there were aurochs which had horns that came in. Our ancient food sources like mammoth and aurochs and these big like megafauna animals, they are extinct, you know. And so we're trying to replicate a diet that, you know, it's like we're trying to find our best fit diet because this whole 12,000 year experiment into cereal grains as our primary source of fuel is going wrong for a lot of us. So it's kind of like, well, let's zoom out. Let's see what, you know, what we would have been raised on. And you know, I see your shirt as a fellow Christian. You know, I think about the Abraham and the pastoralists. You know, you're eating the non-cloven foot animals are ruminant animals, which they are our ancestral diet. And the first hack for building nations, you know, was as pastoralists. And there's all these old Bible stories that talk about like that all these animals were wealth and blessing and the means to create a nation where you got this many camels. As a kid, I found it so boring.
Right.
But, you know, it's basically saying this is what you need to build a healthy nation. These are the animals you should eat. These are the animals that are most nutritious. Cain and Abel, you know, one was a pastoralist, one grew crops, one was pleasing, one was not. The very first murder, it is the Bible is riddled with this historical telling of basically how that went down. And the people who thrived and the things that were pleasing were the smoke of the fat that wafted up to, God's I don't know if he had a nose per se, but it's kind of a metaphor
Right.
in Genesis where it talks about that it was pleasing to God. But that's kind of where we're at. It's like what we're doing is not working. Our modern industrial complex, cheap, easy, convenient, and thoughtless methodology is leading to the ruination of these soldiers' lives. How do we find our way back to where we were? And when I look at my own digestion and dysbiosis that I got from the anti-malarial pills in Afghanistan, so it's a 1-2 punch. They give you antibiotics to prevent malaria, and then they also give you MREs. So you get preservative-laden food, which you can't break down, and then you got dysbiosis from antibiotics. You combine them too, and it's just a very uncomfortable mix. Yeah. And so, we're looking at how do we reverse engineer our health? How do we get better? How do we take care of our soldiers? I'm getting kidney stones. I'm getting hemorrhoids. I'm getting blood in the stool. People are, terribly constipated, have terrible diarrhea. And it's like, what is going on? Nobody can sleep. Anyone who's deployed before is supposed to be on trazodone or Ambien, which should make you undeployable, but they're over there not sleeping. It's like, oh no. So if you got someone who can't sleep, are they excellent for guard duty or are they terrible?
Right. Exactly.
Are they seeing what's there or are they hallucinating? You don't really know. It's like, this is just an unwinnable solution. I cannot change the world. I cannot change the mission. I can't change why we're here. I can't fix our government. But I can fix this.
Yeah.
But I can read the Bible. I can think through. I can look at what ancient peoples have done before, and I can give them something that is built for a pre-refrigeration world that doesn't have any preservatives in it, thanks to this amazing tradition.
Wow, that is incredible. And I'm so thankful that you were willing to see, like, hey, maybe the future is in looking backward and finding that, like, hey, we had to live before refrigeration, and we're going to be putting our soldiers in a position where they're going to have to live without refrigeration, and this is a good option. But it's not just an option for soldiers. This is something that can be utilized for outdoor enthusiasts or people that are just going to be away from refrigeration, or they just want to utilize it. I mean, it does taste good. It's not like something you gotta choke down, and I don't think we're sharing that enough because it really is delicious. There is some just natural like texture differential between the bar, like every chew. It's a very pleasant thing to eat. It tastes really good, but it's also nice to be useful. So living in South Florida, we're always looking in terms of hurricane preparedness because we have gone a month or more without electricity. And so you start to be like, okay, it's either canned food, which now as keto, like I am not going back. I'm like, I guess we're intermittent fasting for the next 30 days until the electric comes back on because I don't want to go back and eat, you know, SpaghettiOs and get sick from like all of the things in that shelf stable option. So this is something that you intended not just for soldiers, but for home people as well.
Yeah, I actually used the carnivore movement. It surged in popularity in 2018, 2019. And that's where I launched the Kickstarter because I have this very specific military experience. It's like, I really want to create a shelf-stable, edible food so that soldiers aren't fraught with the same challenges that I am. However, I use the carnivore movement and the interest in that diet, basically just being meat-based, as a vehicle to get this through because they don't want those same preservatives and they don't want any plant matter or anything in their carnivore bar, or in their food. And so traveling from your kitchen, if you are avoiding seed oils, like you're trying to cook with tallow, you're trying to cook with butter, you're trying to avoid soybean oils or anything that is estrogenic, or canola oil. These are very inflammatory fats, and they're used on every cook surface in America, and increasingly everywhere else in the world too, because they're so cheap, but they're not really food. And so I used that movement in the carnivore space to create my, veteran themed ambition of trying to alleviate this future suffering. But I think it dovetails very nicely because it's an ancestral tradition, which fits with the carnivore, paleo, keto, wider arc. And we do make a couple versions that are not carnivore, that do have a little bit of pluck seasoning for nose to tail nutrition, but we also have some that have a little bit of raw honey.
Mm-hmm.
But to keep it keto, I made it 7 grams. So the idea is that you're eating a 400 calorie bar, you're getting way full before you ever get over your minimum carb threshold.
And we really enjoyed the honeyed version as well, and made sure that
we're gonna get crucified for that,
right? But it's fine
But it's
because
true.
and we were using CGMs with it, so it's like if people are thinking that like a drop of honey that in this process is going to like send you on some sort of a roller coaster of glucose, it really does not.
It's like a touch of honey, and again, I always hate to say this kind of thing because people take it the wrong way, and then they go, oh, you just gave me permission to eat a whole bunch of honey.
Right.
But when you have a touch of honey or something like that in a combination with fat, that tends to keep your glucose down.
This is not
but
like
it's not being done like it's such a small amount.
You're not getting the like crappy bear in the grocery store and like turning it over like gut. Like that is not what it is. And you see, because you also, if you visit the carnivorebar.com, you have some great information on there about like where everything is sourced. I mean, there's so few ingredients and so many minimal ingredients. But I mean, I even know where this bar like lived before it was here, because you also, what was your thought process in reaching out to this particular farm?
So Joyce Farms is where we source our beef. And our honey is raw honey from sleeping bears' apiaries. The interesting thing about honey is that it's higher in fructose. So you're going to get less of an insulin response because your liver is dealing with the fructose. So some people say that's really, really bad because of, high fructose corn syrup. But I think food is very contextual. So when you're combining it, like you said, with the fat, our grass-fed, grass-finished fat from Joyce Farms, the only one that we trust to do that right, is mostly palmitic acid, which is very saturated. But because it's grass finished, it also has stearic acid, which is even more saturated than that. It's the fatty acid that we commonly know from chocolate, cacao, or cocoa butter. So when you get grass-fed, grass-finished beef, you're getting more of that stearic acid because it kind of bleeds out in the grain-finished animals. So when you get the grass-fed, basically the natural way, the ancestral way, grass-fed, grass-finished, no grains, because ancestrally we wouldn't have been able to afford them.
Right.
Before Monsanto made them cheap. So, grass-fed, grass-finished, you're getting that stearic acid, you're hitting that leptin, it should make you satiated. So my idea with compromise is that if I choose the highest ingredients possible, I'm going to minimize that effect. And then I also, because it has 20 grams of protein, 37 grams of fat, 7 grams carbs, it is going to be very difficult to get your blood sugar to rise eating just this.
Yeah.
If you're trying to lose weight, I would recommend not doing the honey one. We actually make a pluck version, zesty garlic, that doesn't have any honey whatsoever.
And it's delicious.
Yeah. And so if you need the flavor to eat something that's good for you, we have you covered. It's 0 carb. That's where we started. That's the bar I eat. But, we want to also be inclusive to people who are animal-based, who are eating some carbs, but are trying to measure it and get under the threshold. So we try to balance those different dichotomies. The Joyce Farms beef, though, is really, really key. When you dehydrate it, you concentrate and amplify the flavor. So with grass-fed, grass-finished, it has the biochemistry I want, but oftentimes it has a sketchy flavor.
Yeah.
I've heard it said, yeah, exactly, that the best steak I've ever had and the worst steak I've ever had have both been grass-finished. And I think that's accurate because there is an art to it. You have to do the harvesting right. You can't let them stress. You can't let them fast right before slaughter because it'll start to oxidize their fat, and their fat is higher in nutrients, has more omega-3, but those omega-3s are polyunsaturated. So we hear about the omega-6, oh, the inflammatory fat, that's the one that's high in seed oil. You need some.
Right.
But it also has the omega-3, and omega-3 and omega-6 and omega-9 are all polyunsaturated, but they're very essential to the human body's metabolism. So you want them in the right ratio. Grass-finished helps you get that, but you got to be so delicate and gentle. Otherwise, you end up creating this really kind of fishy flavor. If you concentrate just neglected cows that ate nothing but grass, but weren't rotationally grazed, weren't raised regeneratively, weren't taken care of and cycled on and off of pasture correctly, weren't given access to the minerals they need, the flavor's off. And there's just a lot of breeds that we have engineered over the last several hundred years to get really fat and really plump on grain, on corn. America, we have a lot of grain and corn. So it made sense economically, but you're bleeding out those fatty acids that we're trying to get for nutrition that are the bioavailable fat-soluble vitamins like retinol and vitamin A and a whole host of others. So we need to change our paradigm on what we're emphasizing so that we get quality nutrition, not only in the battlefield, but like you were saying, in everybody's homes. And I think that really starts with how the food is raised.
Wow. Wow, that's so important. Oh my
So
goodness.
before we let you go, what could we as consumers and we as Americans do to help bring awareness to this issue with what our military are eating and try to affect the change?
That is a big question. So, I mean, the easy answer is support me, but that's self-serving. The long answer is, I would say that if you know soldiers who are active duty, if you can support them, if you can advocate for small business solutions, like maybe I'm too small, like I'm tiny, but maybe there's somebody who has better meal kits or has different paradigms. Like they don't have to go all the way carnivore to be a lot healthier than they are now. Maybe there are other solutions. I tend to think that the best way to help veterans and to help our country in general is to advocate for small business.
Mm-hmm.
Find people who are doing things the hard, right way. Don't let everything just become all Walmart. Find people who really care. Other brands that are sponsoring your channel, like Keto Chow, like very intentional ingredients, very thoughtful. A lot of people are doing well on that. It's like there are so many different companies who are trying to formulate a better shelf-stable food that hits our macros and has the nutrition we want. I went all the way back to prehistoric times, to Bible times. But there are many different gradations. Any step towards better, I think that nutrition is at the heart of this problem with PTSD and mental illness and this huge deficit in our veterans' ability to rehabilitate. And if we fix the nutrition, I would bet, is a speculation, but I think that a lot of our anxiety, PTSD, our mental health issues would, if not resolve, at least lessen in severity. Because it's one thing to lose your friend. It's another thing to lose your friend while your guts are rotting out. Yeah. And we ought to do the one that we can do.
So you have brought up so much to think about, Philip, and I just want to say thank you so much for your service, but thank you from the bottom of our hearts for doing things the hard right way, as you said. And I know that as a small business, it can be challenging, and I'm sure that there's so many opportunities to cut corners if you have chosen not to. And we salute you for that, and we are just as proud as punch to like just shout from the rooftops how thankful we are for your product, and we hope to get it into the hands of more veterans.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me on.
Thank you. Wow. Are y'all ready? Like, I mean, I'm ready. I want to like jump through the screen, right? Like, because it is, I think.
Oh, I just broke my headphone.
Simpler than, it's simple. It's simple, just like what he's saying. I think that if soldiers are better nourished, then probably they will be more well.
Right.
Right? They'll be more well as they're serving. They will be more well at home. I think that is, I think it makes sense. It makes so much sense. It's like you want to do something about it right now.
I'm going to have to 3D print the new part.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
So
we'll have to share one when we're
I got
doing
another
interview.
set, don't worry.
Okay.
So here's what we're going to do. We forgot to do the giveaway.
Yes, let's do it because
we're going to pick that. And then we're going to do another one for the carnivore bars. We have a box of carnivore bars.
Yes.
And then I want to get into some chat.
So first of all, this one is for a clean keto cookie.
We never did the answer. And the answer was?
The answer was?
It was Texas.
Texas.
Right?
The answer was Texas. There is a turkey Texas. Matt Franklin.
They already won.
Well, no, he's a separate person.
They already won. It's the same person. No, they already won the same thing. A box of cookies. We got to pick somebody else. We said one person.
Okay, well, don't worry, Matt. I'm tucking something in that box for you.
The winner is Robin Shempert.
Robin Shempert. Congratulations, Robin. Franny had a great idea. She was like, say numerals. Yes, use the numerals 11 on 11 at twoCrazyKetos.com to send your shipping information. I love that. Brilliant.
Good. Do you have another question?
I can have one. Okay. So
this is going to be for the carnivore bars.
Yes, this is.
Or do I have one in here, or is this one not good? No.
Is it too open-ended? Yes, probably.
You can just say before or after.
What is the one you're trying to? Okay.
Where do I put the apostrophe in Veterans Day?
Okay.
So that's the answer. This is a multiple choice question.
Okay.
Before or after?
Before, after, or none. Before, after, or none.
Before, after, or none.
Before, after, or none.
One word answer.
One word.
Before, after, or none. So you got a 33.333% chance of getting it right.
Okay. All right. If you say so.
Okay.
I am still.
We got some veteran stories.
I am still did you enjoy that interview? I was amazed. I think that I am definitely going to be purchasing and shipping out a box myself at least.
Yeah.
I think this is something that we can do. This is very doable,
Yeah.
right? Is for us to be like, you know what? Like he said, I like how he zeroed in on the fact of like, I can't change the world. I can't control everything. This is what I can do. And you know what I can do? I can send a box of this
to somebody,
to a veteran,
Yeah.
right? Like to somebody that's serving.
Now, I do want to say that just to make sure everybody understands this clearly, like all the companies that are sponsoring this live stream, they're not giving us any money. This is not like a paid sponsorship.
The
product. Give us money for us to be able to run a live stream.
Right.
They're simply giving us something to give away.
Yeah.
That's all they're doing. We have no affiliation with Carnivore Bar at all. We don't make any money off of them. I do think it's really good
delicious
product.
and really good.
Some people pointed out it's expensive. Yes, but it's meat. And again, go try to make pemmican. It is a painful process.
You know what? I would love to spend whatever it takes to get one of those, to get basically a steak's worth of nutrition into the hand of someone on the front line.
Yeah, people who talk about it, and I saw it in the chat.
It's worth it.
I can't eat a whole steak.
That's it. There's the steak right there.
Right there.
I was thinking that we didn't bring that up during the interview, but I was going to tell him, like, thank you so much, because we do have a lot of people who get back to us and they're like, I'm having a hard time balancing like protein and fat. We're talking beef and tallow over here, right? There it is. It's done for you. And again, it is in that small kind of like what we're used to as a snack bar. So taking a half pound of meat and then making it into this little space is pretty amazing. Really, really incredible.
Okay, let's read a subscriber story.
Let's do that.
We've got Andrea
Runyon. Dun, 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 dun. Look at this beautiful family. This is my big brother, Jonathan Paul Finley. I called him John. He passed away in his mid-50s from severe complications of alcoholism and depression. I want him remembered as my big brother, not the man who fought and lost his battle with his demons. John went in the Army at age 18, then onto Coast Guard as a ship's galley cook, worked his way up to head chef of a ship off the coast of New Orleans, had 2 major back surgeries that did no good, so got medically discharged in his 40s. When his friends went to the Gulf War and he could not, he donated blood again and again. When he had little money on military disability, he put his prized real good coins in the Salvation Army kettles at Christmas and walked the neighborhood feeding stray cats. He was a complicated man who I miss dearly. Andrea, what a privilege to honor and to salute Jonathan Paul Findley, known to Andrea as John. What an honor to be able to share who he really was, the truth of him, and this brother that you are so clearly proud of. What an honor to celebrate him today. Thank you, Andrea.
Okay, so some of the comments. So Noni want to know, what is the food he invented? So it's not, he didn't invent it. It's called pemmican.
Yeah.
And so it's actually the way like ancient people preserved food. So you look like American Indians, what they would do is
you have winter months.
They would make a kill.
Yeah.
And you could only eat so much.
Right.
And so what they would do is you take it's a very long process.
Yeah.
You basically take meat and you dehydrate it. You remove all of the moisture out of it. Then you grind it into a powder. Then you're mixing it with tallow, which becomes a natural preservative. But and then you bake it.
But you better do it right.
And you got to do it right.
Don't, it
Then
becomes
it
goes rancid.
And then like Native Americans would add in things like, and again, if this is what we ate as society, it would be fine.
We got to
They would put like berries and things like that in there. And again, I talk about all the time. Is it bad to have berries or pieces of fruit? Locally grown, in season. We talked about it before. Mangoes, they're in season 1 month out of the year here in Florida, which means that 11 months out of the year, I shouldn't be eating mangoes.
I'm not eating a mango.
Right?
Yeah.
But we've gone way to the other way, where we're importing food from all over the world, and we're eating pineapples year round, and we're eating mangoes year round, and all of that. But they would take like berries and things like that to give a little bit of sweetness, and now it becomes this shelf stable food that would last forever, but it's meat and fat. And he's basically preparing it the same way.
It's incredible. It really is very tasty. I saw that some people that were at KetoCon shared that they tasted it. They enjoyed it. So yes, it is. It's not cheap, but it is not cheap to bring it to
And
your
again,
door.
you're looking at 400 calories of meat.
And we talk a lot about small businesses.
Yep.
And and this is a small business.
Denise said, my husband went from 200 pounds to 145 in the Marines, which led to his disability of Crohn's and ulcerative colitis, and lost his large intestine, which later turned into cirrhosis, and then not a drinker. Rest in peace.
We are so sorry for your loss, Denise, and we're so happy that you're here and we have this opportunity to honor his life today. And thank you so much for his service and for you supporting him through his service.
Carrie said, my husband's father enlisted in the Army Air Force. There was no
Air Corps.
There was no Air Force at the time. Passed all of the flight tests to become a pilot in World War II with only an 8th grade education.
Well, and I am telling you, that is amazing, Carrie, and like what a wonderful thing to share. But yes, I mean, you talk about like the greatest generation in the world, and it's like you see why. It was like the things that these people accomplished. Incredible, absolutely incredible.
Beachfront Java said, outside of the Space Force, through the generations, my family has had a member of every service, including the Guards and the Reserve.
Wow, that must make you so proud. What a wonderful legacy for a family.
Randy said, my neighbor, who's 95, has served in 3 branches of the service, the Marines, the Navy, the Seabay, and the Army engineer.
Wow.
Was wounded in Korea and retired after 31 years of service.
Oh my gracious, to serve in 3 branches of the military, a single person. That is incredible.
Carmen said, if I'm the wife of a veteran, do I also get a discount? My husband will probably eat some also. I honestly don't know how GovX works. Chris Bear, if he's still in here or he will be on later on, probably can answer that better than myself.
I would check if you're talking about like lunch deals.
No, I think they're talking about like the Carnivore Bar, all the companies that are using GovX.
Yes, I would check on that.
I would check with the
and the good
or
news,
just look on the GovX website. It explains it all.
But if you're talking about the Carnivore Bar or some of these smaller companies that we're bringing to light today, you're going to be able to direct message and talk to the owner. Like if you Instagram, like if you direct message the Carnivore Bar, you're talking to Philip, right? Because this is a small business and you can ask follow-up questions there as well.
Matt said, thank you for that. We don't really need 10 cookies in our house.
Huge temptation. But I am sending you something, Mr. Matt.
Raj said, there's a lot of engineering that goes into MREs. I think that adding a multivitamin, a high-quality one, would make sense. Heck, even if it would have issues.
It's just you can see, is this sustainable? If you need to, like, stop the poop with a pill, eat, start the poop with a pill, stop the poop with a pill, eat, start, it's like,
and that's
how long can you sustain that? I mean, we're asking people to be how many years would you like to be on that protocol?
Well, if you look at, I think a lot of Americans take multivitamins. I mean, think about one a day, Centrum, all those ones that are push ups. I'm going to drink orange juice for vitamin C and all this other stuff.
Is it bioavailable?
And how are they doing?
Right.
I think like us taking an MRE and then slapping a multivitamin in there to try to help it's like giving cough medicine for a cold. It may help for a little while. It's not going to eliminate the cold. It's just going to mask maybe some of the symptoms. And I think that we as a nation and as a world need to start going back to what did we give people in the Civil War? What did we give people in the Revolutionary War? You didn't have this stuff back then.
Well, and you've seen there has been, like, if you study warfare and nutrition, they are closely linked. I remember like reading about like Mongolia and like the success of like expansion, and it was made in whichever side was more nourished.
Right.
Like malnutrition played a factor in battles won and lost.
And as Philip pointed out, there are solutions, but are we as a country willing to pay for those solutions to get into the hands of our military? So I look at, as he pointed out, Keto Chow.
Yeah.
Here is a package of just powdered, with 1/3 of all of the daily nutrients that you need. The only thing that's not in there is fat, but we can fix that. I bet you if you went to Chris and said, can we add powdered fat just for the military, right? Is powdered fat the best solution for us? No, because it's got more carbs in it, a lot more carbs than having the real versions of heavy cream and butter. But in a situation like that, that's where a powdered fat is good. So you throw some powdered fat into a package of Keto Chow and you send them out. And now all they need is water. That's all they need. They just need water. I look at Keto Brick. There are solutions out there. But the problem is these solutions are going to cost money.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, we choose to spend our money in silly places. And it's the same thing here. You're paying for it one way or the other. Either we're going to pay for it by giving our military better quality food, or we're going to pay for it where they're going to have horrible health issues. And in the end, they're going to end up needing more medical treatment. I look at our diet. We spend more money on food than we used to, but overall we spend less money because I'm not spending $200 a month on medication anymore. I mean, yes, we've had a cold this last week. I think a lot of it is stress, but this is like, I get sick maybe once a year. Like, I don't buy cough medicine anymore. I don't buy antacids anymore. I don't buy Tylenol. I don't buy any of that stuff anymore.
Yeah.
And so one way or another, so I was spending the money there. Now I just take the money and put it in my food. And I think we could do the same thing with our military. You ready? Let's go pick the winner.
It's worth a shot, right?
Yep.
It's worth the effort. All right, so let's see.
Oh, okay. So which one? What are we doing?
What was the most?
You had a question.
Oh, are you ready for a question?
You didn't put the answer in here.
Okay. So
now, before, after, or none?
Oh, the answer is none. The answer is none. Thank you for reminding me, because at this point, I didn't even remember what the question was at this point.
Ready?
Where do I put the apostrophe in Veterans Day? None. It's not Veteran apostrophe S Day or Veterans after apostrophe day. It's Veterans Day is actually spelled without an apostrophe at all.
The winner is Jennifer Matthews.
Jennifer Matthews. Wait, I got to find my book. Where's my book? It's right here. Okay. And this is for the Carnivore Bar. Congratulations. Jennifer Matthews, you are getting a box of Carnivore Bars. That is an incredible prize. And thank you so much to Philip and the Carnivore Bar for supporting this live stream by being the sponsor of the hour.
Let's read another subscriber story.
Ooh, this one is from Becca Price. Is that correct?
Yep.
All right, awesome. Okay, so this is the Amazon write-up about my Uncle Ted's adventure after he was forced to bail out over Normandy during World War II as a fighter pilot. The book itself, which we're going to be giving a copy away, sounds like he had a wonderful adventure. First being with the Marquis who rescued him, and then later as a prisoner of war with the Germans and escaping them to work his way across France back to his airbase in Bodny. Ted always could tell a good story, but if you read between the lines, you can see the desperation and hardships he suffered. By the time he got back to England, he had dysentery and internal parasites. Of the photos, here's one of Ted and of his squadron, plus one of Jean, who was with the Marquis and was known as the Flea for always being one step ahead of the Germans. The map is a copy of the silk map that the bomber pilots were given just in case they were shot down. A few years ago, on the 50th anniversary of Normandy, a number of my cousins and siblings went to France for a reunion with those who rescued him that still survived. In the tiny village, there's a museum to Ted, including pieces of his plane, the Joker, that they were able to salvage. From the silk from his parachute, they made a christening gown for one of the village children. I wasn't able to go due to health issues, but my cousin Madeline, who coordinated this trip, had silk scarves replicating Ted's map. It's one of my most cherished possessions. There's also a story behind the book. My uncle wrote it as therapy, but was never able to get it published, and the typewritten draft languished at his house for years. Many years later, I got Ted's permission to come to his house with a scanner to scan family pictures and documents. A friend came with me who was also a pilot and whose father was a bomber pilot over Germany. While they talked flying, I was able to scan Ted's book as well as some of the pictures. After Ted's death, everything was packed up and shipped to my cousin Roxanne's house, where for all I know, they're still in her basement. But I sent CDs of my scanned photos and documents to all the cousins. Also, a long time ago, my mother had made a copy of Ted's books, although it wasn't the greatest copy with some lines missing. My cousin Madeline is a professional writer and editor and was able to create the text that's in the book, Bailout Over Normandy, which she managed to get published, as well as a second volume of Ted's letters home called What a Way to Run a War. Here's the Amazon write-up. I hope you're able to use some of this on 11 on 11. A daredevil pilot in the famed 352nd Fighter Squadron, the author of this remarkable memoir bailed out of his burning Mustang 2 days after D-Day and was launched on a thrilling adventure on the ground in occupied France. After months living and fighting with the French resistance, Fehrenwald was captured by the Wehrmacht, interrogated as a spy, and interned as in a POW camp, and made a daring escape just before his deportation to Germany. Nothing diminished this pilot's talent for spotting the ironic humor in even the most aggravating or dangerous situations, not his penchant for extracting his own improvised and sometimes hilarious version of justice. A suspenseful World War II account and an outrageously witty tale of daring friendship, this book brings to vivid life the daily bravery, mischief, and intrigues of fighter pilots, resistant fighters, and other allies in the air and on the ground. What an awesome opportunity to share this book. And we are going to be giving away this book, his book, Bailout Over Normandy. And I think, do you want to do like a random selection, just so that we can do that? I want to make sure that we have that done. Becca, thank you so much for providing this book for the giveaway.
Ready?
Yes. The winner is Sarah G. Oh my gosh, Becca. This couldn't be a better person to get this into the hands of. Congratulations, Sarah G, for winning this beautiful book, Bailout Over Normandy. I know that this will be precious to Sarah, Becca, as well as her brother, who is actually a veteran himself and currently in the military as well. Thank you so much for that. What a precious opportunity from one veteran's family to another veteran's family. That's wonderful.
Well, we got 3 minutes left in this hour.
I don't know if we shared, I don't think we shared the Marine Corps. Let's talk about the history of that. The history of the Marine Corps began when 2 battalions of Continental Marines were formed on November 10th, 1775 in Philadelphia as a service branch of infantry troops capable of fighting both at sea and on shore. After success in many campaigns, the Corps was abolished at the close of the Revolutionary War for reasons of economy. On July 11th, 1798, Congress ordered the creation of the Corps, named it the United States Marine Corps, and directed that it be available for service under the Secretary of the Navy. The Corps celebrated its birthday, just as Randy had said, on Marine Corps Day on July 11th from 1799 until 1921, when the date was permanently changed to November 10th to commemorate the establishment of the Corps to aid in the Revolutionary War. The responsibility of the Marine Corps is to support other branches in land, sea, and air combat and operations. Members are known as Marines, the reserves are the Marine Corps Reserve, and Special Forces is the Marine Corps Special Operations Command.
So as we get ready to close out this hour, we do want to say thank you very much to Carnivore Bar for their generous donation of a box of Carnivore Bars for sponsoring this hour. We've got 29 seconds left in the hour. Let's see where we're at.
I'm getting so excited.
We can put this back up.
All right, yes, we are at $3,655.33, as well as $281.97 of super chats. So excited. We're feeling really strong going into the next challenge. We may be very close to actually $4,000. I'm not like the best at adding up things quickly, but I think we're just about there.
Nope,
pretty awesome.
It's the wrong hour.
We're going into hour 6. We're going into 6, baby. 2 p.m.
Almost
to 3 p.m.
Halfway.
We're on
almost halfway.
Almost halfway there. Are you excited? This is exciting.
Okay, you ready?
Yes.
So the sponsor of this hour is Good Idea.
I think it's a good idea to shout them out, Joe.
So Good Idea is giving away 1 case of drinks
to
for
3
winners.
3 lucky winners.
So here's a couple of good ideas. Show people what they are. We actually really love this stuff.
We absolutely love this. Let's talk a little bit about Good Idea. We're so thankful for the giveaway. Good Idea was developed to help improve metabolic health and energy levels by reducing postprandial blood glucose spikes. Basically, that's like the spike you get after you eat. And also this can help improve energy levels and reduce cravings, which is something that all of us long for, right? So how do you use a good idea? People ask us this all the time. You start out by drinking 1/3 of a good idea a few minutes before you begin eating, and then you finish it with your food for more stable blood sugar levels. So the ingredients in Good Idea are backed by randomized double-blind clinical trials, and those are the types of trials that you want. There's 5 essential amino acids and a small amount of the essential mineral chromium. They all work together to reduce blood sugar. You've got amino acids, which prime the metabolism to provide more effective energy from the food you eat. You've got the chromium picolinate, which enhances insulin sensitivity in order to more effectively transport energy to the cells. Combined, they synergistically, we're going to get these words, they're tongue-tied, reduce total blood sugar. This blood sugar stabilization helps to improve energy levels, reduce cravings, and improve metabolic health. The ingredients come together to elicit basically a 20 to 30% reduction in postprandial, which is during or related to dinner or lunch, blood glucose, which I think a lot of people are kind of chasing that win. So when we stabilize our blood sugar levels, we reduce the extreme highs and lows that leave us feeling exhausted, moody, and unable to think clearly. In the short term, Good Idea helps harness natural energy to reduce post-meal crashes, sugar cravings, and needless caloric intake. This allows for improved energy levels, enhanced metabolic health, and increased mental clarity. In the long run, interventions targeting these kinds of glucose spikes have been shown to significantly reduce the risk of metabolic conditions, type 2 diabetes, and cardiovascular disease. For some people that just need a little extra help, this helps.
Yeah.
This really is a super duper blessing.
Yep. So what's going on with them, by the way, right now, they have a bundle, a try 'em all bundle of 12 raspberry, 12 sea berry, 12 black currant, 12 strawberry elderflower, and 12 Swedish lemon.
And I actually really like them. Now, I will say the taste is not going to be for everybody. I find it
Because it's got no sweetener in it.
There's no sweetener, which for some people will be like, yay, that's great. But okay, modeling the product. Yeah, just do some to spin the product. I just lost my train of thought. Yeah. Oh, I was going to say what it tastes like to me. I'm sorry.
We're only halfway through.
We're only halfway through. I find it to taste like a combination of Pori type of beverage mixed with almost like if you've ever had a 0 carb alcoholic beverage. That's kind of like the way it tastes to me, to be honest. Which again, for some people are going to be like, that's not my favorite beverage. That's not going to be my fun drink. But this isn't a fun drink. This is a drink to achieve results. This is results that you're trying to find. And I find that it does do what it's saying that it's going to do.
Okay, ready? We're going to do a giveaway.
Okay.
For one of those cases.
Yes.
I got a trivia question.
Give it to me, baby.
The trivia question is this.
I forgot. Wait.
What?
The hour changed.
Ow!
And we didn't even celebrate
You
it.
just burnt me.
I'm so sorry, honey, but it's very important that we share this confetti experience. It just makes it more festive. It's more festive.
What city do more people travel to than any other city on Thanksgiving?
Okay.
What is the most traveled to city in the United States? I will give you that hint.
Okay.
In the United States, most traveled to city on Thanksgiving.
Let's do it.
Okay?
Let's do it.
So I'm going to put that in the chat. You don't need the state, just the name of the city.
Name of the city.
Okay?
Okay.
Let's go ahead and play a warrior story.
It was a jarring difference between Fort Drum, New York, and Bagram, Afghanistan. It was nice lush green area to desert and mountains. The safety of the United States was no longer there for us. The safety was found with having each other. No matter what mission we would go on, you knew that somebody was behind you that you could trust. At the end of my enlistment, my unit was prepping for their second deployment back to Afghanistan. Right in that time frame, the military was starting to enact a program called stop loss, which it didn't matter if you were getting out, you were still the property of the military and they needed soldiers. I ended up missing being stop lost by days. So I was able to go home and begin my life outside of the military, where some of the guys that were still in only days later to be supposed to get out were now going to be stuck for an unknown amount of time. Having guys that did not come home on that second tour still, haunt me today, still sit in my consciousness of having regret of me not being there. Burying it, hiding it was probably the easiest way for me to cope. My first year of school, I don't even think anybody even knew I was in the military. The first steps towards Wounded Warrior Project were the failed attempts at the VA. There are programs and people there to help, but I just didn't feel that the connection of how it could help me further than what it was already doing. I really struggled with how to take care of myself, and eventually finding the Wounded Warrior Project through a friend who was also a veteran opened my eyes to people that were also struggling with some of the same issues. For the past decade of being part of Wounded Warrior Project, I've gone from that first dinner to becoming a peer leader, which was a program that allowed me to be able to assist Wounded Warrior Project in my neighborhood, touch the lives of other warriors that need, representation and need connection to their community as well. I am very lucky to have a family with a little 3-year-old daughter, and found out that one of my triggers that I didn't even know existed was crying babies. And a crying child would put me into this whirlwind of being back in Afghanistan, and out of fear for what might happen in my own life or to my family, that's where I decided to reach out to Wounded Warrior Project and look at Warrior Care Network as an option for my treatment. Two weeks had very intense all-day therapy, which I was extremely reluctant to start, and hence the 10-year gap between having PTSD and seeking, the proper treatment. The experience at Warrior Care Network was very regimented, which was really nice. It's catered to what your needs are. It helps you at your own pace as well. It's not just checking the boxes. I found that I was able to relax and be part of the conversations that were happening. It was, again, by being around other veterans, other warriors that had gone through similar situations, it was easy to drop my guard on those. On the individual therapies, I found it to be very hard to initially talk about a lot of the things, as my past with doing therapy was a little jaded and not wanting to open up immediately, but I knew I needed to put in the work in order to get the result that program is supposed to give you out of it. So I allowed myself just to meld into the program, and ultimately saw a lot of progress, in just a few short sessions. My coming home from Warrior Care Network was one of my fears as well too, leaving a very structured program and being separated from family, and then coming home and knowing that all the things that might be triggering were still there, but my wife and daughter were there for me. They were happy to see me after 2 weeks, and I was going to be going through that process, not alone again, but with their assistance. And my wife was extremely supportive of all the new tools that I had at my disposal to help with my triggers and emotions that I had been feeling for so long. After completing Warrior Care Network, Wounded Warrior Project reached out to me weekly to find out how I was doing, and also helped set me up with a therapist in my local VA, along with the program outline that we accomplished while I was there. This allowed them to pick up the pieces from where I was, so that I didn't have to repeat a lot of the things I once did. From there, they're able to take me through new therapies. It's giving you the tools to process what you need to do throughout the day, to have the capabilities to live your life as you once did before. It is that veteran community that is there at any point in time that you need it. So many of the staff members are prior military, and they're there for the Warrior. The events, the programs that they have set up are all about getting engagement and getting people to realize that you're not alone. You're part of a bigger group that's out there for you.
How many boxes of tissues has everybody gone through?
These stories, we need to hear them. We need to go ahead and allow ourselves to listen to these stories and hear them out. And what an awesome privilege to hear all these stories. This gentleman's story, and also like all of the stories that you have shared about your families have meant so much to us. Thank you for the privilege of bringing them to everybody's attention, it's just been such a blessing today.
Okay, you ready? Yeah.
Yes.
Matt said, why do you gotta make us all cry? Going through tissues like crazy.
I am as well.
Okay, so let's pick the winner for one of the cases of good idea.
Yes.
Right, because we have 3, right?
We do have 3 giveaways.
Okay, you ready?
Yes.
What is the answer?
Orlando, most popular place.
Yep.
And we've heard that before, that Disney World in particular.
World, I think the busiest day of the year for Disney World is actually Thanksgiving.
Thanksgiving. Who knew?
Right?
Very interesting.
Okay, ready?
Yeah.
So, let's see. Did anybody guess it? Because I see a lot of people say in New York.
Right. And that would make sense to me. Let's see if anybody did.
JJ got the answer.
Nailed it.
I mean,
Great job.
I'm sure more than one. We're so far behind in the chat.
Great job, JJ. So send your shipping information to numerically 11on11 at twocrazyketos.com, and we will connect you with a good idea. They're going to ship it directly to you, a brand new case of good idea.
Okay, so here's the next trivia question. Okay?
Yes.
The next trivia question is, what is the amino acid that a lot of people think makes them sleepy on Thanksgiving?
There you go.
So you got to spell it out, put it in the chat.
That may be the hardest part.
So that'll be the hard. Google is your friend.
Right.
Right? What is the amino acid that a lot of people think makes them sleepy on Thanksgiving? We talked about it a little bit earlier. So we're going to put that as the next question.
So I thought that it would be a nice thing to share information about like all of these branches of military and also their creed. So we talked about the Marine Corps but it was like we were right on the fold of the new hour. So I didn't get to share the Marine Rifles Creed. So here it is. The Marine Rifles Creed is, this is my rifle. There are many like it, but this one is mine. My rifle is my best friend. It is my life. I must master it as I must master my life. Without me, my rifle is useless. Without my rifle, I am useless. I must fire my rifle true. I must shoot straighter than my enemy who is trying to kill me. I must shoot him before he shoots me. I will. My rifle and I know that what counts in war is not the rounds we fire, the noise of our burst, nor the smoke we make. We know that it is the hits that count. We will hit. My rifle is human even as I am human because it is my life. Thus I will learn it as my brother. I will learn its weaknesses, its strengths, its parts, its accessories, its sights, and its barrel. I will keep my rifle clean and ready even as I am clean and ready. We will become part of each other. We will. Before God, I swear this creed. My rifle and I are the defender country. We are the masters of our enemy. We are the saviors of my life. So be it until victory is America's and there is no enemy but peace. Wow. Wow. What a powerful, I mean, reading the creeds really, I mean, we were sobbing and our children as well. Like as we just shared these creeds of the different branches of the military, because you feel the intensity and the commitment and the honor of all of these branches of the military. So I thought it was important for us to share those this year because we had never done that before. So thank you.
Let's get into the chat. So
yes.
Chris, going back to the carnivore bar, said original pemmican involved dry meat and pounding with a hammer until it turned into powder. Okay, Joe explained.
Right. Can you imagine how long that would take if you're like, it's you and some dried meat and a mallet?
Franny said, I have a friend, Jimmy Copeland, who went to the Army as an infantryman in Vietnam just after he graduated in 1966. He has spent a lot of time helping vets get the benefits that they...
Wow, that is incredible.
Sabrina said, I totally agree on this conversation about food in the military. My dad was in the Army and have the cookbook for when he was in the Army. Unfortunately, he became type 2 diabetic and died at 72.
Wow. And I thought that was interesting, and it makes perfect sense when he talked about like how close you are to maybe like a larger base. Very different than if you are in some remote place. And that's what we're really trying to do is probably get something like that, better nutrition to someone who's in that remote area because they can't carry a kitchen with them, right?
Right. So one of the things I didn't have time to make a slide because I didn't have time to go looking for the pictures, but I did want to just shout out my Opa, my dad's dad, who immigrated here from Germany. And his story always saddened me because he talked about that his parents put him on a ship. He went through Ellis Island. He was very, very young. And he never got back to Germany. And I remember him even telling me the story, like he didn't know, did his parents send him to the United States because they loved him and they wanted him to get away from the war, or because they didn't want him? But he came here to the United States and he immediately felt like, I'm an American. And he believed in, you only speak English, even though he spoke German. Him and my Oma both came here Germans and they had to teach themselves English, and they taught my dad a little bit of German, but said in this house we speak English because we're Americans. And he served in the U.S. Navy during World War II as a naval cook.
Wow. And
he was proud of this country.
And of course you knew that it represented a love for their child to send them. No parent wants to put their child on a ship, but they were hoping that he would have a life, like even just exist, be able to have a life moving forward. And what a great sacrifice that they made. But it's sad that, that's how he processed it.
And he talked about with me, that World War II was hard for him because here he was
of German descent, yeah.
And he is like in, the American Navy, and he is fighting against his his ancestors, and then also was not treated super well all the time because he was German.
Right.
Yeah.
And
so, like, even he lived in Miami, and there was this very small nook of, like, just a German area, and that's where he ended up, living in North Miami.
Wow.
And so, just a shout out to my Opa, Joseph Stauffer.
Share his name.
So let's go ahead and read another story. You got it?
Yeah, Sherry Watkins.
So this is Sherry's. And Sherry's actually got a lot of pictures
Oh, what a beautiful family, Sherry. Here are the photos from the event we held at church in 2012. If you notice, we even included a special place honoring the unknown soldiers among us. Do we have the right picture?
There's a lot of
slides.
slides.
Oh, there's a lot of slides. Oh, okay. The program was called Memories of Love and Sacrifice. Our veterans were proudly remembered today with guest speaker Larry Giles sharing a few words about his time in service and giving a beautiful talk about the empty chair at a lone table. Are we back on? And the many items that were there and what they represented. This is a small church in Williamson County, Tennessee. Most of these folks represented our family. My dad came from a family of 21 children, including his half brothers and sisters. P.S. Also for inspiration, here's a video my uncle shared a few years back. Lots of great quotes, and I am sure if you would like to use any of it, he would not mind. His name is Jimmy
that's the
Watkins.
video that she shared a couple of years ago.
And that is what we opened with, so thank you so much.
It has become a tradition here to play that video in the first and last hour.
Thank you so much to Sherry for sharing that.
Okay.
All right, you ready to pick a winner?
Not yet.
Give it a little time.
Michelle said, I remember after Hurricane Andrew in 1992, they were bringing water and MREs to us in the hard-hit area. I'll never forget those MREs. Here's hoping I could afford to stock up on carnivore bottles.
Yeah, because, I mean, I don't know if you've ever had, like, an MRE before, but it is, like, just trying to swallow it is, like, challenging.
Yep. TC's Life said, blessings to all who served. My dad is a Korean War vet and served in almost all of the armed services reserves as we moved. I did see from Chris, I wanted to put this up. Spouses of service members do qualify for GovX discounts.
Oh, thank you for sharing that, Chris.
Does your mother even know that?
No, I don't think she does. I don't think a lot of people do.
Right.
So, which is why they're asking the question.
Because even in the state of Florida, veterans and spouses of veterans can get a free annual pass to the all of the Florida state parks.
Yes.
And I believe there's also discounts for the national parks, if I remember right.
Well,
but I know the state parks in Florida, like veterans and spouses of veterans, get free access.
Look for attractions as well. I know that parks like SeaWorld and Busch Gardens and things like that also offer
huge discounts.
Give great discounts for veterans families. So think about that in terms of like if you're planning a family vacation, that might be something that makes it more doable, right? Because you'd be able to get a discounted rate, which is nice.
Sounds like an excellent. I'm trying to find some more comments. Becca said, thank you for reading my really long write-up. There's so much more to his story. After the war, my grandmother would send food and money to the village where he was rescued until her death.
How precious. And again, I just want to show this book again because I believe you can get it on Amazon. So it's called Bailout Over Normandy by Ted Fahrenwald. I'm sure that I'm probably not spelling that right, but it's Fahrenwald. And Becca, thank you so much again for this book to give away and as well as being willing to share your uncle's story.
Jujubee said, Rachel, if it's an 11-hour stream and you're on hour 6, you're more than halfway.
Ooh, that is true. Yeah. That is true.
Paul said, Becky, along with the links, you should be doing some Vanna White spins modeling the product.
Just a thought. You're right. I think he meant to say Rachel. I think that's what confused me because I was like, wait.
No, because Becky's putting all the links in.
Oh, that would be cute, wouldn't it? I love it.
I may have to go create a new thing because I think this has stopped working.
Oh, okay.
I think you guys have broke the chat. I'm gonna have to go create a new.
Great job.
I actually have a backup one, so I'm gonna probably have to do that. So homesick Buckeye, thank you very much. We're gonna put up the balloons though. $50 super chat saying Crazy Ketos and Vets, some of my favorite folks to hang out with. Thank you so much for that.
Much. My gracious. Yes, and that brings our chat revenue up to $331.97. Are we able to see where are we at on Tiltify? $3,880.33. Do you think we can get to $4,000 up there
yes.
before 3 p.m.?
Yep.
That's the question. That's the
Let me
question.
do this. We're gonna play another Warrior Story real quick while I refresh.
Try to make a chat.
I need to create a new API.
Okay.
Okay.
Whatever that is. Hi.
I went into the Air Force and went to basic training. I found it ended up being a great career.
Richard was a happy-go-lucky person, always laughing, always joking. Then he started the deployments. When he came back, he was just a different person. Started having issues with, sweats, screaming.
I got diagnosed with PTSD. They said I had depression.
I hung in there, and things started changing because of the support I had with Wounded Warrior Project. They suggested the Independence Program, and that's what really started the process.
We come to find out the Independence Program does equine therapy, and how do I put this in words? My whole world just flipped.
Got our money. Good boy. The equine therapy is amazing. That has really worked with Richard in regards to him coming back, being happy.
Good job, buddy.
Now,
Good job.
we're in the place where Wounded Warrior Project is now able to help us deal with the financial. What if something happened to me? How would Richard be able to provide? And that was a very scary thought for me.
This is the Independence Program. We want people to be independent. We want them to be independent with their finances. We want them to be independent with their long-term planning. And so the goal of this is to really provide them those essential services that help prepare them for the future.
I started working with Richard and Mina through a referral from the Wounded Warrior Project. And we set up an initial meeting to figure out what are their goals, what are their needs. After that initial meeting, we had our planning session, which is where we get.
Are we back?
There we go.
Are we here?
I hit a button with my fingers. I was trying to create the API. So sorry, we'll have to replay that
We're
one.
trying to answer questions. I see that Shauna is joining us as a moderator. Thank you so much, Shauna. Thank you to our moderators for just helping to put up links. Thank you to Becky.
We're back.
I know that this is a lot we're asking of you guys throughout this day.
We're
So
just gonna
thank
put
you.
Homesick Buckeyes back up because we want the confetti.
Yay!
So, okay. You ready? You want to pick the winner?
Let's do that.
Okay. The winner, we got to go back over to Nightbot. What is the answer?
The answer is tryptophan. So I thought this was funny because this is
Well, let's pick the winner before you do
Okay,
that.
go ahead.
Ready?
Yes.
Beach
Chick. Awesome. Well, Beach Chick, we don't know what your real name is, but you need to send your real name and all of your shipping information to the numerical 11on11 at twoCrazyKetos.com.
Why don't we ever think of something just say numerical?
Well, because Franny's way smarter than me. That's
Okay.
why.
Okay.
But you know what you do? A really smart person is going to take the advice of others and utilize that advice. And that's what we're doing today.
Okay.
All right, so we got one more winner.
Now read your little.
Okay. Although some people think eating turkeys makes them sleepy after Thanksgiving dinner, the truth is that turkeys only have small contents of amino acid tryptophan, which can barely make someone drowsy. On the other hand, eating a lot of carbohydrates, such as potatoes, is more likely to make you
And Joanna
sleepy.
says it here. They say tryptophan, but for me, it's all the potatoes and biscuits.
Yes, and I will tell you, what do they say? The proof is in the pudding. But we stopped eating carbs and now we are awake for the entirety of Thanksgiving. So I feel okay, well, we've put it into practice to see, well, is it the turkey or is it the carbs? Clearly it is the carbs.
Yep. Let's see. I just got a super chat.
Aw.
We can get rid of this one. Laura, thank you very
Hey,
much for the
Laura.
1999 super chat. Said you're almost exactly halfway through this awesome
Yay.
11 hours of honoring our amazing veterans. I intended to watch you on and off today, and yet this is absolute best live stream I've been a part
Wow.
of. Thank you, Joe and Rachel.
Laura, thank you so much. Like, I will be honest and say that sometimes, like, it's hard for us to be like, is it worth it? You wonder sometimes if you make a difference, and we definitely struggle with imposter syndrome. Like, do we even, are we even like a good representative to say thank you to the veterans? Like, clearly there's somebody cooler, funner, and neater than us to be able to do something like this, but it's just like, we just want to. We just want to honor our veterans, and we thank you for the privilege of being able to do that by hanging out with us today.
Joanna said my grandfather was in World War I. He never spoke of his experiences. We don't even know what he did then.
Wow.
JC said my father-in-law was a Marine in World War II and was at Pearl Harbor.
Wow.
My brother fought as a Marine in Vietnam. He was in Da Nang during the Tet Offensive. Marines are always in the thick of it.
Yeah, so true. So absolutely true. And I mean, and you feel it, right? As you're listening to the creed, you feel it. You feel that it's like they know the challenge that they're taking on, the seriousness of it, the weight of it.
Let's talk about this hour's. We didn't talk about.
Yeah,
that
we
yet.
haven't. To this hour, we were going to talk about the Navy. Yay! So the Navy was created by Congress in April of 1798. The Department of the Navy has its earliest roots in the Continental Navy, formed in 1775 by General George Washington himself to defend the American colonies from British attacks. On October 3rd, 1775, the Continental Congress received information about two unarmed English brigs departing England and bound for Quebec, which were carrying munitions for British troops. While waiting for Congress to authorize a navy, George Washington just took matters into his own hands by commanding 3 schooners to cruise off the coast of Massachusetts and intercept enemy supply lines. Massachusetts sailors and Army duty manned these makeshift warships. In a letter read to Congress on October 13th, 1775, General Washington notified them of his actions and urged them to form a navy. Congress voted to properly equip sailing vessels in order to prevent enemy vessels from bringing supplies to the British Army in America. In addition, Congress established a naval committee responsible for purchasing, outfitting, manning, and operating the first ships of the new Navy. The responsibility of the Navy is to protect waterways and to provide runways for aircraft when at sea. Their members are called sailors. The reserve is the Navy Reserve, and their special forces is, of course, the Navy SEALs. Yeah. Wow, thank you so much to the men and women of the Navy. And of course, we've included also the Sailor's Creed. I am a United States sailor. I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States of America, and I will obey the orders of those appointed over me. I represent the fighting spirit of the Navy and those who have gone before me to defend freedom and democracy around the world. I proudly serve my country's Navy combat team with honor, courage, and commitment. I am committed to excellence and the fair treatment of all. Wow. What an honorable group. I mean, it's just like, wow, right? You're just listening to the rich history. Like the Navy it's not here yesterday. We're talking 1775. Right? I mean, just absolutely
That stream is
amazing.
so far behind us up there.
Oh, I see that. Okay.
Or I have to refresh it. So Carnivore, Franny said Carnivore's about how suicides among soldiers are way too high. He's trying to make a difference. Oh, and Jujube said national parks are not free for just veterans, unfortunately.
Okay.
They are free for active duty and full medical discharge and Gold Star families.
Thank you so much for that clarification, Jujube.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. Buck said, one side of my family did not identify as anything but American. They arrived here in the 1600s.
Oh my goodness, that is incredible. Goodness. And you have like family, like lineage and history. Like, I feel like, don't you just want to go through photo albums and like records and stuff? That is incredible to have that much information on your family. I just think is just so interesting.
Kat said, my father was a Vietnam veteran, a Navy Seabee, and unfortunately passed a few years ago due to complications from Agent Orange.
Oh, Kat, I'm so sorry, but thank you so much for sharing your father's story.
So we did have it. This is not a trivia question.
No, it's not.
But we thought it was interesting.
Very.
And it's funny because I always love it because Rachel and I could be on the same page sometimes. Sometimes not. Sometimes we are. And I was actually thinking, like, this would be a great question because I have heard it discussed, and I'm always fascinated by it.
Yes.
Because, no pun intended, they're a dying breed.
Mm.
But, you know, you think about, like, some of the history as it's going away because from some of these wars, there's not a lot of survivors
That's right.
left, right?
Yeah.
And so we had a trivia question, but obviously, like, you know, this is, I think when you Google it, you're going to find different numbers because you never know. But roughly, how many of the 16.1 million Americans who served in World War II are still alive?
I mean, we're talking old people. Like, we're talking older people.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, my grandfather was
You'd
in
have
World
to
War
be-
II. He was born in 1918.
Yeah.
So-
you'd have to be 100.
Pretty young when
you have to be 100.
Yeah, or getting very close to it.
Right.
So the answer that I found, according to the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs statistics, 119,500 of the 16.1 million Americans, talk about every single household being affected by this war, who served in World War II are still alive as of 2023. And I thought it was interesting to see this living World War II veterans by state. I'm just going to throw this up because I find it really, really interesting. And there is a National World War II Museum in New Orleans. I was thinking of Rhonda Clark when I saw this because she lives in that New Orleans area. But if you're ever there, check that out. But look at this. And it does say this, you know, of course, hurts your heart. There's actually 131 deaths per day of these men and women. But it was interesting to see, like, find your state. Are you surprised by the number? Like, being a retirement state, seeing that we have a high number of 10,785, I wasn't really surprised by that because a lot of people retire to Florida. But I just wondered, do you find it interesting if you see your state up there to see how many people are still there? Like, for instance, there are 70 World War II veterans living in Alaska. How cool is that?
That's really
like,
cool.
I thought that was really fascinating. I love it.
Teresa said, I'm sad too. My father was German and was forced to be in the war. He was a victim and was a prisoner of war. Never recognized because he was on the wrong side. When he came here,
Wow, that's interesting. I was talking with my friend, Natalie Tanaka, and her father-in-law was actually born in America, but was of Japanese descent at that time. And so was actually lived in a Japanese internment camp for some time. And his attitude and like how he raised his kids was amazing. And he, as soon as he was released from the internment camp, actually joined the military.
Wow.
I mean, it was just like the level of patriotism, forgiveness. I mean, the forgiveness it would take. I do not think that I could muster it.
No.
But like, it was just, it was so amazing. And she actually shared with me just a precious memento of their family. Talk about a precious treasure of family history. He carved into a piece of wood still in the internment camp. When he was in an internment camp, he carved a picture of what he believed for the future, which was a hopeful situation where he drew the picture of like his wife and himself tilling the ground on their own land at some point, with like a church in the future, like they would have a freedom to of religion, however they saw that fit. And he held on to that, like a tangible hope.
I don't know how they did. I mean, George Takei has talked about this a lot.
Yeah.
Right? He's talked about, being in internment camps and stuff, and then to go on and to
serve
and to stay in a country that locked you away.
When you had every right. This is my right, right? Like, so it was, but I appreciated the opportunity to discuss that history and for them to show like this is the man he was. That definitely something for us to take time to honor.
Matt said, I used to have to recite the Sailor's Creed during my service. It still makes me tear up when I recite
I'm telling you, and I was thinking to myself, like, I don't want to dishonor these creeds by like crying, because they're said through the lips of such strong people. Like it is such a reverent thing that I want to give reverence to it even as I'm sharing it. But I can't help it because just thinking about what you're doing, what you have done, how you have served us, like it's just my gratitude just pours out of me, and it's never to give any dishonor to it. I would love to be able to say it unbroken, but man, it's just such a powerful thing to share. Thank you.
Chuju B said Florida retiree has something to do with taxes, I think. Can you please tell me where there's cheap taxes in Florida so I can move there?
We have not found those yet.
We just got our property taxes and I'm like, oh my gosh.
We're gonna have to sell the house to pay the taxes.
I need a new job just to pay my taxes and my insurance. Well, can't even figure out the insurance anymore. It's too expensive. I mean, it's like, God, insurance in Florida costs you more money than like some people make in a year. It's ridiculous.
Not that you're bitter about it.
Barbara said, how about 111,550 World War veterans are still living in the United States? Like that number alone.
It is, I mean, it's like...
Again, you're talking about a war in 1940, which means you had to be born in probably about you figure like 1920 to 1925, and 1925 you would be lying about your age.
Yeah.
Right? So they're all over 100. You've got to be over 100 really at this point to have been in World War II.
You're talking about strong people.
Yeah.
Strong of character, and it permeated every cell in their body. Like I was talking with my friend Beth this week, and they were just honoring like her grandmother had her 100th birthday. She is her husband was a veteran, and she is still driving. She is still and taking care of herself, living alone, taking care of herself.
Matt said military retirees don't pay state taxes on a retirement pension. Do you get off? I'll go join the military tomorrow if I don't have to pay property tax. Not that they're going to take me, but...
They won't. They will not.
Anna said back then immigrants were proud to be America. They made a great effort to learn the language. My great-grandparents came over from Germany and Hungary.
Oh, wow.
I'm named after my great-grandma.
Oh, Joanna, how beautiful.
Lisa said my father and uncle were in the Navy. My father spent a year in
Antarctica. So where's your family from originally? Because I wonder like what kind of like change that was like. If you're like, can you imagine sending me to Antarctica?
Yeah.
What would that look like?
Larry said my uncle Joe Grady served in the Army during
Joe Gaddy.
Okay. In the Army during the Vietnam War, he loved the outdoors. However, after his return, being in a green, lush forest was a terrible experience. How I love that man.
Wow.
Sandra said my father-in-law was a World War II veteran. He died over 20 years ago.
But still, that is a very long, rich heritage, right? Just incredible.
Paul said my grandfather was in the British Merchant Navy during World War II.
Thank you so
let's
much.
Not forget,
Let us not.
We have more than just American.
That's right.
Veterans. Yes, we're celebrating Veterans Day,
but also
in America,
Remembrance Day.
But we have Remembrance Day, and
so good to see you, Paul.
Laura said the World War II Museum in NOLA is phenomenal. One of my top 5 museum experiences.
So good to know. So check that out.
Larry said, my daughter Becky served in the Army for 6 years. Upon her
Wow.
discharge, she was never the same and still struggles with her health and mental stability. She has just been given VA benefits. Thankful.
Wow, Larry, thank you for your family's service to our country, and yet we are heartbroken for your daughter as well. And that is thinking about that of like, we don't want people to delay in services. We want people to get their needs met now. And we're going to be sharing some other, videos going forward that are like where people are just getting like they need a certain type of wheelchair that's specific to their needs. They need it now. How long do we need to wait for them to get what they need?
Yep.
Right? So I'm so appreciative of organizations like the Wounded Warrior Project, and I'm so proud to help spotlight them, turn attention to them, and hopefully we can raise some funds so that people can get their specific needs handled without having to wait.
JC said, my father's side of the family came here in 1620.
Oh my gracious!
I can trace my family's American veterans back to the Revolutionary War. They proudly served in every major conflict since.
JC, what a heritage. What a heritage. My gracious.
Patty said, my dad served in World War II and has been would have turned 99 last month.
Oh, how precious. Oh my goodness.
Lisa said, we were from New Mexico, but we moved every year. My father left us in New Mexico because you can't bring your family there.
I imagine that would be very challenging. And it's very challenging to leave the family, behind. But what a difference in climate, right? That must have been
Do you
shocking.
have another question?
Yes, I can absolutely.
Let's give away another thing of cookies with a random.
Okay, go ahead and let me get that mark.
Give me the next question so I can put the answer into the thing.
This number, but it is a number.
Okay. You
Yeah.
ready? So we're going to give away a box of cookies.
Yes.
Franny!
All right, so we're giving them out to Franny.
We're only at 12.
I know.
Like, what are we going to do?
Well, I think we should
Let's just do
pick
another
winner. All right. So, okay, go ahead and pick one. TC's Live. All right, TC.
So again, if you win, you're going to send an email to 11on11@2krazyketos.com. The number 11. Don't spell it out. 11on11@2krazyketos.com.
Yay! How awesome. Okay, so our next question, I'll wait until you get the little thing in and set it up.
Yep, we're good.
It's been estimated that blank percent of people wait until the day before Thanksgiving to get their grocery shopping done. Can you imagine such a people, right? Can you imagine?
You know what the nice thing about being like keto and not just doing turkey? Like we can just go out and like I'll have whatever.
Right.
We don't have to shop for sweet potatoes and
No,
mashed potatoes.
But I
and
always
corn
need
and
one
pumpkin
more
pie.
One more stick of butter though.
Uh-huh.
One more stick of butter.
No, we really don't. We have like 150 sticks of butter.
But on
Because
Thanksgiving,
you always buy another stick of butter.
on Thanksgiving, there's always one more thing. You know that to be true. How many times have you been working on a personal recipe that I had to...
Yeah, but we're talking about grocery shopping.
Okay.
We're getting past it, right?
The Tuesday before Thanksgiving, rather than the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, is the single busiest shopping day of the year for grocery stores. So if at all possible, whether you are in whatever percentage you are in as far as like when you get your grocery shopping done, it sounds like the Tuesday before Thanksgiving,
Exactly
stay home.
This year. Yeah.
Stay home. If you don't have it, you don't need it, right?
Like Thanksgiving's just the busiest for everything. It's like the busiest travel day of the year,
if
you know.
If you can be the one person that's not on the road, like in that week before Thanksgiving,
So
be that person.
the question is, what percentage of people wait until
the day before Thanksgiving
to
get
go
their
grocery shopping?
So my mom is always, it was funny because mommy was like thinking, now she's thinking about like turkeys. And so she's just like,
On sale at BJ's.
I know, but she's like, I gotta wait because I want mine fresh. And it's like, but it's frozen. You usually buy them frozen.
You know all the ones that you buy that are frozen, that are fresh, most of them
were frozen first.
They're just thawing them for you.
Right, exactly. But I thought it was so cute. She's like, no, I'm going to pick a ripe one. And it's like, oh, they've been dead for a while.
And then you got to pay twice as much money. Like they're like 89 cents right now at BJ's.
I just thought it was
We need
cute.
to go get a turkey.
I just thought it was cute that she was like,
get a
well, I got to wait a minute. I got to get a fresh one.
We can't
closer to the
when
day.
When can we have turkey?
The 16th.
Yeah, but when's...
Why are you opening a calculator?
Because
where a calendar should go.
I'm looking for a calendar. I want to know what day is the 15th.
The 16th is Thursday. That is your official release day. Thursday.
Well,
during the Thursday live stream, he will probably be eating a turkey
No, that would
leg.
be 33 days.
It is from October 15th to November 15th, friend. Doesn't matter how many days
it is. We said 30 days.
It is October 15th to November 15th. As my husband would say, we're not cooking to time.
That means
we're cooking to temperature.
That means November 15th, that means November 15th is you're done.
No, November 15th is the last day of the challenge. I appreciate
Doesn't matter. I wanted Tuesday, and none of them helped me on Tuesday.
I appreciate
Tuesday is
all of your debates.
50% off Buffalo Wild Wings.
I like it. I like your dance. I like it. It's cute.
You like my dance?
I do.
Okay.
I do.
You want to pick the winner here?
So this one is going to be for the let me get to the right page. Let me keep going.
Good idea.
Good idea.
Okay.
This is the good idea.
The answer is
dun da da da
10%.
10%.
And the answer is, did anybody get it?
Karen
Wilson got it.
Good job, Karen Wilson.
So again, send us your email at 11on11 at twocrazyketos.com. And just a real quick thing about Good Idea. If you do want Good Idea, we have a link down below. And if you use the code 2crazyketos, you get a discount. I think it's 10%, if I am
going to...
We don't make any money like from you guys using the link or something, but Good Idea does support the channel.
Yes. So thank you for that.
Let's do another one. Let's do another cookies.
There's so many things where it's like, if there's just a coupon, I want to present people with a coupon.
Right.
That's it. That's what I want. I want a discount. All right.
You want to give away another cookies?
Let's give away a cookie.
Ready?
You're a tough cookie. We've talked about some tough cookies during this hour.
You ready?
Okay.
Do you have your pen ready? You're not on the cookie page.
Oh, I'm not on the cookie page, but I do. I have an actual a good.
Oh, we have time. We can do a question. Do you have a question?
You want to?
Yeah.
Okay. So.
Which one?
All right, this one. The TV dinner was born from Thanksgiving leftovers. I don't know if you knew that, but the TV dinner was born from Thanksgiving leftovers. Specifically, a worker at this company, the name of this company, ordered extra frozen turkeys on the Thanksgiving Day of 1953. The company's salesman suggested packaging the leftover turkeys in aluminum trays, as well as cornbread dressing, sweet potatoes, and peas. And because of this, the TV dinner was born. Because of this person that worked at this company. What was the name of the company?
Okay. Yeah,
so write this word.
You need to shorten it and then read it afterwards.
It's a one word.
It's one word.
It's one word.
So what company?
What company did this worker work for?
What company created the TV dinner?
That it basically created the TV dinner.
Okay.
Hey, you know what?
Complicated.
Well, here's the thing though. This is the perfect question to.
It's a great question.
Here's why though.
Why?
Because he came up with a good idea. Do you get it? That was a good idea. It was a really good idea. Why don't we make something that is like, we'll use leftovers? And what is the thing that there's never enough leftovers of, right? It's the slices of the breast meat of the turkey. Usually by day 2, you're always getting like, I don't know if this is the way it is at your home, but like for us, what you're getting is like basically just turkey you could make a gravy out of,
yeah,
right?
But you know what
it's
you do
a
with
hot
that?
mess.
You
It's
take
not
those little
carvable.
pieces of pulled off turkey necks. Those are the pieces I want. I don't want the slice. I want all the little pieces. And then you're going to take that and you're going to put it into a nice big cup of keto chow creamy chicken soup.
Yeah. I mean, it's delicious. I mean, it's a blessing now, but I'm telling you, sometimes.
You can also make meat flour with it.
Yes.
Take that turkey, dehydrate it, grind it up, and now you have turkey flour.
That's great. I love all this process, but my complaint, and I need to air my grievance here, is the fact that the day after Thanksgiving, usually you don't have a pretty, like you want a pretty plate again. Part of Thanksgiving too is like you're making this beautiful plate, but you've got like this clearly makeshift Like,
I don't know about y'all, my plate never
crumbs.
looked pretty. It was just piled high with junk.
Well, I always liked a big slice of turkey.
Then I met Rachel.
Okay.
And I learned
In the beginning.
in about year 2 of our marriage, in going to Rachel's
This went
mom's
fast.
house, that Rachel's mom is a Southern woman.
Okay.
And is a food pusher.
She is.
And so what I learned was, when you go, don't pile your plate, because she is making
gonna
you
make you
have
go back.
seconds and thirds. And it doesn't matter how much food was on your plate to start with. It's you better make at least 2 more trips to the kitchen before you go home.
So bring strategy.
So I learned, don't put a lot of food on your plate the first time,
'Cause you're
because
going
she's
back.
making you go back. And there's no, I'm full. Sorry, go back. I made all that food. Go back. And so now I've learned, put 1 piece of turkey in one's. Look, I'm eating, Mom. See, I'm eating. Now I can go back, and now I can win, because I had 5 trips to the kitchen, Mom. Aren't you proud of me? Now, those 5 trips were less food that I was having on my first plate.
You know what the blessing is?
It worked.
And that's a
Now I
great
just
trick.
told her, because she's probably in here.
You know what's awesome about this though?
What?
That you just only have to deal with that at like family gatherings, because normally I don't care if you eat or don't, and you're the one that's responsible for all the cooking. So like, I don't care, eat or not. The good news is you never get like me going like, you need to eat more food, because I'm usually like, no, leave that, because I'll eat it, right? Like, I'm looking for the more food. If there's leftovers, don't worry.
Yeah, Lisa said,
I want the rest of the brisket.
You gotta wear stretchy pants.
Stretchy pants.
Oh my gosh, when we were a carb people,
It was awful.
Right? It was like, we're going to Thanksgiving in pajamas.
I did. I did. It wasn't even, I did not even like yoga pants, because yoga pants were constrictive.
Right.
Like they too tight. Like, I need something that feels like I'm not even wearing pants at all. But like, no one wants me to wear no pants. So pants are, I gotta do it.
Okay.
We're 3 minutes.
We're 3 minutes.
Okay, from our number.
Marie is here, said my grandma and grandpa came here from
Czechoslovakia.
And they were married here and had 5 kids.
Wow.
They read the newspaper and any books to learn English. Also listened to the radio just to learn the language.
How
That is so awesome.
amazing. And you have to think about how scary that was. There was no Rosetta Stone, okay? Like, there was no, you just have to figure it out. Like, you're someplace new and you've got to make it work. Like, I don't even think, like, if I couldn't read like certain languages, I couldn't even travel on the road. Even if I could drive the car, I would get lost trying to go places. Think about going someplace and you're reading signs and trying to find new locations. Like, oh my goodness, it's just amazing.
Chris said, friendly reminder, you'll not be able to buy heavy cream the week before or after Thanksgiving, so stock up now. It lasts over a month till you open it.
Just don't open it.
Just don't open it.
Don't
right?
open it.
Okay, you ready? Let's pick the winner. The answer is...
Dun 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 dun.
You have to look it.
Swanson.
Swanson.
Swanson. Swanson. Swanson.
And the winner is... Goomba. Didn't Goomba Lord win? No.
Yes, Goomba Lord did win one.
Goomba Lord won already?
Yes.
What did Goomba Lord win?
They
Yes.
actually already won this very win.
Okay, so we gotta try
we're
again.
gonna pick another one. She played the lottery.
Patty Molden.
Patty Molden, congratulations. Patty Molden, you are getting 5 clean keto, and they're amazing. So send your shipping information to 11on11 at twocrazyketos.com.
And we do want to just once again give a little shout out to thank you to Good Idea for sponsoring this hour.
We hope that you think it was a good idea for you to sponsor with these two jokers
Almost 5
sitting
hours
here
left.
talking turkey, basically.
Okay, ready? We're running out of things to talk about.
Okay,
I
wait.
think.
Ready?
Wait, you gotta look.
I'll do it this way. Oh my gosh, okay, $3,970.
20 seconds left. We need $30.
33 cents. Well, but we do have the chat. So
I
in
know.
combination,
In
we
a combination, we're at 4,000.
we have made it to $4,000. We have made it to $4,000. That is pretty
Goomba
exciting.
Lord said, I never have luck with you. Now I got the hiccups.
And now you've got, now you definitely need to play because you've won twice.
Ready?
And the same thing. I'm going to do it this way.
Yes, please
I
don't
want-
shoot me in the face. I didn't see any come out.
Yay! It's smoking.
I like that smell.
I do. You know what? It was like cap guns.
Cap guns.
It is a cap gun. It reminds
We
me of a
didn't
cap
let our
gun.
kids play with cap
We
guns.
did not let our children play with cap guns because they made decisions in childhood like tying their belts to a ceiling fan and swinging on them like Indiana Jones.
JJ said, Rachel running out of things to talk about. I seriously doubt it.
Let's be honest. Let's be honest.
Okay. Welcome to hour 7. We have hours to go in our 11-hour live stream.
Well, no, 4.
And
Wait.
No, we have 5. It's
7.
right. Look right here.
I see it. Time remaining.
Time remaining. 5
That helps.
hours left.
High five.
High five. So, we'll talk about this something in a minute. So, here's the thing. We have another sponsor for this hour. We've already talked to one company about something we can do for our veterans. Well, here's another one. The sponsor for this hour is Keto Brick.
Keto Brick. Now this company, Keto Brick, they have a representative who actually has done the 50-mile march, and that
They have a
is
couple.
Robert Savage. Yeah, I think. Well, has Crystal walked it too?
I believe Crystal walked it too.
Let me tell you, this family loves veterans.
Yes.
They do anything to support our veterans. They are such a precious family. This is an incredible company.
We did go to over 4,000 as we started.
Yay! How exciting!
So yeah, as a matter of fact, Robert was the reason of 11 on 11 because so when we came home from that flight in Omaha 3 years ago, and I looked at it and I'm like, maybe I could do it. And I think I could do the 50-mile walk. There's not a doubt in my mind that I could do the walk. It's how long will I be able to before I can walk again after I'm done with that walk? Because again, pins in my ankle, like, listen, I'm not on painkillers anymore, but after a day, it still stiffens up. It still becomes like uncomfortable to walk. And I'm like, that's what spawned 11 on 11. And then, so we're on the flight, and then 2 days after the 50-mile march, here's a picture of Robert, who now spends 2 weeks on crutches because he did the 50-mile march. And I'm like, good decision of not doing that one.
Yeah.
Because if he's on crutches, what's going to happen to me?
This is a family that supports our veterans.
Yes.
They really do. And everything they do is with such integrity. That's why we love them. We love their product. And let's talk a little bit about their product.
What are they giving away?
6 bricks to 5 winners. We are giving away 30 keto bricks this hour. 30. That's not like, hey, would you like to try this? 30 bricks. Every single winner, all 5 winners for this hour, 6 bricks.
Yep.
That's incredible.
Yep.
That is super, super generous. So if you've ever wanted to try a keto brick and you never have tried it, like, stay tuned. This may be like the hour that you win some keto bricks, and you want to, and here's why. Let's talk about keto bricks.
This is my jam because I have a lot of keto brick.
Oh my gosh, we love keto brick.
I've been cleaning out my office to make room for the printer that I'm
Guess
working
what
on.
is not getting cleaned out?
And I have a lot of keto brick, and I miss keto brick.
No
'cause
regrets.
I eat like one a day, and
You can't during Triple B&E.
right now.
And he tried to pull the Bell's brownie batter with me. He was like, this is essentially a steak because
it has organ meat in
It's
it.
all organ meat, Rachel. And I'm like, the 16th, Joe. The 16th. But yeah.
Okay, so why do we love Keto Brick? It's a keto-friendly, high-calorie performance bar that's totally shelf-stable. It's fantastic for a meal option for athletes, high-performing individuals, ketogenic eaters, backpackers, and outdoor enthusiasts in need of a shelf-stable hard workers, entrepreneurs, and busy individuals. And can we add military?
Yes.
Can we add that?
Oh my gosh, I love it. So
we love it because they're produced in-house with zero compromises. It's built by performers for performers. They're constantly evolving and adapting with new information. They actually listen to your feedback and they improve the bricks accordingly.
they really, truly do. And when you talk about, like, there's capital zero, Z-E-R-O, zero compromises, I don't know anybody that works as hard. Like, he doesn't.
It says steak shake right on it. It's a steak shake.
It's got a sweetener. But he doesn't let his eyes off of this product until it's at your door. Like, he has his hands on the entirety of this product. So let's talk a little bit more about why we love Keto Brick. This is what they do not use. They do not use cheap filler ingredients or loads of sweeteners, no allulose, no chicory root fiber, no soy, no erythritol, no corn fiber, no crap. I mean, I pulled that from the website, no crap. Since they are produced in-house, they have complete quality control and do not cut corners to make an extra dollar. They even, when he talks about like no crap, he doesn't count net carbs. They count total carbs. And I love this quote. It's on his, it's just like, it's there on their website as if it's not a big deal. Like it's just, oh, just part of this information. But I find that this really is about them as a people. Legacy is greater than currency. This business was founded to add more value than it takes. Does that describe the veterans?
Yeah.
That describes the veterans. That's what you're talking about. The legacy is greater than currency. There is something that money just cannot buy, and that is legacy. And I'm so thankful to know Robert and Crystal and the entire Keto Brick team, really. And something that we learned recently, I forget about this because we use Keto Brick really one way. We melt it down into pucks.
You do.
I do.
I
I
just
know.
eat the whole brick.
I know you eat the whole brick, but I do melt it down into pucks and take them that way. But on their website, if you check out ketobrick.com, take a look at that picture right there, Joe. Throw that one up. Because there's website recipes. If you're like, what else can I do?
We actually created one.
We did.
We made a mug cake where we used Keto Brick as the fat source.
Delicious.
And it came out great.
Really, really delicious.
And when you talk about Robert's attention to details, like, so we've talked about nutrition labels. And the nutrition labels, they're lying to you. I love people like, I'm calorie counting. Yeah, are you really though? Because you don't know how many calories you, yes, I do.
Mm-hmm.
No, you don't. Because they could be off by 20%.
Yeah.
They can legally lie to you. This package, it's 118 calories, but nobody wants to see 118. Let's say it's 100.
Right.
Okay.
Good
I
enough.
can legally do that. And they're allowed to be off. They can legally be allowed to be off by up to 20%. Okay,
That's a lot.
Robert wants to get it down to like 1 or 2% or some ridiculous number that he started going through because every brick was weighing the same. And these are supposed to be 1,000 calories. And he said, you may notice that no longer is your brick whatever the old grams was. That some bricks, some flavors may say it's 148 grams, like this Bell's Brownie batter, but another one may be 155 grams. And he's like, because I want to get to like 1 or 2% of off, which is like, to me, almost impossible, because that means that he has to not only make sure everything that he's got is right, but that every ingredient
is correct
to the decimal too. Because if, let's say he's using, I don't know, the protein, the stage shake protein powder that's got all the organs in it, if they tell him it's got 100 calories and it only has 90 calories, that makes all of his computations off. So he needs to be dealing with vendors that have their numbers within 1 or 2%.
Do you ever think that maybe, like, when he calls up a vendor and they're like, we've got Keto Savage on the phone, they're probably like, oh gosh, like, they're gonna hold us so ridiculously accountable for our actions. But yeah, that's it. That's why it's such an incredible product.
Well, let's do a random draw right now for one of the sets.
Okay, here we go.
Ready?
Yes.
It's just people who are active in the chat.
Yes.
Oh, Chris said 10% either way is legal
On nutritional. Thank you, Chris.
Beth
Seidel.
Seidel.
Oh, Beth and Randy, we love you guys so much. So good to see you. Send us your shipping information to 11on11 at twocrazyketos.com because you're getting 6 bricks, young lady. I love it. Congratulations.
Okay, let's go ahead and play a Survivor story.
It was a jarring difference between Fort Drum, New York, and Bagram, Afghanistan. It was nice lush green area to desert and mountains. The safety of the United States was no longer there for us. The safety was found with having each other. No matter what mission we would go on, you knew that somebody was behind you that you could trust. At the end of my enlistment, my unit was prepping for their second deployment back to Afghanistan. Right in that time frame, the military was starting to enact a program called stop loss, which it didn't matter if you were getting out, you were still the property of the military and they needed soldiers. I ended up missing being stop lost by days. So I was able to go home and begin my life outside of the military, where some of the guys that were still in only days later to be supposed to get out were now going to be stuck for an unknown amount of time. Having guys that did not come home on that second tour still, haunt me today. Still sit in my consciousness of having regret of me not being there. Burying it, hiding it was probably the easiest way for me to cope. My first year of school, I don't even think anybody even knew I was in the military. The first steps towards Wounded Warrior Project were the failed attempts at the VA. There are programs and people there to help, but I just didn't feel that the connection of how it could help me further than what it was already doing. I really struggled with how to take care of myself, and eventually finding the Wounded Warrior Project through a friend who was also a veteran opened my eyes to people that were also struggling with some of the same issues. For the past decade of being part of Wounded Warrior Project, I've gone from that first dinner to becoming a peer leader. Allowed me to be able to assist Wounded Warrior Project in my neighborhood, touch the lives of other warriors that need, representation and need connection to their community as well. I am very lucky to have a family with a little 3-year-old daughter, and found out that one of my triggers that I didn't even know existed was crying babies. And a crying child would put me into this whirlwind of being back in Afghanistan, and out of fear for what might happen in my own life or to my family, that's where I decided to reach out to Wounded Warrior Project and look at Warrior Care Network as an option for my treatment. Two weeks had very intense all-day therapy, which I was extremely reluctant to start, and hence the 10-year gap between having PTSD and seeking, the proper treatment. The experience at Warrior Care Network was very regimented, which was really nice. It's catered to what your needs are. It helps you at your own pace as well. It's not just checking the boxes. I found that I was able to relax and be part of the conversations that were happening. It was, again, by being around other veterans, other warriors that had gone through similar situations, it was easy to drop my guard on those. On the individual therapies, I found it to be very hard to initially talk about a lot of the things, as my past with doing therapy was a little jaded and not wanting to open up immediately, but I knew I needed to put in the work in order to get the result that program is supposed to give you out of it. So I allowed myself just to, meld into the program, and ultimately saw a lot of progress, in just a few short sessions. My coming home from Warrior Care Network was one of my fears as well too, leaving a very structured program and being separated from family, and then coming home and knowing that all the things that might be triggering were still there, but my wife and daughter were there for me. They were happy to see me after 2 weeks, and I was going to be going through that process, not alone again, but with their assistance. And my wife was extremely supportive of all the new tools that I had at my disposal to help with my triggers and emotions that I had been feeling for so long. After completing Warrior Care Network, Wounded Warrior Project reached out to me weekly to find out how I was doing, and also helped set me up with a therapist in my local VA, along with the program outline that we accomplished while I was there. This allowed them to pick up the pieces from where I was, so that I didn't have to repeat a lot of the things I once did. From there, they were able to take me through new therapies. It's giving you the tools to assess what you need to do throughout the day to have the capability to live your life as you once did before. That veteran community that is there at any point in time that you need it. So many of the staff members are prior military, and they're there for the Warrior. The events, the programs that they have set up are all about getting engagement and getting people to realize that you're not alone. You're part of a bigger group that's out there for you.
Do you have the thing back on?
I have the
All right.
microphone on.
We're back.
I thought I saw some two super chats. Anali, thank you very much for the $50 super chat.
Thank you.
Said thank you to Crazy Ketos for generosity and everything you do for the keto community.
Wow.
And for our veterans.
Thank
Happy
you
Veterans
so
Day.
much.
And JC said thanks for the $10 super chat. Said thank you for honoring our veterans. It's hard to believe that you've been along. You both sound like you just started the live
Bless your
stream.
heart.
The next 5 hours should be
Thank you so much for sharing your day with us. And that brings our chat revenue on YouTube to $431.95. And let's look and see what's going on with Tiltify. We're $4,341.
So we're almost at $5,000.
Shout out to, I see Pat, thank you so much. Amber, Sean and Michelle, Goomba Lord, thank you so much for your generous giving. We're so stinking excited to be here.
I wanted to just, I saw, Carrie said Buffalo Wild Wings is offering free rings for veterans today.
Oh, wow. We love those.
Larry said, Joe, I'm looking forward to turkey also.
See, you're not alone.
Since Kroger has them for 49 cents a pound.
Nuh-uh.
I'll have to hold out until at least 2024, steak and a beef butter beacon until
But
then.
I could
They
at least freeze
really well.
it, yeah. 49 cents.
Laura said, Rachel, you are so blessed that Joe does all the cooking.
I am. I am not going to lie. I am super
I don't get
blessed.
it a lot,
I know. I am super blessed.
I don't do a lot of things right.
No, you do a lot of things right, baby. But one of them
admittedly screw up a lot.
But one of them happens to be frying up a good hamburger. You're really good at it.
Speaking of the kitchen, I have a major complaint.
Yes. Do I get props? The man does not touch laundry, though. We do have,
I can do laundry,
but probably...
You like doing it for some reason, though.
Well, I feel like that it is my responsibility to to help. Like, you shouldn't, if you're exclusively doing the cooking, then I should exclusively do something too. Like, that seems fair. What is your favorite chore in your household, and also least favorite chore? If it's you and a partner, in the house, like, what does your partner do? What do you do? So, like, I'm on laundry duty, and let me tell you, we've had some 6 accidents from, like, animals, fur babies in our life that it wasn't so fun to be on laundry duty, right? Certain days. But so I'm the laundry person and you the cooking person.
Yep.
So, like, what do you do in your home? Like, what do you rely on?
Can I get back to my complaint?
Oh, no, let's move on.
No, so we did the review.
Yes.
Of the crushed ice maker from Fohier. Right? We did that review of it, and it's supposed to be going in the RV. That's what we said. And everybody keeps putting it on the counter, and they're running it. Meanwhile, we have the other ice things.
It's so good. We all want that ice.
And it's running. It's more electric. So you can have your heated blanket, or you can have the ice maker. Which one do you want?
I want both of them. I want some hot and none cold.
I need to cut down the electric bill to pay to run my 3D printers.
In and out, I'm up and
my
I'm
3D
down.
printers are functional.
Okay.
That ice. So here's my problem.
Yes.
I'm the only one not getting the ice. The kids are turning. I keep unplugging it so I can go dry it out, put it in the RV, and the kids keep turning it back on.
Here you go.
And then they literally, I watched one of our children literally go in, take a cup like this, and put it all in there. And then
yes,
they don't refill the water. So now they've taken all the ice, but there's no water to make more ice.
They're just selling the cups too big, is my complaint. Like, I mean, it's just like, you almost need a 5-pound bag of ice when you have a Stanley mug, right? I mean, I love them.
Am I the only one who goes through these?
You are.
Am I?
It's just you.
Is it just me?
It's only you.
I have learned this, though.
Okay.
We need to do more 11-hour live streams.
Okay.
Because Chris and the other Chris and Matt and anybody else who's into 3D printing, I don't know if Luke is in here, but one of the worst parts about 3D printing is that it takes a long time.
But you got time right now.
It takes a long, like, prints take hours, if not days. I mean, the helmet, the Jack Skellington helmet that I made, that was 30 hours of printing.
You almost need to wear it daily to, like, balance
you almost
out.
need to have multiple printers.
Right.
I'm kind of working on that right now. But the worst part is you start the print and now you sit there and watch it. It's worse than watching paint dry.
Or grass grow.
Because it's one layer, 0.2 millimeters at a time until it gets to this.
It'll be finished when it's finished.
And it's finished when it's finished. It's kind of like your beef.
Do you have more grace for me now as you, like, struggle with your own personal?
My solution is just get another 3D printer so now I can have 2 going. But I have gotten a lot of things printed during this live stream.
Super efficient.
Because I can't watch it. So I told it to start.
You just let it go.
And then it finishes.
Somebody needs to hear this right now. That's going to preach to somebody. Just keep your eyes off of it. Like,
Keep
it'll
your
work.
eyes off
It'll
of it.
work, okay? Like, trust the process.
Okay. Do you want to highlight the Space Force?
Space Force, which I thought was, like, super rad. Yo, like, this is really, really cool. It's right there. So the U.S. Space Force was established in our lifetime. Can we, like, appreciate that? It's only been here since December 20th, 2019, when the National Defense Authorization Act was signed into law, creating the first new branch of the armed services in 73 years. The establishment of the USSF resulted from widespread recognition that space was a national security imperative. I mean, that makes sense. When combined with the growing threat posed by near-peer competitors in space, it became clear there was a need for a military service focused solely on pursuing superiority in the space domain. The responsibility of the Space Force is to organize, train, and equip members to conduct global space operations. Members are called Guardians, of course, because, like, Guardians of the Galaxy, right? There are no reserves as yet. Special Forces also,
they don't have any.
There's not yet a beyond there, right?
Okay.
So like Space Force, I think that's super stinking cool. Like, does anybody here in the chat, in the live stream, do you have anybody currently serving in the Space Force, or is that something that you would be interested in? If you could go, I feel like this would be a branch of the military that you would be super interested in as a child. Like, if you're like, this is open to you.
I mean, who remembers the movie Space Camp?
Oh my gosh. Like,
the
How
one,
cool is this?
The one theme park that I really want to go to in Florida that I have not been back to since
Kennedy
I was like
Space
a kid
Center.
is Kennedy Space Center, and we have a friend who works there.
Right. Yeah, it's Megan.
Megan works there.
Megan Miller works there.
And Chris Miller, who's
Keto
retired
fam.
Air Force, another person that we need to give a shout out to.
We love you, Chris.
So,
Amazing.
Chris is putting up 3D print stuff in the thing.
Oh, cool.
Larry said, thank you, Joe and Rachel, and all the sponsors for making this happen. All of you are such a blessing to those who have
You're
served.
a blessing. Larry, you encourage me daily. Let me just say, your posts and Mighty Networks and Facebook, like, you always just spread the sunshine, young man.
Tracy said, I've been watching, listening to y'all since you started this morning. Can't believe how fast it's going. Gave up Hallmark Christmas
What?
movies today to hang out with.
What? Okay, I know what that means. That is, like, this is the season. Thank you for everybody that's tuning in. Right now, we've got 210 viewers making the choice to be here with us today and to honor our veterans. So if you're a veteran that's watching this right now, please know you are not alone. We love you guys. We are so thankful for you, and we're really thankful for the opportunity to honor your service today.
Chris said, forget Space Camp. How about The Last Starfighter? Okay, wait. I just came up with, we're going to name the Space Force Special Forces based on a really good, funny movie.
Okay, because that's how they decide on these names.
Space Cowboys.
Space Cowboys would be a super rad name. You're right.
Wasn't that a good movie?
That was a good movie, too.
That was a good movie, because what would a special force for the Space Force be? They got to go, like,
Beyond.
what was the Bruce Willis movie?
Armageddon?
Armageddon, right? That would have to be their job. They have to go into space to stop an asteroid from hitting the Earth. Like,
I think we're really picturing this more sci-fi than in, like, actual, yeah.
That happens a lot.
Okay.
Like, it does, asteroids coming.
Space Cowboys.
We have a lot of near misses that we don't hear about.
I think you should write your congressman.
Space
I
Cowboys.
think you should tell them you have an idea. You have an idea.
Laura said, if I can go back in time, definitely Space Command. They work in collaboration with NASA.
How cool.
Robin said, I don't think I've ever seen a calorie label say an unrounded number. I think it's always divisible by 5.
That is probably a very accurate observation, right?
Debbie said, I've worked for the government. Names have come from less.
That is awesome. Debbie, that is awesome. Right? Like, oh my gosh, that's awesome.
Let's go ahead and celebrate a Debbie.
Yes. We have a Debbie Gigantus. Is that who we're calling up here? Debbie Gigantus, also known as Purple Lovin' Nona in here. Debbie Gigantus says, this is a picture of one of my cousins and his daughter who have both served, are serving on my father's side. Most of my uncles served, but unfortunately I don't have pics. So this is to honor all of the Gigantus family members who have or are serving our country. What a beautiful family. I love it. Thank you so much, Debbie, for sharing your family with us.
Chris said, I watched Armageddon on a date. We broke up the next day.
Oh.
A year later, watched it on another date, same result. Miriam wasn't allowed to see that movie until after we got married.
Oh my gosh, that is probably just straight up wisdom. When you got done with watching the second time in the second breakup, were you like, there's something with this movie. Like, there's something about it that's like triggering women to leave me. Like, what is it?
S. Bradley said, just to raise awareness, 22 veterans a day commit suicide.
Yes.
Wounded Warrior Project helps thousands of veterans get the mental help they need.
Thank
you. For that.
Thank you so much for sharing that.
Okay, did you have a question? And this is not a trivia question.
This is not a trivia question, but this was just like for us to add to the chat, because I put some answers to this question, but I'd like to see what you think. What do you think? So name an activity in the chat that you can do to honor veterans in your community. And I'm gonna ask Jujubee and some of the other, like maybe, extended veteran families to share, because what would, like, person to person, what would be a blessing to you? Like, what could we actually help with? So something that you can do, volunteer at a local veterans organization. You can attend a parade or veterans event, organize a fundraising event, offer assistance to veterans' family members. I mean, if you know somebody who is like where, a partner is at home and a partner is off serving and they've got, offer babysitting, cook the dinner for them tonight. Like, that is a super blessing that you can do right away. It doesn't take a lot. Just say like, hey, I've got a few hours available on Saturday. Would you mind if I babysat? I know I was talking to Jujubee when we were in Baltimore, and she was talking about how like that was like your first time away from the kids. Is that correct? That you were like just taking like a day for yourself, an evening for yourself, like a whole weekend where you felt like you were getting served. So I'm sure Jujubee's not alone. I'm sure there's lots of veteran families that would really benefit from us just being like, hey, how can I help? What would be helpful? And also display an American flag. Super, super easy.
Looking for a good trivia question, but I don't want a Thanksgiving question.
Okay.
Do we have any non-Thanksgiving
Well,
questions?
we can send them back to, okay. Here's a good one. Who, and this is going to be a two-part question because it's a first name and a last name. First name and a last name, okay? Who wanted the turkey to be named the U.S. national bird? Because there was somebody who was like, when we're picking names, because we're talking about like Space Cowboys is like the possible reserves name for the Space Corps. But there was somebody who was like, I think we should make the turkey the bird that represents America.
I said I didn't want a Thanksgiving question.
I know, but too bad. You weren't fast enough on the draw.
How about this?
Yes.
I'm going to give them a hint.
No, don't give them a hint.
It's a small hint.
No hints.
It's a little hint.
I gave them a hint. It's a name.
This person also had something to do with the topic that we were talking about earlier that we all want to get rid of.
He never comes up with good ideas, right? Okay. All right.
So who is it?
Who is it?
Who is it?
Who is it? And I would say if you've already done a shortened version, wink, wink, of the first name.
You gotta type the whole name.
The whole name is what's in because, like, I can see, like, yes, ballpark.
But it's gonna look for exactly that. I can't give it options. That's unfortunately.
Like, I will answer to Rach. I absolutely will answer to Rach instead of Rachel. But, like, if Nightbot's looking for me, they're gonna be like, I gotta have Rachel. Lisa's here. Hello. Hello, beautiful Lisa Ortega.
Okay, you want to read the creed?
Hi, James. Yes, so this is the creed of the United States Coast Guard, Guardsmen, the U.S. Coast Guard. I am proud to be a United States Coast Guardsman. I revere that long line of expert seamen who, by their devotion to duty and sacrifice of self, have made it possible for me to be a member of a service honored and respected in peace and in war throughout the world. I never, by word or deed, will bring reproach upon the fair name of my service, nor permit others to do so unchallenged. I will cheerfully and willingly obey all lawful orders. I will always be on time to relieve, and shall endeavor to do more rather than less than my share. I will always be at my station, alert and attending to my duties. I shall, so far as I am able, bring to my seniors solutions, not problems. I shall live joyously, but always with due regard for the rights and privileges of others. I shall endeavor to be a model citizen in the community in which I live. I shall sell life dearly to an enemy of my country, but give it freely to rescue those in peril. With God's help, I shall endeavor to be one of his noblest works, a United States Coast Guardsman. Wow.
Weren't we doing Space Force?
Wow. Yes, and that's going to be that's later on in the live. But I
you were just
I wanted to just share this early on, and it's so powerful, right? When you're listening to this, when you think about like what it takes to what makes up a veteran, what makes up the personality of a Coast Guardsman. Somebody that believes I will always be on time to relieve, because I know that if you are my fellow Coast Guardsman and it's been your shift and it's my time to take over, that I will be there. You can count on me.
Right.
To not even be late. Not only will I be there for you, but I will be there on time to relieve you. Talking about endeavor to do more rather than less of my share. I mean, I think about like how powerful that is. If everybody believed, like, I know what my responsibility is going to be, but I'm going to go beyond what is my responsibility. I'm not going to see like, oh, that's not my job over there.
Right.
I'm going to do more than that. And when, he talks about like, this was so powerful to me. I shall sell life dearly to an enemy of my country, but give it freely. Just the absolute just honor and dignity of this branch. Like, thank you so much.
Twins Crafts, she knows me. My son has 6 3D printers.
He runs them almost daily. I feel your pain. It's beginning. It has begun. Like, we're not at 6 yet, but we're like, if he keeps building his own, we're gonna be there soon. We're gonna be there.
People are
quickly.
asking about my shirt.
Where did you get that?
I got it on Amazon.
Yeah.
I actually got pointed to it by Steve from Keto Chow.
Yeah, it says, only 2 defining forces have ever offered to die for you. Jesus Christ and the veteran. One died for your soul and the other died for your freedom. Wow. Love it.
Okay, chat. Joseph said, have you talked about how to brine a turkey yet?
Oh, great.
Great question. If not, can you talk about it? Thanks for all you do for the keto
Look at
community
that beautiful
and veterans.
stingray.
Take care. Peace. No, we haven't not talked about it. I don't really brine my turkeys that much. But all you really need to do is put a bunch of salt in water and then soak the turkey, pretty much.
I
Where
saw
is that?
Raymond right
Where
there.
is it?
But
Can you get it?
I'll get it because we have a giant Labrador sitting at our feet, and I don't want you to trip over it.
So Redmond did just come out with a brine.
Yes, they did.
Okay. So this brine is basically a mixture of seasonings. Usually I just brine turkeys or anything with just salt water. This is where I always tell people you have to watch labels. I love Redmond, and I'm not saying there's anything wrong with this, because you have to look at how much of it ends up in your food and how much are you eating. But the ingredients in this are Redmond sea salt, organic coconut sugar, organic ground coarse black pepper, minced garlic. These are all organic. I'm just leaving out the word organic at this point. Minced onion, lemon peel, orange peel, rosemary leaf, sage, and bay leaf. Will we use this? Probably. At some point. And basically, you would take 3 quarts of water to a boil and pour the whole brine kit. This whole thing goes into the water. You simmer it until everything dissolves, and then you put in 3 cups of cold water, and then you would fully submerge your meat into this and let it sit for about a day. But here's what I'm talking about with labels. Now, second ingredient was?
Coconut oil? Coconut sugar?
Right. 0 calories, 0 fat, 0 carbs, 0 protein.
Mm-hmm.
How is the second ingredient sugar? If it's 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. And what's going to happen is a lot of people are going to see 0, 0. Hey, I can have this. I'm not saying you can't have it. It's just brining your turkey. However, it's because the serving size is only 1/4 teaspoon.
But you're using the entire bag.
But you're using the entire bag.
Yeah.
Which is 14.87
So
ounces.
make sure that you are reading labels and that you are using them like in real life, like with a real expectation. You know what I mean? So like it's kind of like heavy whipping cream. We talk about that a lot. But
because all heavy
whipping cream has carbs, but you don't get yourself. I'm not going to be upset with the label on the heavy whipping cream if they're telling me a serving size is a tablespoon and this is how I pour that tablespoon. It's not going to be a tablespoon. So I have to kind of be responsible consumer to read things, but I also have to be like realistic. Like I'm not going to use 1/4 teaspoon to brine a giant turkey.
How many servings are, according to the label?
Yeah.
I know we have brand new cans because we can't use it, and we bought like 20 of them. How how many servings are in a can of the Ready Whip zero sugar whipped cream? There's a good trivia question.
Yes, because I do have one in there.
We have one.
So
That's not
take a
used.
guess.
So wait.
Do you have
I gotta go.
The zero.
I gotta go get it so I
Okay.
can put the answer.
Okay, that's good. That's fair that you need it. Okay, so Chris says, by the way, I'm having a chocolate toffee creamy ice cream right now with a little sugar-free Torani butterscotch syrup in it. It's not exactly butterscotch keto chow, but it's close enough since I am, how do I click on this? Burp. Do I do it there? Yay! But I'm not close enough since I'm out. There you go. I think that's pretty awesome. That's a good combination. All right.
Except for he's torturing us.
That he can have a keto
That
chow
he's
right
having
now.
a keto chow.
Hey.
Okay.
He shouldn't have to apologize.
So we're talking about serving sizes, right? So we're gonna bring this up. How many? It's a joke.
It is a joke. Don't turn it. Don't twist it.
If my hand's over it.
Okay.
How many, according
Servings.
to the nutrition label?
Yeah.
How many servings are in this can?
Wait, you're putting in a new thing we didn't call the last one.
Oh, we didn't? Oh,
No.
that's easy. I can fix that.
Okay, so wait.
Let's
wait a
pick
second.
that one first.
Yeah, pick that one.
I got to put it back in. Wait, I got to make sure I
So
spell
this
it
is
right.
for Keto Brick. You're getting.
I need the spelling to make sure I spell it right.
Oh. This right there.
Okay, so the answer was
Benjamin Franklin.
Benjamin Franklin.
Benjamin Franklin
And
for the win.
Benjamin Franklin actually first came up with the idea for daylight savings time.
I'm so sorry.
Like brings electricity and then daylight savings time.
Daylight savings time.
Ready?
Yeah.
We got 152 eligible users.
Let's see.
Marie!
Marie Skidmore, congratulations. You just won 6 Keto Bricks. How awesome is that? So send your shipping information to 11on11 at twocrazyketos.com. Yes, Benjamin Franklin wanted the turkey to be named the U.S. national bird, particularly because it was one of the staple foods for the Pilgrims. However, Thomas Jefferson thought the eagle would be a better option. As a result, Franklin ended up naming the turkey Tom after Thomas Jefferson. A little bitterness there, a little bit. I hear it, right?
Yep.
So Tom Turkey is really like a long-standing dig of obviously, like, and we're contributing to it.
Okay, so new question.
Yes.
For the last set of keto bricks.
No, you've got 3 more.
Oh, we're doing 5. I was thinking 3. Okay, for the next set of keto bricks.
Next.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
How many servings, according to the label, are in this can of Ready whipped cream?
Yeah.
Now, do you want to know Rachel's answer?
Shut up, Meg.
How many?
2. No. Hey.
We have been known to go through a can in a day.
I resemble that insult.
So, yeah, how many servings? I would say realistically, a lot less. I mean, it's not open, and I can't. If I open it up to show you
10,
like I'm gonna want to have it, and
yeah, don't do that.
So we can't do that. But they say a serving size is 2 tablespoons.
What?
2 tablespoons.
2 tablespoons of whipped cream whipped into a cream.
2 tablespoons of this in the whipped form. That's not a lot. Like that's like smaller than your earring.
Oh, I'm definitely eating more whipped cream than that. What about my necklace? How would that play in?
Maybe 2 of those put together.
How about all the jewelry and this? How about all of it?
I mean,
there you go.
I don't have anything to demonstrate what a.
This is accurate.
We don't have anything.
This is accurate. This seems like just enough. I feel like I need a little topping for my coffee. What do you want?
Okay, Matt said a watch pot never boils and a watch 3D printer never prints. Yeah,
Thank you.
A watch 3D printer fails. That's what I learned. And I learned last night when I was working, and you got to see me going. Like, we're working on 11on11, and I'm uploading videos, and some stuff I can't do until videos download and upload. So I've got, like, this going. I know I say that you can't multitask, which you can't. But I got this going, and while I'm taking a break from that, I'm turning and I'm doing my printer, and then I got a print going, and I'm like, I need that done so that I can work on this. So what do? I hit go to the next fastest mode. And within 5 minutes, the 2 hours that I had spent printing that now failed.
Don't
And if
try
I would
to
not
speed.
have sped it up, right? If I would not have sped up my keto journey by way under eating, I would have been done long before. But to try to save 30 minutes, I made the print fail and now lost 2 hours.
Here's my question. Are you going to learn from this?
Probably
or
not.
The very next time that you have an opportunity to like speed up, will you? That's my question.
I've sped up, like how many of us have sped up our weight loss? Like I'm going to just not eat.
Because, okay, so now you have eyes on it.
Right.
Don't do that.
I agree.
Don't do that.
Shauna said one of my favorite youth group kiddos is in the Space Force.
Wow.
And he's going on 20 years service now.
Wow, how neato.
And Shauna's another one of our moderators.
Thank you so much, Shauna, for being here and for moderating this chat. We really appreciate it.
Jujub said the spouses are called guardian angels. Two friends are in the Space Force.
Oh, how precious. That's beautiful.
That's kind of cool, actually.
Guardian angels. I think every veteran family. Jujubee, I know you're a guardian angel for your hubby.
Jesse said if you become a space pilot, can your call sign
be Space Ghost? That is cool.
That is really,
super.
Really cool.
I feel like the possibilities really are endless. Like, let us not waste this opportunity. Like, super stinking cool.
Let's see. Let's do another.
Yeah, you want to share?
Yep.
A story? Who's this one up? Oh, this is Suzanne. This is so cute because look at this adorable couple, and you get to see them like when they were young whippersnappers just getting started in life, and now this beautiful couple together. I love it. Suzanne Johnson says, thank you, Joe and Rachel, for doing the 11 hours of live stream on 11 on 11. My husband and I both served our great country. Thank you for that, Suzanne. Gary was in the Navy during the Vietnam War. He was drafted 2 weeks before he graduated high school. He was working full-time while finishing his senior year and no way of going to college at that time, so he knew he was going. His brother had been drafted the year before and went to Germany. One knew if the brother got out of going to Vietnam, the other would surely go. So he decided to go to the Navy instead of the Army, and that was a good decision. We were married at the end of my senior year of high school 56 years ago, and luckily we were able to be together for 2 years before he went to Vietnam waters on aircraft carriers. We were for an entire year without seeing each other. Boy, that was hard. He made it back in one piece, but the homecoming back then wasn't a welcoming one with all the protesters. Getting a job was difficult too. Fast forward to 1989, and 3 kids later, I joined the Army Reserves in the Nurse Corps. Right after I joined and during officer training, Desert Storm broke out. Yikes. I was in a new Army field hospital and our unit wasn't prepared to go, so I lucked out and was able to serve in the States. We are proud to be an American. Thanks again, Gary and Suzanne Johnson. And Suzanne, thank you for that reminder that yes, every welcome home was not a very welcoming welcome home. And my parents experienced that as well when they came home after this great personal sacrifice and investment. And it was painful. It was painful for many, many people. And I appreciate the opportunity for us to acknowledge that. Let's not just skip over that fact that veterans have not always been treated well upon returning home. And we're thankful for the opportunity to welcome our veterans home.
Yep. Okay, ready?
Yes.
Because we have more giveaways. We're running out of time in the hour.
Let's see. This is going to make you cry if you enjoy this like I do.
Okay, so.
I can't even look.
Now this is the larger can, but, you know,
Not
I'm
that
sorry,
large.
but it's the larger can.
It's not that large.
They say there are 15 calories in a serving. That's not so bad,
Hey,
right?
Basically nothing in here.
But a serving size is 2 tablespoons. It's 5 grams. 5 grams.
I've never eaten 5 grams of anything.
Now think about, put it this way.
Biting my nails, I've eaten 5 grams of fingernail.
1 tablespoon.
Yes.
Of heavy whipping cream.
Yeah.
Like liquid, 1 tablespoon of heavy whipping cream is going to give you like 4 servings of, or three and a half, almost 4 servings of this.
Okay.
Like that little. That's what.
Could you just get to the answer so I can cry?
Okay. 1.5 grams of fat, 0 carbohydrates. Yes, you can have this, right? 0 grams of protein. There are 74 servings in this can.
74 for real ski. Yeah, I would like to meet the person who who can get 1/74
I would say
of this.
realistically 10 to 15, if you're lucky. Or
I won't even know how to dispense
how many coffees
it.
does Rachel drink over 2 days?
How do you even dispense a 74th of this bottle?
I don't know. Now, here's the thing. Now, we get to see how many people currently have a can
I'm
of
putting this
Ready
back
Whip
in their
in their
fridge.
house.
Yeah, so they can check it.
Wait.
Okay, you want to tell
Cat
me?
Whisperer.
Yay!
I'll
Oh, wait,
do
no,
it.
she won.
Oh, she won? Cat Whisperer won? What did she win? I don't remember that name.
Yeah. She won Clean
Okay.
Keto cookies.
Okay.
Good job. Congratulations.
Tanya
C. Tanya C, you are getting 6 keto bricks. Tanya C. You said C, right?
Yep.
Okay,
And
congratulations.
Let's do a roll for another one.
Send your
Bell, like I said, 4 servings.
Right, thank you. Send your shipping information to 11on11 at 2krazyketos.com.
Ready?
But that will hurt your heart. Okay.
Gonna do it random.
Random. Dun 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 dun. Joseph Sanso, you had just asked a question about brining. Congratulations, sir. You are getting some keto bricks. So send your shipping information to 11on11, the numerical 11on11, to 2krazyketos.com. We will make sure Keto Brick sends them your way. Thanks for sharing that, Chris. Yeah, 74 servings. I know that I've always argued with serving size because I can eat, okay? I can eat. And so I will look at a bag of pork rinds and be like, no, that's not like 5 servings in that bag of pork rinds. That's like 2 servings. But I really was taken aback by the proposition that there is 74 servings in a can of whipped cream. That's crazy talk. It's just crazy talk, Joe. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I respectfully disagree.
Let's go ahead and play a Survivor story. I promise we didn't play this one already.
Right.
The mission of the Wounded Warrior Project Adaptive Sports Program is to maximize the experience of our most seriously injured, ill, and wounded warriors by empowering their independence through adaptive sports. We really focus in early on breaking down their perceived barriers to participation in sport, to show them the art of the possible, to show them that despite their limitations, that they can actively participate in sport. We look at over 20 different parasports, and we provide multi-day clinics across the nation as a means of introducing warriors to sport. And what comes with that is a new tribe, a new community, and a new purpose.
In the military, we always knew it was a team first, always look out for each other. This is a way for us to get that connection again and still have that team mentality, that us mentality out of uniform.
We also remind them of what they learned in the service about basic exercise science, particularly how to adapt strength and conditioning exercises so that they can continue to develop as an athlete despite their injuries.
One of our main goals for the Warriors is for them to first and foremost have a blast. It's not easy coming out to an unfamiliar place and learning some new skills that they have never tried before or they haven't done since their life-altering injury. So having a good time, keeping smiles on the faces is going to be important to keep motivation high. It's been an incredible experience to watch these Warriors really overcome so much and turn it into a good time.
The techniques and skills that I've learned has been great. Just more body awareness and learning to trust myself and believe in myself has been amazing. It feels great to learn some new skills along other warriors. You know, knowing that I'm growing, they're growing, we're all having fun together, we're smiling, telling jokes, it's great.
We're seeing more opportunities for adaptive athletes everywhere, and that gets me really excited because I get to use my lifelong experience, having been through it, to get them to where they want to go. they're leaving with all the resources they need to continue on their adaptive sports journey with us or without us, but we'll be there for them every step of the way.
At the very core, we call you a warrior. Dig deep and remember what that spirit is. Enter the arena, join arms with us.
We're back.
We are back.
Okay, so Peggy said, my nephew Ben, Airman First Class, is serving at Hill Air Force Base in Utah.
How wonderful. Thank you so much, Peggy, for shouting him out.
Laura said, the gift of your time. I enjoy hearing their stories, and they are grateful to be asked to share and also thanked for their service.
I think that that is a fantastic way where you can serve a veteran. Yeah, like people talk about listening is a gift. I mean, a lot of times people are like, what is a good gift for a child? What's a good gift for a veteran? What's a good gift for listening? Someone and now more than ever, investing your time in someone to listen. Tell me your story. Tell me what is going on. Like, I want to know. Tell me. Let me learn about you. That is a precious gift, to let somebody speak to you and for you to invest your time in them.
Gwen said, just got back from attending an event in my town held at the Korean War Memorial.
Wow.
I was a little disappointed in the attendance level. However, it was nice that they honored the TAPS horn player.
Oh, how neat.
Do you have another question before we leave this hour?
Well, yeah. I mean, we
have one more keto breath.
I do. Okay. So, the first Macy's Thanksgiving parade.
Okay.
All right. How many people watch the Macy's Thanksgiving Day parade annually? It's in the millions. How many?
Just give us
million.
Just put the number, but you don't have to write million.
Right.
Just like the number. That question's not going to work. It's too many ways to type million.
It's completely fine, baby. So there's a number of millions. So about blank million people watch the Macy's
So, for
Thanksgiving
example, if
Day
you think
parade.
the answer is 4 million, just put 4. Don't put 4, 0,
Yes. That'll be work.
Okay.
That'll work. It'll totally work. So put a number. Put a number in there. Okay, so just
guess.
Just a fun fact. Well, I think you have to guess. I mean, is anybody sitting there with like taking a census? Is like, okay, that's one.
If
Do you
it
have,
was me,
are you watching it on the television with a clicker?
No, but I would be sitting there with Google in my hand for all these giveaways.
Okay. So I thought this was a fun fact. The first Macy's Thanksgiving Day parade wasn't just like balloons. It featured animals including monkeys, bears, elephants, and camels borrowed from the Central Park Zoo. Can you imagine trying to just like unleash a bunch of animals down like right in the middle of Manhattan? Just like everybody walk, like just go for it. That would be challenging, right? That would be challenging. So, do you watch also the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade?
I went once.
How was that?
It's horrible.
Well, because you think being
cold.
close. Well, you think closer is going to mean you get a better view.
You see so much more on television. From somebody who has been to the Macy's Day Parade, you see so much more on television.
Yeah.
It is so much more enjoyable. You're not cold. You're not cramped. I also did the ball drop. That was the worst experience of my life.
New Year's in Times Square.
Put a catheter in because you're not going to the bathroom.
Yeah, you can't go anywhere. You have to wear a diaper, right?
Wear a diaper or put a catheter in.
No one wants to kiss you at the end of the night, right? Like, did you straight up wear a diaper?
No
you have
comment.
to. You have to, right? I don't imagine that anybody in the downtown area is like public restroom, like.
Good luck getting to it.
Yeah.
Okay, Rita said Coast Guard was originally part of the Department of Transportation, and I almost joined them when I was a senior in high school. I joined the Army instead.
Rita, thank you so much for your service, young lady. That's neat.
I've only seen one person put the answer up. But
guess who's going to win?
We're running out of time, so.
We're a minute away.
You ready?
We're just a minute away.
Okay, let me turn that off first.
Okay.
So the answer, go ahead and read it.
44 million people, about 44 million people watch the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade. Amazing. And the winner is dun 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 dun.
The only person who I saw get it right.
Good job, Michelle. Michelle Haft
So
Hudson.
Michelle is probably there with Google.
Yeah. Hey, I want a keto brick. I'm gonna do what I need to do. So 6 keto bricks are coming your way. Michelle, send your shipping information to 11on11 at 2krazyketos.com. That was great. Thank you so much to Keto Brick, always an incredible supporter of the keto community. Not just 2 Krazy Ketos, but the keto community.
You're missing it.
Uncompromising. We are here. We're here. It's hour number 8. Let me see. I'm determined to let it.
Oh, that just
Yay! That hit the ceiling though. That was good. All right.
I do love that smell.
I do love that smell. I do love that smell.
Okay, welcome to hour 8.
Yay!
We have 4 hours left.
We do.
And we are currently at $4,341. We're only halfway to our goal, guys. We got less than half to go and only halfway to our goal.
I'm getting nervous.
And so we're not even at $5,000 yet.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Well, that's okay. We're going to do whatever.
We're going to do it. Everything is a blessing. We're doing it. All right. So we're in hour number 8.
And this hour...
Ooh, this is a good hour for sponsors.
This hour is being sponsored by Meter. So just the other day, we put out a video because Meter has launched a new product called Meter Plus 2.
Yeah.
I absolutely love the Meter. And I think it is a great way to cook your meat. Now they have free master classes within the app. I love it so much I actually gave one to Chris Bear for Christmas a couple of years ago.
Because if you love something, you share it.
Where is it?
They're in there
my
somewhere.
big block. Okay. So we have one that I was giving away. This is unused. I just opened it up. I wasn't sure what was in, which one was in it, but you can see unused, not opened. So we have a Meter Plus. This is not the Meter 2 Plus. This is the Meter Plus. And so we have 2 of them now because we have this one that I was personally giving away.
But we were checking with them, and
then they're also going to give us one.
They're going to match it. So we were checking to see about the coupon code because we were finding that 2 Krazy Ketos coupon code.
They made the decision that the coupon code will not work on the Meter 2.
The new one.
Because they're so limited.
Right.
So, but our coupon code does work if you want to get the regular Meter.
Anything else.
Or the Meter block, like this one here. So let's talk a little bit about Meter. Why do we love it? Because Meter Plus is 100% wire-free, allowing you to cook with complete freedom and flexibility. This long-range model features Bluetooth 5 with a range of over 1,000 feet in open air, direct line of sight. With walls and obstacles like a typical home, the average range is 165 feet. You can easily monitor your cooking progress using the free app, which is available for both iOS and Android. And then they have 2 sensors, 1 probe. The dual temperature sensors on this meat thermometer enable you to monitor both the internal meat temperature up to 212 degrees and the ambient up to 527 at the same time. Means you can achieve the perfect level of doneness for your meat while also ensuring that your grill or oven is operating at the right temperature.
And they do have something new, which is the Meter 2 Plus. And what is neat, you can see, like, this thing is straight up on fire, like fire licking it. And what is amazing about the newest Meter is the fact that it can withstand like some serious temperatures.
So
over 900 degrees.
It's a third thinner, and then it can go to 972 degrees, and it has 5 sensors. With that being said, there's nothing wrong with the original Meter.
We have been using it
Nothing wrong
every
with it.
single
And
day.
if you have a Meter, I would say most people, unless you're a technology geek like me, who like wants to upgrade my watch and my phone every year,
right?
You don't need to upgrade. You just don't. Unless now, if you're doing a tremendous amount of cooking, like listen, 1 probe's not enough for me. I always cook with 3 or 4 probes. I usually like to have 1 probe on each side. I will say the Meter 2 Plus kind of will stop some of that, because one of the things I like to do is I put 1 probe on one side, 1 probe on the other. No, I'm getting a good idea of the temperature because there's only 1 sensor in the tip. But the new one's got 5 sensors along the probe, so you're going to get a much better average. So if you need a thermometer, don't have one, get the Meter 2 Plus. If you have the Meter and you are like, I don't know, you don't need to upgrade.
So talk to me about the difference of like, why is it better to have that versus like, an instant read? You could get an instant read thermometer.
Because an instant read thermometer is only going to tell you like, okay, so you're going to, talking to someone who doesn't know how to cook.
I do not know how to cook. That would be me.
You never should open up your grill unless you have to put some wood in there or whatever. You don't want to open your grill. You don't want to open your oven. You don't want to do any of that. Why? Because as soon as you open it up, you're going to cool down the temperature. You're going to screw up the whole cooking process. Okay. Remember we were talking about watch pot never boils, like watch 3D printer doesn't print. Every time you stick your head in there, you're screwing up your cooking process.
And I tend to stick my head in there a lot because
you
I'm
want
like,
to put
is
your
it okay?
meat. If you're working with meat, you want to put it in there and be done.
But I'm afraid that when I go to check it, it's going to be burnt.
That's why you need a meat thermometer.
Okay.
Okay. An instant read thermometer helps with something like I'm cooking a steak on a pan. I can put my instant read in there. It's going to give you an instant temperature, but it doesn't tell you what's going on as you're cooking your food. So that's where what most people use is wired. Well, you can't put a wired thermometer in a sous vide. You can't put a wired thermometer many times, in a lot of them, into a grill with fire. Like you can put it in the smokers, but now you got a wire dangling out, which is introducing air. Meter is the first truly wireless. Now, are there knockoffs now? Yes. Are they as good? No, I've tried them. Believe me, I've tried them. But it's completely wireless. Plus, Meter is so much more because of the way it's going to read everything. It's going to record your cooks. Not only is it telling you, and this is something most of the ones out there don't do, not only is it telling you the temperature in the meat, but it's telling you the temperature outside of the meat.
Right.
How hot is my oven?
Yeah.
How hot is my smoker? So, like even those smokers, they have a digital thing. I can't tell you how many times I find them off. They tell me it's 170 degrees, and then I put a different meat thermometer in there, and I find out, no, it's not 170 degrees. It's 210 degrees. It's going to do all that, and then it's going to make all of these computations tell you, this is when your meat's going to be done. Then it tells you got to rest it.
Right.
It tells you how to do everything step by step.
Which I need. I need that. Now, the one thing that concerned me, because I'm like, okay, I'm going to pay for this really expensive meat thermometer. Am I going to use it? Because again, I'm using it because I'm not a good cook. But am I going to be a good applicator of the meat thermometer? Like,
how much is a good steak now?
Oh, a lot. No, my question is, it's not really a question because it answered it when we were looking at it. There's like a line that says like push it into
that part.
Which is really helpful because again, I don't know like if you've ever
Now you don't have to push it all the way into that part, but you want to try not to go too far past it because you need the outside temperature.
But it's almost like, especially this new one that has multiple sensors, is for somebody like
and
me.
The new one's going to take the lowest temperature.
That is giving you an average because I'm going to stick it in and not get it in deep enough, or I'm going to get it too deep, and then like we don't know, is this the truth, or is this like I'm going to have a lack of experience because of user error? Because what you're bringing up is, it's expensive to buy meat.
So you may pay $100 for a meat thermometer, but
not to ruin every steak that I buy.
You're gonna make a prime rib roast. That's $100. Do you want to waste $100?
So what what happens in the past is traditionally for me, like when I was a single mom, was we go out to dinner to eat that thing.
Yeah.
And we just do it once a year because I am afraid to purchase it because I'm not a good cook and I'm going to ruin it. And so let's just have a little mess of it, but somebody else cook it because I'm afraid.
Okay, first question. I got the question.
Okay.
What traditional Christmas song was actually written for Thanksgiving?
Ooh, good one. Very good.
What traditional Christmas song was actually written for Thanksgiving?
Can you believe it? So, which is good. I don't think that they should have messed with it because then we would have a Thanksgiving song. Like, what song do you sing for Thanksgiving?
So that will be for one of the meters.
I love it.
Okay, let's get into. Let's see.
And let us know if you have some more questions about meat thermometers, taking temperatures, like where are you gonna stick the thermometer on a turkey? Like, do you do it like
see that's a situation where I like having 2 throw honors because I'm going to put it in the breast.
Okay.
And I'm going to also put it in the thigh.
Okay.
So I'm going to put it into the thigh. Usually it's kind of spread open, a nice chunky piece of the thigh meat. So here's the thing. You don't have to cook your turkey. In fact, don't cook your turkey to 165 degrees, please. It's going to be dry. It's going to be horrible. It's okay to not go to 100. They also say you shouldn't eat beef under 160.
But I'm afraid I'm going to like...
You're not going to get sick.
I'm afraid I'm going to get sick.
145 degrees.
Okay.
145 degrees.
Okay.
So where you really want, the one that you really want to monitor, if you only have one probe,
yes,
go into the leg.
The
go
leg.
into the thigh.
Not the breast.
The thigh, not the breast.
Why?
Because the thigh, you want to get that thigh to 100. You get that thigh to 145, done. Take it out.
Huh.
The breast is going to cook faster anyway.
Huh. Okay, good to know.
That's how I
Because my thing would have been like, if you had given me like challenge question, breast or thigh, I would have been like breast because I'm so afraid it's not going to be juicy.
Breast, yeah, no, but you're going to overcook it. People overcook it. Everyone overcooks their turkey. People overcook their beef. I haven't figured that one out yet, but that's besides the point. Okay. Let's see. What do we got over here? We've got...
You want to share a story?
Well, I wanted to share this. You had this.
Okay, yeah. So how can you express thanks to a local veteran and continue helping us to have other things that people can do? People are receptive right now. We're thinking about veterans issues. In addition to fundraising, what are some other things that people can do? So you can stop by the local VFW. Most communities have a local military gathering place like a VFW or an American Legion. Stop by and shake the hands of local veterans. When we talked about like Suzanne being like, we weren't received well when we came back from serving. This is the opportunity to be like, hey, I want to shake your hand. I want to thank you for your service. Honor deceased vets. Today is about honoring all vets, including the ones who have passed away. Stop by a cemetery to clean up veteran grave sites or place flags on their site and keep them company. Stop by a VA home to see how you can help out. And you know, that whole like the girl who wore freedom, that was all about, that's just what they continue to do as a legacy of gratitude. They clean off the veterans' grave sites and tend to them and make them look beautiful, have flowers there and like clean them off. I mean, what a way to honor somebody. What dignity for the families. Like that's such a precious thing to do. But let us know, what's your idea for expressing thanks to a veteran in your area? Not just at large, but in your area. What's something that you can do?
Laura said I just spit up my water. Just come and just put it. I'm not kidding. That's what people do.
Yeah.
That's what people do. People wear a catheter to go do, or a diaper to go do the ball drop for New Year's Eve in Manhattan.
Thanks for always bringing our attention back to bowel movements. Like that's where we're at, middle school level
Chris
issues.
said Joe apparently likes Siri more than Dr. Google. Here's the funny thing. We use Siri in the house, but... Like
She can be kind of attitude-y.
I only use Google as my browser.
I've actually had her answer back. I can't get to that right now. What are you doing? What are you doing that you're so busy you can't answer my question when your entire purpose is to answer my questions? Would you like to, we can read this. I have the Airman's Creed. We've been sharing all the different creeds from the branches of the armed services. And here is the Airman's Creed from the U.S. Air Force. I am an American airman. I am a warrior. I have answered my nation's call. I am an American airman. My mission is to fly, fight, and win. I am faithful to a proud heritage, a tradition of honor, and a legacy of valor. I am an American airman, guardian of freedom and justice, my nation's sword and shield, its sentry and avenger. I defend my country with my life. I am an American airman, wingman, leader, warrior. I will never leave an airman behind. I will never falter, and I will not fail. Wow. That is precious. And I hope that everybody takes a moment, if you are a veteran here, that we acknowledge that proud heritage that's spoken about here in this Airman's Creed, the tradition of honor and the legacy of valor. Those are those are words with meaning to them. That is a precious, precious thing. And I'm just so thankful for us to be able to share those today.
Okay. Let's go ahead and share a story.
Yeah, let's do that. This one is, are you doing Eileen? All right, Eileen. Eileen says, thank you so much for such a thoughtful event. My dad was a World War II veteran. Even though he could have had a deferment because of his job, he chose to join the U.S. Navy. Here is a photo of his group, Company 653, as they finished training July 1944. May of 1945, he married my mom when he was home on leave. His ship was on its way to Japan when the first bomb dropped. They went on to have 5 little baby boomers. My husband's dad was a bit younger. He joined the U.S. Air Force in January 1952 for 4 years. He spent much of his time as an air traffic controller at a base in Germany. Here's a photo of him looking very sharp in his leather jacket. My husband joined the U.S. Air Force in June of 1986. He left the day after we married. We bounced around for the full 20 years until he retired in 2006. As a dental officer, he would be the first to say his service was nowhere near the hardships of our fathers, or countless others for that matter, faced, but I am forever proud of him. Thank you so much, Eileen Banker, to your entire family, and certainly to your husband as well. I mean, being able to have access to dental care, like, that is very important too. And like, we don't think about it. I'm thankful for this opportunity to talk about all of the different roles within these military branches. Yeah, it is an entire country. If you're stationed somewhere, you need everything. You need the cook, right. You need the medic, you need the dentist, you need the doctor. Like, there's so many roles to fill. It's just absolutely unimaginable, all of the positions filled. So thank you so much, Eileen, for sharing that. Okay, and I do think that gentleman looked very dapper in his leather jacket.
Let's pick a winner. Chris put up Over the River and Through the Woods is still a Thanksgiving song.
Okay.
It's Over the River and Through the Woods to
grandmother's house we go.
We would
the
not
horses
stop
await.
for a doll or top for it 'tis Thanksgiving Day.
Oh. Well, that's interesting.
Okay, you ready?
Boy, Christmas is just taking all of the holiday songs, because this one is not the one.
No, he was just...
That's not the one we were talking about. But let's see who's won a meter.
Okay.
Let's find out. The answer is...
So, it says, although the song Jingle Bells is popularly sung during Christmas celebrations, it was originally composed to be sung on Thanksgiving Day.
Huh.
James Lord Pierpoint wrote the song in 1857 and titled it One Horse Open Sleigh, though he later changed it to Jingle Bells in 1859. And did you know that the songwriter James Lord Pierpoint was J.P. Morgan's uncle?
How interesting.
Ready?
So let's find out who's the winner. Dun, 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 dun. Sabrina Cagle, but she already won one. Oh, man, Sabrina. Good job, though. Congratulations. All right, Nancy Harrison. You getting a meter, girl. Nancy Harrison, send your shipping information to 11 on 11 at 2crazyketos.com.
Shauna said, I believe Mariah Carey is thawing out as we speak.
Yeah, right? Like, all I want for Christmas. I mean, I saw a funny meme the kids had sent to me. It was like, how we know that the holidays are coming.
Mom's singing.
Mom starts playing that song and singing it with her hairbrush all over the house. And that may be true in this house. I can't confirm or deny that.
So James said, my buddy is a veteran. He works for the county VA and is working today.
Wow. Thank you for sharing.
Sandra said, question about the meter. If you can buy only one thing, would it be better to buy the meter 2 or the block?
Oh, good question.
Okay, so, that's a tough question. Because...
I think I dropped the paper here. Hold on.
So, the block, here's the differences. It's not really a commercial for meter, but they did give us one. So.
Yes, they did.
So the block has 4 probes. Where's that? Turn that off. So the biggest thing is the block has 4 probes. And then the block has built-in Wi-Fi. So you hook this up. Now you do have to keep the block if you're cooking outside, no matter what, it needs to be.
In range.
It needs to be in range of the probe. It's not in range of your foam, it's in range of the probe.
Okay.
So you would go out and you basically put your meat in, your probe into the meat, and then this sits near your grill, and this reads the probe, and then it puts it to Bluetooth or Wi-Fi. This is built-in Wi-Fi. The Meter Plus or the Meter 2 Plus, they don't have built-in Wi-Fi. They have Bluetooth, but you can still use it with Wi-Fi. Now, the only reason you really need Wi-Fi is if you want to check it like when you're out of the house, okay? So the way you do
You're leaving it on and leaving.
Well, a smoker you're going to leave on. Most people are going to leave a smoker on.
Oh, I get so nervous.
So the way you do Wi-Fi with this, it's kind of a cool way they came up with this. And that is, you need 2 devices. You don't need 2 meters, you need 2 devices. So an iPad and a phone, 2 phones, whatever. You connect your one device, let's say your iPad, to your meter's Bluetooth.
Okay.
And then now you get the other one connected. And what happens is the meter connects, sends it to your Bluetooth, to your iPad, and then the iPad puts it into Wi-Fi.
Oh.
And now it shows up, because now what happens is the iPad is getting it on Bluetooth, and it's connecting to the app.
Okay.
Right? You have an app on your phone. So I've got my iPad connected. It's reading everything. It's putting it on the app. Now I can go anywhere on my phone, which I also have the app. And now I can see what's going on no matter where I'm at. So you don't have to have the Wi-Fi. But you do need a second device to be able to do that.
Okay.
It could be a phone, an iPhone, anything that can run the app, basically.
So if my mom is getting one, somebody who would not put themselves in the tech-savvy departments.
90%, again, I'm a technology geek and want the greatest and the latest. I mean, I'm building my own printer, right? So I'm a unique, I know, I'm special.
Yes.
I'm saying it before you can say it. I'm taking that back.
Okay.
I would say most people don't need the 4-block.
Okay, so there you go.
I would say, I don't think most people are going to cook 4 pieces. Now, if you're doing a tremendous amount of smoking, you've got a big smoker, you have 2 smokers, 3 smokers, yeah. But I think most people don't need 4 probes. They used to have the block with 2 probes. Now they only have it with 4.
Okay.
This is $300. This is like $110 or something like that.
And that's a big, so again, I don't want to get something and be frustrated by it. Like if I am somebody that's like not tech geeky.
Honestly, I mean,
and if it's going to be a challenge to use and I have to have a bunch of.
It's rare for me, and I do a lot of meat cooking. It is rare that I use more than 2 probes. Usually I'm running 2 probes. So you can buy 2 Meter 2 Pluses, save $100.
Yeah.
The only feature you're losing is the Wi-Fi in the block. Like I actually asked her, are you guys going to get this in the block? And she said, yeah, sometime next year. Because I was like, do I want to buy or do I want to wait for the block? And the more I started thinking about it, I'm like, the only thing cool is the Wi-Fi, but if I can use the Wi-Fi link, just do it that way. And then I can still know. For me, I like the Wi-Fi because I can be out and tell you, hey, go take the food off of the grill.
Right.
So that's something else. But I think most people need 1 or maybe 2 probes. And then when you add in, this is going to be much more sensitive. It's going to give you 5 probes. It's got, listen, this thing is brand new.
Well,
this is the Meter one.
This is the Meter one.
But the Meter 2 Plus, like, you can be completely dead. And it happened to me the other day for the vlog that's coming out. I wanted to use it to cook. But it was dead because we had just gotten it. It had never been charged. 15 minutes gives me a 12-hour cook. Like 15 minutes. So by the time you go in, oh, I forgot to charge my meter, or I didn't put the probe on, it was in the dishwasher and I didn't probe it, and now it's completely dead. But you're going to put that in the block to let it charge. By the time you get your smoker up to temperature, put your rub on your meat and all that, it's got 12 hours of charge on it.
So I was going to say, how long does this one take to charge?
I don't know. I've never measured it.
It's not 15 minutes.
It's not 15 minutes, but it's not
But it's
a long
not
time either.
all day long. It's not like if you find out that you're like, okay, I'm an hour or 2 away from starting it, that I won't be able to use it.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Hopefully that answers
I'm
the question.
gonna tell
now that we
you-
sounded like a commercial.
Well, I'm gonna say I would
But
buy.
it's technology, and I love to talk about technology.
Yes, you do. And I am afraid of technology, and I want to avoid wasting money on things that I know that I will be too overwhelmed by.
It's honestly, I will say, with all of my things that I've tried every meat thermometer. I've bought so many Wi-Fi ones. I bought the ones from Brookstone and Sharper Image. I've tried them all. Nothing has beat that. In the end, you go back to like rushing. I wasted more money trying bad ones instead of just like in the end going, I'm just going to get the good one.
Yeah.
Right. And that's,
I
feel $25 or $20 instant reads. I've thrown them out more times because they get condensation inside.
I definitely think certainly the Meter 2 Plus I could use, but the Meter 2 I could use also. Like I could handle either of those.
They don't have a Meter 2.
The
Meter Plus.
Yeah.
I would not get the original Meter.
Because
you want the Meter Plus.
All right.
The Block or the Meter 2. Now, considering there's only a $15 difference between the Meter Plus and the Meter 2, I would get the Meter 2 just because newer technology.
Yeah.
5 sensors, all of that. Chris said it's also nice to watch the temperature curve. And the meter will look at how fast the cook is going and estimate when it'll finish. Matt said, my grandfather was a World War II veteran and started an American Legion post in Indiana.
Wow.
To provide a place for other vets to have community with other vets.
Oh my gosh, that is so awesome because somebody needs to do it. I mean, I love that because he probably came to the thing of like, we really need this. And it's not going to be done if somebody doesn't step up and do it. And you know what? I'm the person. I'm going to be that person. And we see that all the time within the community, right? When we're seeing all of these meetups pop up where you're like, Sarah's meeting in Wisconsin at a Buffalo Wild Wings for Friendsgiving, or Sarah and Nancy are putting so much effort into Friendsgiving, and Cynthia. Like, it happens because they're like, we need this, and I'm willing to be the person that does it.
Yep. Jeff said, when cleaning veterans' grave sites, please don't remove the coins.
Yeah.
It is a sign that other veterans visited to show honor.
Thank you so much for sharing that, Jeff, so that we don't make a major mistake in trying to do good and actually do harm. Thank you for sharing that. That is really good. Also, some of my Jewish friends have said, do not remove stones. Don't remove rocks and stones, if it's on top of the tombstone like that. So that's a great reminder. Thank you so much for sharing that.
Okay, we're going to do a warrior story, but we're going to give a question for the other meter while we're gone.
All right.
Okay. And this one, since we're talking about the meter, is going to be, what is the recommended temperature for a medium steak?
Medium steak.
Medium. Cooking your beef.
What kind of steak? Does it matter?
Doesn't matter.
Any
What is
steak.
the recommended? It's
specific.
Doesn't matter
Okay.
what cut it is. What is the recommended temperature to get your meat to medium?
Okay.
Okay? And just put the number. Don't spell it out. You don't have to put degrees. Just put the number. Fahrenheit, not Celsius. Sorry for everybody else in the world other than the United States, but we're way behind the times and we still don't use the metric system and do everything in Fahrenheit. So what is the recommended temperature to cook your meat to medium?
Since 2009, Wounded Warrior Project has conducted the annual Warrior Survey to uncover the most pressing needs of the warriors we serve and act upon them. The data informs all Wounded Warrior Project programs, services, and initiatives. It also guides our advocacy efforts, influencing legislation that impacts veterans and their families. The 2022 Annual Warrior Survey findings represent over 165,000 warriors who are registered with Wounded Warrior Project. These are some of their stories.
The symptoms of PTSD are, in a roundabout way, broad. And yes, I did feel like I was drowning every single day going out. Now the drowning went into quicksand and I couldn't get out. When I realized I need help was the day I almost took my own life.
Mental health issues continue to be leading challenges for warriors. 76% reported PTSD. 76% reported anxiety, and 74% reported depression. And over 1 in 4 have had suicidal thoughts in the past 12 months. Of those warriors, 72% reported having them in the past 2 weeks.
I had to first say, hey, my name is Christopher J. Hoff and I need help. That's the hardest sentence I ever had to say in my life. But once I said it, the doors opened for me and I'm here.
I did get medically evacuated out of Iraq to get some surgeries and stuff done to correct some of those injuries. Coming back after getting out of the military and dealing with pain on a daily basis isn't ideal. It is sometimes debilitating. It kind of puts you in a mood sometimes where, like, I don't feel like getting up in the morning. I don't feel like getting out of bed.
76% reported moderate or severe pain, and 50% who reported pain say they're only a little or not at all effective in managing it. Pain, mental health challenges, and many other factors can contribute to poor sleep. 80% of warriors reported sleep issues, making it the #1 health issue reported by warriors. The survey found that sleep quality is the greatest predictor of good quality of life among warriors, highlighting the importance of this issue.
Way back, I developed a model for myself, for my life, was that I don't adapt to life, I make life adapt to me. Meaning that no matter how I feel, I want to get up and focus on more positive than negative.
Trying to get a job back in the civilian community away from the military base, I think I was very unprepared for the issues that I faced. If my employers 20 years ago would have been more receptive to understanding how to work with veterans, then maybe my children wouldn't have had that experience. Then I wouldn't have been poor living in Section 8 housing after I served my country with my 2 children.
Although the warrior unemployment rate has fallen since 2021, it is still higher than other populations. Financial strain has risen since 2021, with 64% of warriors reporting that they did not have enough money to make ends meet in the past 12 months. Increased cost of goods was the top source of financial strain reported.
I think veterans bring this sense of duty to what they're doing, no matter where they're working, no matter what they're doing. We're an asset to the nation when we serve, so we're an asset to companies when we serve.
I was in the U.S. Army from 1999 until 2014. Coming home, everybody expected me to be the same person, and I just wasn't. Sometimes we tend to isolate because we don't have to, pretend to be something that we're just not wanting to be at that present moment.
Many warriors struggle to find connection and camaraderie again after service. 78% reported that they feel isolated, and 66% reported being lonely. The survey found that social support is associated with lower rates of suicidal ideation, highlighting the importance of peer connection.
I think it's important to connect with other warriors because it helps bring down some of the anxiety and depression, because you're around individuals who, although they may not have the same experiences and jobs as you had in the military, they understand. They can relate.
These statistics are more than just numbers. They represent the hardships faced by wounded warriors every day. We share their stories to ensure their voice never falls silent, and to urge those who can make a difference to do what's right. Download the full report at annualwarriorsurvey.com.
Okay, we're back.
We are back.
We're gonna go over. Do you want to pick the winner now?
Yeah, let's do it. I'm like so stinking excited. This is really good. This is a really cool giveaway. So let's see. So what is the answer? What is the temperature you are looking for?
140 degrees.
140 degrees.
Ready?
Okay. Yes. Risa McCray. Congratulations, Risa or Ressa. We're probably saying it wrong, and I am so sorry, but you have won a meter. So send your shipping information to 11on11 at 2krazyketos.com.
While we're in the giveaway, let's give away some cookies.
Let's do that.
Just random people active in the chat.
Random cookies. We're tossing out cookies.
Ready?
We're tossing our cookies. That sounds terrible.
How many we got?
Okay, yes.
How many you got left?
You've got lots.
We got a lot
yeah,
left.
you can do 5. Want to go boom, boom, boom?
We're going to go 5.
Whoever's-
5 winners for boxes of cookies right now.
Anybody active in the chat. You ready? Right. Number 1. Becky Lynn Warren. Got it. Coming your way. Congratulations, Becky. I love it. Clean kudo. Tracy Bentley, she won. And it was the cookies. So let's do it.
Cookies.
Happy Ferret! Congratulations.
That's 2.
That's 2.
Donna
Kimball. So hold on. Give me a second to write them down. All right. Oh, Becky, this was destined for you. Carrie Learmo. Carrie Learmoe. Okay. Cynthia. Speaking of the upcoming Friendsgiving. Cynthia. Okay. I think that's, you want to do one more? And Carrie, congratulations.
Carrie technically did not win.
Yeah, Carrie.
Because he was gifted.
He was gifted one.
The Keto Chow.
But you want to just go, we'll throw it in.
We're going to give it to him.
Yeah, we'll give it to Carrie.
He was gifted the Keto Chow.
He was gifted the Keto Chow, and now cookies coming your way.
So do we have 20 left, or do we have 21 left?
We have 21 left. Or
20
left. 20 left.
Okay.
20 left. Here we go.
Okay.
All right.
Let's get in up here.
We can give that in the last hour too. Remember, we'll
do another. Yeah, we have the cookies. Yeah. I thought of this really good question, but I'm gonna wait for the really cool Keto Chow giveaways for one of them. Lady Fritzer said, "I just got the Meter Plus and it's pretty cool. I used it to smoke brisket and pork belly this week."
I really want some pork belly right now. I mean, just hearing
I don't have any.
I know it's been a little bit since we've done like smoke it like a brisket pork belly.
Franny said, "One of the grave sites in my cemetery is of a veteran from World War I. Wow. There is no one left alive in our town who knew him. I try to clean off the grave when I go out there."
Wow, Franny, thank you so much for doing that. What a way to honor this person.
B-Dog said, "What would be the best small smoker for a beginner?"
What a great question.
That is okay. Small.
Now he's gonna look.
We're gonna pull it up.
Because
we got 4 hours.
I almost want to, like, have our iPad or something out. Just like I don't even want to touch that screen over there.
No, don't worry. I got so many screens. They're actually having a sale. We are not affiliated with RecTech, but I think that RecTech makes one of the best grills out there.
I do too.
Okay. I've tried a lot of them. I'm not a big fan of Traeger. Not that Traeger doesn't make a good grill, but more of warranty and everything else. So if I look at the RecTech, they have a small one.
They do.
And
it's a pellet grill.
It's a pellet grill. They're having a big Black Friday sale. And so 15% off the flagship 1100. I think it's this one of these. The Bullseye wood pellet grill, like this one here or this one here. These are pretty small. This is actually designed like you can take it on the road. See how the wheels collapse?
Look at that.
So it's literally made for tailgating.
Okay.
And that's where I would go.
To get you started.
But I can tell you, in fact, I'm in the garage. Do I have it in here? Is it in here? I have sitting in the garage their new griddle, which we're so busy that I haven't had time to put it together. It's this. It's called the Smokestone. And it is a pellet griddle, like a Blackstone, but made with pellets.
Which is nice because...
No propane.
Okay.
And you get the taste of the wood coming up from underneath, and
'Cause
it's got a cover on it.
Kenny Rogers had it right. It's the wood that makes it
It's the
good.
wood that makes it good. So I would go with a Rectech, and no matter what, whether you go with a Rectech or a different company, you want a pellet grill. If you're new to smoking, pellet grills are set it and forget it. The old Ron Popeil said it. Set it and forget it. You literally go out there, you get a meter or a good meat probe. I don't heavily rely on the meat probes that come with them because I find them to be a little inconsistent sometimes. I like having a separate meat probe, and sometimes I'll use theirs as like a backup. But
if someone just bought a Traeger, I see Cheryl said, I just bought a Traeger. What's
nothing wrong with the Traeger.
Okay.
I think that it's what happened with Traeger. Traeger started it all.
Yeah.
Okay, they really did start it all. I think that they've changed a little bit, but it used to be when you bought it, it came in multiple pieces. Like it was like a jigsaw puzzle putting together.
Like an IKEA furniture?
But they kind of like moved into like the mass market. And though I think they're a good grill, I don't think they're as good as they were, but they haven't reduced their price.
So you're still paying for...
You're paying Traeger prices, but not getting what the original Traeger was.
Okay.
And I'm not trying to I'm not saying you made a bad purchase. A lot of people love their Traegers.
Mhm.
But when I look at what's out there, listen, I would absolutely love a Yoder. The Yoder, but I mean, that's like the granddaddy, like Rolls Royce of smokers. Can't afford it.
Is
Like ridiculous.
a Yoder.
Ridiculously expensive.
Okay.
But Rectech just, I've dealt with them for warranty work. I've dealt with them as a company. I had bought something, and then after I bought it, like 3 weeks later, they were having a sale and a $100 gift card, and I emailed them, and they're like, we're going to give you the money back, and we can't give you the gift card, but what we're going to do is we're going to give you $100 in whatever accessories you want on the website. Like, what company does
Nobody.
that? Like Keto Chow?
I was going to say a Keto Chow.
Right? Like, companies just don't do that. There's a thing in there, like, does not apply to previous purchases.
We've never heard of you.
Right? So, I just like, the stainless steel, like, I had, what was the other one that we had? The one we gave John Paul.
It was a Pit Boss.
Pit Boss. Pit Bosses were actually designed by Joe Traeger. So he left Traeger and then went to Pit Boss and started designing their grills. But they had the same thing. Like, it ended up in Walmart. It's just not as good as it used to be.
Okay.
And so but the stainless steel, like, my Pit Boss rusted out on the bottom. They had to send me a new piece. Like, stainless steel. Like, that's why I really, really like
So
Rectech.
it's as much the material, too.
Yes, because it's outside and you're putting heat in there. But no matter what you do, if you're new to smoking, you want a pellet grill. You absolutely want a pellet grill because you put it in there, you turn it on, you don't have to try to manipulate flames and everything. You set it to the temperature, it uses a blower, it feeds the pellets in, it tells you when it's done.
Because when you talk about someone being like a pit boss,
You've cooked with it.
I know. That speaks for itself, right? But I'm saying, like, you would look at people and you're like, okay, well, what's a pit master? Like, is that a really big deal?
That's the guy who can put a log on and know exactly how long that log is going to, and put it in the right place to maintain the temperature without ever opening the grill.
It is like
I'm not that person.
It is like unbelievable. It's like a doctor of barbecuing, right? Like, it really is. And I thought, well, this is just until you meet someone who is a true pit master, and it's just like you said, it's like they just know, okay, this is exactly I'm going to get the temperature out of like this size, like not that piece of wood, that piece of wood.
Chris said it perfect. He said, for me, it was a toss-up between Green Mountain Grill. That's the other one that I looked at. And the Rectech, and the stainless steel with Rectech sealed the deal. And honestly, Chris is the one who turned me on to Rectech, but I was looking at Green Mountain Grills and Yoders, but I can't afford a Yoder.
Yodelay-hee-hoo.
But I just think that they're a good company. So I just saw S. Bradley said, I have a Master Built Electric, and I love that. Those are really good smokers too. I mean, they're not as insulated, but that was my first smoker, and I think it's a lot of people's first smokers.
It is.
And
well, I want to say we got it on QVC. A Master
the first one I bought on QVC.
Yeah.
You know, but you'll see that, like, there's just no insulation into them, and they're just using chips instead of electric. But I don't know who it was, put something about cooking in their oven, and they're ready for a smoker. And the thing is a pellet grill is almost like having it's like if you can use an oven, you can use a pellet grill. It's literally set the temperature and it's like having an oven, only you're getting the wood smell and taste.
Which is nice.
That's why you can be like Chris, who, he's got gas ovens, or or I don't know if he has gas oven, but he's got like pretty much free electric with his solar, where he can get all of the smoke flavor in the smoker and then pull it in and put it in the oven, because you're doing the same thing. You're cooking in that same temperature, but you want the smoker for the smoke flavor.
What do you think about like charcoal versus wood pellets?
For a new person, no. It's too much work. You've got to learn how to control the temperature. Like I can do it with my big egg, with Kamado Joe. You got to use lump charcoal, but even that, it takes 45 minutes to get that thing to temperature. Pellet grill, go out, set it, 5 to 10 minutes later, you're at temperature. It takes 45 minutes to get a Kamado Joe to temperature. Remember, you're dealing with ceramic. You got to heat that whole thing up. You got to get the dome to be like 250 to 300 degrees. And now you've got to learn how to put the right amount of charcoal in the right configuration in the bottom, and then learn how to use your finger to create just the amount of draft. And there are guys that are amazing at it. Like there's a channel I watch, Smoking Dad Barbecue. He can get that thing. He can literally put his finger in and go, that's going to end up at 244 degrees. And he's right.
Wow.
I'm not that good. I'm just not that good.
I'm amazed by that ability.
Lori wants to know, is Pit Boss a good brand? I just bought it on 50% clearance, no returns, still $500. I hope I don't. We got one for Becky.
Yep.
My old one was that. I just wanted
John
bigger.
Paul has one.
And John Paul's got mine. So that thing's 8 years old.
So
still
it's
kicking.
lasted.
And they do come with a 5-year warranty. So again, it depends on what you're looking for. If you want something that's going to last you a really long time, a company that stands behind, I really like Rectech. It doesn't mean they're the only company out there. Then you've got the companies like Pit Boss and like Traeger that have worked their way into Walmart and Lowe's. And I think when you go into that and have the mass quantities, quality goes down, as with so many things.
I was going to say, and I think that...
Doesn't mean they're bad.
No, it doesn't mean they're bad at all.
Paul said, I just put my finger in and wind up with a burnt finger.
Yeah, that would be me. That would be me cooking. Even in the oven. It's hot in here.
Shauna and her air fryer.
Yes. Okay, so
all the smoker owners here, and I'm over here. Yeah, if I can't
air fry it ain't getting cooked. Which, you know what? And we get questions about air frying because, hey, let's be honest. If you're just like cooking on the regular, like a daily cook, I'm not getting out anything. I'm getting out the air fryer. It makes sense to get really good at air frying things, right? Because when we go camping, do you like pull that Rectech behind us? No, but you know what we do have in our RV? An air fryer.
We have an air fryer. Lori said, I just bought a Pit Boss smoker 2 hours ago. Comes with Bluetooth. I have no idea how to use this thing. It looks like a fancy oven. Like it pretty much is. It's a fancy oven that cooks with wood pellets.
Yes.
That's what it is. And that's why if you can cook with an oven, you can cook with a pellet grill. And then the more again, just like your oven, don't open it. Put your meat probe in, let it tell you when it's done, and that's it.
I just would like to, okay, so there's not a lot that I've been able to speak into. I am not an air fryer master like Shauna. I am not like a great person at smoking like you and Chris Bear.
You're great at consuming cans of whipped cream.
I am excellent at using the dehydrator to make meat chips. I can dehydrate like nobody's business, yo. And you know what? What do you probably eat more than anything else that you eat? Probably those beef chips.
No, I don't eat
You eat a lot of...
I eat mine.
No, you eat yours, but they're in a dehydrator. Yeah. So if you're looking for a dehydrator, I'm your girl.
Hey, you came up with that pancake thing.
Well, thank you.
That I really miss right now.
I'm sorry, but you can have as much meat thins as you want. I just feel really good that I have something that I am really awesome at. And you know what? 30% of the time, they come out perfect every time.
Shauna said, it breaks my heart when I hear a veteran say they are thinking of taking their life. They already gave it.
Oh my gracious, what a powerful statement. That is so true.
Yeah, Roxanne said, Joe said recommended temperature, I'd go a bit lower, but it's 145. Yeah, it's actually 140 to 145. But remember, you always want to pull it out before it gets to that temperature.
Oh my goodness, we're so close to hitting $5,000. We're at $4,981.44 on Tiltify. We are really close to closing out this hour at the halfway point. That's pretty incredible. That is pretty incredible. Yes. I'm really excited about that.
Mary Jane.
Hey, Mary Jane Angel.
I'm cooking Joe's Keto Chili and Nisha's.
Oh.
You guys are killing me.
Man, you're killing me, Smalls. That's pretty awesome. I bet that house smells good. I bet that house smells way better than like nervous sweat.
Story still?
Nervous sweat.
Story.
Yes.
Yes, we do. Megan.
Ooh. Don't move.
No, it's just that there's a lot going on.
All right. Stop asking so much of this computer. Okay, so Megan Stinson, thank you so much for sharing this story. Here's a little story about my grandfather who was a veteran. If you need more content for your Noble Veterans Day endeavor, here you go. Well, thanks, Megan. Feel free to cut it back for time if you need to. Leroy McNinch, I'm probably saying that wrong and I'm sorry, best known as Mac, I like that, by most, was my maternal grandfather who served in the Pacific in World War II. He grew up poor in Wyandotte, Michigan with 5 older siblings. I heard he had the same pair of shoes from ages 8 to 14. He signed up for the CCC before he was 18, where he helped on infrastructure projects in the Upper Peninsula. After that service, he enlisted. He met my grandmother, Violet, who we called Mim, while they were camping with their families at Murphy Lake, though they were never allowed to date without her little brother acting as chaperone. They married when she was only 17, and Papa immediately shipped off to the Navy training on Navy Pier in Chicago. She finished high school, but had to keep her marriage secret from the school or they would have kicked her out. After she graduated, she was able to meet up with him for a short while before he was shipped out. She drove unlicensed from Michigan to Florida to be with her new husband. There's love for you right there. While on board the USS Princeton, a plane fell on Papa, breaking his back. He was recovering in a hospital somewhere when his ship was sunk by Japanese aircraft. His doctor said he would never walk again. He made a full, quick recovery. Mac and Vi went on to have 4 children, 9 grandkids, and 9 great-grandkids, and still counting. Their son Tom served in Vietnam. They were entrepreneurs in our small town of Interlochen, Michigan. They owned a restaurant, convenience store, filling station, and retired as successful realtors. Mim even served as our township clerk. Mac and Vi did so much for our small community. Papa also served on our local volunteer fire department and was one time the oldest EMT in Michigan. Everyone in town and in our family was nourished by his generous food offerings as well. That man could cook a piece of meat like nobody's business. I can't describe the perfection that was bacon from his frying pan. Not too wiggly, not too crispy, just perfect. He was a horrible driver and was known to hold a grudge, but I always felt so loved by him, even when I crashed his car when I was 16, whether by the custom-shaped pancakes from the griddle or the famous oatmeal cookies that were always freshly baked. Both just tasted like affection. Even better were the huge, all-encompassing hugs and wet kisses on the cheek. He also taught us all to be the best patriots we could be, showed us how proud he was to be an American. Papa and Mim took us to campaign rallies and proudly flew the American flag at their home and business. They were married over 60 years when Papa passed away in 2009. While that was a very sad time for me, it made me more resolved in my desire to stand up for our country. I have followed his example in patriotism and generosity. Rachel and Joe, your kindness and generosity of spirit make me feel right at home, just like my Papa always did. Thank you for everything you do to help us all and our veterans. God bless America, Megan. P.S. I hope the pictures come through. They certainly did, Megan. There are some old ones of my grandparents from around the time they got married, some of Papa in the Navy, and a couple of my Uncle Tom from Vietnam, who was also injured. Megan, thank you. Oh my gosh. just to be mentioned in the same sentence with this family is such a great honor that we do not take lightly. So thank you very much for that very high compliment and for the opportunity to read your family story. What a great thing. And I mean, it almost, as horrible as this sounds, like it was almost so interesting, like listening to him survive a plane falling on him, but at the same time, that broken back saved his life because the ship that he was supposed to be on sunk. Yep. And so it was just, this is such a story of perseverance, and I mean just a love story all together. Like just thinking about, can you imagine like this young woman just driving, no license, like I'm going to spend some time with my husband before he ships out. What an honor to read their story. Thank you so much, Megan.
Jujubee said, if you buy a pit boss that doesn't have an easy release for pellets, I strongly suggest the Chef's Blend or Competition Blend pellets. You don't need to swap out. Works for all meats. Yeah. And I'm the same way.
Talk to us about that. Yes, because there's so many marketed.
Don't worry about like flavors unless if you're just cooking. Yeah, I like both of those blends. Just it's a combination. Just get those.
And here's the thing.
Don't freak out over the small stuff.
Also, in the end, if I want something that has like a cherry taste or a Chef's Blend taste or something, I cheat
put
and
Redmond salt.
I cheat and put Redmond salt on there. They just came out with like what, the apple pecan, and it's like, okay, I can make this taste like anything on the end. I hate to tell you this, but we will cook a roast in the sous vide, and I just sprinkled the smoked salt on it, and who knows? Who knows that I didn't smoke it? I could smoke it with salt.
Tina said just recently started cooking meat to temperature instead of time, and it makes a huge difference.
It does. I'm not gonna lie. I know, like I pick on you all the time, and I stomp my feet. Like, when is this food gonna be made? Tell me that the meat thins have not helped our marriage.
They have.
You can be like, not yet, baby. Go to the meat thins.
How bad? Because okay, so the other day I'm making a roast.
Go to the meat thins.
I'm using the meter.
Yes.
She comes in. She's filming me using the meter. Mm-hmm. And I like, the meter says, we have 1 hour and 18 minutes left till this roast is done.
Yes.
And she comes out 10 minutes later. How much longer for dinner? I'm like, get meter into the piece of meat.
But here's the thing, you can point me to, I mean, here you go. Maybe this will save a marriage. Maybe the meter is the Christmas present for you and the cook in your house, right? Because it's not him I'm mad at. Now we've diverted, now I'm mad at the meter. Okay, it's the meter's fault, right? But at
like
least
you
it's
said,
not
the
you.
meat thins have changed because you just.
I got something.
I'm eating meat thins.
I want some beef and I want it right now. And it's like, okay, baby, the meat thins
Well, we have
are ready.
another one to give away.
Yes.
And we only have 4 minutes.
Do we have another one? I think we gave away.
Did we give away both?
We gave away both of them, but we can give away.
Are you sure?
Let me make sure. Yes, we
did.
did.
Yes, we did. Okay, good. Then we're on track.
We're on track. I love that.
You love that?
You know I love all this nerddom going on around me. Like,
I got news
can't
for you.
cook.
This live stream is starting to slow down my computer.
Oh, I'll pray for it.
Yeah, I can't see any images anymore.
Oh Lord. Okay.
We may have to go to our laptop and reboot it at some point.
Okay.
Because I can't see any
Here's
slides
the great news. We actually have an
we have 3
interview
minutes.
coming up.
I know.
So that will help
I
too.
I can't interview.
Oh, okay.
I know. I mean, we should be able to do.
Okay. Okay. I'm not gonna freak out. I am not gonna freak out. What's the opposite of freaking out? I'm gonna do that.
Twin said Smoker Grilla Grills is awesome too.
Oh,
yes,
okay.
That's another really good company.
I've never even heard of Grilla Grills.
Joy said Barry is really good with charcoal, but don't ask me to do it.
Okay. You know, somebody has to take lead, and that's all right. That is okay.
S. Bradley said, I belong to a Facebook group called Veterans for Veterans.
How nice.
It's so sad hearing some of their stories. I try to help as many as I can.
And it begins with listening, right? It begins with listening. Having a place to share your story is pretty incredible, right? That is a precious, precious thing. And while we are sharing this one day together, you have organizations like that who is dedicated to people being able to talk about veterans issues all of the time and be able to reach out to that. I think that that's a really powerful community that you have.
Jujubee said, refresh the total goal. Everything is running slow on me right now.
But we have?
We are over 5,000.
We have made it to $5,000. $5,000. Divide that by 14. When you talk about like how many people that we can help, divided by $14. $5,000 is going to help a lot of people.
Yeah.
It's going to help a lot of people. And as you guys are here, there's 195 viewers in the chat. There's people that represent families that represent that. Like each person is an individual. Like we see numbers, but there's a person behind each one of those numbers. It's like that is a very powerful thing. And $5,000 can go a great and far way to help people. What a blessing. Thank you. Thank you so much for doing this.
So I can't see the slides, so hopefully I'm on the right one.
Right. Okay.
We're 20 seconds away.
We are 20 seconds away, so I'm gonna get my popper. It does look better when we hit it your way. Then I'm gonna do it this way, and I'll shoot this. Okay, you wanna do it to me? Not my face. You gotta watch the trajectory of that. I'm about to get it, y'all. Okay, we're here. We made it to 5 p.m. and we gonna celebrate. I'm gonna. Oh, yay! Okay.
See, I'm good at this.
You're really good. You did not hurt me. And we were able to actually convey the confetti. I love it.
Okay.
High five. High five.
High five.
High five, guys.
This
we did
one's going to be
it.
interesting with I can't see the slides.
Okay.
But, so welcome to...
Okay, good job.
Welcome to hour 5.
Yes.
Or
we're at hour 9.
Lori, I got confused because Lori just did $100 super chat.
Oh my gracious,
Thank you very
Lori.
much,
Oh wait, we gotta celebrate. Let's celebrate.
I'm gonna try to restart this.
Yay! Thank you so much, Lori, and for everybody. Shout out to Wooly NC for $100. Jujubee, $10 from Juju, Christopher, and you are veterans. Thank you so much for that. Christina, $20. Carmen, $20. Way to go, everybody. This is awesome.
Hopefully I didn't just break the system.
Hopefully we did not.
I'm restarting my program.
Okay. We're gonna come. It's gonna happen. Okay. Thank you, Jesus. Oh my goodness, I'm so glad to see it. Okay. I like seeing that. Oh, I just saw that code go off.
No,
okay.
You gotta give me a minute here.
I'm just gonna close my eyes. This is what I do when we park the RV. Everybody wants to know, what does Rachel look like when Joe is parking the RV?
You go inside.
I totally know that you know what you're doing, but I just don't want to see it. I just don't.
Okay, so that's slow tip. So we have a sponsor for the hour.
We have a sponsor there. I want y'all to brace yourself. If you have socks on right now, you may want to put a secondary pair of socks on because we're going to blow one of them off right now with this current giveaway.
So the sponsor of the hour is Keto Chow.
Are they going to bring it? Do you know that Keto Chow is going to bring it? They don't do anything halfway. Have you ever seen them do anything halfway? No. Chris can't even attend a conference as a sponsor. He should be able to just sit down. Just sit down in his little, his dockers and just sit there. He always winds up getting tapped to be like, hey, we also need you to, reinforce the entire infrastructure of this place, right? Always. They never do anything halfway.
So what are they giving away?
Let's find out.
We're giving away an essential starter kit.
This is going to be, if you're shopping, what am I going to get somebody I love for Christmas?
Uh-oh.
Okay, I'm no panicking. This is a great gift. Because Keto Chow is delicious. Cartwheel if you find Keto Chow to be delicious, if you like one flavor of Keto Chow, if you think it's tasty, put a cartwheel in the chat because this is a great way to get people to be encouraged to start keto, if for no other reason than this stuff tastes delicious. So the Essential Starter Pack is going to have 6 of the most popular flavors: chocolate, vanilla, caramel macchiato, which I almost cried when I even hear us most popular flavors. That is really precious. Lemon, salted caramel, and snickerdoodle. You get a keto start guide and a blender bottle. So this is a $45 ball drop right here.
Okay, then we got...
Then you have the premium. And what's got in the premium there?
The premium is 16 meals, a keto start guide, a tape measure, electrolyte drops, daily minerals, a blender bottle. It's $116 value.
That's pretty amazing.
And
but
then also,
hello,
an
the
elite start
elite.
kitter.
30 meals, guys, a keto start guide, a tape measure, electrolyte drops, the magnesium drops, fasting drops, daily minerals, and 2 blender bottles so you can start keto with a friend. It's $214. We're going to be giving that away in this hour. It's going down.
Yep.
How exciting is that?
So why do we love Keto Chow?
Because they have cute friends. I mean, let's be honest. Like, look how cute those friends are.
Well, they make keto easy, they make keto tasty, they prevent electrolyte deficiency. You can get your essential vitamins, minerals, and other nutrients.
Why also? Because of what they don't have in them. They do not contain maltitol, which we really appreciate because like we don't want the poops. Trans fats. They don't have aspartame. There's no soy protein. There's no added sugar. There's no excessive fiber. There's no ACEK. There's no heavy metals. What they have in Keto Chow is as important as what they do not have in Keto Chow. The other thing that we really like and people are always searching for is a supplement that you can actually depend on, and their electrolyte supplements are made with pure minerals and don't have any junk in them. And there's a lot of mineral company, like supplement companies that are selling you junk.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so we got guests, obviously.
I heard that we have some guests today.
And our guests are, as I broke my headphones.
You be a one-eared.
No.
Do you want some duct tape? Because duct tape fixes a lot.
Duct tape.
Want some duct tape?
No, I'm just
I may
gonna
have some
jam it on my head.
Jam it on your head.
There we go.
There you go. That's the scientific way.
So we've got Chris and Miriam coming on. I actually asked Chris to come on to talk a little bit also about his experiences with fats.
Because people are like, what fat is best for me? And he did something that most people are just not going to do. He did a true, authentic, scientific experiment so that he could get like data that was super, mega, ultra clear.
Yep. So let's bring him on.
Super, mega, ultra clear.
We gotta be smaller.
Oh.
It's this new studio, like with Restream, it automatically puts you like that.
It's okay.
Chris, Miriam.
They're working on it.
Thank you so much for sponsoring this live, for sponsoring this hour of the live stream. We really appreciate you. You've created such an amazing product, and that is enough. If you just give us a product that we can be confident in and I can use this and enjoy it, like that's enough. But you didn't end there. You provide so much support for the keto community. So I just want to say thank you, because I know you do it for the right reasons. You do not do the things that you do for thanks, but I'm gonna thank you anyway, because you need to be thanked, I think, every once in a while, just to know you are special and we recognize it.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And can I just say, you guys are killing it today. It's been such a fun day. I've been listening most of the day. Chris has been on most of the day, but it's just been really nice to hear you and hear all the cool stories that just, touch our hearts so much, that the service that we've been able to be rendered in our lives from people that we just don't even know. So that's just been so wonderful to hear. So thank you.
It's fun. It gives you a new perspective when you're, like these people and these families, they're veteran families and they're buying your shake and they're buying Keto Chow, and that like, man, I want to serve them, and providing a quality product is a way for us to say thanks. Like, what can we do in our personal life to say thanks every day? It's to bring excellence to whatever it is that you do, and you guys definitely do that, and we enjoy it.
Yep. So I know you get asked a lot, but can you briefly tell people they're new, because I'm hoping that
some new people are here.
Raising money for veterans brings people who would normally be watching Keto Channel to come in and watch. Maybe they'll learn a little bit about keto. Why did you create Keto Chow?
I tend to dominate these conversations, so I defer to Miriam as much as possible.
Chris did it.
Well, go ahead.
Okay. Sorry. So Chris wanted to be lazy.
Yep.
So he decided to make a shake. And he also wanted to lose weight with a shake.
So keto and then a shake.
So then he learned about keto, which is a low carb, high fat diet.
Yeah, but more than just lazy. Miriam likes to point out that it's not that I'm lazy, it's that I guess I'm an essentialist. So starting a ketogenic diet, it can be difficult at times to find foods that work for you if you have a busy schedule. Like, you know that you can cook up a whole bunch of hamburger patties, and now you've got meat cookies, which are delicious. You know, just a meat patty out of the fridge and just eat it. But sometimes it doesn't work very well when you have to leave for work, and you need something for breakfast and for lunch because you have a whole bunch of kids that you have to feed, and there's no money in your budget for eating out. And so that was kind of the genesis of Keto Chow. I had a full-time job as a networking and systems administrator, and
the company computer guy.
Yeah, and I needed something that I could just easily mix up and I could take with me. And so I started working on this recipe. It's open source. I was blogging about it, sharing the recipe with anybody who wants to make it themselves, and it just kind of over time turned into this thing that other people also needed. Whether it's that they are a busy stay-at-home mom that needs to run off and take their kids to a soccer game, or you are taking care of an aging parent, and they need more protein and they need more vitamins, and you know that Ensure is junk, and so you need something that you can mix up for them that is not only easy enough that it's not going to be difficult for you to put together, but also is good enough that they're actually going to enjoy it.
Right.
Yeah.
And so that's where Keto Chow kind of came from, as far as with the meal shakes. And also, one thing that's important is a lot of protein shakes, a lot of things like that out there it's mostly just protein, which isn't bad if that's what you're using it for. Because just protein, hey, if you need to up your protein, it's a good way to do it. But I wouldn't consider those a meal, because you're going to be hungry afterwards, and you're also going to be missing out on all the vitamins and minerals and everything else. And so one of the goals with Keto Chow was I didn't want to get a nutritional deficiency just because I'm lazy. And also it works really well if you, I don't know, have to get dental surgery and can't eat anything but soft food for a couple weeks. Keto Chow can serve to actually give you the right nutrition, and it's going to fill you up, and it's going to be delicious, and all of that sort of stuff. So that's what Keto Chow is. It's a very easy meal disguised as a shake.
So, I don't know if you saw when we were talking to Philip from the Carnivore Bar. I know you were in the chat for a little while. One of the things that
that was a great interview. I enjoyed it.
It's so interesting.
It was really cool. But one of the things we were talking about is food that we could get to military instead of MREs.
Yeah.
And I brought up the fact that, you could take Keto Chow, throw some powdered fat in there. Now, literally, the only thing they need is water, and they're getting proper nutrition.
Yeah.
Yeah. I seriously looked into that, actually, about 2 years ago. So on our website, we have a page where we talk about powdered fats and rounding on nutrition labels, and we can get into that in a little bit later. But the reason why I have very clear and specific nutritional information for powdered heavy cream and powdered butter is because I was looking into precisely that. As far as making so we have Keto Chow in these single serve packets. I wanted to see what it would take to put powdered sweet cream or powdered butter into this same size packet, have it be about 400 calories, that you could rip a Keto Chow open, rip a powdered fat open, dump it in water, let it sit for 10 minutes, and then drink it. The problem was the cost of packaging the powdered fat. It didn't make any sense for us to charge people that much when they could just go to Amazon and buy a 1 pound bag of Anthony's powdered cream.
Right.
The cost, we would not be able to make money on it without charging people more than it costs to just go to Amazon. And Miriam and I, we didn't start this company to make money. Actually, it was more a little bit of a joke and a little bit of I just needed something for my own use. And from the beginning, we've always priced stuff kind of terribly.
Right.
In fact,
Like
people
the
all the time.
not-for-profit.
Yeah, almost. People all the time will be like, "Hey, when are we going to see Keto Chow on retail shelves?" And this is something that came up in a meeting
A couple of days ago.
just a couple days ago. One of our marketing guys is like, "Yeah, in order for retail stores to really look at you, the wholesale price versus retail price has to almost be 10 to 1."
Wow.
And even like our cost is not even it's not even close to that. We would have to charge almost double probably for Keto Chow to make sense for retail.
But it's the quality that we talk about, and I'm so thankful to share this, and I hope that we are reaching some new potential customers, because here's the thing: we all go into Costco or those big box stores, or your Ross Dress for Less, and everybody is marketing like powdered protein powder, and we have sort of, especially lately, you notice it's more of like protein equals nutrition. As if like that's all you need to be concerned about. You just need to be thinking about protein. Protein for your kids, protein for you, protein for grandma. Like, it's just about the protein. But I love what you said about it being balanced. It's not just the protein, it's also the fat, it's also all of the vitamins and minerals to make it a complete source.
Right. So, okay, I got a trivia question.
Oh, okay.
And then we're going to go in. I have a question for you, and then I want you to talk a little bit about your fat experiment. So here, do you know what the trivia question is?
No.
It's a number.
Okay.
Okay, here's
7.
the trivia question.
42.
How many carbs are in 1 tablespoon of heavy cream?
How many decibels?
You're talking liquid heavy cream as defined by the U.S. Department of Agriculture.
Chat, and then when we're done interviewing Chris and Miriam, we're going to go have Nightbach pick a winner. How many carbs are in 1 tablespoon of liquid heavy cream? It is a 3-digit number.
After a decimal?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you've got the decimal
and then a
3
3-digit
numbers.
number.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
So that's good. That's going to be the first winner for the
That's
essentials.
an easy one.
That's
So
the
that's the
essentials.
essentials.
That's going to be the essentials starter
You
kit.
mean it's not 0? Because my heavy cream says 0.
Well, I can't tell you that.
And scale it up
So,
as you go.
last question regarding, because we were talking about the whole idea of it going to government, and it's yes, it might cost the government more money than MREs. I mean, it most certainly would, but obviously, they probably wouldn't have to spend as much money on medical things for veterans.
People were well.
Because of things like that, have you ever regretted calling it Keto Chow?
Yes.
Because
if I had to do it over again, I probably would choose something else. But I don't know. It's a fun name. It's memorable. It's a bit striking, and it's like, why is it Keto Chow? And then we get to explain, hey,
It's not dog food.
it's not dog food. Well, and okay, so we've got a
I never even looked
particularly
at it that way. I was just looking at it like it's so many people like, I'm not keto, so I can't have Keto Chow. No. You're so wrong.
Well, yeah, and the chow part is kind of regrettable in that a lot of people associate Purina dog chow with the word chow. The military the dog chow is called dog chow because of the military, not the other way around.
Right, exactly.
One predates the other by almost 100 years.
Wow.
But whatever, I digest. As far as calling it Keto Chow, well, it is what it is. It's designed for a ketogenic diet, and there's been it's funny over the years because we've been doing this since 2015 is when I first came up with Keto Chow. It was like January 4th was when I came up with the name of 2015. And keto was not super popular then. It got a lot more popular around 2019. And popularity has waned a bit. It'll probably come back again. Calling it Keto Chow, it's kind of interesting. It does kind of shoehorn us into a particular, I guess, market. I'm not going to give anything away, but we're working on other stuff that has nothing to do with that.
Ooh, that's
And now
interesting.
Miriam's going to get mad at me. Stop giving stuff away, Chris.
Fancy stuff.
Miriam's kicking like Chris.
But
down where nobody
I
can
will
see
say,
it.
I will
How
say.
do I know? Because Rachel
there's-
would be kicking.
It's funny because Becky had shared some keto chow with a friend of hers that's in a local Bible study. That she was just looking to like up her, protein. Because again, it's like our minds are to that. And Becky's like, I will share with you some keto chow, but I'm going to tell you it's so much more than just a protein shake. And this woman is hooked on it now, and she is not keto. But the fact that you're getting all of your minerals and your nutrients and there's no sugar, like everybody can get on board with that. So that is why it makes sense for someone in assisted living to utilize it. It makes sense that someone that's recovering from surgery or some sort of medical procedure to lean on it. It makes sense for somebody that is trying to up their protein in a fun way, like for you to utilize it. And I did send a video to Miriam this week of how happy keto chow makes our granddaughter Peyton, because oh my gracious, they have been mixing keto chow with yogurt. She literally, I mean, it's like you tell, and she's so happy. She like squeezes her hands together because you just can't express like how delicious it is. So really, keto chow it's for everybody. That's my advice.
Now a full disclaimer that Chris and Miriam can't say that it's good for children.
We can say
or
it.
pregnant.
We cannot.
We're gonna say it.
But we can say that our grandbaby is consuming it, and we can say that
Michelle
our daughter-in-law
when she was
drank it all through her pregnancy and has a very healthy baby.
Yeah.
That's what I'm.
So we're gonna say it. All right.
We can say it.
We leave that right there.
So Chris, talk a little bit about your fat experiments and why you did them.
Okay, so in case no one is, in case you've never even heard this story again, I'm gonna try to not drone on as much as I can. So back in 2019, in the before times, for anybody who don't know who he is, there's a guy named Dave Feldman. If you started a ketogenic diet and you are really experiencing amazing health benefits, but your doctor has looked at your cholesterol and gone, oh, I don't know about that. Ugh. You've lost weight, your blood pressure's down, your A1C is better, your blood glucose is under control, like all of these things are good except for your cholesterol. No, you better stop that.
Right.
If you've experienced that, that's the sort of thing that Dave Feldman ran into. And so he started looking into cholesterol as like an engineer would look at a computer system or I don't know, like pipes in a big building. Like, how does everything work? Or the electricity going through it. Why does one thing cause another thing? So he started looking at cholesterol and has done a bunch of interesting things. There's a fun little experiment that he did that if you have life insurance, if you have life insurance that's giving you a bad rate because they think your cholesterol is too high, there's actually a way you can cut your cholesterol basically in half in 3 days.
Oh my gracious.
So if they're going to play the game thinking that cholesterol is relevant at all, you can totally beat them at their own game. Anyway, but so Dave Feldman likes to do a lot of experiments on himself where he does different things like that cholesterol drop. And people kept on asking him, he's like, hey, Dave, what does saturated fat do versus unsaturated fat versus polyunsaturated fat? Now, the reason why that's relevant is because traditionally, the American Heart Association, all the different government agencies have told us to stay away from saturated fat because, well, they claim it's because saturated fat raises total cholesterol. Interestingly enough, it does raise high density lipoproteins, which is the good cholesterol that everybody agrees is great for you. But it can also make your total cholesterol go up. Whether or not that's relevant is a different discussion. But it's also based back in the 1950s. There was this guy who cherry picked a bunch of data because he wanted people to not eat meat and wanted to advocate for less saturated fat, less animal products in our diet. Ansel Keys is his name, by the way. And because of that cherry-picked data and his hypothesis that eating saturated fat caused cholesterol, caused heart disease, from then on out, our society has been experiencing a unregulated experiment, nutritional experiment with no control. And the entire society has just been going down this path based on some people not wanting us to eat animal products, is when you really get down into the weeds of it. Gary Fettke is a great doctor down in Tasmania that has more information about where this came from and why the nutritional guidelines call for less animal products and all that other stuff. I won't get into that, but so saturated fat is viewed as bad, traditionally. All of the U.S. dietary recommendations, all of the stuff you see, always says eat less saturated fat, eat less animal products, eat less red meat, because apparently it's going to give you type 2 diabetes as of a couple of weeks ago, right? And so saturated fat is bad. Monounsaturated fat, do you want to explain the difference between saturated and monounsaturated, or?
I was going to say, you should do that with the little hands,
so
like this.
When you have fats, it's a chain of carbon atoms with hydrogen sticking off from it. It's very similar to hydrocarbons like petroleum and gasoline and methane, where you have, those are usually rings of carbon atoms, but carbon with hydrogen on it. And when you break those apart, it releases energy. It's super cool. But fats, they're long chains, and there's 3 of them that are held together with a glycerol. That's why they're called triglycerides. But we're not getting into that.
All right, we're getting to fats.
We're getting into fats. With a saturated fat, between each carbon atom, you have a bond. And with each, and later Fritz Sater, it wasn't the Church of Jesus of Latter-day Saints, it was actually the Seventh-day Adventists.
Oh,
anyway,
right.
Back to saturated fat. So you have carbon, carbon, carbon with hydrogen. And every single place there can be a hydrogen is saturated with hydrogen. The entire way. Single carbon bonds, hydrogen at every juncture.
So that's why it's called saturated.
That's a saturated fat. A lot of times people will say, oh, well, saturated fats are solid at room temperature.
Sometimes.
They usually are.
Sometimes they are.
The palmitic acid that carnivore bar guy was talking about, I forgot it was Neil?
Philip,
okay. What he was talking about, that palmitic acid, that's cool stuff. It's a saturated fat. And it's what your body, when you have excess energy, your body takes all of that stuff and turns it into palmitic acid, among other things.
Our bodies are amazing.
And that particular fatty acid is the most efficient form of fat for generating ketones than any other fat on the planet. It's really cool. Anyway, saturated fat, just long chains of carbon.
It's a bunch of hydrogen with it.
Yeah.
That's it.
Now, every once in a while, you'll have a fat that doesn't have all of the hydrogen. And so you'll have a unsaturated, a mono one, unsaturated bond, where instead of, hydrogen off to the side, you have double bonds between the carbon, at least one time, with a bunch of hydrogen off to the side. That double bond is kind of weak. And what happens is that will sometimes break apart. It's still bonded once, but there's these empty sites that oxygen can get into. And it creates, it's called reactive oxygen species. When you hear about stuff like, what's it called? Oh my gosh, vitamin E is an antioxidant. Antioxidants, yes. Antioxidants are so cool because they help fix those broken double bonds, among other things.
But with the mono, it's just one?
Yeah, there's just one.
Okay, so there's one potential problem.
Now there's also
For the most part, it's good.
polyunsaturated fats, or polyunsaturated fatty acids, also known as PUFAs.
PUFAs?
That's where you have 3 or 6 or 9 unsaturated spots.
So are they double bonds?
Yeah, so it's double bonds where oxygen can get in. Every time there's one of those, oxygen can get in. Omega-3s, omega-6, omega-9s. These are all polyunsaturated fats. And monounsaturated fats you find a lot in, well, any naturally occurring fat source is going to have all 3. Like olive oil is mostly monounsaturated fat with a little bit of polyunsaturated fat and actually a fair amount of saturated fat. You also have soybean oil, which is really high in polyunsaturated fat with very little monounsaturated. There's, what's it called? High oleic sunflower oil. You've probably heard of that before. That's olive oil for people who are afraid of saturated fat.
Right.
So it's poly and mono.
Yeah, mostly mono with some poly and almost no saturated fat.
It's like a less bad version of sunflower oil.
Yeah.
Right.
It's pretty much how they sell it.
You'd really be better off with just olive oil.
Yeah.
Because, so in seed oils, they're called vegetable oils, but they're not. Seed oils are made by extracting these oils from seeds. Whereas fruit oils, you get those from things like avocados, which are a fruit, olives, which are a fruit. Coconut oil is, I've never gotten a really good answer whether it's a nut oil or a fruit oil, but it's got a lot of good saturated fat, and it's
not
from the
really
sky.
I guess
That's
it's
a great question.
It's not really a fruit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Palm oil, on the other hand, I think would be considered a fruit oil. But fruit oils, those are good, actually. Seed oils, not so good. They have to use all sorts of crazy solvents. They have to bleach them. It's nasty stuff. There's a lady named Nina Teicholz that wrote a book called Big Fat Surprise. Nina Teicholz was the one who, you may remember a couple of years ago that all of a sudden trans fats were in the news.
Yeah.
That's where you take a polyunsaturated fat, so you've got a bunch of those double bonds, and you treat it with chemicals and heat to make it behave like a saturated fat. It's still a polyunsaturated fat. It still oxidizes. And if you've ever opened up a thing of like soybean oil
Or vegetable
and you've been
oil.
like, oh man, that smells so bad.
It's been oxygenated.
Well, oxidized, yes. That is rancid oil. Saturated fat doesn't do that because it's so stable. It doesn't have any places for oxygen to get in. That's why your grandma kept a crock of bacon, under the sink for months, and it wasn't a problem. Just keep it out of the light, and you'll be great. But so the trans fats, Nina Teicholz was the one who kind of blew the lid off of trans fats. That these things were terrible. Our body does not, well, there are some naturally occurring trans fats. Heavy cream, for instance, has some. But the stuff that's synthetically made, our bodies do not know how to cope with them, and they cause all kinds of serious problems. But they're not saturated fats, and so they're great. Right? And so she started this whole thing, wrote a great book called Big Fat Surprise, where she talks about seed oils and where they came about and all that sort of stuff, shortening the advent of that.
Oh, I mean, I remember when canola oil came out and they called it the heart healthy oil. Like, this is going to be better than vegetable and corn oil.
Well,
like,
and
this is better for you.
Well, and it was probably, you know, what made us so afraid, and like that we were trying to dump grandma's bacon grease in the garbage because we were treating every fat the same. So, and it was like, no, it's fine. And they were like, but we can't treat the vegetable oil like this or you will get like that disgusting rancid smell.
Yeah, well, and it's funny because it was canola oil and soybean oil, those polyunsaturated seed oils, were billed as heart healthy because the assumption is that those oils will not increase cholesterol. They actually, we'll get into this, but they do decrease total cholesterol. And that cholesterol causes heart disease, and so therefore heart disease is caused by cholesterol. That's the big jump in assumption. And so they started saying, hey, you use this and it will lower your cholesterol. You won't have to take as much Lipitor or statins. You can just use this oil. Now here's the thing. This is what one of the things that Dave Feldman has kind of come across is that our lipoproteins, fat doesn't go through your bloodstream. It doesn't work like that. You can't put globs of fat into blood without it just like stopping. Your body doesn't do that. It would be stupid. So instead, you have these proteins that they like fat on the inside and they like water on the outside.
Yeah. If you think about putting fat in like a cup of water, like it separates.
Yeah.
So
So fat can go on the inside of these lipoproteins, and water can be on the outside of the lipoproteins, and everything is fine. And so these very low density lipoproteins, they start off full of fat with a little tiny, tiny package of cholesterol. And so the amount of cholesterol in the lipoproteins is low. It's a low density lipoprotein. Actually, it's a very low density lipoprotein, but that's okay. Then it leaves your liver and goes throughout the body doing its number one job. Its number one job is delivering fat to your cells for energy. And after it's done that job, it now got rid of this big payload that it had of triglycerides, of fats, and now it's a low density lipoprotein. It still has some triglycerides in it, but mostly it's just a big lipoprotein.
delivered its package.
And you still have that cholesterol. After a while, you will get down to a high density lipoprotein. Well, actually, they don't go from one to the other. High density lipoproteins are something entirely different. But you've got these lipoproteins that have done their job. They dropped off the triglycerides. Now they still have that little bit of cholesterol, and they just kind of hang out, just in case your body needs it. Because every once in a while, your cells, which are almost entirely made of cholesterol on the outside, they need a giant dose of cholesterol in order to function right. And sometimes that's fighting off disease. Sometimes it's fighting off damage that has been caused by reactive oxygen species, that oxidation we were talking about. Sometimes, I don't know, there's a virus in there or something like that, and they need cholesterol in order to work. And sometimes the LDL will just give them the cholesterol and then be on its way. And sometimes it will, I'm going on a rant, so Joe's taking off. And sometimes it will actually, the cell will entirely engulf an LDL, strip it for parts, and then use that to fix the cell. Like, it's intensive. It's a big deal when this happens. Well, saying that LDL is a problem is a little bit like looking at fires and noticing that every time there's a fire, there are fire trucks around.
Right.
And saying the problem is fire trucks.
Yeah.
So when you look at atherosclerosis, the hardening of the arteries, the buildup of plaque, there is cholesterol there. There's a lot of heated discussion as to whether or not cholesterol is causative or whether it's a result of the damage of the disease happening. Is this your body trying to heal itself the best way it knows how, which is using that cholesterol? So this is now one of the things that we're going to get into this, but one of the reasons why I don't like polyunsaturated fats is that they do reduce your total cholesterol. They reduce your LDL, like a lot. But is that because something good is happening that causes your cholesterol to go down because your body doesn't need it? Or is it going down because your cells are freaking out and are being attacked by this polyunsaturated fat? They're needing to repair themselves and they're using up the LDL particles that are kicking around just in case they're needed. Which one is it? And there's a lot of different disagreements on it. Dave Feldman is actually going to be at the Utah Keto meetup in February.
Yes.
Because he has some really interesting stuff. He got some people together to pay for a clinical trial of what he calls lean mass hyperresponders to test out some of these theories about cholesterol. And anyone who's doing a ketogenic diet and has had high cholesterol and their doctor's like, you need to stop, should be very interested in this.
Yeah.
But so Dave gets a lot of questions. We're back to the original, why did I do this experiment?
Yes.
Dave gets a lot of questions as to why, or what happens to your lipid system, to your LDL, HDL, with different fats. And that's really hard to figure out with human beings, because when you do a test on nutrition experiment on animals, well, you feed them the same thing every day. You change one variable with each group and you have a control. And when it's all done, you cut their organs open and see what happened.
You can't do that with a person.
Strangely enough, you can't. I don't know why. And it's actually a bit of a joke with with people who do experiments on animals. They consider human nutrition a complete joke, because most of the information that we have, of like we just briefly touched on, there is a study that red meat causes diabetes. And the information that they have on that is like, okay, you've got us four who are sitting here talking. Rachel, how many servings of red meat did you consume in the last 6 months?
Or 3 months.
Right. Well,
how many eggs did you consume in the last 6 months?
I don't remember, and also I don't want to tell you because it's so much more than he's consumed that it's an embarrassing level.
That's
for me to
really
share.
what happens. Is Matt, one of our subscribers actually messaged us. She was part of the study.
Yeah.
Okay.
And she's like, so it was pretty much that kind of thing. It was just tell us what you ate, like how much, and it was more of that kind of thing. It wasn't like, did you have a bunch of sugar with it? Were you smoking? There wasn't like detail, and they weren't even reporting like every single day. You weren't doing chronometer where you were. It was just like, do you remember what you ate last month? Tell us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's don't get me started.
That's why human nutrition is a bit of a joke, and they will take those food frequency questionnaires, and then they'll look 10 years down the road. And they'll say, oh, well, this person died of a heart attack. Let's see what they put on their food frequency questionnaire 10 years ago, and assume that they never made a single dietary change or lifestyle change in the intervening 10 years. And this is science.
Yeah. Right.
Anyway, it's a bit of a joke. So it's hard to do an experiment to find out what different types of fats really do. Well, so I have this product that I make, that I use myself. I made it for myself. Let's be completely honest with it. We were joking around on Friday. We have those premium kits that you're giving away and the elite kits. Some of them went to Amazon, and Amazon conveniently lost them for like a year and a half.
A long time.
And they were like on a back shelf somewhere, and they just found them and said, oh, these are expired. And sent them back to us. They're not. The best buy date on them, actually, we can reasonably add 3 years to them because they're now certified for 5 years instead of 2. But it's not worth changing the expiration dates and sending them back. So instead, they sit on a shelf where employees of Keto Chow can grab them. And on Friday, I was working on some stuff, and
Our warehouse
looks like, hey, Chris, we got some chocolate peanut butter over here. I'm like, oh.
Yes, please.
I was super excited. And she's like, I love that you're so excited about your own product. I'm like, I made this for myself.
As it should be.
Anyway, so I have this product. I have this product that I claim to be nutritionally complete. I literally called it Keto Chow, like rat chow, which is what they feed those rats in the studies, is called rat chow. And it has different, you can get different types of rat chow that have different amounts of protein and,
Or mouse
and
chow.
lipids, or mouse
They're
chow.
not rats.
Yeah. Anyway, so I have this product that I claim is nutritionally complete. And there's a couple things I wanted to do. Number one, I wanted to prove that it really was. Like, who better to put their health on the line than myself? Eating it, and just that, and my only source of calories for 100 days. To prove that, yeah, you're not going to end up with a vitamin D deficiency. You're not going to get rickets. You're not going to get scurvy. You're not going to get anemia. I'm not going to lose my hair. Like, who better to do that than myself? And then while I was at it, I wanted to test what fat worked best from a metabolic standpoint. Because there's no way that I know to do that sort of a thing.
Right.
To test that out. And so it's like, okay, here we go. I'm going to, for 2 weeks, I'm going to have Keto Chow with heavy cream.
Mm-hmm.
For 2 weeks, I'm going
The
to have...
same amount of heavy cream?
Yeah, same amount of heavy cream, the same everything.
Only one variable change.
Yeah, well, and the flavors were changing sometimes, but between different flavors of Keto Chow, the variations are minuscule.
It's all flavoring.
It's literally a slight change in flavor, which we're talking about calorically and metabolically. There's no difference.
0.57.
But the only thing I was changing was the fat. So we're talking. I'm doing heavy cream, which is very high in saturated fat. I'm doing avocado oil, which is a lot of monounsaturated fat. Hey, let's throw in MCT oil because everybody loves MCT oil for keto, right?
Right.
It's really high in medium chain triglycerides, so shorter chains of saturated fats. What does that do? And then I also wanted to try butter. Now, at the time, we were still working on our savory flavors of Keto Chow, the chicken, the tomato, the taco, and my assumption was that I was going to be mixing up hot Keto Chow with butter and
drinking it right then.
Drinking it for 2 weeks, and it was going to be like, it is what it is.
He's just trying out a fat.
Well, interestingly enough, just different fats, 2 weeks. And every single week I was
crazy.
Going and getting about $1,000 worth of blood tests.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I was putting it on my advertising budget because I was blogging about it and doing a video every day to share the results. Then all of those blood tests, all of my food logs, because I was logging every day, which actually wasn't very difficult.
Like Keto Chow? Oh, Keto
Chow.
Keto Chow.
What should I write?
Has a, I have a...
go with Miriam and say, I thought you were crazy too, because that's actually how we found you. So like when we first got the Keto Chow to try, I'm like, well, is there any videos out there about it? And the only videos I can find was today's day 46. I'm like, this is the owner of the company. This isn't helping me.
Right.
Well, and
to your point, you were crazy, but we didn't know you or what you were trying to accomplish.
And he is crazy.
Yeah, a little bit. But now, I want to emphasize, we do not recommend that people live only on Keto Chow. It's designed so that you can. But it is not what we recommend. It's not how most people use it. The only people who do that sort of thing are
weirdies.
People who have some sort of a dental surgery or they just had cancer removed from the top of their mouth.
You were doing this for research.
Yes, it was entirely just, I wanted to see what happened. But I wanted to see what the different fats did. And I also did like macadamia nut oil, which is really high in monounsaturated fats. I did grapeseed oil, which is even worse for you than soybean oil.
Which his plantar fasciitis came back.
Yeah.
So even though he was super low carb, ketogenic during that time.
Blood ketones of 5.5.
His foot was killing him.
Because
every night.
Okay, so let's get into some of the results from these. So grapeseed oil, polyunsaturated fats are very inflammatory. I have these two friends of mine who don't even buy wings from certain grocery stores because they fry them in vegetable oil instead of beef tallow.
Yeah.
Because Buffalo Wild Wings fries it in beef tallow, which is a saturated fat. It's very stable. You heat it up and nothing happens to it. Whereas you heat up these polyunsaturated fats and they start combining with oxygen.
It breaks all the carbons.
It does crazy stuff. So, sorry, I keep on putting my elbow on your
pulling
cord.
my head down further and further.
So, it's very inflammatory. It causes a big inflammatory response. Before I started keto, I had plantar fasciitis in my right foot. I didn't realize it went away. It just was gone, and I just was fine.
He was like wearing a brace at night that
that would hold my foot
hold his foot
back.
like this. Ouch.
And I'd wake up in the morning. And I'd wake up in the morning and I'd have to walk to the bathroom and I could barely walk.
And like walk on his tiptoes.
It was so painful. Anyway, so that came back while I was deep in ketosis.
Within 3 days of starting the grapeseed oil.
And it took weeks to go away, even after I stopped the polyunsaturated fats. Now, my LDL went so down. Like the assumed reaction to polyunsaturated fats of reduced cholesterol checks out. I'd also like to point out that this was not just me being crazy. One of our customers decided she was going to do it as well. Because what's better than a big tall guy doing an experiment than a big tall guy and a short lady?
Yeah.
Because a lot of nutrition experiments, I don't know, you guys probably know this, but maybe some of the people watching don't. Most experiments, most clinical trials do not include women because women have monthly cycles that mess up the data.
Ruin everything.
Obviously.
Well, I mean, you see that with statins.
Yes, the statin studies that were done did not include women. In fact,
doctors throw women on statins, but there's no studies of women on statins.
Well, quite the contrary. There are very clear studies that indicate that higher total cholesterol in women is indicated with less chance of death. It's called all-cause mortality, but the higher your cholesterol is as a woman, you have a lower chance of diabetes, stroke, heart disease, death.
Well, honey, you're going to live to like 200.
I may live forever based on current cholesterol levels.
So, yeah. Anyway, women studies, it kind of rankles me that women are not included in studies. So we had this lady, she was willing to volunteer.
And she did it for the 100 days.
And she got the blood tests as well. And she blogged about it also. And our results, while not exactly the same, tracked with each other. Because she started off with way high HDL, which is a good thing, and low triglycerides, which is also a good thing. And, well, her triglycerides went up, her HDL went down. Both of those are bad when she did the polyunsaturated fats.
Yeah.
I did the same thing. And all of the results from this are on the blog. You can check them out. It has all the information for people to look at. Because there's also, you've probably heard or seen the show Super Size Me, where a guy is like, he's going to eat just McDonald's for I can't remember how long.
Yeah, I can't remember.
He has never published his food logs. Nobody knows what he actually was eating, and there have been some people who have tried to reproduce his experiment and consistently lost weight and got healthier eating McDonald's. Whereas he somehow gained all this weight, and everybody thinks that he was eating like 5,000 to 6,000 calories a day.
10 Big Macs.
Anyway, I have all my stuff published. You can look at it. You can look at my DEXA scans. You can look at all of the stuff. You can see what different things did. So, grapeseed oil is terrible. Heavy cream was great. It does have more carbs than some of the other fats that I used, but it also has a lot of really good saturated fats, which tend to apparently do really well because they raise HDL, which is a good thing. They lower blood sugar, they lower triglycerides. Everything was just doing really good. Then I did avocado oil, which was also, hey, it's a mostly monounsaturated fat. It's pretty good.
And your ketones were high. On
Yeah,
avocado oil.
I averaged 3.3 millimolars per deciliter every day for the entire 100 days. Sometimes it was higher, sometimes it was lower, but it was a average, median, mean. I always forget which one it is.
Which is pretty therapeutic ketone levels.
3.3.
MCT. How did MCT fare in this?
That was next. So one of the things that Dave was concerned about was when people would do his cholesterol drop trick to get better life insurance policies, if they used MCT oil, it messed up the results and sometimes reversed them. And so one of the things I wanted to try was, instead of doing just avocado oil, I was going to do 1 tablespoon less and include MCT oil. And just see what that did.
Because nobody could do 4 tablespoons of MCT oil.
Not and have a job. not in
So-
working in office.
I actually did that too on a previous test. It was liquid coconut oil, which is mostly MCT. It coincides with, I happened to have installed a bidet just a couple weeks earlier. It causes a condition known technically and scientifically as disaster pants. It's really bad. Anyway, but just adding a little bit of MCT, it seemed like it was going to be okay. And that previous test I did it with the liquid coconut oil, I didn't see weird results. And I think it's because regular coconut oil and even liquid coconut oil has a lot of longer chain fats. They usually refer to it by C8, C10. That's how many carbons are in there. C12 is where you start to get into the longer chain. And palmitic acid is C16, for those of you who are following along at home. There's also butyrate, which I think is
16.
a 4. And butyrate is a precursor to beta-hydroxybutyrate, which you may know and love.
As ketones.
Anyway, so yeah, when I previously did the experiment with liquid coconut oil, I didn't have weird results, and I think it's those longer chain fats. Well, when I had just avocado oil with a little bit of MCT added in, all of a sudden, my HDL, which you want high, everybody agrees you want HDL high, because what HDL does, as far as we can tell, is it's these lipoproteins that are basically empty with a little bit of cholesterol in there. And their job is to go around and clean up stuff. They clean up leftover cholesterol.
They're the janitors.
They clean up lipoproteins. They just they take away stuff that's been messed up and take it back to the liver. And so having a lot of those is good. Well, my HDL went from kind of okay to dangerously low, like literally heart disease. You need to look at this. And then my triglycerides went from being under 100, which is
it was like
good,
40 something,
to 200 something.
That's not the right direction.
No, it's not. So MCT caused a very bad reaction in both myself and in Beverly, the lady who was also doing the experiment. And so based on that, I don't use MCT oil anymore, and I don't recommend it to people unless they are treating a neurological condition that requires therapeutic levels of ketones. So like they need high ketones because it makes their brain better. That is worth it. But if you're trying to lose fat, I would not recommend using MCT. But
that is good information to have.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, and we're getting close to the end of the hour. I cannot believe.
Let's do this. Let's pull that giveaway real quick.
Yeah, let's.
well, the butter was best.
Butter was the best one, and I think
Butter was the best.
and it was
Period.
tasty. What was the most disgusting, like the taste wise?
Macadamia nut oil.
You
And
think you like macadamia nuts, but then you have them for 2 days and
It
you're
was
like,
so
that's
bad.
enough.
Yeah.
I was holding my nose and choking it down. It was so bad.
Chris, how many carbs are in a tablespoon of heavy whipping cream?
0.413.
Yay! All right, let's see who is winning.
Sharon
Thuman, congratulations. You have won an Essentials starter kit. I have another question. Are you going to just random? My question was going to be,
By the way, we have nowhere to go right now. So
oh, good. Okay.
if we go over, it's no problem.
Oh, awesome.
Somebody was talking so much.
So
I told you this was going to happen at the beginning.
My question is, what was the name of the oil that brought back Chris's plantar fasciitis? So you can don't use the word oil. It is an oil. What was the name of the oil? I think it is one word, isn't it? Isn't it one word? It is one word. It is one word. So what was the name of the oil that triggered Chris's plantar fasciitis? And let me tell you, that stuff is nasty. Like if you've ever
kit is that we're doing?
That is going to be for the premium starter kits.
Okay.
That's pretty exciting. Feels like you're walking on glass.
Oh, it's terrible.
Right up into the nerve of your heel. And the problem on top of it is, even if you go to try to get, and I don't know if you ever tried to get like shots or anything to try to get rid of the pain, but the shot itself is the cortisol shot's very painful in that area, and it literally only would last me for like 4 days. 4 days of cushioning, back to not walking again. So as soon as you said this, like this causes it to come back, I'd be like, oh, no.
Okay, you're talking too much.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, because it's hour 10.
All right. Oh, well, let's wait. I get to shoot him while Chris watches. All right, ready?
Burn him again.
We made it. Thank you guys for helping us to move over into our number 10. So we're going to stay right where we're at.
Yep. We'll just we'll delay things a little bit.
But let's
delay
find out. Do you want to pull it? Want to pull the thing? Or you're going to give him a little bit more time?
No, we're going to just talk a little bit more.
Okay.
Like another. So we're at $5,311.
But I think it's so interesting.
Plus 531 up there.
What you're sharing, Chris, because this was not like, I'm going to just like see if this works. I'm going to do a little experiment. And I think a lot of us do a personal experience to see if it works. But if we're not doing it to the level where Chris is and really controlling the variables, you can be confused. Like you're saying, is it that the fire is the problem or the fire trucks? Like, right?
Yes.
Like what is the issue? So for you to take this time, what was this like in your family? Because making this possible, was it challenging? Because within 100 days, somebody had a birthday. There was a party or an anniversary. Like
there were shows that we went to, like Low Carb Denver happened in the middle of this, and like it was a lot of work. Well, I'm gonna let you talk about this because I've been hogging the spotlight, and this is your thing.
He just took a shake with him, and it was fine. Like, but the thing was, just like cookie pushers, right? People just push food because they don't want to eat in front of you because they feel bad about it. So he's drinking his shake, and everybody's like, "Are you sure? Are you sure you don't want something? Are you sure you don't want this? Are you sure you don't? Can I just have you please eat the steak?" And he's like,
"Someone didn't want to go out to dinner."
I didn't go out to dinner forever because I didn't want to eat in front of him.
And I was like, "It's not a problem.
I
will
know,
drink a Diet Coke,
but
and it'll be fine."
But I don't want to. So we just didn't date for that time.
But that's a major
But that's the thing is that like we're doing beef, butter, bacon, and egg right now, and people would be like, "Well, this is happening," and sometimes you're just gonna you have to start with the greater good. It's what is important to you.
Right, and how desperate, because I think that's the question too. We think we want to know what is a problem for us and what is fine for us.
I don't really want to know.
But we don't really want to know. We don't want to do 100 days of research and lab work, and this was a financial investment, and this was an imposition on your family. And like, how much do we want to know? I find that, you know, some people will say, I really need to know this. This feels like this could help me medically. But it's like, oh, but I got a birthday party in 2 weeks, so I don't want to impose. I don't want anybody to like an eyebrow lifting is enough of an obstacle for me to stop this personal experiment for myself. So I think that, you know, did you mind ultimately, Miriam? Were you mad at Chris for investing this time? Were you upset with him?
I wasn't really mad. It just gets annoying sometimes.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's part of your relationship. Like, you want to be able to support what he wants to do. And we actually talked about this the other day on our live stream. If you can get somebody to support you, so you're going to go keto or whatever it is, low carb, if you can just say to your family, this is really important to me, and I really would like your support, and you don't have to do it. I just want your support, and tell them what you need. It's going to be so much easier to be able to be successful. And he, like he said, we could go out to dinner, and I'm like, I know, but I still don't want to, because I don't want you to be in that situation. And because I know for me, like, it's emotionally hard for me to do stuff like that. It's more emotionally draining than anything else, because I have these feelings attached to the food or the whatever person's birthday or thing like that. Even though I don't eat cake, I want to bring my own cake or, you know, whatever. And so it's so emotional also, and that's something that we just have to realize, that, you know, we're making a commitment. Well, we have to commit physically and emotionally, and our family maybe needs to commit also, and it's difficult, but it's worth it.
And this is I'm glad you're bringing this up, because like, this is a good thing to talk about even on Veterans Day, because we understand that the veteran has families, and that there is a commitment made for this veteran to be where they need to be. You know, and everybody that's home is supporting them. And we see the necessity of that, but sometimes we don't see the necessity of, sometimes we all as a family, or, you know, as a group, we need to all rally in, because this person right now needs our support for this specific time period. And I know it's going to be hard, but we're going to show our support just by being like, hey, you do what you need to do right now, and we will be okay as we see that. And I think we can see that on this day in particular.
Let's pick the winner.
All right, so let's see who got, what was the answer? What was the oil that was the problem oil, Chris?
It was grapeseed oil.
Grapeseed oil. Let's see who won. Michelle Schlosser Rukas. Congratulations, Michelle. You are going to be getting a premium starter kit. So make sure you guys are all sending, Michelle and also Sharon, if you win, make sure you send all of your shipping information to 11on11@twocrazyketos.com. We still have an elite starter
And
kit
we're
to
gonna
give
do that
away.
before we let them go. And so here's the question.
Okay.
What is the only flavor of Keto Chow that is sweetened with monk fruit?
Ooh, this is a good one. This is a really good one. And that's the thing. I love you guys so much. You have tried not just to provide a delicious, like, nutritious product, but you have tried to meet the specific needs of people who have asked you for something. So like, when people have said, hey, we want something with monk fruit, you have tried. You have brought it. When someone has said, hey, we want something with stevia, you've provided that for them. And you've even provided beef protein. You've provided no sweetener, like all of the things, which is kind of incredible.
Which is weird, yeah.
It's so weird.
$49.99 super chat. So thank
you,
to our veterans.
Synergy.
So since we're talking about that, why not monk fruit? You only have one flavor. Don't say what it is. That's with monk fruit. Why not more flavors? Because people ask. I see it.
It doesn't sell as well. Honestly,
It doesn't taste as well either.
It doesn't taste as good. It's still good, and it doesn't sell as well. And so I think if we sold more, then we would visit it more. And
It
that's
also,
okay.
like we tried the monk fruit with chocolate and it tasted really weird. And
Just
it,
kind of is different.
yeah, with the core flavors, we were looking at something different. And we were trying to find something that used stevia, but a really refined version of stevia.
Yeah.
So
And even when we
A little
came,
bit too far is. Ugh.
yeah, even when we came out with the monk fruit version,
Uh-huh.
there was not a stevia that wasn't bitter at that time.
Yes.
And since then they have developed some different stevia stuff, and we've found one that's not bitter. So.
Yeah, like you actually take the stuff from stevia and you run it through an enzyme, and it converts the weird
The bitter
version. the Rubio sides, whatever, into like Reb M and Reb D, which have a very clean flavor and
there's still stevia, and
yeah, it's still
clean.
stevia. It's still a high intensity sweetener, which is interesting because it doesn't have a lot of mass to it. And also monk fruit is kind of interesting because most of the monk fruit on the market is not monk fruit. It's erythritol with monk fruit flavoring added.
Yep.
And so it's also not legal in Canada, oddly enough.
Yeah.
And even
Weird.
when you get into the real monk fruit, it does run into the same thing as sucralose and even powdered stevia in that it's an infinitesimal amount.
Yeah.
Tiny.
For the real
intensity sweetener.
Yeah, it's very difficult to measure. It's most people don't comprehend when we talk about a little bit. We're talking about really
like
a little bit.
like the end of the toothpick.
Yeah, the end of a toothpick is about what we're speaking about. And even if the monk fruit was pure sugar, even if the stevia or the sucralose was straight up glucose, it would still not impact your blood sugar.
It'd be so little.
Because there's not enough of it. There's not enough mass.
It's like the thing with some of the electrolytes where it's like, 1 teaspoon of maltodextrin over 1,000 pounds. It's not effective. So I know the answer, but I know people ask, and so in a very shortened version, why not explore something like allulose? Why sucralose? I mean, there's more and more studies showing now that allulose is lowering glucose, especially like it's acting like a fructose, and that this is, and I do think it's an amazing sweetener. The biggest problem is it's only 70% as sweet as sugar, but why not use one of those kind of sweeteners instead?
Simply because it's massive.
Yep.
Because it takes so much allulose compared to the sucralose that we're already using. And when we started Keto Chow, allulose wasn't a thing.
It was not.
It didn't exist.
Those Quest Hero bars were the first ones to ever use it, and people lost their brains. But yeah, so instead of this holding 1 serving, this would hold half a serving if we were using
it would be
allulose.
more expensive if we used
That too.
allulose.
And for that matter, so this is the core chocolate core with stevia.
You can get the chocolate core without stevia and put allulose in it.
You totally could. So, yeah, and it's not so much the allulose cost more. It's just it's total carbs. It weighs more, and it would cost us twice as much to ship. People talk a lot about. Oh, sorry.
The carbs alone would be daunting.
Yeah.
And again, allulose is a sweetener. Like I look at it almost like when you look at like gum acacia. I think that there's some benefits to it, but the amount, again, because it's 70% as sweet as sugar, the amount that you're going to need is going to be ridiculous. Whether or not it's actually processed in your gut is another thing. And it's just like you're going to need so much of it to get that sweetness.
Yeah, and the large bags right now hold 21 meals, and instead of holding 21, they would hold 10.
Oh,
wow.
And you would have to put 2 big scoops in there. And so there's a lot of people that look at a glass that is only half full, and they're like, that's a glass half full. And some people are like, that's a glass half empty. I'm that glass is twice as big as it needs to be guy.
Something
weird.
Something weird. So for me, it doesn't make any sense to increase the mass, make stuff cost twice as much, just to include allulose in it, hey, we have the option of non-sweetened if that's what people want to do. Which is interesting. I know we didn't get into this, but when you talk about different sweeteners, there's a new study that comes out every couple of months that says stevia is bad, erythritol is bad, sucralose is bad, this is bad, that's bad. And when you really get down to it, when you actually sit down and take the time to read the studies, number one, they always give the rats, humans aren't rats, by the way, they always give the rats an insane amount of sweetener, or they give the humans an insane amount of sweetener. And then they never test it against sugar. They never put it up against sugar. Because it seems like a lot of the negative effects that they're noting in these studies, that stevia is bad, sucralose is bad, monk fruit is bad, you name it, erythritol will kill your dog, who knows, no, but that's xylitol, but that it's just because it turns out your stomach and your intestines are sensitive to the molecules that your tongue perceives as sweet. Your intestines taste sweet, not if you eat them, but when you eat sweet stuff, they pick it up. And there is a change in your gut bacteria that correlates to that sweetness. There's a change in physiologically. And so anything that's sweet is going to have an effect on your gut biome. Doesn't matter if it's sweetened with a prebiotic fiber, if it's sweetened with sugar, if it's sweetened with xylitol, allulose, some of that effect is just because of sweetness. And I think that's actually one of the reasons why Dr. Berry is such an advocate of doing the beef, butter, bacon, and eggs, and letting yourself get away from sweet for a time. Joe, you're a grown man.
Yeah,
exactly. You need stevia in your coffee.
So getting off sweet is important.
It is important, and it's amazing what happens when you come back from something like that. It's almost like, you can see, it's like you see you've worked yourself up, like you've worked your caffeine too much, you've worked your sweet palate up to like a crazy level. The first time, oh my gosh, the first time
You've gone from you go from 1 drop of liquid sucralose, which is only 25% actual sucralose. The rest of it is all water. So it's like 1 drop in your coffee to 10. 5-6 months later, it's like, and we're going through a big bottle of it in a year, whereas that bottle used to last 4 years, right?
And then when you go back after an elimination, you feel like my face just got blown up. Now I have to say, this is something I was thinking about when you said about like the 100 days on this. Keto chow is so delicious. I have a feeling I'm going to call this one. I do not know the answer to this, but when you were done, I'm thinking day 101 of your life, you're like, I want nothing to do with keto chow. I'm going to literally eat anything other than keto chow because I've only had keto chow for 100 straight days. By day 102, where you're like, I can go for a keto chow.
Well, okay. I would actually open this up for a giveaway if I were you. What was my first meal?
I would win.
Miriam knows the answer. I've told this before. I talked about the 100 days of keto chow on the low carb cruise and on Keto Palooza once. And there's a bunch of videos on the website. But when I got done with my 100 days of keto chow,
what was your first
meal?
What
was my first meal?
Let's go pick this winner.
We'll pick this winner.
We got to move into the next round.
Okay, let me go.
Let's pick the winner.
Yes.
And what is the only flavor that does?
The only flavor that's flavored with monk fruit is natural strawberry. Natural strawberry is what we're looking for.
Yeah, I forgot we were giving that one away. Okay.
Lisa Ferrero, congratulations! You just won the elite starter kit.
Also, we got some super chats here. Connie, thank you very much for the $25 super chats, and thank you for veterans. And Lucky Shamrock, $25 super chat. Thank you for all who served.
Thank you.
And Connie, thank you for the $2 super chat.
Thank you so much. Awesome.
Okay.
So tell us, Chris, what was your first meal back?
I'll tell you first what my second meal was.
Okay.
Buffalo Wild Wings.
I would do that.
That was lunch.
Yes.
That was
I would
lunch
do
the day after I finished.
Okay, well, they didn't have a gift. So
Yeah.
let me just tell you what you can win. We'll send it to you guys, or we'll just send it directly to the winner. We will give you the November My Chow surprise kit for this answer.
Oh.
But so far, I haven't seen anybody put it in there. Everyone's saying ribeye, and it wasn't.
Yeah.
So the question
well, we
is,
posted it a long time ago.
I got to send all these names to Lynette anyway.
So the question is, what was Chris's first meal back? What was the thing that you ate?
What would your first meal be?
Oh man, when he said Buffalo Wild Wings, I was like, yeah, maybe, yeah. I want to say it's going to be a steak, but I feel like I would have gone for wings. I do think that because I'm thinking I'm going to be eating stuff, and wings are fun.
Since beef, butter, bacon, egg, like do not do this, but this is the worst decision in the world coming off of beef, butter, bacon, and
Why
egg.
are you sharing it?
Because I'm doing it for me.
Okay.
But I'm doing a chicken crust pizza on Thursday.
Is that what you're gonna do?
Yes.
As you're coming
Now,
back?
like, it's a bunch of different things, but I don't care.
Well, you've already kind of
Because
figured
then
out.
I'm going back onto, like, I'm not coming back with no sodas or anything like that until our cruise.
Okay.
So, but yeah, like that pizza, but chicken crust pizza.
So are you seeing it yet? Look at this.
Jujubi just said it.
Who did?
Chocolate mint keto chow.
Chocolate mint chow.
Did anybody else?
So that was
get it?
Jujubee.
Well, wait, no.
Yeah, I mean, someone might have also said it. If you just do mint, mint would get it. If anybody else said it.
Yeah, let's see.
So let's say.
Let's see if anybody said mint.
And there were no creamies back then, and we weren't making keto chow into ice cream back in those days.
Oh wait, I gotta do this first.
You were straight up.
Carla.
Oh, okay.
Congratulations. You just won the November My Chow Club Box. Wow. Good job.
Nice.
Let me write the name down. Now, Carla, you and Lisa and Michelle, make sure that you send all of your shipping information to 11on11 at twocrazyketos.com so we can get your prizes sent out to you. Guys, thank you so much. What an incredibly generous giveaway that you've shared. Thank you so much for your support of this live stream and also sharing your experiment, because I think you've taught all of us, if we really want to get some real information about ourselves, we're gonna have to do some hard work.
Yeah.
Probably more work than we were kind of intending to.
That's true. Okay, guys, thank you so much.
It was our pleasure.
Before we go, can
Oh.
we donate to 11on11?
did.
Oh,
my
you did it without
gracious.
me. Can I donate then?
I mean, you could. I did a big donation, but I didn't put my name in there.
Well, let's check the Spotify. Let's see where we're at. Since we're at the top of the hour, let's see what's going on.
$5,400. $6,000.
Wow.
Look at that dancing soldier.
Wow, look at that. Oh my gosh. Wow, this is exciting. And we are at $633.94 in the YouTube chat. Wow.
Awesome.
Thank you guys.
I think Miriam
Okay.
Indeed.
I wanted
she wanted to
can
donate,
Can
but-
I just donate like $200?
You can, but you have to go into the thing.
Yes.
Okay, I'll do it after this.
Okay.
Oh my gosh. Well, thank you guys. Wow. Okay, we have to have dancing
bear.
We've got to have dancing
there's-
reindeer. Yay! Thank you guys, and thank you so much for everybody. This is dancing for everybody that has been so generous today in the chat. This is oh my gosh, this is so good.
Have a good night, guys.
We love you.
Okay.
So we are into the next hour.
Yes.
What is Chris amazing?
They're awesome.
Because here's the thing, people are like, I
You
want
take these off because mine are broken.
you can, what I like is the confidence that I can have utilizing Keto Chow, because the people behind Keto Chow are scrutinizing things to this level.
Yes.
Right? As he's talking about things like knowing how much sweetener is in his product to like the level of the head of a toothpick.
Right.
Right? This is how they scrutinize all the ingredients in Keto Chow, and this is why we love them so very deeply.
We're gonna do a story.
Yeah, let's do it.
No, we're gonna do a subscriber's family member.
Yeah,
and
let's do it.
Then we are going to go take a potty break.
Oh, okay, so here we go.
This one's from Carrie.
Carrie! So here's from Carrie Cox. Thank you so much for sharing this. Love you guys and all you do. I am a supporter and watch you on YouTube all that I can. I have been on my keto carnivore journey for 4 years. You two have kept me going when I needed encouragement and hope. Thanks, Carrie. I hope I have not procrastinated too long to send in the veterans I wanted to honor during your live stream, veterans live stream tomorrow. I have an amazing list of family members that have served or are serving in the military, all from East Tennessee. I'm attaching 2 photos. A photo is of my amazing, I'm gonna say it, badass dad, Truman A. Jacques III, in his U.S. Air Force fatigue shirt and jacket today at my niece's school Veterans Day event. How precious. My dad is 81 years old and thriving at life. Truman enlisted in the Air Force in 1966 to 1970. He served in Vietnam, stationed in Ubon and U Tapao, Thailand. He was an aircraft mechanic, and he can again fit into his Air Force fatigues because he recently began his keto carnivore meat-based way of life journey. How incredible is that? A photo of my wonderful badass husband, Jason Cox, in his USMC dress uniform. So handsome. He is 20 years old in that picture. He served in the U.S. Marine Corps in Desert Storm. My uncle, Stephen Jacques, enlisted 6 months after my dad in the U.S. Air Force 1967 to 1970 and was stationed in Iceland. My uncle served in the Air National Guard from 1975 to 1992. I have another uncle, Steve Mahan, who served in the Navy in 1967. Former father-in-law was drafted into Army and served in Vietnam in a tank division. Ian Wright, my nephew, is presently serving in the Army, stationed in Hawaii. Patrick Gallagher, my niece's husband, is presently serving in the Army, stationed in North Carolina. Morgan Coleman, my stepniece, served in the Army. Greg Wright, former brother-in-law, served in the U.S. Air Force in Desert Storm. I love them deeply, and I am so thankful for them in my life and that they gave their all to serve us and this country. God bless them. Well, God bless you, Carrie Cox. Thank you so much for sharing this. Like, listen to this legacy. And also, I hope that this is an encouragement to any veteran and any veteran's family that's listening. Maybe you haven't gone keto, or you haven't even thought about maybe changing even the way that you're eating. Look at her dad, fitting back in his military uniform at the age of 81. It is never too late. Never too late to make a change. Thank you, Carrie.
Michelle, thank you very much for the $10 super chat and said, change of subject, but what is the best way to go, Joe? Booking my 2025 Alaska cabin 4D or XB. Is it worth the extra, or should I take a chance? And why is XB non-refundable? I can't wait to meet you both.
Can't wait to see you.
Well, okay, so yeah, they do. First of all, you're looking at a guaranteed cabin. A guaranteed cabin is you don't get to say where you're going to go. A couple of days before, maybe even that day, you're going to go, this is the cabin you're in, and that's where you're stuck. Now, the problem is if you're looking at, here's my thing. I'm willing to, my personal opinion, I'm willing to guarantee a, and take a, a balcony that maybe is going to have some obstruction on some cruises, but I don't know if I'd be willing to do it on Alaska. Like, you're looking at a lot of money on the cruise already, and I don't know, it just sounds elitist maybe, but I sometimes get this way about, it's like, what's another $500? Like, I'm already spending $4,000. What's another $500? Because to me, Alaska, it's like a once in a lifetime thing for a lot of people.
Yeah.
And
this is
it's one thing if you go in purposely and go, I'm willing to accept a obstructed view balcony, and you can go and pick out the room. You can pick out, they have a class of obstructed view, and you can pick the room, and you can go on YouTube and go, how bad is the obstruction? Am I willing to deal with that? You can look on Royal Caribbean's website and say, like, okay, it's a 30% obstruction. I can deal with that. I'm not looking straight at a lifeboat. I can see up over it, or there's just a pole in the way. But a guarantee, you have say. You could be like on like the top deck, below the pool, like towards the back, far away from, I mean, it's a smaller ship, so you don't have as much of a walk with elevators, but like you have no say. And I think that to save $500, I don't know if it's worth it to have no say. And then add in no refund.
Our normal, like, because we're really enjoying cruising now, and I would take an obstructed view, like, to any port that we're visiting in the other cruises that we're doing, but not Alaska.
Right.
Just not Alaska.
Like, even they have something called the Royal Up program, like when you get close to a cruise where you can bid, which is kind of like weird, where they're like, hey, if we have any extra rooms, how much would you be willing to pay to upgrade? I'm not even a big proponent of that.
That scares me.
Because, like, hey, I got a really good cabin. Like, we've got a cabin on the hump on a cruise coming up. Like, perfect. Do I want to chance that and go, like, hey, great, you're going to put me up in a suite, but I'm, like, up way in the back, and now I got to walk way away from the elevator, and I'm next to it. Like, I kind of want to know where I'm at.
Well, yeah, I don't like the gamble.
Right.
And
like,
I really
guarantee, you want to guarantee cabin, do guarantee inside where it doesn't matter because you can't see any sunlight anyway.
We have come to a point where we are on the same page. Now, you're a fly by the seat of your pants guy, so when I hear you say things like, there's some things I don't want to gamble with Alaska, really makes me happy, babe.
Yeah, again,
really.
if I'm gonna go, if anything, I would go obstructed view and pick the cabin.
Right.
Okay, you can go on a Royal Caribbean's website right now and look at all of the cabins available in the obstructed view class, and then look at them, go on to YouTube, and then on YouTube say, hey, like, you almost always find it. Just Google, like, cabin 12564 on Royal Caribbean's Rhapsody of the Seas, and you will find one or one close to it, because usually there's another one identical on the other side of the ship or right next to it, and you'll get a good idea of what you're dealing with. But at least you get to pick
There's Miriam Bear. Thank you so much, Miriam. Look at that. 200. Yep. We are at $5,661.44.
Okay.
How exciting.
I'm sorry, but I gotta go to the restroom.
Okay.
And it's cold.
It is a little
It
bit
is
cold.
getting cold in
That's
here.
okay. I like it. It keeps me awake.
Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
As Americans, it's our responsibility to ensure those who fought and sacrificed for our country receive the support they earned and deserve. Here at Wounded Warrior Project, we understand the battle for many of our nation's veterans doesn't end when they take off their uniform for the last time. We stand ready to serve warriors who need help overcoming both the visible and invisible wounds of war, as well as their families who are vital in their journey to recovery. The impact of our life-changing programs and services is only made possible by the commitment of our patriotic supporters who play a critical role in helping fulfill our mission.
For me personally, it means that everything I went through mattered, that the next generation won't have to do this, that the generation that did will actually receive the benefits and the medical attention that they need.
Independence program has provided me with the tools that I need to be able to say, okay, I can set new goals. I can go back to school. I can get out and try new things.
My very first soldier ride in New York. Let me tell you, experiencing this with my brothers and sisters, and to be back in this element with warriors is no other feeling like it.
Wounded Warrior Project is incredibly grateful to all of our supporters who continue to make our mission possible. It is only through your generosity that we are able to provide programs and services that change and save lives, all at no cost to wounded warriors and their families. Your commitment to those we serve inspires us every day. As we get ready to celebrate Wounded Warrior Project's 20th anniversary, we stay true to the promise we make to our nation's wounded veterans. No matter what you need, we will be there for you. And we continue to fulfill this promise thanks to you and all of our patriotic supporters and donors across the country.
Okay,
Yay.
So we're going to wrap up this last. We got about an hour and a half to go.
1 hour, 24 minutes. We're gonna fight for the whole way. I'm pursuing it. You know what? I've got a big goal, $10,000. I know it sounds crazy.
Right.
Like this is where you're like, okay, no, you settle. No, I say, let's go.
It's still, if somebody's watching this later on, it's going to be up for a week or whatever.
Yes.
Okay, so we do have a sponsor for this time. It
Dun,
is
dun, dun, dun.
Carnivore Crisps.
Carnivore Crisps.
And Carnivore Crisps is giving 2 bags of crisps to 5 winners.
Lucky winners. So 10 bags. They've donated 10 bags to this cause. So stinking thankful for Carnivore Crisps. We love them. We absolutely love Carnivore Crisps. It's portable food. It's pretty much, it was basically the reason why we started making our own too.
Right.
I mean, it was the catalyst because we love them so much. Definitely something you always find in Joe's dive bag. It's something you always find in our RV. We take it to Disney World, Universal. Like, we love them.
Yep.
We love them.
So why do we like them? Because they use the best cuts of meats and then give you a crispy crunch, typically only found in chips. They're made with real meat and real salt. 11 grams of protein per serving, pasture-raised, grass-fed beef, and no hormones. And they want to let you know they have you covered on Black Friday. So stay tuned November 24th through November 27th. And as always, we do have a link for them along with a discount code, which is down below.
And they're incredible. And there's a lot of variety. So if you want lamb, if you want elk, if you want beef, chicken, like there's a lot of variety. Personally, you know what's something I've been missing? That we do not make typically ourselves. We can make it, but I usually have Carnivore Crisps do it for me, and that is chicken skin. I enjoy chicken skin.
Yeah.
The chicken skin Carnivore Crisps, very, very tasty.
Okay, so you had another creed you wanted to read?
I did.
We got to go back to last hour.
Yeah, this is actually from, I have a question. Do you want to use this as our first challenge? Because it is a first name and a last name.
Okay,
You
well
wanna
now
try
I
it?
switch back over here. Read this first.
Okay. So this is the U.S. Space Force Guardian Values. So the first one is character. We defend the Constitution and serve our nation. Connection. We're connected by a common purpose, knowing that we're stronger together than we are individually. Commitment. We are committed to mastering ourselves, our profession, and our domain. Courage. We are steadfast and stand up for what is right, regardless of our circumstances. That is awesome. And it's so exciting because this is brand new. It's still new. It's still in its infancy.
Right.
Like this branch of the military. And I love their commitment. Okay, so I have a question. Do you want to use this as one of our giveaways?
This is a hard question.
This is hard. This is going to take a little bit of research here.
Okay, so this is for 2 bags of carnivore chips.
This is for 2 bags of carnivore chips.
Okay.
Okay, the question is, what was the name of the final surviving World War I veteran? And I can tell you this person passed away on February 27th, 2011.
I gotta spell it right.
Okay, I'll let you spell it right. So this is the final surviving World War I
What is the name of the
veteran
final surviving World War I veteran?
that we know of.
That we know of.
He passed away on February 27th, 2011.
He was 110.
110 years old. And so this is somebody that is a super centurion. So they have not only just reached to 100, but once they get like past 100, and I think, is it 110 becomes super centurion, if I'm not mistaken. I think there's people that like on record have lived to like over 104 and 15. I was looking up because I find that fascinating.
Okay, you want to do, we have a subscriber story?
Let's do it.
Ready?
Yeah.
This is Carrie.
This is Carrie. Hey, Carrie. He says, I remember the 27th of August, 1991 at 4 a.m. I was at the door of the place where I would get thrust into Navy boot camp. The day before, my stepmom and dad gave me a going away party. Back then, I was not a carnivore or keto and had cake and almost missed the bus. When I arrived, the bus was pulling off and it stopped to let me on. I served for 4 years and 4 months. Thank you so much, Carrie, for your service. The picture back then and in his uniform and now. Thank you so much, Carrie. How wonderful.
Okay.
So good.
What else do we got? Let's do some chat.
Yeah.
We're like way behind in the chat here.
Well, obviously, but.
What is that noise? I gotta go look.
That's a good question.
Amanda said Joe is so right about
3D?
showing increasing caffeine and sweetener. Oh, yeah.
That does sound like your machine,
No,
doesn't it?
You go ahead and scroll down over there.
Okay, so I just keep going this way, right? Okay, Sabrina said, I spent the whole afternoon making 8 individual chicken pizza crusts for our Thanksgiving next week. Wow, Joe wants to head over. Can you come by November 16th and have one of those pizzas, please, Sabrina? Let's see. Synergy says, I like the regular keto chows, but plain stevia has been my sweetener for many years. I like the stevia sweetened ones too, and the beef ones. I'm pretty easy to make happy. I love it. Yeah, I really enjoy it. And I gotta tell you, they're delicious. I mean, if you're thinking, is there gonna be some sort of weird beef aftertaste? No, not at all. Now, I definitely recommend, as far as like a fat source, what is delicious is the beef tallow mixed with the chocolate core keto chow.
Yes.
That is next level amazing. Amazing.
Okay. You want to pick the answer?
Yeah, I actually do see that people are putting the answer in.
People are really good at Google.
Yeah, so go ahead and roll that beautiful beef footage. It's Frank Buckles. So Sammy is the winner, SAMMI. Go ahead. Congratulations, Sammy. Please send your shipping information to 11 on 11 numerically at twocrazyketos.com.
We still got like 20 cookies left.
Yeah, we're gonna give away some cookies.
Let's do 5 of them right now.
But
Let me
share this really quick. So Frank Buckles was the last surviving World War I veteran, only passed away in 2011.
Wow.
That's a long life. He joined the Army in 1917 at the age of 16. He served near the front lines in Europe, driving motorcycles, ambulances, before going on to serve in World War II. He took on 2 world wars.
Wow.
No wonder he was amazing. There he was taken prisoner by Japanese forces and spent 3 years under armed guard in the Philippines. Every single day they gave him a little cup, a metal tin of some like porridge, like gruel in it. Do you know he saved that the rest of his prized possessions?
Wow.
And actually, knowing that they were prisoners, he led the other prisoners in calisthenics daily to try to keep themselves up as healthy as possible. After World War II, he and his wife Audrey bought a 330-acre farm in West Virginia, and he went on to become a cattle farmer.
Wow.
A cattle farmer! How cool is that? So thank you for the opportunity to celebrate you, Frank Buckles. That's awesome.
I'm going to go take the dog out.
Yes.
I got a 1-minute video, so you're going to sit here and
yeah.
ask people when they come back.
Absolutely.
My brother was wounded in Mosul, Iraq in 2005 during a combat mission. The injuries he suffered that day are still with him. He has partial vision and hearing loss. He has a traumatic brain injury, and probably most severe is his post-traumatic stress. But the bomb that blew him up, it really kind of blew up my life right along with it. Caregiving was new and scary. I was really isolated and on my own, and I didn't reach out. And that ultimately led me to a point in my life where I contemplated suicide. One of the resources that we had known about after my brother was wounded was Wounded Warrior Project. And once we discovered that Wounded Warrior Project not only had programs for my brother, but they had them for me and my son as well, we really began engaging with other families, and it turns out there's a lot of them who are just like ours.
Let's see if I can get this thing working again. Okay, we're back. I am sorry, but Tabitha, this was a non-negotiation thing. She's been really good all day, and the boys have been taking her out to go to the bathroom, but she just ate during our last break, and she is like immediately back to like, yes, I need to go to the restroom, and it's non-negotiable, and the boys just left, so we had to stop and do a potty break. But I thank you for your patience. Now if I can figure out how to move the cursor around. We will be giving away some more of the clean keto cookies this hour. It's going to be a set of 5 cookies, and we've got lots of winners still to give them away. She's like, I'm not coming back, and I can't make the cursor go where it needs to be. I don't know why I can't get it to scroll. Okay, there we go. I found it. Yay. Okay. So, Mel says, the Bears are amazing people with a truly amazing company. I would have to agree, Mel. They are just absolutely generous, caring people.
Did you lose the cursor?
I did lose the cursor, but it's okay. We're back.
Okay.
All right. So, there we go. So Eileen says, yeah, we had to swallow hard and choose the regular balcony, talking about like
again, I would any cabin in the middle of the ship is best. Yeah, they don't have 2D balconies. They only have 40, so front or aft. And I don't remember where I chose. I chose like that. I think the aft, but as close to the middle as I can get before getting. I asked for about the middle of the ship too. It was like another $1,000. So that was like, no.
Right.
I'll take, but yeah, I would definitely I would choose a obstructed view that you can choose over guess.
Mm-hmm.
Katie said, can someone help out a blind lady and type out the email address for the 11 on 11, please?
Yes, it is. Yeah. Do you want to, can you type it right into the chat there?
Yep.
So anybody who has won a giveaway today, please send us your name, first and last, your shipping information, to this address, 11on11@2crazyketos.com, so that we can send it to the companies, so that they can send out the product to you if it's not coming directly from us.
Yep. Let's see. Michelle said, this is our first cruise.
Oh.
My husband doesn't know we're doing it
Ooh.
yet. So thanks for the insight, Joe. gonna go with the big view.
Big view, baby.
Okay, so here's what I'm gonna tell you. I mean, we got to kill the hour and a half, right?
Yeah, let's do it.
So here's the thing with people, you're gonna go. One of the things that makes Alaska expensive is the excursions.
Mhm.
That's what really makes the Alaska cruises expensive. First is the short season, but also the excursions. One of the excursions you're gonna see a lot of things for is like whale watching. Now the excursions are not available yet, so you don't have to worry about that. But me, like going to Juneau or going to any of the glaciers and stuff, I would rather have an ocean view balcony where I can look out and see a lot of this stuff and put the money into getting the balcony over the $300 per person they're going to charge you to go on a 4-hour or 3-hour whale watch.
Oh.
Chances are you're going to see the whales from your ship anyway.
Wow, that's
Okay?
interesting perspective.
And I am going to give you this hint for Alaska. I've done a lot of research, especially as I was learning to become a travel agent. Go to the back of the ship if you're on the balcony more than the front of the ship, because who's going to see if there's whales in the water as we're going past? Who sees it first?
Oh, well, the front of the ship's going to see it.
And the captain's going to make an announcement, there's whales, and then you're in the
Everybody
back.
Oh, wow.
Right. So that's me. I would pay the money on Alaska to have a nicer cabin and maybe skimp a little bit on an excursion.
Yeah.
You can do listen, you're in America. That you're not going to a foreign country where, like, as I get off the boat I'm going to get shot.
Right.
Right?
Where you're worried about that kind of thing.
So you can do a lot of these excursions on your own and save a lot of money. Like, go to Juneau, go to Mendenhall Falls, and take a taxi over there, and for $30 you can actually see the glacier for all day, as opposed to $300 for 2.5-3 hours to see whales and then an hour in the glacier. I'd rather go stand on top of the glacier and only pay $25.
Right.
So
yeah,
you
I see
can
that.
you can make up the balcony money just by skipping one excursion.
So let's give away some clean keto cookies.
Yeah.
You ready? We can do some. You want to do some random, or you want to do some?
We're gonna do randoms.
Do some random. Okay. So let's do 5 randoms. Boom, boom, boom.
Ready?
Let's do it. Yes. Sarah,
Nope,
she's got.
they won already.
We are insisting on giving you cookies.
Sarah is just like,
she needs to play the lottery. That Franklin family needs to play the lottery.
Jennifer
Getz. Congratulations, Jennifer. We've got some clean keto cookies coming your way. Make sure again that you send your information to krazyketos.com.
Amber
Hobson. Good job. All right, so that's 2. You gonna do 5?
B-Dog, you won already, didn't he?
Yes.
He's
No.
like-
Oh wait, no, I don't. No.
Okay, no, that was the other one.
Yeah.
Kay
Kay Wilson. Congratulations. All right, number 4, Peggy Fitzmaurice. I'm loving it. All right, and then number 5.
We're gonna go all the way to 30 because you still got 10 more.
Okay, let's go to 30. All right, so this is number 5. Barbara, congratulations. Barbara. Let me spell that last name. Okay. Next one. Was that one? Wogsome Life. I don't think so.
familiar.
No. So let me spell that. Congratulations.
Miriam says I look good in this color. Thank you very much.
Ah. He got cold.
I'm
Rita Skoda. Rita.
How many is that? We got more to go.
Yeah, we do. Ah, mommy! Hey, she's a viewer.
She's a
no
viewer. She can win.
inside track. Congratulations, mommy. You've got some clean keto cookies.
Saves me some money because
Yeah,
she's gonna make me buy them for her
right,
anyway.
Exactly. Congratulations, Kathy Jackson.
2 more.
Howdy, partner.
Oh, that's awesome.
I love that name. What a great handle. Howdy,
Oh no, that's
partner.
it, right?
Yeah, no.
Wait, 1, 2,
No,
3,
you got one
4,
more?
5, 6, 7. Okay, so 1 more, and then we get 10 for the last hour.
Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Too late.
Yeah. Jeff, congratulations. So that is awesome. All you guys are going to be getting 5 amazing clean keto cookies. Send all of your shipping information, your name, because like they're gonna want a name that's not Howdy Partner. Okay, so like give me your name, also with the handle, of course. 11 on 11 at 2crazyketos.com. Can you believe we are nearly to the last hour?
Do you have another question? Or you have more carnivore chips?
Yes, I do. I do have other questions.
Do you have another question?
I have a really hard one.
You have a hard one.
But I won't make anybody do that. I won't do it. But I was just like, oh, I'm gonna totally do that.
I got one.
Oh wow.
I got one.
Yes.
How tall is Rachel according to what she tells everybody?
How are they gonna write that out? So
You
if
don't
you're
know how to write out?
Okay, so let's
a number, a number, and then no, you can't.
I think it'd be too hard for people to say it. It's 5'7.5", so nobody has to say it because I earned my half.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so here's one. What is the birthday of me and Miriam Bear and also Lynette from Keto Chow? We all share the very same birthday. So month and day.
You have to spell out the month.
Yes, you have to spell out the month.
Spell out the month and the day. No year.
A number.
No year.
You don't have to. Please.
I'll give you a hint.
Please
We're
be
the
kind.
Oldest.
Yes, please be kind. And do not add a year to mine. But yes, so month and day. We all
And
share
you
the
have
same
to
birthday.
Spell out the month.
Yes.
You have to spell out the month.
You got to spell out the month. And that's going to be the next winner for 2 bags of carnivore crisps because they're delicious. In fact, we have some over there and you may have to just open them. Let's just eat some. What's up? This is beef brisket. We do eat a lot of carnivore crisps because we love them. What I like is the fats. When you hit the fat parts, it's like amazing. I always add a little bit of salt too. It's so funny that you're reaching for that. And of course, then our Labrador immediately enters the room because this is a keto treat that she enjoys as well. All right, you got to sit though. I'll give you one. Sit. We can share them as a family. It's wonderful.
Okay. So people are putting that in. We're going to let that go for a couple of minutes. And see over here.
First food today. You had the carnivore bar.
I had a carnivore bar. That's it though.
Look at that fat. That's what I love.
B-Dog wants to know, after you open the flour from the carnivore crisps, how do you store it? I put it in the fridge.
So do I. That's what I do with too.
Yeah, I just like to put it in the fridge. Even I store things in the fridge that don't even need to be stored in the fridge because
he's married to me.
It's not got nothing to, why not? You know, some things I think actually taste better in the fridge cold. Now, the thing, like, Rachel will store peanut butter in the fridge. I'm like, don't store peanut butter in the fridge. It gets hard as a rock, and you can't dig it out, and you don't need to. You know, but I'm just the kind of person, a lot of things I put in the fridge, except for butter. I don't like butter in the fridge because I want it nice and spreadable when I want to use it.
Right.
But let's see. Rita said I donated straight to the Wounded Warrior Foundation. Is that correct? You can go through our link, but listen, the bottom line is it's not about us.
Nope.
It's about the veterans.
Nope.
And I don't care how the veterans get help and how they get money. It doesn't matter.
We just want them to be blessed.
We just want them to get help.
So thank you so much for doing that.
I'm looking for questions.
Yeah. Oh, here Jesse says, my grandma's dad was a World War I veteran and died from PTSD suicide 3 months before my grandma was born. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. Oh my goodness.
Okay. Excuse me. Morgan wants to know what the cookies are because obviously we talked about these cookies 10 hours ago.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so a while back we did a review of a company called Clean Keto. They stepped up big time and gave away $1,200 in cookies for this live stream.
Yeah.
So again, we're not getting paid by them. We make zero money from them. We're
No.
not affiliated with them. But they gave away basically 40 people are getting 5 cookies. And they are super, super clean ingredients. remind me of my Oma's cookie. Have very low total carbs. I mean, everything about them. Like, there's no fillers, no nonsense. It's a small little bakery.
Yeah,
And
that's doing big things.
Yeah, they're just like super excited about it and super excited for them to just come through like this and give away so many cookies and
So many
have
giveaways.
so many people be able to try it. Are you ready? You want to pick the winner here?
Yeah, let's pick a winner. So, what is my birthday?
It is September 6th.
No, it's not. September
I just wanted to mess with all the people.
3rd. September 3rd.
Okay, you ready? Yes. So
September 3rd, 1930.
Miriam and Lynette and Rachel all share in the same birthday.
That is how we choose all of our friends. All the friends have to have the same birthday, right? No. It was just wild when we were talking.
The winner is Debbie.
Debbie! Well, she won.
Oh.
Didn't she? Wait, no. Maybe she didn't.
I don't remember Debbie
No, I don't
winning.
think she did. Okay, so awesome. Debbie, congratulations. You won 2 bags of carnivore crisps. Send all of your shipping information to 11on11 at twocrazyketos.com.
Vicky, thank you very much for the $20 super chat that said for the vet.
Wow.
Where are we at? We got 1 minute left.
We got 1 minute left in this hour, and then we in the last hour. Is that what you're saying to me? We are 1 minute away. Let's see, where are we? Can we get to $6,000? We are at $5,986.44. $5,986.44. We are so close. We're this close with 1 hour to go. This is exciting. Are you ready? Okay, we're 1 minute away. I got to get my thing. You ready?
It laughs a lot. Joe talked me into it.
Cookies. I'll take it.
And I mean, they're just good. And anytime, like, you have a company with good, clean products, I mean, we talk about all the time, like, a lot of the companies that we like, the products that we like, they were made by people for themselves.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at, like, Chris, he made keto chocolate for himself. Robert made keto brick for himself.
Are you seeing a trend? I'm seeing a pattern here. Like the best products. Okay, you ready? It's 7 o'clock.
Why does that say time? Oh, I'm sorry.
Here we go.
Wait a second.
Go.
I gotta get.
Next one. It's hour number 11. We made it. You guys. Oh my gosh. It is
I think about 3 of those have actually showed up on camera.
It is hour number 11. We gotta dance this one in. I need to see a wiggle. I'm sorry. We can't go on with this live stream without a wiggle from Joe. Thank you so much. We are so excited. We're going strong, guys. We are going strong. And thank you for being here. Give us a cartwheel in the chat if you've been here 11 hours. If you've been here for this entire live stream. We want to just applaud that. I mean, we've been. Yep. High five.
High five. Tabitha's been.
I know
She's
Tabitha
looking for
has.
more carnivore crisps. You ain't getting any more brisket.
I'm going to have you go sit in the other room, but do you want to say hi to everybody first? You can come up and just say hi. You want to come say hi? Say hi to Tabitha. This is our black Labrador / horse. We actually did have her tested to see if her DNA was not actually Shetland pony, because I was pretty sure that she was part pony. Go ahead and sit down. You did good. You behaved. Thank you. Oh, that one's got a lot of fat on it. How much do I love you? A lot. Okay. Because the fatty parts are my favorite parts.
Okay. Let's do Kathy's story. Do you have Kathy's?
I do. Thank you, Kathy. Okay, so memories of a black lion. This is a SFC Bobby H. Davis, August 1935 to July 2001, Davis Cemetery, Pike County, Alabama, submitted in loving memory by his daughter, Cindy. SFC Davis had wrote down a few memories from his tour with Charlie Company. His daughter thought perhaps some of his old friends might like to read them. These are some things I remember about NAMM. Some are good, some are bad, but they're always bad with the good, right? We had a pet monkey that stayed in the tree next to the PLTCP. I guess he was owned by some of the local people. He would drink beer anytime you gave him some. Murphy and I spiked his beer with a little whiskey. That darn monkey got drunk as a coot. That was a bad day. That was bad, I guess, but we needed a good laugh, and we sure got one. Our first month or so in Nam, the food wasn't too good. We had for breakfast the same old thing, powdered eggs, Spam, bread, and sometimes greasy bacon. For lunch, we had powdered potatoes that were more like soup, dehydrated green beans, Spam, and maybe bread, and always that sorry green lemon lime drink, which was real bitter. For supper, it was the same as lunch. We were begging for some C rations after a month or more. Finally, we got rations and the food slowly got better. I remembered us crossing a rice paddy full of water. It was shoulder deep. When we came out, we had long black, green, and yellow leeches stuck to us everywhere. Those leeches were 5 to 6 inches long and 1/2 to 3/4 inches wide. Never saw a leech that large before or since. I remember crossing the river out in front of our perimeter for the first time. We made a mistake and used a nylon rope. The rope stretched as soon as it got wet, and SSG Fair almost drowned with all his equipment on. I remember that SSG Simpkins swam the river naked with the rope in order to tie it off. I was always afraid we were going to come under fire each time we had to cross that darn river. I remember one night that everyone started shooting in base camp, and the next morning all we could find was a small porcupine, which most likely set off the flare. We did kill the porcupine. I also remember that darn sniper that always shot at us but never hit us. We would fire MG rifles, and still a few days later, he would be back to harass us again. Our first night or two, we received mortar fire, and I jumped into a foxhole, which was level with water. My first thought was, this is going to be a bad year. On third or fourth night in a rubber plantation, we saw trees moving all night long, and we fired off and on all night. The next morning, all the rubber trees in sight were bleeding. We shot them all to pieces. Some bullet holes hitting the trees as much to 15 to 20 feet high. I remember being in a long line with our pants down for a malaria shot, and the mortar rounds started coming in. What a scary moment that was. I remember being in a cyclone one night. The wind set off our flares and even some of our grenades. During the night, all the very large trees blew down. I was sitting on my pack, weapon across my lap, and was leaning back against one of those trees when it fell. I jumped out of the way, but the tree fell on my pack and rifle. We never did find either of them. It was the next afternoon before I got them replaced. I felt so naked walking around the jungle without my weapon. When we were in the rubber trees digging up foxholes, we dug up earthworms 12 to 6 inches long, big around as your thumb, larger than the fish I catch. I remember our CO from Georgia, Captain Fletcher, and I really liked him. We burned so many hutches when we first got there that they named him Zippo 6. I remember when I got shot in the thumb and side, and the medic turned me over on my stomach to look for a bullet exit. He said, "Hey, there's a big hole back there." It scared me half to death. I believe the medic's name was Rigel, or close to it. He was a conscientious objector, but he carried a .45 pistol. He was a good black lion. I remember Blankenship, and I ate some food in the village behind our positions. We both got sick and threw up right in front of civilians. The more we chewed, the bigger it got. I remember putting 24 boiled eggs into a gallon jar that had juices left off from Polish sausages. After a couple of weeks on an operation, we would return to camp, and the eggs were rotten because I'd forgotten to peel them. Ha! We're sure looking forward to those eggs and a cold beer. I really appreciate you sharing this, Kathy, to see a glimpse, a memory of this gentleman, and how it provided an opportunity for maybe somebody else to be like, yeah, I remember it was day by day we lived out our service, and there were days and evenings and new sights and fear, not knowing is it like what was running through. It was a porcupine that shot up a whole bunch of mines, right. But was it an enemy fire? Like, where are we in danger? And even in times when you're like, it's very good, we need a malaria shot, this is an important thing for us to get, and yet the vulnerability of every moment while he was serving. Thank you, Kathy, for sharing this precious story about your dad. We really appreciate that.
Okay, so we're gonna do another box, and since you started it,
okay, You're two more bags of carnivore chips is what we're going to be giving away.
We're going to do 2 more bags of carnivore chips. And so here's the question. Since you started it with Miriam, how funny is this one?
Yeah.
I share a birthday with one of the bear children.
Yes, you do.
Yes?
Mm-hmm.
Who is it?
Well, you're not.
I know. I'm going to change that.
Okay.
I changed my mind.
Do you know?
Yes, I know.
Okay.
You have to put...
Because I don't remember off the top of my head.
You have to put which one of the bear children, just his first name. So that helps, right?
Are you sure?
Yes.
You're positive?
Yes.
That you share the same exact day?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay?
All right.
Who do I share a birthday with?
I think it would be better for you to say, what is the birthday?
Maybe we could have done that too.
Okay. All right. Is the words coming in?
Huh? Nobody's put in. Yeah.
There's only 2.
Give people time.
All right.
Give people time.
Okay.
Who do I have the same birthday with of the bear children?
I honestly don't remember them.
How freaky is it that, like...
I'm with a mom and you're with a child. Yeah.
Yes. I mean, it's not that hard with the bears. They got so many kids. I mean...
They have 6 children.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's not that hard to hit a date, especially at the
It's
end of the year.
365 days in a year.
I know, but they had them all at the end of the year. What were they doing in, March?
I can tell you what they're doing in March.
Okay, let's take a quick break. So here's the thing. I'm going to warn you all now. All the survivor stories have been really cool. You better have tissues for this one.
Very, very powerful story.
My husband, Chemo, served in the Navy for 20 years. He was a pilot and a commander. His illness was a slow progression. Fast forward to now, he cannot walk, talk, or breathe on his own, so he relies on a wheelchair and a breathing machine. And he's very limited with the wheelchair. He can only go on paved surfaces, so he really can't participate in much of life with us. When we first connected with the Wounded Warrior Project, they put us into the Independence Program and connected us to April.
The Independence Program is a program for warriors that are the most catastrophically hurt. So what the Independence Program does is they connect them with the much needed services to help them be independent and have a quality of life.
Chemo requested a track chair from Wounded Warrior Project, but April explained that was not one of the services that they provide. She was on Facebook one day and saw that TrackFab had a couple that wanted to donate a chair.
We are able to connect our warriors and empower them with other nonprofits and donors such as Mike and Colleen.
For us, this was about, one veteran's family helping another veteran and his family. This is going to give him the mobility that he hasn't had. He's going to be able to go experience everything with his wife and children now.
They opened the doors and I saw Mike and Colleen standing there and all the TrackFab and the Wounded Warrior Project people. I just started crying.
Chemo. My name's Mike. This is my wife, Colleen.
Hi, nice to meet you.
And this is something we've been wanting to do for a long time. So everybody, on 3, okay? Ready? 1, 2, 3. Surprise!
I'm blown away by this. I had no idea and cannot express how grateful I am for this enormous blessing. It will make a huge impact on my ability to experience life with my family and friends. Thank you for this incredibly generous gift.
You're so welcome. We're so glad. Oh, I'm so glad.
Being able to empower a warrior like Chemo really makes the job worth it. And being able to see the bigger picture on what we do as the Wounded Warrior Project in the Independence Program, to being able to see the kind of an impact it makes on him just makes it worth it for me.
With the track share, I'll be able to participate in activities like hiking with my family, watching my daughter ride horses, camping and fishing with my son. I'm grateful for Wounded Warrior Project, Mike, and Colleen, TrackFab, and my wife's efforts to make all of this happen. My ability to make the most of every day God blesses me with will greatly improve. I can't wait to get back out there.
I told you to get your tissues on that one.
Oh my gracious. But this is what you're contributing toward. It's an individual. This is a very specific need. He needed a very specific wheelchair.
Yeah.
No normal
And
wheelchair
no
would do.
Wounded Warriors couldn't help them with that. They were able to connect them with somebody who did.
Who did. So it's not just that Wounded Warriors makes everything happen, but they partner with other organizations. It's like being able to spotlight Sarah, her specific service for service animals, right? That's a very specific thing. So maybe it's not, Wounded Warriors doesn't offer a certain program, but they can connect with other people who do and connect these people together and retrofit this gentleman with exactly what he needed.
Right.
Not in the ballpark, like precisely what he needed to be able to be he wants to be and be able to share fishing with his kids and being in like an all-terrain type of, scenario.
Karen, thank you very much for the $20 super chat.
Thank you, Karen.
Let's do another story.
Yeah.
Ready?
Yeah.
From Jujubee.
Oh, this is Juliana Merwin. And she says, this is my favorite veteran, Staff Sergeant Christopher Merwin. The first picture with the toddler drinking water was when he first joined and we went to visit him at AIT Job Training School. The rest are over the course of the last 14 years, to include his promotion during the pandemic. The one holding the baby with his weapon was moments before he deployed for 13 months to Afghanistan from Hawaii, leaving me alone on his first deployment with a 6-month-old and a 5-month-old. The line of bags and Stetsons brought tears to my eyes when I realized for the first time what deployment was really like. Lastly, the one with the mustache was one of the few times we Skype with him. Wow, Juliana, we love you. I mean, this is Jujubee. Mm-hmm. This is our friend. This is somebody that we talk to every single week. You are precious, but you're also a veterans family. Like you're also, you're part of the Two Crazy Ketos family, but you're a veteran family, and we're here today to celebrate you and your sacrifice, because it's not just Chris's sacrifice, it's Jujubee's sacrifice, it's the kids' sacrifice. These are families, these are real families, and this isn't just, we've been showing you all day today videos of people that have been served by Wounded Warriors Project and other organizations. But this is our family. This is the Two Crazy Ketos family, and you're in that family, and I want you to know that we love you, and we're so thankful for the opportunity to be here today and to hang out and to say we honor you, and we see the sacrifices that you have made.
Christopher is in the chat.
Thank you.
In November on Skype.
Wow. Thanks for Christopher. Thank you. Thank you so much for your service. This amazing family that you have been a part of and that you've raised. And I can tell you one thing, that precious woman is able to hold down the fort. And I'm just so thankful to call you friend. And I'm glad to be able to share your story. So thank you for that.
Yeah. People saying that food, yes, I put the food in the refrigerator.
Right.
B-Dog said, I put a question in earlier. How do you feel after 3 weeks being carnivore on beef, butter, bacon?
So good. Well, you've seen, we've been going this whole day. And I feel well. I don't feel, we're a little, you get a little bit
punch-drunk at this
You get
point.
a little tongue-tied, but I feel well.
Because honestly, listen, this is not our first rodeo with beef, butter, bacon, egg. We helped Dr. Berry really bring it to light over 2 years ago. But it does always amaze me how much better I feel when I eliminate. And again, it's not even that the other things are bad. It's the amount of the other
I was going to
things.
say,
when you work yourself up to 100 ounces of soda a day.
Or cheese.
Or an entire can of whipped cream. or literally can sit down and eat a half a jar of peanut butter, or like I can eat a pound of cheese. When you work up to the amount that I was consuming and that Rachel were consuming, like it makes sense.
It does.
But this week, I mean, I look about like, this is going to sound bad, but I can't tell you how many times this week I said to Rachel, like, how about we just don't do this? Can we call it off? Is it too late? You know, and
It's
then
scary.
and then you watch one of these videos as you're editing thing and be like, no, we can't call this off. Like, why is it even occurring to you? But when I look at like everything that's going on, we've got so much going on, and I've got my dive IE next week, and we get sick. We, like, literally, I was supposed to go practice for my IE on Sunday, and we got so sick, we couldn't do anything. And we're trying to get ready for 11 on 11 and pull together, like, all of these stories and put them into a slideshow and pull videos off of YouTube. And Rachel's calling people and puts together 168 slides of things on veterans and the armed forces. And we did that sick and on beef, butter, bacon, and egg.
Felt great.
And barely, like, I mean, the sleep, I mean, and I feel great.
I feel great.
And I don't know, I know I wouldn't feel as good if it wasn't for keto.
Oh, no, Lord. But it's been nice to have this just extra level of feeling good.
The biggest thing is we haven't had to think about anything. There has been no, do you want to go out to eat? Because I got news for you. If it wasn't for beef, butter, bacon, and egg, we probably would have had wings on Tuesday. Not that wings are bad, but that would have taken away from my time. And so sometimes it's nice to go like, what are we going to eat? I don't know. Here's your choice. Beef, butter, bacon, and eggs.
It's also really nice to go to bed and not have any type of inflammation and wake up and not have any inflammation. That's been really, really nice. Like there hasn't been any type of like belly distension or anything. You know how you feel where you're just like, or you feel like puffy or bloated in some way. There's none of that. And that's been really nice.
Chris said, I bought 2 quarts of heavy cream. They expired December 30th.
That's smart.
Yeah, but
just don't open them.
In that family, like...
They could go fast.
That's... Okay.
Do you want to give away?
Ready?
Yes. So the winner is... Because who is it that you share a birthday with? Sam. December 6th. Cat Diamond. Congratulations. You are winning 2 bags of carnivore crisps. Send us your shipping information to 11on11 at 2krazyketos.com.
I think it's funny that Rachel must have asked me like 5 times. Are you sure? Yes. Pretty sure.
Yeah, well, because I didn't remember that you shared a birthday with him. I guess I've just been, I'm sorry, but I just only have focused on the me and Miriam.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Thanks. I'm just left out. Marla or Mela, thank you very much for the $5 super chat.
Thank you. Oh my gosh. So right now we're up to $6,271.44. 44 cents. We're 39 minutes left in the chat.
Yes.
Now, 39 minutes.
Yes.
Wow. I can't believe it. I did want to share this too, unless you have questions you want to address in the chat. Okay, so this is, we've shared all the other creeds. This is the Soldier's Creed from the U.S. Army. I am an American soldier. I am a warrior and a member of a team. I serve the people of the United States and live the Army values. I will always place the mission first. I will never accept defeat. I will never quit. I will never leave a fallen comrade. I am disciplined, physically and mentally tough, trained and proficient in my warrior tasks and drills. I always maintain my arms, my equipment, and myself. I am an expert and I am a professional. I stand ready to deploy, engage, and destroy the enemies of the United States of America in close combat. I am a guardian of freedom and the American way of life. I am an American soldier. When you hear that, just that extra clause where it says, I stand ready to deploy, engage, and destroy the enemies of the United States of America, and you say, in close combat, what does that mean? Those are 3 little words, in close combat. But that's close. that's when you think about as we're hearing what some of the veterans have been through, what they have seen. When you see, like when you listen to the stories that we've shared, where this veteran is sharing his memories of nights spent, of mornings, of worry, of doubt. When you think about how close it is, and sometimes we back home here in America, we can get very far away. They're getting close. They're getting close, but we're getting far. And that's not good. That's not good for us. It's good for us to get close, to get closer. And that's what we've done during this Veterans Day live stream, is to get a little bit closer, to be willing to come closer, lean in and listen to what these veterans really need. Their cries for help. Will we help them? Will we show up? That is the question. And I feel really good today to get closer. And yes, sometimes you cry. You cry, you feel hurt, sometimes you feel mad. I mean, you're listening to, when we were interviewing Philip from the Carnivore Bar, I was getting a little bit angry, to be honest, as you think of like, gosh, I'm like mad at stuff. But then you think, it's good for us to have these conversations. It's good for us to have these discussions. It's good for us to say, is there some things that we could do differently to serve our veterans better? Yeah. I think these are good things for us to do. Get a little closer to this.
Let's do 5 random
selections
cookies.
For the cookies. We still got 2 bags of carnivore chips to give away.
I understand that, but we have 20 bags or 10 bags left.
No, we got 10 bags left. So you got to do 5?
You want to do 5?
Yeah, let's do it.
Ready?
Uh-huh. Wait, you got to get rid of the Sam thing, right?
No.
You still got
I'm on.
you're on random.
I'm on active user.
All right, here we go. Dun,
Okay.
dun, dun, dun. Number 1, Morgan W20. Congratulations. Morgan W20. All right, that's 1. Melissa Hudson, congratulations. All right, next up, number 3, Renee Malarkey. I think we still have not shared that story.
Well, now that you said it.
Wow, okay. Next up, Justina. Justina, congratulations. All right, one more. Sandra Harris, congratulations. For everybody who just heard their name called, please send your shipping information, your name, and your shipping information to 11on11@2krazyketos.com. You just won 5 clean keto cookies.
Okay, so we got some super chats here.
Oh,
Kat, thank you very much for the $11.11. Thank you so much. That's
yeah.
It just kind of me of the first year we did this.
Yeah.
And everybody started doing 11 on 11 for like.
Yeah.
It was, Kyle. Oh, it's where is it? Okay. Linda, thank you very much for the $10 super chat.
Thank you, Linda.
Thank you for 2KK for all of the hard work you put in this day. Every dollar helps.
Yes.
You are a blessing to service members who have blessed us.
Thank you so much. And that's the thing. If you're giving and you're like, man, it's a $2 super chat or it's a $2 to Wounded Warriors, you're right. Every single dollar counts. It matters. And if nothing else, for the veterans to be seen, that you're saying with $2, I see you. I care about what happens to you and I will contribute what I can. And that's what it's all about. And you know what? We can move forward from this as we even go into the holiday season. We can't do it all. We can't do it all for Thanksgiving. We can't do it all for Christmas. We can't do it all for Hanukkah. We can't do it all, but we can do something.
Yep.
What is the one thing that we can do to help somebody else moving forward?
KY Gal, thank you for the $19.99 super set. Joe and Rachel, you helped so many of us. Bless you and bless the recipients of this gift.
Yes. I believe that a lot of people will be blessed when again, take that number we've got there, $6,271, and you divide it by $14. If $14 could make a difference, that's a lot of people that we're reaching today.
We have a couple more, but I can't find them on anything, so I'm going to read them up here. The computer is kind of getting wonky.
Yeah.
Easy peasy keto. Thank
Wow.
you for the $50 super
Thank
sticker.
you. That is awesome. Wow.
And then I want to make sure we got them all. Linda, we did this one. Linda, thank you for the $10 super chat. Thank you for all the hard work.
Every dollar
you
helps.
put in this.
Yep.
Yes. So I think we got them all.
Want to make sure we don't miss anybody. Thank you.
So let's go back to, we've got Renee's story.
Yes, let's get that. So Renee, congratulations on just winning some cookies. And also thank you for sharing this beautiful picture. Hello, Joe and Rachel. Thank you so much for taking the time to honor military veterans and committing to raise funds to help veterans who have sacrificed so much for our freedoms. Attached is a project my granddaughter did for her 3rd grade class honoring veterans and their families. This is a photo of her great-grandmother, my dad, Paul Malarkey, a U.S. Army veteran. Again, thanks for all you do. Boy, thank you, Renee, for doing this. And also, for all you teachers out there, I know I saw Christina in here earlier. I know she's a teacher. We got lots of teachers in the chat. Thank you for what you do above and beyond the regular lesson plan to be able for the kids to do these projects, right? Like, I know there is so much. My whole family was in education, and got a lot of teachers still in our family. And there's so much curriculum to cover. There's so many things to do. There's so much to get done in a school year that having like extras, like maybe, having a research project or having like a time of pause to celebrate something like Veterans Day, it's challenging. It's challenging to fit it all in. And I recognize that and I see that. I know that. But for all of you teachers who are helping our children of today, this generation, to connect with previous generations and celebrate and really say like, hey, in researching this project, I had to learn about my family. I had to learn about the service of my family and what they did. And it really does bless a family, right? Because it sees what is their heritage? Who were the people that went before them? And studying them this way and be able to give a report is just such a precious opportunity. So thank you for all of the educators who find this to be important and assign these projects so that we can learn more about our families and celebrate our veterans.
Debbie wants to know what the current total is.
Let's see.
We're at $6,387.55 there and $780 in.
And while we're here, I see
Super
another 11 on 11 anonymous donation, $11.11. Jennifer Lucas, thank you so much for $25. Sandra, $55. Wait, I saw one more up there, but I can't read it. Ken and Gloria Kohler, thank you so much for that $50.
And again, just if we didn't read your name because it just happens to be they scroll up and we can't see it.
We can't see it.
So okay, we got some comments over here. We have some more things that I want to read. Barry said, my grandpa fought in World War I. He ended up with a piece of shrapnel in his leg that could have killed him. He walked with a cane the rest of his life. He passed away at 78 in 1972.
Wow.
Matt said all of these creeds have one thing in common.
Service. You're right. You're right. Like that is the thing. And that's, when we celebrate all the veterans together, you see that commonality. Matt is absolutely right. It's that service. It's that commitment. It's the seriousness. It is the awareness in that creed that it's like you're knowing everybody's saying this. They know they're all in.
Yeah.
They're all in.
So easy peasy keto. Where can we donate? Not on Google. I have a password issue. That's what. Thanks for what you're doing. Use the link down below or scan the QR code up here. No, super chat is Google.
I'm sorry.
So you scan the QR code. It'll take you to Tiltify. And then it's going to say PayPal, but you don't need a PayPal account. You just click on it, and then it puts in your credit card number. It'll ask you if you want to create a PayPal account, but you don't have to. But PayPal just becomes a credit card processing company.
And we do have 28 minutes and 19 seconds left in this live stream. So thank you to everybody as we continue through this that have been there. If you are just coming in, maybe you're coming home from work or, you had a long day today. I know that this is early early if you are maybe in California. Thank you so much to our moderator, Shauna, who is here despite being, I mean, she's in California. So, you know, it was when we started this, it was literally the crack of dawn where she was. So thank you for all of your faithfulness to being here. Thank you so much.
As Steve Bradley said, we love everything you two do. The live stream is just proof that you are great people.
It's
not us.
We're honoring great people.
We were inspired by a veteran.
Yeah.
Who walked 50 miles. If you didn't see at the beginning of the show, we talked about why we do this. We do it because we couldn't do what somebody else does. And we felt we had to do something. And this is what we're good at. We can act like idiots and talk for 11 hours.
I can talk for 11 straight hours. There's not much I can do, and it's...
But believe me, I've never been in the service, and if this is what I can do to say thank you, I'll do it. And yeah, I've probably said at least 50 times, we're not doing this next year. And guess where our butts will be next year?
We will be here. If you will be here, we will be here. Because if we raise $1, it means that that's $1 that's going to a veteran. You know, that means that, you know, maybe it can contribute. It can go into the pot. And maybe we are just two people and we're just one YouTube channel. But you know what? We're not alone. I mean, this is proof today. There's 243 people here. So if you walked into today and you thought, maybe I am alone in this world, I hope that you have drawn inspiration that you are not alone. And I can tell you that as much as this is a wonderful day, this is not the only day where we come together as a family and we share our pain and our struggle, you know, our wins and our losses. Like, please come back. You know, we live stream every Monday at 10 a.m. and it's just to celebrate subscribers, you know, their wins in their keto journey. But man, we want to celebrate life and we're glad that you're here. And if you're coming in and maybe you're, you know, new to this, like, we want you to be encouraged that every single life is precious and you don't have to do life alone. That's what we want you to know.
Lynette, thank you very much for the $19.99 super chat.
you,
Said, on
Lynette.
behalf of my stepfather, who will be 96
Wow.
in January and served in World War II. I don't know what he did in the war because he does not like to discuss it. It must have been pretty bad for him.
Yeah. I imagine it was like that for a lot of people. What a treasure to be able to celebrate, you know, 96. I'm glad that he's there in your life still. That's so precious.
DY, thank you very much for the $10 super chat.
Thank you.
Let's see. Dawn said, thank you, Joe and Rachel, for this day. I've been able to listen for a number of hours. Everything was touching and my heart was tugged numerous times.
Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Cindy said, my father served in the Korean Army, not sure of dates. My brother went into the Army in about 1981 and 1982 to make our dad proud. Then in April of 82, my dad passed away. My brother blamed himself.
Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. But I know that you know and I know it's like he made his dad proud. I know that. Thank you so much to your family for their service.
Gloria, thank you very much for the $50, $49.99
thank
super
you,
chat.
Gloria.
Thank you both. There are a special place in heaven saved for you. God bless you.
No, it's all these people. This is the best that we can do, and I wish that there could be more.
Sabrina said Mark wants to know if that dog has been in the toilet.
She definitely has. I'm sure of it.
Sarah G said over $300 in DoorDash. One more hour.
Wow. I'm so proud of you, girl. I'm so proud.
Cheryl said PayPal won't take my donation, so she's going to send $250 to the Wounded Warrior Project directly. You can just tack that on to
We are going to tack that on. That's part of the Two Crazy Ketos family. We are incorporating that in what you're giving because, Cheryl, we want you to know, like, you're with us. I love that.
Cheryl, I want to know we're going to see Anthony and Caleb. Anthony, unfortunately,
He's
had
been working
lacrosse
all day.
games, and yeah, there's a tournament going on this weekend, but we had this. And then Caleb's just had a lot of work and stuff.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, this is what happens when they get older.
They get older.
Rita 3 of our 4 children have served. Our son retires this coming April after 22 and a half years. We are so proud and grateful of all of them.
And you should be. What a legacy. What a legacy. What a heritage. That's amazing.
Jennifer, thank you for the $5 super chat. Said, how long will you continue to accept donations? I'd like to keep asking friends up for at least a week or two.
Yeah. So share the live stream, share the Tiltify link that's in the description.
Yeah.
So yeah, like absolutely.
Synergy, I'm happy that you decided to do 11 on 11 and that you've made it an annual tradition.
Yeah.
Okay, Me
too. And I'm glad for you guys too. That's like it's been nice to be able to count on, like, you know, Shauna's been here for 3 years with us. So it's like I always know that, like, hey, we get to hang out, you know, on November 11th for certain. So thank you for making it part of your Veterans Day. We appreciate that.
Here's Sean's story.
Sean Bradley. Here are 2 photos of my dad, one with my mom and the other was his basic training photo. My dad, David Bradley, was in the Air Force for 4 years, 1960 to 1964. Here are 2 photos of me. I was in the Navy from 1990 to 1996. One photo is of me on leave from boot camp with my mom and dad, and the other was my graduation from electronics technician A school in Great Lakes, Illinois. The next photo is of me with my firstborn son, my dad, and my grandfather. This photo is the Christmas while I was in A school in 1991. The last photo is of my grandfather, Norman Bradley. He was a sergeant major in the Army Air Corps. He retired from the Army Reserves after 26 years of service. He and my grandmother are buried in Arlington Cemetery. Thank you for doing this and for everything else you do. Sean, thank you for your service and for sharing your story with us. Oh my gracious, what a beautiful family. I love getting to see, like, the little kids too.
Yeah.
So precious.
We got some more here. I don't think I read this one. I think this is a different one from Lynette.
Yeah. No, that was it. Yeah.
Did we read that one?
Yeah.
For 96?
Yeah.
I'm getting punch drunk.
You are.
Okay.
It's okay.
But we do have some more. Danny had a $9.99 super
Danny.
sticker, a pair character bowing down saying thank you.
Oh, I thought it said bowling. See, I can't even read.
Tracy said, I needed a big dose of Joe and Rachel today to help me get my mind back on track while learning some new things about Wounded Warriors and Veterans Day.
And here's the thing, I hope that it really inspires people to get involved, because you're seeing that, again, Wounded Warriors is like this overarching umbrella that helps facilitate, but there's a lot of little, like, specialized groups and organizations that are helping people with very specific needs. And so you can get involved in that, and maybe that is something that you're like, you know what, instead of my time spent doing this, maybe I'd like to take up some volunteerism, and maybe, just maybe, we help to give you some ideas by presenting all of these stories today where you're like, you know what, I can do that. I can contribute in some way. I can see where my talent would be a blessing to others, and it truly would be.
DY, thank you very much for the $10 super chat.
Thank you.
Shauna, thank you very much for the $25 super chat. Said blessings and thanks to the veterans. Extra electrolytes tonight for all us criers.
I know. We're definitely going to make sure that we're taking our Keto Chow electrolyte drops and magnesium before we go to bed tonight.
Mel said it's a love and pride for our country. Some gave all were willing to give it all.
That's the thing. I mean, we talk about that, is that some gave all, but you're so right. That's the way to say it. What is it saying in every one of these creeds? What is the common denominator here? All were willing to give all. All were prepared to give all. I mean, a lot of times you see there's almost like survivors, they struggle with surviving. They struggle with surviving because they were also shoulder to shoulder with other soldiers who were also willing to give all, but then gave all. And now I'm left like, what should I think? How do I survive the survival? And that's why we need to help partner with organizations that help provide therapy, counseling, help transitioning to civilian life, because this is a lot on their shoulders. This is a lot on their shoulders.
Rosie, thank you for the $19.99 super chat, or it was a super sticker. It was a parrot character dancing under a rain of confetti and taking his hat off to say, "You're amazing."
You're amazing.
So we read Jennifer's. I don't know. We're
going to be 17.
Flying so fast, and we still have more giveaways. Nola said, being a veteran and part of this Too Crazy Ketos family, it is awesome to see y'all honor veterans and support the Wounded Warrior Project. Y'all are definitely a blessing to many.
Thank you so much for your service.
Lisa said, every time I run into someone I talk to at work that is a veteran, I always make it a way to give them thanks for their service. It's the least I can do.
And Lisa, you are such a thoughtful person. And that's the thing. You know, there's some natural way that you can honor. And I know Lisa is such a generous, precious person, and she's so encouraging too on top of it. So whether it is you're cooking a meal for somebody, as we talked about before, maybe being willing to babysit some kids, you know, or just an encouraging word, you make a difference. You can make a difference, and we appreciate you for taking the time to do that today.
SD Bradley, thanks for the $20 super chat, and said, our daughter's birthday is December 7th.
Ooh.
Michelle's birthday is the 21st. Mine is the 23rd. Thank you for sharing my story.
Absolutely.
Lisa, thank you for the $4.99 super sticker.
Hands doing a high five. Let's high five it. Thank you, Lisa.
Heather, thank you very much for the $9.90. I can't even keep up with it.
Praise God.
Sorry. Tanya's first. Thank you for being committed to honoring and giving back to those who serve us in this way.
I love you, girl. I miss you. I get so excited when I get to see you at Keto Palooza, and then I'm like, I gotta go too long without seeing Tanya.
Heather, thanks for the $9.99 super chat.
Thank you.
She didn't put a comment or anything.
Thank you,
I
Heather.
think we've got them all.
Awesome. I don't want to miss a single one.
Let's go do a giveaway.
Yes, let's do it.
What do you want to do?
Well, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 keto cookies, and we still have 2 bags of carnivore crisps with 15 minutes left on the clock.
Well, you don't really have 15 minutes.
What do we have?
Because you've got...
Oh, you've got an ending. Okay. Right. So,
question, or are you just going to randomly...
2, 3, 4, 5. Let's draw for the cookie. We will do...
Okay.
For first winner of 5 clean keto cookies is dun 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 dun. It is Teresa V. Congratulations, Teresa V. Next up, let's see, Matt Franklin. You're getting cookies. That's happening. Joanna Rippin. Congratulations. All right. Next up is Joyce Butler. Congratulations, Joyce. I don't think No, Joyce Butler, congratulations. You winning some cookies. All right, Nola, Carnivore Daryl, you're getting some cookies. All right, next up is Carrie Adams. All right,
That's all the cookies.
That's all the cookies. That's how the cookie crumbles.
Okay.
All right, so everybody, if you heard your name just called, you're going to send your...
Shauna, put it in the chat.
Your first name and last name and your shipping information to 11on11@twocrazyketos.com.
I think I missed this one. Sharon had a $10 super chat or super sticker. It was a parrot character bowing down saying thank you, like we're breaking the computer. It's like, it's getting very slow.
Yes. Can we take a closer look? Because I can't see how it's so far away.
I'm so afraid to press any
buttons. I
buttons.
see what you're saying. Maybe I can just lean in.
I can do that. That one I can do.
$7,748.66. Thank you, Happy Ferret. Oh my gosh. Sarah G. $700. Debbie Gigantis, $500. Mike and Sandra Harris, $100.
And the chat revenue is at $1,000, and what we're going to do is we are just going to take that chat revenue, and when we get off, we're gonna just. I'm not even gonna wait for the money from.
Yeah.
It takes 60 to 90 days for YouTube to pay us.
Wow.
We're just gonna write a check.
Yeah, we are.
And we're going to immediately put it in there. We'll put it in there in the last couple minutes.
Wow.
For whatever happens to be there.
You guys. Wow.
And, okay.
So many people helped. So many. How much of a blessing is this going to be?
Christopher, thank you for the $11.11 super set. Everyone hop on a super chat train.
Wow.
Keep it up. Hit the goal. Love you, Juju B. Thank you, Christopher, for the commitment to this charity, to Krazy Ketos.
Thank you, Christopher. Wow. Wow, that's awesome. That is awesome. So we need to come up with...
Wave some life.
11 in honor of my father-in-law, John Way or Wah, I'm probably saying this right, or Wog, uncles Eugene and Lynn, cousins Ronald and Mike, Carrie and Nick for their service. Thank you so much.
Do you have a question?
Yes, I was going to find a question. Yes, let's do it.
We're getting punch drunk.
Okay.
Nola said, tons of local veteran groups that help. We had a retired policeman who served in the Air Force and was a local hero, passed away, and no family or burial preparation, and they took care of him.
Wow. That is amazing.
Okay, what's your question?
Okay, so my question was...
I can't get it to go away.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Well, let's see. Okay.
How old is Rachel?
We're not playing that game. That's a losing game right there. Okay. Okay, so a frozen whole turkey should be thawed in the fridge for 24 hours for each blank of weight before being cooked.
Okay, wait. We're going to close that Nightbot because the computer's freaking out.
Okay.
First person, because we're running out of time.
The ratio is 24
hours for how many pounds?
How many pounds?
So 24 hours for how many pounds? First person to put it in the chat.
It's getting carnivore crust.
Gets a bag of carnivore crust.
Yes.
Sammy, thank you for the $11.11 super chat. I still haven't seen it yet. No.
Yep.
Nobody's put it yet.
So it's
20. Oh, people are putting how old they think you are.
Oh!
Yeah, but you're putting your 22
Yes.
pounds, weight, 29, 5 pounds.
5 pounds.
Jujube.
Jujube. What? But Jujube won. Did she win? Did she win? I think she won. Did she win? Did you win?
I don't remember. I'm gone.
You know what? We're sending it. We're good. Jujube.
For her husband.
Yes, absolutely. Send your shipping information.
Middle of a forest. May God, thanks for the $11.11 super chat. May God continue richly bless Joe and Rachel for doing this for our veterans. A hoorah for my World War II veteran daddy, Casey.
Hoorah!
Listen, I don't want any credit. I really don't want any credit.
Hoorah.
Shauna, thanks for the $11.11 super chat. Said, you got this, Joe and Rachel. All our veterans are worth it.
That is so awesome, Shauna. That is so awesome. Thank you, guys. Thank you for making this possible. Yes. Okay. So 5 pound Jujube got that one. Okay. Let's see.
While you're doing that, Lynn said, I've been giving to Wounded Warriors for several years. When you started 11 on 11, I saved my donation and I give it through your platform. Thank you for doing this. It's an honor and a memory for all who serve.
Wow. Wow. Okay. There is a state that raises...
You make the most complicated questions.
I'm sorry. There's a state that raises the most turkeys in the U.S. So...
What state raises the most
turkeys in the U.S.?
First person can get it in the chat because we're running out of time.
Okay. So, and this is funny. So, did you know that just 6 states, Minnesota, North Carolina, Arkansas, Virginia, Missouri, and Indiana, produce 2/3 of the birds raised in the United States? But there's one state that raises the most.
One state raises the most.
One state will rule them all.
Adele, thank you very much for the
It's the first person I see who says it, right?
Yes. 1999 super sticker. It's a baby lemon jumping in our lemon character.
Minnesota, I see it. Heather
Sones.
Okay, Heather Sones.
Yes.
All right,
Teresa
congratulations.
wants to know the link. Please post the link for the donations. It's in the description, or you can scan that little code up there, up on the top.
Let me see. It would be here.
It's right
see
there.
See that?
Yes.
No. I'm terrible at that. You know how, like, well, Joby, I'll just post it right over here. I never get it right. There we go. The claw. That's not it. I can't make it go. I can't make my hand go. There.
Well, unfortunately, we generally like to play that victory again.
Yeah.
But it's a 7-minute video, and I don't have 7 minutes. So if you want to see that video, you'll have to go back to the first hour, towards the end of the first hour. It's a phenomenal,
such a good video
story, but it will be here next year.
Yes, it will.
I saved that because it's so impactful.
We'll be here next year. Will you be here next year? We'll be here next year. I was going to
be on a cruise. I guess we're not going on a cruise.
We'll be here.
We'll be here. Or we could do it. We could do it from the cruise.
Let's not really make it so that we're absolutely
Carrie
crazy.
said, "Can you only win once?" Yes, that's what we were doing, but I think we may have messed up the last couple.
Yeah, sorry about that. May just be a couple extra cookies people are getting.
Okay, let's go over here. As we finish
We're
this
finishing
up,
out. We're
Joanna
just 6
said, when
minutes
Dr.
away.
Berry mentioned you two and I subscribed years ago, did I realize how important this community would become in my life? I'm so grateful.
We're so grateful for you as well. Yeah, it's like, man, it's family, right? Like I'm so thankful that we've come together in this place. That, like I said, this is not the end of us getting to hang out. Like, I'm looking forward to sharing the holiday season with you guys through live streams and through check-ins, and I'm glad that we're challenging one another together. Go to lowcarbevents.com and find out about a meetup that's happening in your area. Like, we can do so much together. I'm looking forward to our cruise in January with everybody.
Middle of a forest, Jerry Giggs here. Hey folks, let's light up the live chat feed with colors galore. Please, if you can, let's donate $11.11 in the next 6 minutes, which will be the last 11 minutes. Kathy, thank you very much for the $9.99 super chat. Said, thanks for reading my Uncle Bobby's story. He retired from service only to get cancer years later from Agent Orange.
It's one of my first boyfriends that I ever dated. His dad passed away from complications from Agent Orange, but it took a very long time. Like it was unbelievable, like the journey, and it was such a silent killer that he didn't even realize was happening. It was just it was a really horrible thing, and I'm so sorry that your families had to go through that.
Synergy said, I called a customer at work yesterday and mentioned that he was a veteran. He said he was pressing his dress uniform for a military ball today. It is a blessing to be able to thank our vets.
Oh my goodness, how wonderful for him to have that to go to, right? That's the thing. That's another thing that we can go as we go into the holiday season, is especially when you're talking about veterans that are in assisted living communities, if they're in nursing homes, let's not leave them alone for the holidays, okay? If there is an assisted living community, if there is a nursing home in your area where you could reach out to veterans and help them to have a happy holiday, let's do that. Let's meet with them. Let's be very intentional about taking this person to person.
Vicky, thank you very much for the $11.11 super chat.
Debbie, Sarah G. I mean, and I think about like how many miles Sarah G has an owl has clocked on their car today, like serving others so that they can generate money to serve others. Like, thank you for what you're doing.
Goomba Lord, thank you for the $11.11 super chat.
Thank you guys.
Oh my gosh, Kiana just came up with, I just saw one pop up. I can't read it.
$111.11. Thank you for that.
We're about $1,000 away.
Yeah.
We're $1,000 away from $10,000.
Yeah, because
I know that we will hit that because there's 1,000 up here.
Right, because now I'm going to get the calculator. We're going to start adding this together because I want to make sure that we keep this all in mind. So we've got 7,859.77 plus 1,100. So we are at
I think we will get to 10,000 by Keto Beyond the Couch. I think we're going to get.
I think we'll get there, guys.
To $10,000.
I do.
Nancy, thank you very much for the $19.99 super chat. Said thank you, Joe and Rachel, for all that you do.
Thank you for all of the veterans. Thank you, Nancy. Thank you, Nancy Tanner, for being here. Thank you, Joe and Rachel, for all you do. Thank you guys for what you're doing right now. Like this is going to be a miracle. Like you're being the miracle for somebody as we, give this money to them, and this is what they can do with it. Because it's like what I could do to serve somebody, it pales in comparison with what they can do with the partnerships that they have made, right? Like that's how they can get connected, and you can take something like a goal of $10,000 and make it stretch and make it serve so many people. If we were to say like, hey, we're going to hire a counselor and we're going to provide counseling services for a veteran in need, it's not going to cost $14. Yeah. It's not going to cost $14 because we don't have the partnerships they have to make that stretch and multiply. Yeah. Bobby Joe, thank you for the $5. Oh my goodness.
Karen, thank you for thank you for hosting this, for the coordination of stories, and thank you to all who donated.
We just got an anonymous.
Guys, we just did it.
$1,111.
We are at $10,000.
We did it. We did it, everybody. Oh, praise God. That's so good. Oh my goodness, that's so good. We did it. We did it, family. We got to $10,000. We did it. We did it. Thank you. I don't know who you are, anonymous donor, but our hearts are so grateful because you just helped provide a win for all of us here too. That with 1 minute and 12 seconds remaining, what can be done?
We just want to say thank you to everybody. Whether you were just here supporting or making a donation or sharing the stream, it all means something.
It does.
If you can't afford financially to support warriors, I understand
That's
that.
okay.
We've been there. But you being here is enough. You sharing. What I ask you to do is go out and find a veteran. Give them a hug. Shake their hand. Mow their lawn for them. Do something for them. Tell them about keto.
Yeah.
But help people.
Help them.
We appreciate everybody. Linda, thank you for the $10 super
Lisa,
chat.
John.
Lisa, John, thank
God
you for the $9 super chat. As always, we're gonna end the stream here. And we're gonna go out with the way we started. And that is with an amazing song. And then we will see everybody again on Monday at 10 a.m. for Keto Beyond the Couch. Guys,
I'm so proud of you guys.
So much. Thank you so much.
So good. Thank you. Thank you for today.